Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1315 to chapter 1358. The great battle was about to end. This type of news spread through the starry skies, triggering a huge commotion. Everyone's attention was focused on it. It came so suddenly that everyone was stunned. The flames of war spread and reached its climax, yet this type of news actually spread. All of this could be said to be sudden. The news is definitely accurate without the slightest bit of falsehood. The great battle that has lasted for 21 years is finally about to reach its end. It was unknown just how many people lost their lives in this great turmoil. It could be considered a great calamity. The news of the war stopping swept through the starry skies. Many things have happened in the depths of the cosmos, exceeding the imaginations of ordinary cultivators. All sides have reached a compromise and have no choice but to stop the war. Some secret news quickly spread. Some people said that an ancient beast appeared that devoured the heavens and earth, destroying many star domains ahead. Not even the great sage was a match for it. Others said that an unmatched Holy Spirit Lord who didn't participate in the war arrived and obtained the heaven-mending technique. After a secret discussion with the human race, they reached a consensus and were about to withdraw their troops. There were others who said that the path of immortality had already opened. Many great sages left without any regard for anything, rushing towards the Emperor Burial Star. They didn't want to miss out on this immortal opportunity. There were also cultivators who said that someone was about to corroborate the Tao and bitterly cross the great Emperor Tribulation in this star domain. If they failed, they might implicate countless experts and cause them to fall. There were others who said that there was an emperor tomb on the human race's ancient path. When the great demonic god, Tian, and a group of peerless geniuses were exploring it, the tomb cracked and an ancient coffin flew out, triggering a huge commotion. There were too many secret rumors, making it difficult for people to distinguish between truth and falsehood. I received an accurate piece of information. 9 true dragons were pulling an ancient coffin as they traversed the dark cosmos. The great sages of several races chased after them. Someone spoke with great certainty. There was immediately a cultivator who retorted, saying, "The 9 dragons pulling the coffin appeared on this path 100,000 years ago. How could it appear again? Could it be that this is a reincarnation?" There was one thing that everyone was certain of. Something unimaginable definitely happened in the starry skies, or else the various races definitely wouldn't stop fighting. Half a month later, things became a bit clearer. There were 1 or 2 rumors that might be true. The war stopping this time was actually the result of many factors working together. It was clear that these were all great events with far-reaching effects. It was difficult for people to judge which ones were true. He could only confirm that the various clans were currently negotiating for peace. The flames of war were truly about to be extinguished. Not good, there are evil gods who turned hostile, taking action in the ancient star where peace was being negotiated. A bloody battle broke out, and a great sage died as a result. The dawn of peace appeared and spread everywhere. Unfortunately, it was immediately shrouded in gloom. Bad news came from the starry skies, and the calamity might not stop. Everyone in the entire star domain immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. They became nervous again, and the various heroes revealed looks of worry. The situation had actually reversed. For half a month, it was a long and anxious process. The shadow lingered in everyone's hearts, and it was only at the last moment that the haze gradually dissipated. They've reached a compromise. The Tao protectors of this star domain have gathered and finally reached a consensus. They are going to stop fighting. The star domain erupted with commotion. Countless people cheered, all of the clans feeling as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The war was coming to an end. The war that had lasted for 21 years was finally coming to an end. Everyone was exhausted. The Holy Spirit race, Radiance race, Human race, and the others couldn't be considered winners. They all paid the price of blood, destroying too much. The Great Curtain was finally going to fall. There were some main clans like the Yuan Demon race and Orc Spirit race who were already at their limits. This battle plunged the creatures into misery and suffering, the casualties disastrous. Their clans were almost wiped out. The ending of the war was the result of the cooperation of many factors. However, the main reason for the success was that a human cultivator named Gai Jiuyo arrived, forcefully stopping the war. What kind of person was he? All of the clans were shocked and puzzled. It was just a single person, yet he changed the entire situation. Recently, everyone was extremely anxious. The great battle had lasted for too long, and they longed for peace. Who would have thought that such a mysterious figure would actually have such influence? He is a quasi-emperor, a supreme being who previously had hopes of verifying the Tao. At the final juncture, the war was stopped because of his forceful intervention. The starry skies were in an uproar. This was a great disturbance that swept through the star domain and spread to all clans, leaving everyone greatly shaken. There were always legends of emperors, but who had ever seen one? Now, a quasi-emperor had truly appeared? 21 years had passed. This battle was far crueler than imagined. If there were no external forces, the heaven-mending technique, stone medallions, and other treasures might have allowed the war to continue for over 100 years. A person named Gai Jiuyo arrived and changed everything. Everything related to him quickly spread, and all cultivators paid close attention to him. He is a living quasi-emperor, truly unrivaled under this starry sky. All clans are afraid, fearing that they will be wiped out. Wrong, he has already fallen from his peak for many years. His blood energy has dried up, and his body is frail. It is difficult for him to continue his glory. Gai Jiuyo's arrival with the weapons of an ancient great emperor, and there were even two of them. It truly caused a great commotion. All the powerful clans were intimidated. Regardless of whether it was the Holy Spirit or the evil god, they all became silent. One person stood alone under the starry sky, who could contend against him? One emperor weapon focused on attack, the other focused on defense. He was the supreme ruler of the world, and once his orders were issued, no one dared to disobey. It had already been 3 years since Yirua entered the 8th level of the Sage Realm. In these few years, he was like a war god of a region, galloping unhindered and fighting everywhere. Bloody battles, life and death trials, and tempering allowed him to stabilize his realm and solidify his Tao foundation. His heart to achieve Tao was as firm as a boulder, unshakable. The dark blood divine ring formed by bathing in divine blood and the golden curse cast by the Holy Spirit clan merged together behind him, forming a resplendent halo that represented majesty and power. It was as if a piece of celestial fire was dancing, and the golden light and bloody light fused together. It was extremely dazzling. This was the aura of someone who had killed heroes among heroes, who had passed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and who was the sole ruler of a region. Wherever he passed, the strong would submit, and the foreign clans would tremble in fear. In these 3 years, Yifan had gained a few more followers. Including Longma and the nine-tailed Crocodragon, there were a total of 12 people, and all of them had reached the sage level. This was a terrifying combat force that could not be ignored. Half of them were ancient beasts that were subdued by Longma and the nine-tailed Crocodragon. At first, they were unconvinced, but now, they pledged their lives to follow Yifan. There were also a few who belonged to the foreign clans. They were apathetic and revered the strong. Under the intimidation of Yifan's peerless martial prowess, they finally followed him. And now, on this ancient path, there were few who dared to fight against them. The human race's holy physique led the 12 sage-level warriors, sweeping through everything before them. They had made a name for themselves, and even the Saint Kings were not willing to provoke them. This was because this was a group of extraordinary saints, and every one of them was incomparably powerful, far surpassing ordinary ancient saints. The holy physique from the Emperor Burial Star has rarely taken action in the past 2 years. Just the 12 saints under him are enough to sweep through an entire region. They can be said to be a group of peerless experts that can shake the world. Who dares to go against them? The starry sky had stopped fighting, and the battle had calmed down. Yifan, on the other hand, frowned. Restraining the 12 saints had made them much more low-key. This was because great sage Xianxia had freed up his hands and was no longer pursuing the heaven-mending technique. Now that the flames of war had been extinguished, he began to search for their traces, wanting to capture them to vent his anger. What a powerful person. He even plundered the Sun-Star residence of great sage Xianxia, who was just a step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm. He can be said to be extremely daring. The people could only sigh in admiration. Yifan had dominated this star domain for 21 years. What else did he not dare to do? The number of famous figures and geniuses that had fallen in his hands was innumerable. This was an illustrious reputation that he had gained through battle. Although great sage Xianxia was furious, he couldn't find any traces of them. During these years, Yi Fan and the 12 saints under him had always been safe and sound. They were living very well. We should also be on our way and enter the depths of the universe. The ancient starry sky path that had been interrupted for 21 years had finally been reconnected. Yi Fan decided to set off and start a new journey. He had been delayed in the 10th city of the human race for too long. After so many years of bloody battles, Yi Fan was qualified to receive a divine light platform as a reward. Unfortunately, the star domain had collapsed, and many ancient cities of the human race had been destroyed. There was no such rare treasure in the short term, so he could only wait for it to be given in the future. After 21 years of bloody battles, no one knew where the heaven-mending technique had fallen to. No one could say for sure. Yi Fan's group of 13 people set off. Great sage Xianxia wanted to chase after them, but he couldn't do so in the end. Dai Jiuyo stood in the starry sky and sternly warned the various races that if anyone dared to enter the human race's ancient path again and violate the indisputable territory of the human race, they would be killed without mercy. This wasn't a weak, serious protest, but a substantial action. He used iron-blooded methods to exterminate a foreign race that wasn't too big or too small. No one dared to enter the human race's territory again. Although Dai Jiuyo's body was drained of blood, he only revealed a wisp of Quasi-Emperor's aura and came with 2 sovereign weapons. It was still enough to deter the other races from acting rashly. Some powerful races were unwilling to give up. They were determined to obtain the heaven-mending technique. Moreover, the light race also followed up at the last moment with an ancient weapon like the smelting god pot. They were in a deadlock for half a month, but they still retreated in the end. They were afraid of being exterminated because the Quasi-Emperor wasn't someone they could bully. If they really disregarded everything, they could still fight to the death with a few main races, even if they had fallen from their previous divine altar realm. Yi Fan's group passed through dozens of ancient lands and saw ruins everywhere. The human race's sacred cities on this ancient path had all collapsed. Broken walls and rubble floated in the universe. They hadn't been rebuilt in a hurry. Only the 5-colored sacrificial altar had been reset. They were unimpeded along the way. Many ancient training grounds were forced to close. They didn't stop until they reached the 30th stage of the human race. This place was even more chaotic. An entire ancient life star was smashed. Rocks and soil were scattered everywhere. It was a desolate place. The guide came to welcome them. The Earth Burial Star Sage Physique's fame had spread far and wide. It was a seed that many old fellows had been waiting for. There used to be an ancient life star here. It was very important. The Holy Spirit ancient ancestor from the legendary era was buried there. This time, when the demonic well collapsed, it was also destroyed. In total, there were 7 ancient wells in 7 areas. Each clan had lost one great saint expert. Although the human clan didn't lose any expert at this level, they had destroyed 2 life stars, which was also a big loss. This place was very important. To the challengers, it was a place they had to cultivate and comprehend seriously. It was different from the ordinary training grounds. This star doesn't exist anymore. Do you want to move forward or cross to another ancient star? Asked the guide. After the guide, the enforcers, and the protectors of this path discussed, they decided to make up for the loss. They opened a branch path that could lead them to a place with more life than this star. It was up to the challengers to choose. Let's go to the branch ancient star. We will come back after comprehending. Yi Fan made up his mind. They climbed the 5-colored sacrificial altar and entered the space passage. Divine light sparkled. Eventually, they disappeared from the altar. In front of them was a flourishing ancient land of life. Time was disordered. The void flickered. Sometimes, the primordial chaos chi would diffuse. Sometimes, it would turn into a transparent crystal wall. Yi Fan's group saw many strange and dazzling scenes of the universe. The 9-layered coffin from the legendary era buried in the 9th heaven. Lanma screamed. Yi Fan turned around and saw a giant coffin. It was the one he had seen before. It belonged to the Void Sovereign. Unfortunately, the crystal wall dimmed. Everything disappeared shortly. These are all the ruined scenes of the past. Perhaps they are the remnant shadows from 100,000 years ago, or perhaps they are the flickering light it passed by several decades ago. No one can grasp its true trajectory, said one of the 12 saints. After who knew how much time had passed, tens of thousands of streaks of light rushed into the passage. The area ahead gradually brightened. This was sunlight. They arrived at an ancient land. Honglong, the great sea surged, vast and boundless. It was extremely grand. They landed on the seaside, and the great waves were deafening. What a grand style! 9 green luan pulled a divine carriage. It flew over from the depths of the great sea and crossed the sky dome. A long voice sounded from within the carriage. Many thanks to the Southern Sea Dragon King's great hospitality. We will bid farewell here. Yi Fan's expression became sluggish. He revealed an expression of disbelief. He saw that the one inside the divine carriage was actually an old friend. Time passed slowly, and the path of immortality was ruthless. There were some people and some things that were destined to slowly fade from his memories, gradually fading away. The path of immortality was lonely at the top. Time flew by, and after several decades, an ordinary person's life had already passed, yet he met an old friend in a foreign land. Yi Fan's heart was filled with complex emotions, as if a dusty door had been pushed open. The time that had passed by, the unforgettable events of the past, day after night, they were like a floating light, yet also like a river that flowed silently by. Shadows, vivid faces, some people had passed away, and some people's whereabouts were unknown. At this moment, they all appeared in his heart. They separated on the path of heaven when they were in their prime. 9 dragons pulled a bronze ancient coffin. The starting point was unknown, and the destination was unknown. They ascended the path of heaven, a journey that changed the trajectory of their lives in an unpredictable direction. The people of the past, the events of the past, after so many years had passed, their memories were about to be covered in dust. They never expected to meet again here. The scars of time were engraved in their hearts. Ziwen. Yi Fan stood on the shore and shouted at the divine chariot that was crossing the sea. Blue waves stretched for tens of thousands of li. The southern sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The great waves sounded unending, surging with great momentum. It was as if a magnificent army was charging. Above the blue sea, there were 9 green luan. Every single one of them was mysterious. They spread their wings and tore through the sky, pulling a divine chariot over. Inside the chariot was a man with fair skin. He wore a golden crown on his head, and his hair fluttered about in the wind. His eyes were bright, and it seemed like he wasn't an ordinary person. You guys got the wrong person. He looked over cautiously, and then he controlled the 9 green luan to change directions, quickly departing into the distance. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Wang Ziwen, why are you hiding from an old friend? Yi Fan revealed a look of doubt. The blue sea reached into the sky, the waves magnificent. The 9 green luan pulled the divine chariot, quickly rushing towards a realm gate that appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, they entered, disappearing from sight. It was clear that this person had misgivings. He activated the formation platform, wishing to escape from the great sea. He didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. Do you need me to blast him down? Longma asked. Leave it to me. An ancient beast on the side spoke, releasing a powerful holy might. It wanted to slap the heaven and earth to pieces to capture the divine chariot. Yi Fan waved his hand, stopping them. He was a bit startled and said, I was careless. This is clearly a different young man, just that his appearance is extremely similar, and he has the same aura. He knew that this was not a complete mistake. This young man was too similar to the young Wang Ziwen, and their bloodlines were the same. Naturally, he was his descendant. He even had descendants. I wonder how he managed to survive all these years. Why did he end up on this ancient planet? Yi Fan had many questions in his heart. However, he did not immediately chase after him to take a look. He only left behind a thought so that he could follow him at any time. Right now, he did not want to scare the son of an old friend. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin changed the fate of a group of people. More than 10 people died along the way, and several more died in the 6 heavenly passages of Yin country. In the end, only a dozen or so people started a new life. Zhang Wenchang became a disciple of Taishan Zhuopeak, Lu Yi entered the northern Jade Pool, Kai De chanted sutras on Mount Shumi, Pang Bo stepped onto the ancient starry sky path, and Yi Fan had also arrived here. Li Xiaoman originally survived, but she was beaten down into the ancient desolate abyss by Yi Fan. It was likely that they would never see each other again in this life. In the past, Yi Fan and the others were forced into the ancient desolate forbidden land to gather medicine. Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Xiling were lost in the immortal palace outside the forbidden land, not appearing for several decades. After so many years, he unexpectedly learned that Wang Ziwen might also be in this ancient land of life. This truly made Yi Fan confused. What happened? Why did he suddenly come to this star from the Big Dipper? This kind of distance was too far. Who knew how many galaxies he had crossed from the other side of the starry sky to this side of the ancient road? Anyone would be full of doubts. The dust-covered past was opened. Yi Fan stood on the spot for a long time and calmed his emotions. He knew that he would be able to uncover many mysteries. He was going to visit an old friend. This star is really extraordinary. Do you guys feel it? The spiritual qi is so dense that it is frightening. When you comprehend the Tao, there is a divine sound in your ears, the saint of the Light Clan, one of the 12 saints under Yi Fan, said. The others naturally felt it as well. Their bodies were bathed in the dense spiritual qi. There was a faint glow that washed through their meridians and entered their bodies through their pores. Is this the purpose of this trial, to comprehend the changes of the great Tao? The nine-tailed Crocotargon asked in shock. The guide clearly told them that after so many years, some ancient stars were no longer suitable for cultivation. Some ancient stars had been flourishing since ancient times and were suitable for cultivation. The human race's 10th gate, the birthplace of the nine-tailed Crocotargon, was very suitable for cultivation because there had never been any changes. The great Tao was immortal, the cultivators were strong, and the saints were endless. And the most cruel ancient star, the path of cultivation, was about to be cut off. Using all kinds of ancient techniques and divine treasures to nurture a dragon realm cultivator was already considered very heaven-defying. Longma said, this ancient star is even more prosperous than the ancient star of the human race's 10th gate. The living creatures here are close to the great Tao and can easily merge together. There must be a peerless master here. This was also the reason why there was such a huge difference in the cultivation level of those who stepped on the ancient road of the starry sky. It was not strange for some ancient lands to have a few saints, but some places only dragon realm cultivators and mighty ones could enter. The only thing that made people feel lucky was that the world had changed over the years. Some ancient lands that made people despair were also starting to receive the blessing of the great Tao and gradually regained their vitality. The sound of waves was heard, and waves of salty sea breeze blew. Yi Fan spread out his powerful divine sense to explore this ancient land of life. This ancient star was not even 1% of the size of the Big Dipper, but it was many times larger than Earth. Just by circulating his mana, he could hear the sound of heaven and earth harmonizing and the great Tao resonating. In the sea a few hundred miles away, there was a flood dragon watching them closely. It had reached the Saint King level, so it should be the Dragon King of the South Sea. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. Don't cause trouble. There might be a great sage-level existence on this star, Yi Fan warned the 12 saints. There were countless star fields in the universe, and there were a few ancient lands with life. So far, this was the star that Yi Fan had found the most suitable for cultivation. It was likely that there were peerless masters there. To comprehend the changes of the great Tao, only by appearing on different types of ancient stars, such as prosperous and barren, would one be able to slowly explore the rules and discover the fundamental problems. Yi Fan and the 12 saints left the coast and headed towards the depths of the continent. Not long after, they passed by a group of volcanoes. Fire surged, and magma gurgled, dazzling red. In an ancient cave, they saw 4 fire crows, all of them about to become saints. Then, after traveling for a few hundred miles, they saw a few small Taoist temples. The cultivators inside were not weak, and there were 2 great perfection monarchs. When they entered a majestic mountain range, the mist was hazy, and they saw a giant snake tens of thousands of feet long, swallowing and spitting out a huge snake pearl. It had actually reached the saint level. Along the way, they saw many cultivators, as well as some ancient cave abodes. They were surprised to find saints several times. Just now, we only saw some holy lands and divine dynasties along the way, but we've already met a few saints. This isn't a very majestic ancient star, it's really shocking, an ancient beast among the 12 saints said. Longmuk complained angrily, we're all in the same universe, but why is there such a huge difference in the treatment of people? To think that the spiritual energy of the star I was born on was dry, and a dragon transformation realm expert appeared. He was respected as a peerless expert, and it would be difficult for there not to be a saint here. On this star, beautiful mountain peaks could be seen everywhere, surrounded by immortal mist, waterfalls, and flowing springs. The scenery was beautiful, and the spiritual energy was hazy. There were many ancient cliffs, and when one sat cross-legged on them, they could hear the sound of Tao, as if someone was chanting immortal scriptures, causing one to sink into a deep state of Tao comprehension. After a long time, one's cultivation would naturally continue to improve. On other stars, such a place would be a divine land, but here, it was not considered rare. Every time Yifan passed by such a place, he would close his eyes and feel it. Half a day later, they came to a vast mountain range, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. There were many cave abodes hidden in this area, and they sensed at least 4 saints' auras. This should be considered a holy land. They were naturally unafraid, but they did not want to cause trouble for no reason. They crossed over, and after a long distance, they found a huge city. It was grand and tall, and there was an endless stream of people in the city. It was very prosperous. The 9 Cyan Luan are in the city, said the 9-tailed Crocodrogon. Yifan nodded. He came for the 9 Cyan Luan, and wanted to see Wang Ziwen. Just now, he was just trying to understand the general situation of this ancient star. He sent out a powerful divine will, and like a tide, it surged towards the 9 Cyan Luan, and then swept through the ancient buildings. His eyes shot out 2 divine bolts of lightning. Wang Ziwen, it's him. In the next moment, Yifan entered the city, and came to a grand palace. He appeared in a large hall, and looked at the familiar face in front of him. Yifan, it really is you. Wang Ziwen jumped to his feet, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. His face was full of excitement, and it was very different from his usual slickness. Beside him was a man who looked extremely similar to him. It was the young man they met in the southern sea not long ago, and it was obvious that he had already reported this matter to his father. After so many years, I didn't think there would be a day when old friends would meet again. Wang Ziwen looked gentle and delicate, and the years did not leave too many traces on his face. Now, he had a powerful cultivation, and had already become a saint. Father, who is he? Just at this time, a young lady walked in from outside the hall. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and was graceful and beautiful. She was quite beautiful and quick-witted. This is, your uncle. Do you still remember the other side of the starry sky I told you about? We came from the same place. Wang Ziwen was filled with endless emotions, and even his voice was a bit shaky. He had a pair of children come over to greet Yifan. I didn't expect you to have children, and they have already grown up. Yifan was also filled with endless emotions, sighing about how time flowed like water. So many years had passed, and he had never thought that he would be able to meet Wang Ziwen here. His older brother Wang Chen treated people with his father's style, and he was experienced and tactful. His younger sister Wang Shi was very lively, and her large eyes rolled about as she stared boldly at Yifan. Wang Ziwen explained, recently, we encountered a disaster, and Wang Chen went to the southern sea to ask for help in my place. When he met you, he mistook me for an assassin, so he directly fled back. Yifan nodded. He had many questions, such as why this old friend had landed on this star and come to the depths of the universe. He asked, Ziwen, what happened back then? I, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Zhang Xiling, and Li Xiaoman all entered the celestial palace outside the forbidden lands of the remote antiquity. Indeed, many things happened, and everyone's fortunes were very different, Wang Ziwen said. Then, he stared at Yifan and said in surprise, you reached the 8th heaven of saint. He was shocked. He had obtained great fortune in the celestial palace outside the forbidden lands, and then cultivated and tried to break through on this ancient star that was close to the great Tao. Even so, he had only just become a saint, and he knew how difficult this path was. Time flew by, and the years flew by. Back then, they were forced to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land to pick medicines. In order to survive, they fled for their lives and never met again. They both came from the other side of the starry sky, but because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, they entered the boundless cosmos and walked different paths. Once they parted, it was close to 100 years. Their mortal lives ended, and only today did they meet again. The two of them were filled with endless emotions. Back then, they were in their prime and high-spirited. Who would have thought that they would enter the starry sky and start this kind of life? I remember that your company's performance was rising steadily. It was the time for you to show off your abilities, yet the elites became missing just like that. Yi Fan teased. Wang Ziwen laughed bitterly and then felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. On the other side of the starry sky, their peers should have all returned to dust. Who would have thought that they would enter the sky and come into contact with the god and devil civilization? This kind of fate might make many people in their homeland envious, but now that they had truly reached this step, how many people could understand their emotions? Longevity was fleeting, and the immortal path was heartless. When the years passed, the only thing that mattered was a type of mood. How could they forget the past? There were too many things left for them to reminisce about. Old friends, old events, scenes after scenes. Now, they discovered that the deepest memories in their hearts were all of the other side of the starry sky and not the magnificent scenery on this side. Wang Ziwen was an active person in university. After graduation, he worked hard to have his own thriving business. He was very experienced in dealing with people, but at this moment, his words were a bit shaky and he was extremely emotional. Drifting alone in a foreign land, he fought alone on this ancient star. He didn't have any old friends or acquaintances. He had experienced a difficult period of time. The stars twinkled and the silver moon hung in the sky. They came to the rear garden and set up a table and chairs. They drank wine while facing the moon and chatted about their many years of experiences. The moonlight was hazy. There were artificial mountains piled up in this garden, and under the small white stone bridge, water gurgled. Koi fish swayed their tails, and many fine trees were planted. Some flowers and plants emitted a fragrance that drifted over with the wind. The large buildings all belonged to Wang Ziwen. This giant city was built by him alone. Back then, he had shed his blood and experienced many life and death battles. Now, he finally had a firm foothold in this ancient land of life. To me, the Big Dipper is just a relay station. It's so vast, the destination of the ancient emperors in their later years. However, I've never had the chance to see it. Wang Ziwen sighed. He had never left the Yan kingdom and was confined to a blessed land. Later on, he was forced by the great sage to go to the forbidden land of antiquity to pick herbs. He left and never returned. The immortal palace is ethereal. I suspect that it's not the immortal realm, but something left behind by an ancient emperor. Only those who have become sages can truly understand how extraordinary it is. Yi Fan listened attentively. He couldn't express his opinion on this matter. He was very regretful that he had never been inside and had no fate with that place. Speaking of which, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Zhang Xiaoling, and I didn't have any twists and turns in the immortal palace. We didn't encounter any danger after we entered. I obtained a purple gold gourd with some fragmented pills inside. It was all thanks to it that I was able to reach this step today. Wang Ziwen didn't hide anything. He was less shrewd and more sincere. After so many years, even if there were some knots in his heart, they had long been erased with the passage of time. He walked for a long time in the immortal palace and found a sacrificial altar with a purple gold gourd on it. It hadn't been covered in dust after such a long time. He picked it up and saw some ancient characters on the table, indicating that it was a failed product of the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. There were some fragmented pills inside the gourd. The moment he pulled out the stopper, he immediately felt as if he had ascended to heaven. All the pores on his body opened up. At that time, Wang Ziwen was still a small cultivator. However, he knew that this was definitely a furnace of great medicine and was most likely priceless. He then carefully searched for more divine objects in the immortal palace. I didn't pay attention and actually stepped on a complicated diagram. That was a sacrificial altar. Just like that, I mysteriously arrived on this star. Wang Ziwen shook his head. As for the others, he believed that if they didn't appear, they would most likely have similar encounters. They might have inexplicably stepped on the path to outer space. When I first entered the Immortal Palace, I walked together with Zhou Yi. Later on, we entered different huge palaces. I remember the instant I crossed over, I saw a huge 8 trigrams flickering in his huge palace. It was extremely majestic. Yi Fan was astonished when he heard this. He muttered to himself, Zhou Yi, the Book of Changes, the 8 trigrams, it really came true. Back then, there weren't any dangerous battles or any twists and turns. He was only transported into the star domain because he stepped on a strange formation platform. Everyone's encounters were different. When they took a step, the stars changed and time passed. They were separated by the boundless universe and had different lives. I really didn't expect that you would soon become a Saint King. I thought that with the 9 revolutions immortal pills fragments, my advancement was already very heaven-defying, said Wang Ziwen. Yi Fan didn't hide anything in front of his old friends. He only restrained his dignified aura. Otherwise, the aura accumulated through so many years of bloody battles would be very intimidating. Other than you, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, and Zhou Yi, I know the whereabouts and life and death of the others. Yi Fan talked about many things of the past, mentioning Pang Bo, Zhang Wencheng, Li Xiaoman, and so on. Wang Ziwen sighed. After so many years, so many people had actually died. It was impossible to meet them again. Yi Fan said, Lin Jia was chased by Lu Yunji, Li Zhongqing, and Wang Yan. She escaped in the end, but she still hasn't appeared. I suspect that she's also not in Big Dipper. Otherwise, she would have met me. Perhaps, one day, you will meet Zhang Xiling, Zhou Yi, and Lin Jia. I really don't know how they are now, the prince asked. He felt that it was inconceivable for Yi Fan to be able to step into the heavenly domain and enter the depths of the universe. The starry sky was really too vast. For them to be able to meet here could be considered a miracle. You've returned to Earth? Wang Ziwen stood up in shock after hearing Yi Fan's story, his chest rose and fell violently. Yi Fan nodded and said, yes, it was like a dream. There was only regret and sadness. Have you seen my family? How are they? Wang Ziwen asked excitedly, looking at him with an urgent look. I went to visit them. At that time, your parents were still fine. I left some things behind, but in the end, human strength can't defy the heavens. I think they've long passed their old age. Wang Ziwen's eyes became blurry as tears rolled down his cheeks. A dream of 100 years, and looking back, what was left, he choked with sobs and turned around to look at the starry sky. He silently wept and stood there for a long time. His daughter came forward and helped him wipe away his tears. Only after a long time did he calm down. Do you want to go back? Yi Fan asked. Yes, but there are also things I can't give up here. I've already lost too much and can't lose again. He looked at his children with eyes full of gentleness and said, they were born here and aren't suited to life on Earth. I'm an unfilial person. I will go back, but I'll come back. After a long time, the two of them talked about other things. Only then did Wang Ziwen's emotions calm down. Yi Fan understood that this place was flourishing with life. There were actually 3 great sage overseeing it. One had to know that it wasn't very vast and its area was limited. Moreover, this wasn't the trial field of the ancient starry sky path. In the past, no abnormal people had come here. It was only because the ancient star of the 30th pass of the human race had collapsed that they temporarily borrowed this place. Uncle, I salute you. Wang Shi was young and beautiful. She had all the lively characteristics of a young girl and was like a skylark flying here and there. Comparatively speaking, Wang Chen was much more steady and mature. As someone of the same generation, Wang Ziwen had such a pair of grown-up children. Yi Fan sighed with emotion and teased him. In the end, he naturally couldn't help but give him a gift as an uncle. He gave Wang Chen a sword that shone brilliantly. Now that he could shatter a divine weapon with his bare hands, the things he had collected were naturally extraordinary. This was the Alcade divine sword he had obtained during the fierce battle with the light-shaking realm cultivator before killing the heavenly prince. It possessed an immortal divinity. As for the gift for Xianxia, it was naturally a rare divine weapon. He wouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. The brother and sister were pleasantly surprised and repeatedly thanked him. They couldn't bear to part with the two divine weapons and carefully examined them. These were divine weapons that could last forever. Wang Ziwen was moved and repeatedly said that they were too precious. Yi Fan shook his head. He had shattered even more precious ancient weapons along the way. He changed the topic and asked, "What disaster did you encounter?" "Everything was because of this." Wang Ziwen took out a purple golden gourd. It was a foot high and flickered with a purple golden luster. It was extremely dazzling. After all these years, the reason why he was able to reach this step was because of the pill fragments in the gourd. This was a type of divine medicine. In Yi Fan's opinion, it was difficult to find a 9 revolutions immortal pill in this world. However, the great medicine in the gourd dared to be named like this. Even though it was clearly stated that it was a failed product, it was still absolutely world-shocking. Wang Ziwen loved his children dearly. When they were very young, he used the pill fragments to help them build their foundations. Now, the two of them both had astonishing strength, far surpassing their peers. In the future, they would definitely become saints. It was also precisely because of this that it drew the covetous eyes of the outside world. A few great powers made many inquiries and finally understood the existence of the purple golden gourd. They wanted to deal with them. Wang Ziwen said, "The pill fragments were used up several years ago. Only this gourd is left, and it is also a supreme treasure. It can swallow 10,000 li of rivers and mountains and suppress saints. If it wasn't because something went wrong when grandfather was cultivating in isolation, how could they dare to bully us? They are all a group of despicable people." Wang Shi was seething. She glared with her large eyes and puffed out her cheeks. Wang Ziwen's brows furrowed, feeling worry inwardly. When he saw Yi Fan look over, he revealed an embarrassed expression. "My father-in-law is extremely powerful, only a step away from becoming the great sage. However, he was impatient for quick results, and as a result, problems occurred in his cultivation. Now, he cannot act rashly. Some great enemies will take advantage of this time to make things difficult for him." He explained seriously. He relied on himself to reach this step, and it definitely wasn't because he had a good father-in-law. This made Yi Fan laugh loudly. Right at this time, a beautiful woman walked over, entering the garden. She was graceful and noble, but there was a trace of worry on her face. Wang Ziwen introduced her. This was his wife, a pearl of this ancient land of life. In the past, Wang Ziwen's performance was extremely stunning, continuously breaking through. His potential could be said to be limitless, and as a result, he entered Holy King Lin Han's eyes, agreeing to the marriage between him and his daughter. Lin Han was in existence at the peak of the Saint King realm. He had already taken half a step forward, and he was only a step away from becoming the great sage. He was one of the future sovereigns of this ancient planet. Father's cultivation went wrong. Not only has he not gotten better, but there are even signs of it worsening. Lin Ling's eyes were misty. All kinds of disasters came knocking on their door. Not only were there people who coveted their divine pellet fragments, but there were also peerless enemies who wanted to use this opportunity to eradicate their entire race. There were internal and external troubles. Right now, Wang Ziwen's saint-level combat power couldn't resist this storm at all. No matter how powerful he wasn't a match. There would be veteran holy kings among the invaders. "If it doesn't work, we'll leave this place with Yi Fan and step into the starry sky," Wang Ziwen said, looking at his children and wife. If there was a choice, who would be willing to leave their home? It was just that they had been forced to this step. If they didn't leave, they might be massacred, and all of them would be killed. Although the Dragon King of the Southern Sea is willing to help, he is worried that a few undefeatable holy kings will appear, Wang Chen said. Yi Fan comforted them and told them not to worry too much. In the latter half of the night, everything was quiet. Yi Fan and Wang Ziwen chatted for most of the night. They looked at the starry sky in the back garden and talked about their various experiences. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land made one feel especially close. Wang Shi yawned but didn't want to leave. Listening to them talk about all kinds of strange things, even Wang Chen was in a daze and yearned for it. Rumble. Suddenly, a tsunami-like sound came from the horizon. A group of barbarian riders rushed over, stepping across the sky and shattering the high sky. Their iron clothes flickered with a cold luster, and their mounts were ferocious. Their flags fluttered, and their weapons intimidating. "Where's Wang Ziwen?" a middle-aged man shouted at the front. "They're here." "I didn't expect the He family to be the first to lose control and want to massacre us," Lin Ling said. She stood up and protected her children behind her. She was a little emotional and extremely worried. "Let's go up and take a look." Wang Ziwen rushed into the sky. Lin Ling, her children, and the many masters of the residence also came to the night sky. "Uncle Wang, it's a bit presumptuous to disturb you so late at night. Please forgive me." A young man walked out. He was very handsome and saluted. "I heard that Uncle Wang's family is in trouble, so I came to help. The He family is very shameless and has been hiding evil intentions. They were the first to attack us, but they're still acting so hypocritical." Wang Shi was naive and the most impatient. She immediately pulled a long face. "Sister Shi, you're wrong. We came to help out of good intentions. How can you make us sound so unbearable?" The handsome young man, He Qingyang, said indifferently. Then, his face suddenly turned serious and he saluted Wang Ziwen again. "My He family is willing to form an alliance with Uncle Wang." "What do you mean?" Wang Ziwen had been through great storms and waves, so he naturally wasn't shocked. Even if there was a clan annihilation, he was still very calm. "Today, we came late at night to propose marriage to the Wang family. I'm willing to marry Sister Shi. From now on, our two families will not be separated, and we will advance and retreat together," He Qingyang said. Wang Shi's beautiful brows immediately stood on end. She clenched her small fists tightly, feeling extremely angry. Wang Ziwen's face fell. He was fully aware that the other party wanted to get rid of them, but he didn't expect them to be so shameless. They wanted to legally swallow up everything that belonged to the Wang family and Lin clan. At that time, not even bones would remain. "Is Uncle Wang unwilling?" A bit of coldness appeared on He Qingyang's handsome face. Wang Ziwen naturally didn't fear him, but the He family was a colossus. Moreover, it was rumored that this time, they even invited a few old demons and ancient beasts from the great desolate mountains. They were exceptionally powerful. "If you don't agree, then today, we will flatten the Wang family and Lin clan," a middle-aged man said with an ice-cold voice. Hong Long Long, right at this time, rumbling sounds sounded from the distance again. Several ancient beasts and foreign races rushed over, streaking across the sky. It was precisely Longma, the nine-tailed crocodile dragon, and the other 12 saints. "They didn't follow Yi Fan into the manor." "Who are you all?" He Qingyang shouted. He felt a wave of alarm. The other side seemed to have several saint-level experts. Yi Fan stood in the distance and ordered Longma. He said coldly, "Flatten all of these people for me." "Awu." A group of ancient beasts rushed over, crying out loudly. Wherever their iron hooves passed, the skies would tremble, holy might pervading the air, intimidating everyone. Longma, nine-tailed crocodile, and the others were each more ferocious than the last, truly vicious beasts. They roared out, as if they were ancient vicious beasts that had left their cages, striving to outdo each other, turning into a steel flood that crushed forward. They were all incomparably excited, not treating this like a great battle at all, but rather like a hunt. Men shouted and horses neighed, their eyes revealing vicious light, all of them bravely advancing. "Stop fighting, he's mine. It's been a long time since I've eaten saint blood, no one is allowed to fight with me, or else I'll get angry with him." A golden lion's entire body was resplendent, as if cast from divine gold, heroic and powerful, directly pouncing towards a He family ancient saint, fighting with the saints at his side. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not to mention the people of the He clan, even Wang Ziwen and the others, who were on the He clan's side, were dumbfounded. This was a group of genuine saint-level experts, and they just pounced on them like heavenly soldiers suddenly descending. Wang Chen was first stupefied, and then he became incomparably excited. He had seen this group of ancient beasts and foreign races in the southern sea before, but he never expected them to be so powerful, almost all of them becoming saints. Wangxi was extremely nervous at first, full of grief and indignation, but now, she was so shocked that her small mouth was round, feeling as if everything she saw was a bit unreal. This uncle was too astonishing, actually bringing a group of holy beasts over. Heavens, this is too great. With this type of powerful assistance, what is there to fear from the He family? Kill them all, even if their saint kings come, they'll be beaten black and blue. Wang family and Lin clan's experts were all excited, all of them greatly encouraged, all of them incredibly excited, rubbing their fists and palms together, about to rush up and join the battle. Don't act rashly. Yi Fan stopped them. It was because he was well aware of the 12 saints' savagery. Once the great battle started, they might go out of control, accidentally injuring these people. Just now, they already shouted that they wanted to eat blood. Yi Fan, this is... Wang Ziwen was stupefied. At this moment, he clenched his fists. There was a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. This old classmate actually brought a group of saints, simply overwhelming the heavens. Others might not be able to see, thinking that they might not necessarily all be saints, but he could clearly see that these were 12 saints, all of them extraordinary, all of them able to fight across levels, the weak against the strong. Yi Fan had roamed the starry sky for so many years. How could the ancient beasts and saints of the alien races that he had acknowledged and chosen to follow him be ordinary people? They had all been carefully selected and had won countless battles. Oho! The golden lion displayed its might, blood energy overflowing into the heavens. It was like a golden beast deity, throwing itself over murderously, immediately slapping an ancient saint upside down. Saint blood splashed everywhere. It was like, it, and it, of the heavens. It, and it, of the golden. It. This was an absolutely powerful vicious beast. Even Longma and the nine-tailed crocodile found it difficult to fight against it. Back then, they spent quite a bit of effort to suppress it. However, how could the golden lion let it go? It obtained the divine blood-purifying ancient technique from its older brother Longma. It wanted to eat more blood. Oho! How could the golden lion let it go? It obtained the divine blood-purifying ancient technique from its older brother Longma. It wanted to eat more blood. Oho! Another great roar sounded. Its claw slapped over. This saint's ancient shield was shattered. He used all types of secret techniques to block it, but it was all useless. He couldn't change anything. The golden lion was too powerful, incomparable. It was like a golden sun, releasing dazzling light. Pooh! Its claw shattered this ancient saint's heart-protecting mirror, tearing him in half. Blood splashed high into the air, but in the end, it all entered the golden lion's mouth, devouring this saint. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a chill from head to toe. This was too ferocious. The great battle had just started, yet it ended so quickly. Everyone felt that it wasn't worth it for the He family's ancient saint. He died too wrongly. He was torn apart by a vicious beast's claw, becoming food. It was too tragic. The saints around the golden lion were dissatisfied. They didn't get any blood, so they rushed to the next area. They didn't fight over it head-on. After all, this lion wasn't easy to provoke. It was in the 9th heaven of holy beasts' realm. Where did this vicious beast come from? Why are there other races as well? What kind of combination is this? The He family's people were about to go crazy. They never thought that a new army would suddenly appear and attack them. They brought a large number of people. Many of them hadn't become saints yet, only sent to loot the Lin clan. At this moment, they were harvested like crops, falling down in rows. Those vicious beasts opened their mouths and sucked. The sky darkened, and they were almost finished in the blink of an eye. This was a bloody scene. The He family's people couldn't resist at all. Broken limbs and blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. A crimson light flashed past, and a spear-like spike pierced through heaven and earth, piercing through the forehead of another saint of the He clan. Sky Scorpion of the 12 saints made his move, ruthless beyond compare, killing with a single strike. He came from the sky scorpion race and was very powerful. At first glance, he didn't look much different from a human, but he had a scarlet scorpion tail on his back. It was extremely powerful and could pierce through saint artifacts. The others were furious and said, "Sky Scorpion, you stole our spoils of war. He was trapped by us and definitely couldn't escape. You suddenly came and stole our blood." The scarlet scorpion tail pierced into this person's skull and instantly sucked away all his essence. The sky scorpion's body shone, and his blood-red hair danced in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. Everyone from the He family shouted. 2 saints were killed so quickly. Their race was extremely powerful. There were 2 great sage human kings and 3 saints. Now, 2 of them were killed in one go. It made their hearts bleed, and they felt cold all over. This is great. Too powerful. Too savage. Xianxia clenched her small fists and waved them around. She was very excited, but at the same time, she felt that it was too bloody, and her face was a bit pale. All the powerful beings from the Wang family and Lin family agreed with her words, especially the last sentence. It was too savage. These ancient beasts and aliens were all shocking, and the weakest among them was at the 7th level of the Saint Heaven. What did this mean? 12 powerful beings of this level was really shocking. They are really so strong. Lin Ling couldn't stay calm either. Although she didn't scream like her daughter, she couldn't hide her excitement either. She looked at Yi Fan. Just who was this old friend of her husband? How could he lead such a group of saints? It was really heaven-defying. The Wang family had 5 giants. This time a saint king and 2 saints came. Now that 2 of them had died, all of them turned pale. However, there was still a force that wasn't weak. They invited 4 old monsters from the primordial mountains. They were all high-level saints who had cultivated for thousands of years. Unfortunately, these old monsters weren't willing to fight. Seeing how savage the 12 saints were, they cursed the He family's 8 generations of ancestors and turned to run. This was the broken clan that the He family was talking about? Damn, they had never seen such a broken clan. With a casual whistle, they summoned 12 saints, each more savage than the other. Where do you think you're going? Since you're here, stay. As the leader of the 12 saints, Longma took the lead. He stood up on his hind legs and used the attainment incantation. His 2 hind legs touched the ground, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over, blocking the way forward. The 4 old monsters were anxious. They had never seen such a ferocious horse. It didn't walk the normal path, and it actually ran on its hind legs. It was too savage. They wanted to cross the void, but they couldn't do it at all. Behind them, a group of howling savage warriors completely surrounded them and sealed the sky. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Even if you don't agree to the marriage, you can say it clearly. Can't we retreat? Xianxia shouted loudly, his face pale. He was a direct descendant of the He family's younger generation. He had already severed his Dao many years ago, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a saint in the future. He was a core disciple of the He family, and in addition to his handsome appearance, he was greatly favored by the Saint King old ancestor. Wang Chen replied, shameless. Seeing that something happened to my maternal grandfather, your He clan was the first to jump out. You secretly planned to massacre my clan, luring the ancient fiends from the great desolate mountains over. How can you still say such things now? Xianxia was already seething with anger. The He family clearly came for the 9 revolutions immortal pill fragment, wanting to eradicate their clan, yet they still spoke in such a dignified manner. They actually talked about marriage, wanting to eat them until not even their bones were left. Uncle Wang, if you let us go, everything will be over. The He family definitely won't take revenge. Regardless of whether Saint King Lin Han can cross this hurdle or not, we will keep our promise. Xianxia said. He felt waves of fear because these vicious beasts were too terrifying. Even though he was hiding behind the ancestor Xian, he still felt cold all over. He discovered that the ancestor Xian, the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodragon, the sky scorpion, and the others were in a standoff, not daring to act rashly. He immediately knew that even as a saint king, the ancestor Xian might not be able to win for sure. Wang Ziwen let out a long sigh, feeling incomparably happy. Recently, he had been in a dangerous situation, and was suppressed by some enemies to the point where he couldn't even breathe. Who would have thought that Yi Fan would actually appear and lead such a group of powerful saints? This made him feel somewhat unreal. After calming down, his heart was filled with excitement. Wang Ziwen, what do you want? Are you really not willing to let go? The middle-aged man in the lead of the He family said in a low voice. He was a Saint King of the He family. Wang Ziwen knew that Saint Kings were high above, and not saints could rival them. Yi Fan shook his head, indicating that he was fine and could kill them all. Wang Ziwen was immediately shocked, and said, Senior He Kuan, didn't you just say that if I don't marry off my daughter, you will flatten my Wang family and Lin family? You all already have the intention to massacre my family, and you still ask me what I want. Don't you find it laughable? Lin Ling also nodded, feeling hatred in her heart. The other party was taking advantage of their precarious situation, wanting to eradicate their family and take away the immortal pill fragments. For the sake of benefits, they were heartless. Fine, in that case, let's see who will be the last to be annihilated. He Kuan said fiercely. Right now, they could only face each other to the death. Saying any other soft words was completely useless. Arg, at this moment, not far away, the four old monsters all cried out miserably. The group of beasts led by Longma split them up evenly, killing them all and devouring them into their stomachs. At the same time, the nine-tailed crocodile dragon, golden lion, sky scorpion, and the others also attacked Saint King He Kuan, launching fierce attacks. They can fight Saint Kings? Wang Ziwen asked with uncertainty. Although He Kuan was at the low level of Saint King, he could definitely look down on saints. Don't worry, none of these guys are easy to deal with, Yi Fan said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought them away and let them follow by his side. Lion, scorpion, crocodile, don't think of eating alone. This is a Saint King, leave me an arm. I want a thigh. The head belongs to me. The group of beasts shouted and swallowed the four ancient monsters. They all rushed over and fought to be the first. Even though Longma was the leader, he couldn't suppress them. Facing an even more tempting meal, these saints all had terrifying eyes. Their eyes were as sharp as lightning as they rushed over. Brat, you said that you want to marry that girl. I think you should just go and reincarnate. In your next life, when my child is born, you can marry her. A black bear reached the 8th level of the Saint Beast realm. It stood up like a human and was 30 meters tall. Its black fur was shiny and smooth, and it was several meters long. At this moment, it revealed its bloody mouth and looked extremely terrifying. He Qingyang felt his legs cramping. These enemies were too terrifying. A moment of carelessness and he was sucked away by a huge force. In the next moment, he appeared in the arms of the black bear saint. Oh my God! He was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Why was he suddenly hugged by the saint bear? There was nothing worse than this. Patriarch, save me! He Qingyang shouted loudly. His face was devoid of all color as he struggled with all his might. However, trying to escape from the embrace of a saint bear was no different from a fool's dream. With a pft, he was hugged into a lump of meat paste. Then, he was licked by the saint bear's scarlet tongue and turned into food. No. Saint Wang He Kuan's eyes were bloodshot. The people he led had been completely trampled, and now he was the only one left. He couldn't even protect the descendant he admired the most. However, he was surrounded by the 12 great sage experts and couldn't break free. He was actually beaten until he was bleeding profusely. His hair was disheveled, and his body and soul could be destroyed at any moment. This was simply inconceivable. The pressure of a Saint King was completely useless. These beasts were each more tyrannical than the last. They ignored his forbidden technique and continuously attacked like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep. None of the beasts were ordinary. They could all fight above their level and were kings among beasts. Those foreign races were also extremely terrifying and ruthless characters. He Kuan clearly realized that these holy beasts and foreign races hadn't used their full strength. All of them were very relaxed, and things didn't bode well for him. Pfft, a streak of bloody light flashed past. The golden lion slashed out with its claw and tore off more than half a kilogram of flesh from his back. Saint blood splattered everywhere, making him feel incomparable pain. Too powerful. They can actually fight against a saint king. Too savage, I like it. Xianxia clapped her hands and shouted. The young girl's liveliness and romance won over her fear of blood. She turned around and said to Yifan, "Uncle, I admire you too much. Where did you find these experts? I also want to join you." Her face was full of excitement as she clamored about joining the savage battle. Wang Ziwen was also incomparably shocked. He already couldn't see through Yifan's path. He knew that this dangerous situation might be resolved with the help of his old classmate. Ah, Saint Wan Yikuan let out a shrill cry. His right shoulder was pierced through by a scarlet sky scorpion's tail. Fresh blood dripped out, and his entire body became numb. Even someone as powerful as a Saint King's physique couldn't move at all. Roar! The 12 savage warriors fought and swarmed over, tearing him apart in an instant. They each seized the spoils of battle. A Saint King was torn into pieces and died just like that. Hikuan was torn to pieces, becoming the golden lion, scorpion, crocodile, and the others' meal. He was divided equally, only leaving behind strands of blood mist. The 12 saints were ferocious, making the Wang family and Lin clan's people dumbfounded. At the same time, they were a bit scared. These ancient beasts and other races could sweep through a region. Xianxia clenched her fists and cried out in excitement. She was a lively girl, but she had the tendency to become a violent girl. No matter what, tonight's disaster was dealt with. The Wang family and Lin clan's experts were all very excited and cheered. Wang Ziwen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Yifan to have such a group of followers. This was too shocking. They could contend with any major power and dominate an ancient star. I won't say any polite words between us. If you didn't come this time, my family and I would really be in danger, Wang Ziwen said. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Wang Chen also went up and bowed to express his gratitude. Lin Ling brought many people to express their gratitude. At this moment, these people were all very excited. Repelling the He family and killing a few saints was definitely a powerful deterrent. Only Xianxia jumped up and down, not treating herself like an outsider at all. She shouted that she wanted to join the 12 saints and go savage with them. She wanted to become a little demon. This gave Wang Ziwen and Lin Ling a headache. They didn't know how to subdue this precious daughter of theirs. Some hostile powers have evil intentions. They will also think about it first, an old man said. Let them come, I'm not full yet. The Black Bear Saint said. He was like a small black mountain, his saintly power pervading the air. Yifan glared at him. This giant bear immediately turned into a foot long, its fur as smooth as silk. Its large eyes were like 2 black gems, blinking and watery. It didn't have any ferocious beast aura at all. Apart from Xianxia, who wanted to run over and hug it, everyone else retreated. These ancient beasts were each more savage than the last. They couldn't be fooled by appearances. The 12 saints had all changed their appearances. Some were miniature, some were harmless, and some were as kind as they could be. Early in the morning, the red sun rose over the horizon. Birds chirped, sweet and pleasant to the ear. The land was shrouded in mist, dyed with specks of golden radiance. In the battle at night, the He family was completely annihilated. Not a single one escaped. This caused a huge wave in this region. Everyone didn't know what had happened. They didn't know about the 12 saints and didn't know about Yifan's arrival. They were all discussing, causing the people who were targeting the Lin clan to feel shocked. The He family mobilized so many people and invited 4 ancient monsters. Why didn't they do anything? Were they all killed? This was like a ripple that spread into the distance. This made many great powers feel a fear. People had reason to believe that Wang Linhan, the sage of the Lin clan, had recovered. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? The impact of this battle was not small, intimidating everyone. No one dared to act blindly without thinking, which was good news for the Lin clan. A few days later, people heard that Lin Lin, and Lin Ling of the Lin of the King sect, and said. Several days later, news leaked out that Lin Han hadn't recovered. Instead, someone had helped the clan and killed Saint King Hikuan and the others. The hostile powers immediately became restless. They found out that no Saint King had taken action in the last battle. It was some terrifying vicious beasts that had joined forces. It's a cultivator from the outer realms. He actually dares to start a massacre on our heavenly soldier star. He's truly unbridled. We should attack him together. The demons from the outer realms have invaded our heavenly soldier star. They looked down on everything and killed our compatriots. We should join forces to encircle and annihilate these villains. People jumped out one after another, calling on the experts of the ancient star to attack together and annihilate Yi Fan's group. They believed that this was a group of extremely dangerous invaders. Without a doubt, these people were all powers that wanted to attack the Wang family and the Lin clan. Now, they began to clamor, wanting to unite even more people to attack. It was because they were truly a bit apprehensive. Even though there weren't any Saint Kings among these vicious beasts, their strength was extremely great. Even a Saint King like Hikuan had been divided and eaten. How could they not be alarmed? Too hateful. It was clearly them who wanted to massacre our clan. Their attack failed and they were defeated by us, yet now they're slandering us. Uncle Yi came from afar to help us pass this trial of life and death, yet he was called an invader by them. They want to join forces and annihilate us. It's truly hateful. Wang Shi and Wang Chen were both unconvinced. A great commotion broke out in the outside world. However, there were too few people who actually took action. Not many people responded, and most of them were waiting to see what would happen. In front of a stone mountain, immortal mist enshrouded the area. Within an ancient cave on the main peak, Lin Han was in seclusion, heavily guarded. During these past few months, there had already been several groups of people who wanted to find out the truth. There were even 2 groups of assassins who stirred up a reign of terror. Yi Fan followed the stone steps up to the main peak and entered the ancient cave inside the formation. An old man with white hair and a white beard sat motionlessly on the stone bed in front of the ancient cave, as if he had passed away. He was Lin Han. He had reached the peak of the Saint King state and was just a step away from becoming the great sage. However, the situation now wasn't good. Chaotic laws entangled him as if he was wearing the shackles of hell. Yi Fan stood in front of the cave and looked again. He understood his situation. There was quite a big problem with Tao comprehension. This person's spirit sense was scattered, and he might turn into Tao. Clearly, Wang Ziwen, Lin Ling, and the others also knew the old man's situation. They were extremely worried. He was originally the great sage, but now, he could turn into dust at any time. It's not to the point where there's no solution, Yi Fan said. What, can my father really be saved? Lin Ling's voice was trembling. She pulled her children and was about to kneel down and ask Yi Fan to help. Don't, Ziwen and I are old friends. What are you doing? There's a glimmer of hope, so of course, I won't just stand by. Yi Fan quickly stopped her. If my father-in-law can really be saved, all problems can be easily solved. Wang Ziwen was also very excited. Yi Fan left the stone cliff and found a quiet place to start solitary cultivation. He took out the Tao source and cut off a small piece from it. Then, he began to refine it. This was a difficult process. The Tao source didn't recognize him and was extremely repelling him. Yi Fan spent a lot of effort to refine it. His whole body was emitting divine radiance as he refined it. Now, perhaps only the Tao source could save Lin Han. However, Yi Fan was afraid that the Tao source would also reject Lin Han. If that happened, it would directly cause him to die. Yi Fan felt that only by shattering the Tao source and dismantling the many primordial laws contained within would it be able to turn it into a cauldron of precious medicine. Of course, this would also be extremely destructive to the Tao source. It would lose most of its divine effects. However, this was the only way. As long as a portion of the Tao nature was preserved, Lin Han would be able to pass through death and recover. After spending 2 days, Yi Fan came out of solitary cultivation. He had no choice but to treat this carefully because the slightest mistake could result in the destruction of this planet's future supreme being. This was a ball of light the size of an infant's fist. Yi Fan sealed it and gave it to Wang Ziwen. He told him to directly inject it into Lin Han's body. There wasn't even a tenth of the Tao source's divine nature left, but it was enough to save a person from death. Did you cut it off from the lump that was washing its feet? The dragon horse's huge eyeballs kept rolling around. Shut up. Yi Fan didn't dare to let it speak too much. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. When Lin Han recovered, he would most likely be speechless. A ball of light entered Lin Han's body. In an instant, the sound of Tao humming rang out within his body. His chaotic immortal platform radiated with treasure light, and his entire person was filled with vitality. It's working. Father-in-law's divine sense is awakening. Perhaps he would recover in a few days. Wang Ziwen was shocked. Lin Ling cried tears of joy. The people of the clan were all excited. They forcefully suppressed their cheers and left this place. They were filled with gratitude towards Yi Fan and didn't know what to say. As long as Lin Han didn't die and passed this tribulation safely, he might very well become a great sage. At that time, he would be able to look down on the entire ancient planet. At that time, there would be nothing to fear. Eliminate the invaders. We should join forces and kill those ferocious beasts. We can't let them do whatever they want on our ancient planet. It's everyone's responsibility to kill the demons from the outer realms. We should do our best to eliminate these troublemakers. The outside world was in an uproar. Several major powers joined forces and incited incessantly. They wanted many people who had nothing to do with this matter to join in and massacre Yi Fan and the Lin clan together. These people dared to do this because they had obtained the tacit approval of peerless experts. It was said that there were a few Saint Kings who were Lin Han's old enemies. They wanted to stop him from becoming the great sage and uproot the Lin clan. Wang Shi's little face was full of anger. They are too hateful. They are clearly a group of bandits. They want to steal my family's immortal pill fragments and even want to use this opportunity to get rid of my grandfather. Yet, they still speak in such a dignified manner. Uncle Yi said to ignore them for now. They temporarily don't know the situation and won't act immediately, said Wang Chen. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet is very strange. Yi Fan said softly. He was earnestly comprehending the great Tao. He felt that this ancient planet was truly special. Longma, Golden Lion, Heavenly Scorpion, and others were like fish in water, comprehending the Tao here extremely smoothly. If this continued for a long time, accumulating day and month, they would obtain tremendous benefits. Their Tao skills would definitely increase greatly. During these days, Yi Fan discovered many mysterious areas. There were great Tao imprints carved by someone in heaven and earth. They seemed to have existed for endless ages, some already becoming indistinct. This left him shocked. Just what kind of expert was this? The more he explored, the more he felt fear. These were left behind by prehistoric unmatched existences, suspected to be emperor marks. Heaven and earth nurtured humans, and humans could also give birth to the Tao. The two interacted with each other. The reason why this star known as Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet was able to flourish until now without declining was greatly related to the Tao marks carved by these people. Yi Fan sat in the heavens above. His entire being seemed to have transformed into the Tao, his figure indistinct, becoming a hazy expanse. He merged with chaotic energy, trying to capture that type of ancient traces. Broad and profound, this doesn't seem like the work of a single person. There are several types of ripples, engraving themselves in this world, becoming an undying imprint. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. He felt that his choice to come to this ancient star was truly the right choice. There seemed to be secrets unknown to others here that were worth exploring. Yi Fan, I've helped you find the various historical materials you needed. Wang Ziwen appeared. He cut open the primal chaos mist and walked over. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan wanted to understand its past, and Wang Ziwen was extremely meticulous about this. He sent over all types of ancient texts in the shortest amount of time possible. There are tens to over 100 legends regarding this ancient star. As for the truth, it is difficult for outsiders to ascertain. In the past, I have also seriously researched them, so I can provide you with some references, said Wang Ziwen. Yi Fan carefully flipped through them. These were all Wang Ziwen's painstaking efforts. Some of them were recorded in ancient texts, some were obtained from some ancient tribes, and some were clues dug out from underground remains. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet is connected to the surrounding stars. Its shape is like a weapon, and that is how it got its name. This star was originally the head of an ancient corpse, and it turned into a great star. There is an emperor weapon nurtured within the great desolate mountain range. It has been asleep for endless years, and one day, it will awaken. Too much time had passed, and regarding the origins of Heavenly Soldier Ancient Planet, no one knew. There were all types of ancient legends. Yifan carefully read through them and was deeply shocked. That was because every single legend was extremely astonishing, and they all had some convincing reasoning behind them, making this place even more bewildering and confusing. Soon after, another ancient anecdote attracted his attention. Some people of the past speculated that this might be an ancient place where the ancient heaven trained and nurtured heavenly soldiers. Yifan stood in the sky, gazing at the entire ancient star. This was a star that didn't have any laws and was actually in the shape of a head. It was connected to the other stars in the vicinity, resembling an ancient corpse. The desolate great mountain was an ancient land. Towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. The mountain range here was majestic and unbroken. Yifan led the 12 saints here. He was filled with suspicions regarding this star and investigated some of the important ancient lands in order to gain a deeper understanding. The mountains were majestic and many of them towered into the clouds. They were tens of thousands of zhang tall and were shrouded in chaotic qi. It was like a land of the absolute beginning, and the rumbling of the great Tao could actually be heard. Truly a divine land. Cultivating in such a place can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. No wonder so many experts were produced here and the number of saints never decreased. The entire ancient star was shaped like a head, and the desolate great mountain was extremely similar to the frontal bone of the head. This was also the location of the human immortal platform. It was an extremely important place. This region was extremely vast and there were all sorts of ancient beasts living here. It was the territory of the demon race and some primitive tribes. Normally speaking, humans would rarely set foot here. It was rumored that one of the 3 great sages of this ancient star lived in seclusion within the Great Mountain. It was a fire crow that attained the Tao and was an unparalleled expert of the demon race that could look down on this star region. Yifan had a deep understanding of this ancient fire crow. This ancient fire crow was extremely low profile and wouldn't appear in the world for hundreds of years. It didn't have much interaction with the other powers, and as long as one didn't provoke it, there wouldn't be any danger. Naturally, he dared to come here because his mastery of the aspect formula had reached great heights. He didn't dare to say that he was unrivaled under the heavens, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape when faced with danger. In the great mountain, there were ancient trees, cries of apes and roars of tigers. All sorts of strange beasts roamed about, but after Yifan's group arrived, everything quietened down. That was because the Golden Lion King, 9-tailed Crocodorgon, and the others were all supreme beasts. Awu, very soon, the great mountain was in chaos as all sorts of beast kings fled. No matter how extraordinary they were normally, under the attacks of the 12 saints, they had no choice but to flee. There was no lack of great perfection monarchs and half-saints among them. In the end, even holy beasts were alarmed. Ho! A saber-toothed tiger that was as tall as a mountain leapt out, its 2 giant fangs snow-white and sharp, shining with dazzling brilliance. It roared out again and again, loudly berating, saying, "For ancient monsters left the mountain, never to return. Were they all killed by you all?" The black bear saint walked forward and uprooted a 30 kilometers tall mountain before smashing it down towards the white tiger. He said, "We're just passing by. Do you want to fight?" The saber-toothed tiger saint was a radical. After hearing about the outer realm invaders, his heart was filled with indignation. He was filled with hot blood and wanted to send a punitive expedition to stop the great demon. However, at this moment, it was having a headache. The rumors were wrong. These people were all above the saint's 7th heaven and were unstoppable. This was an invincible godly army. Awu! The saber-toothed tiger wailed. It was immediately suppressed. The black bear saint was comparable to a black mountain, towering between the heavens and the earth. He hugged the tiger like a little kitten in his arms. The ferocious tiger howled in pain, all the bones in its body were about to break. Yifan hinted for the black bear saint to show mercy and not kill the tiger saint. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Little kitty, be good, don't be afraid. Tell uncle, why do you hate us so much? The black bear saint had the appearance of a strange uncle. He chuckled as he hugged the saber-toothed tiger. Ow! The saber-toothed tiger saint howled, feeling fear in its heart. The arm strength of this black bear was too terrifying. All sorts of saint arts couldn't break through it, and its bones were about to break inch by inch. The saber-toothed tiger was as large as a mountain, but compared to the black bear saint, it simply paled in comparison. The other ferocious beasts in the surroundings were also laughing coldly, causing it to shudder. Oh, it's the Gu clan stirring up trouble, stirring up discord everywhere. The old ancestor of this clan is Lin Han's old enemy, and the He clan was instigated by this clan to act. The black bear saint searched the immortal platform of the saber-toothed tiger and understood the cause and effect. The Gu clan had a long inheritance and was powerful, much more prosperous than the He clan. Their old ancestor was also at the peak of the Saint King realm. It was just that his lifespan didn't have much longer, and he had lost the hope of advancing to the great sage realm. He wanted to eradicate the Lin clan while he was still alive, preventing Lin Han from becoming the great sage. He was the mastermind behind the scenes that targeted Wang Ziwen's family. Many major powers were formed by the alliance of this clan. Recently, they had always been clamoring, fanning the flames everywhere, stirring up the enmity of many experts, wanting them to target Yifan and the other invaders as well as the Lin clan. Little kitty, don't be used by others. It's not enough to just be hot-blooded. Those who say that we are great devils from the outer realms are the devils. You have to go out and take a look yourself. The black bear saint said with a smile. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was staring at a delicacy. The saber-toothed tiger was scared, and goosebumps appeared all over its body. It wailed. If it was hugged to death like this, it would truly be too vexing. Yifan stretched out his hand and pointed a finger, sending some causes and effects into the saber-toothed tiger's immortal platform. Then, he let it go, borrowing its mouth to spread the news throughout the great desolate mountains, so that the saints wouldn't make a mistake. Truly a pity. The black bear turned back into a foot long, charmingly naive. Its large bright eyes blinked, and it licked its lips. Its face was full of regret and adorableness. Their group advanced through the great desolate mountains, stirring up a great disturbance. Chickens were thrown into chaos, and all kinds of ancient beasts were startled. There were even powerful saint beast kings that emitted pressure, but they didn't engage in a bloody battle. As for the flame crow great sage, not even a shadow was seen. This was because this region was too vast. If they slowly explored like this, they wouldn't be able to touch many ancient lands. Woo, if this star really is a head, then this should be the center of its frontal bone. If there is an emperor weapon buried here, it should be in the depths of this area, said Longma. It had a close friendship with Duande and the Black Emperor, and it had received quite a bit of guidance. Now, it was quite knowledgeable in exploring the treasures. Yifan and the others explored the heavenly soldier ancient star according to those ancient books and anecdotes. They didn't want to miss any secret places. Golden light flickered. The nine-tailed crocodile was like a pangolin as it began to drill into the ground, breaking through the soil layer. It wanted to find an ancient weapon that might be buried under the great desolate mountains. If the star is the head, then this area should be the immortal platform's location, and it is most likely to contain an immortal weapon. Unfortunately, no matter how deep they drilled into the ground, they couldn't find any clues of weapons. The entire ancient star didn't have any bones, which was very different from what they had imagined. If it really is a head, then that would be terrifying. What kind of person's skull would be so huge? The golden lion said. Yifan frowned. He was the Yuan Taoist master, and he was most sensitive to the movement of the mountains, rivers, and veins, so he discovered some abnormalities. The movement of this underground mountain range was very similar to the wall of blood vessels. Even though it had long been petrified and turned into soil, there were still veins that could be found. This might really be a huge head that has already turned into soil and stone. Yifan muttered to himself. What, is what you said true? The heavenly scorpion, the black bear, and the golden lion were all shocked. Yifan nodded, and then carefully deduced and measured, using a Genesis technique to calculate how far the core area of the immortal platform was from this place. In the end, he took out the formation platform and said, "It's too far. We need to cross to the underground world and see what's nurtured in the true core of the immortal platform." Because Yifan vaguely sensed that there was something in the deepest part of the underground. It seemed to be a vigorous life force, filled with great power. Was there an emperor weapon inside the immortal platform? The 12 saints were all very expectant. After making arrangements, they walked into the realm gate and crossed inside. The underground world was empty and incomparably vast. When they walked out of the realm gate, they immediately felt a wave of blazing heat, and flames surged to the sky. Is this really the head of a living being? Look, there's a huge immortal platform in front, there are undying flames burning and blossoming. The heavenly scorpion was shocked. That was an extremely vast platform, like a continent floating in the void. It was dazzling, and there were divine flames jumping about, burning fiercely. There were actually powerful life fluctuations on it, intimidating people's hearts. Even the powerful golden lion, black bear, and the others felt suffocated, unable to breathe. Could it still be alive? It has life energy? Longma was bewildered. Something's wrong. Yifan frowned, and then he opened his origin heavenly eye and looked forward. He saw the reason. A fire crow incomparably large like a mountain, its black feathers flickering with black light, flowing with immortal splendor. It stood in the flames, motionless, as if it was sleeping. One of the 3 great sages of heavenly soldiers and ancient stars, Fire Crow Great Sage, the 12 saints shuddered. This fire crow was terrifying to the extreme. Every feather on its body flowed with divine splendor, containing a type of great Tao fluctuation, as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Shwa, suddenly, a pair of terrifying eyes opened, shooting out from that huge immortal platform. Like 2 bolts of lightning, they tore through the sky. The Fire Crow Great Sage had revived. At this moment, the 9-tailed Crocodragon, Golden Lion, Black Bear, Heavenly Scorpion, and the other saints were all frozen, unable to move. They couldn't help but tremble. They were all saints who could fight against those of a higher cultivation level. They could be said to be peerless geniuses, but at this moment, they were like ants facing a giant, powerless. This scene was too terrifying. Every one of them had the potential to become a beast god or an evil god, but at this moment, they were so petty and insignificant as dust. Junior had no intention of disturbing Senior's cultivation. Please forgive me. I will take my leave now. Yifan clasped his hands and retreated. At this moment, only the human race's saint body could move. The golden blood in his body surging violently. Yifan shook his sleeves, sweeping up the 12 saints. He circulated the travel formula to the extreme, and all of this was completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. He directly tore apart the space. Evidently, this unimaginably powerful fire crow had been in slumber for too long. Its body was covered in dust. Its divine sense awakened, and its eyes were like lightning. It wanted to do something, but it was already too late. It could only watch as Yifan left. Yifan hurriedly glanced back, and his heart trembled. He didn't even turn his head back, disappearing from this place. A golden divine egg. His heart was filled with doubt. That fire crow with flickering black feathers was actually a protector. It was watching over a golden divine egg, seemingly unwilling to leave even half a step. The divine flame on the immortal platform throbbed, dazzling and resplendent. The fire crow, the great sage, didn't reside at the center, but left behind a sparkling and translucent golden divine egg. The fire crow, the great sage, was sleeping here only to guard the egg. Monstrous waves surged in Yifan's heart. The entire ancient star was formed from the head of a supreme existence, and there was a divine egg waiting to be born on the immortal platform. A great sage was personally guarding it. What did this foretell? In the next moment, they arrived on the surface. Yifan switched positions and circulated the travel formula. Time seemed to stop, and the void distorted. They were far away from the great desolate mountain. Too terrifying. That is definitely not an ordinary great sage. It is not inferior to the fire race's Xianxia, possessing a peerless aura. That's right, I feel that it is comparable to the fire spirit's Xianxia. It is matchless and powerful. After the golden lion, nine-tailed crocodile, scorpion and the others left that place, they were still alarmed. They felt waves of fear, as if they were facing a deity just now. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star clearly had an astonishing origin. If one traced back to the past, the strongest power in the universe was naturally the ancient heaven. Could it be related to it? Yi Fan pondered and thought of Wang Ziwen. He crossed over from the immortal palace outside the forbidden ancient land to here. There were some rumors in the Big Dipper that the immortal palace was related to the ancient heaven. It might be a part of the celestial court's giant watchtower that was left intact, which was why it was called the immortal palace. At this moment, what shocked Yi Fan the most was the golden divine egg and the fire crow, the great sage, on the immortal platform underground. He carefully pondered and felt a sense of déjà vu. There was a familiar aura, and then he shivered. This aura was very familiar, as if they had met before. Yi Fan calmed his heart and pondered. Suddenly, he thought of something and revealed a shocked expression. They have also arrived here? Have they been here since ancient times? He had fought with the ancient golden crow and knew a lot about this race. At this moment, his heart jumped. The golden divine egg, its aura is very similar to a divine feather from back then. When Yi Fan left Big Dipper and stepped into the vast starry sky, the saints had pursued him. He had entered an ancient star where the Quasi-Emperor had failed to prove his Tao. Something had happened there. That mysterious Quasi-Emperor was like an ancient god that had created the world. Galaxies revolved around his body as he overlooked the entire universe. Unfortunately, his head had been smashed, leaving behind only a legacy of hatred. The ancient golden crow had once possessed a golden divine feather. It was said to be a powerful magic weapon refined from the Quasi-Emperor's feather. Unfortunately, it had been killed by a god there. That's right, the divine egg's aura is too similar to that of the golden divine feather. Yi Fan's conviction could not be wrong. The golden crow race lived on a star called Fire Mulberry Tree. Why would they appear here? All of this indicated that there was a shocking secret. Yi Fan's expression was uncertain. The 12 saints also had many questions and were discussing spiritedly. They were deeply shocked by the great sage of the fire crow. He was comparable to the fire spirit Xianxia. This realm could be said to be frightening. Not to mention this star, even in the boundless starry sky, he was a peerless expert. Without saying a word, Yi Fan returned to the desolate mountains with the 12 sacred beasts. However, this time, he used the heaven-deceiving formation rune to hide his aura and not expose his whereabouts. He drew with his hands, leaving behind imprints on the mountains and rivers. He was using Genesis techniques to change the world and carry out deductions in order to investigate the situation underground. He was the only Yuan Taoist master and one of the few people in history who had the most accurate grasp of nature, mountains, and rivers. His Genesis techniques were superb, and this was an achievement and fruit of the Tao that he was proud of. Streak after streak of symbols flickered on the great peaks, appearing between the great rivers. They corresponded to the sun, moon, and stars above, and connected to the 9 underworld springs below, connecting heaven and earth. Longma, the golden lion, the scorpion and the others didn't dare to disturb him. They watched silently and assisted him from behind, helping him grasp the mountains, rivers and all living things. A vast heavenly origin pattern network took shape, covering the sky and earth, covering the center of the majestic mountain range. It shone resplendently and turned into an ancient mirror. The mountains and rivers are transparent. They lead directly to the underground world. This lofty mountain peak is crystal clear. Why is it like a mirror? The 12 saints were all shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked inside, carefully observing the miraculous scene in the depths. Indistinctly, they could see the flame crow, the great sage. They could see a speck of golden light on the immortal platform. Flames surged, submerging that place. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. He could see more clearly than the 12 saints, and his heart trembled. He could now be sure that the flame crow, the great sage, was most likely not a native of this ancient star. The heavenly soldier ancient star was suspected to be the head of a supreme being, and the flame crow, the great sage, at the center of the immortal platform, clearly had the bloodline power of the ancient golden crow. Although he had black feathers and was flickering with black light, it couldn't be said that he was unrelated to the golden crow. The most primordial aura revealed his bloodline inheritance. And the golden divine egg it was protecting was definitely very close to the divine feathers aura. This was something that made people's hearts jump. A slit opened in the center of Yi Fan's brows, and a vertical eye appeared. This was a divine ability that appeared along with the opening of the treasure vault in his body, and it could see through all mist. Tens of thousands of years ago, a supreme being died. His head transformed into an ancient star, and the immortal platform on his forehead was boundlessly vast. Within it, there was a strange liquid that was resplendent and translucent, resembling flames. It danced and danced, submerging the divine egg within as it hatched. On the gigantic immortal platform, there was only this pool of water. Multicolored light radiated in all directions, and if one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The flame crow, the great sage, wasn't within, and the liquid could only barely submerge the golden egg. Could this be the last bit of undying divinity left behind by the supreme being after he died? Yi Fan muttered, his heart greatly shaken. This was the divine liquid left behind by the immortal platform, and it was definitely at a world-shaking level. Most probably, it had some inconceivable divine effect, yet today, it was used to incubate a divine egg. The golden crow race of the flame mulberry planet had long arrived. A great sage was guarding the ancient immortal platform, quietly waiting for the birth of the divine egg. The more people thought about it, the more their hearts palpitated. According to Wang Ziwen, the flame crow, the great sage, was very mysterious and kept an extremely low profile. He had only appeared about 2,000 years ago. A golden egg that has been incubated for 2,000 years, yet it still hasn't appeared. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. It was said that the flame mulberry planet had a supreme emperor, but he had never appeared before. Yi Fan had also tried to search for the imprints of the golden crow's immortal platform, but whenever he tried to search for them, there was only chaos. Today, he discovered a mysterious golden crow egg here, and it immediately gave birth to some strange thoughts. Could it be related to the true body of this emperor? The path to immortalization was about to open, but the emperor of the golden crow race had yet to appear. At that time, the sages of the outer realm had many strange speculations. Swish! Almost in an instant, Yi Fan wiped away the imprints on the mountains and rivers, and the various patterns completely disappeared. He brought the 12 sages with him and fled for millions of miles before coming to a stop. Even if he was the Yuan Taoist master, he could not recklessly spy on the great sage. The real safe time was only 3 breaths. Once it was over, even the Genesis technique would not be able to hide his actions. Therefore, after seeing everything on the ancient deity platform, he activated in 2 breaths' time and fled to the end of the vast land, as if nothing had happened here. If the quasi-emperor wants to prove his Tao, he will most likely fail. The most tragic one was the one I saw in the starry sky marquee. His head was shattered, and a galaxy revolved around his body. The home planet that gave birth to him became a dead planet. It was too tragic. Yi Fan had heard that the supreme existence of the golden crow race had tried to prove his Tao, but he did not know what the result was. I think the golden crow race's master passed away in meditation. This is the only bloodline he left behind, and it was sent here to absorb the immortal divinity essence of the supreme deity platform from thousands of years ago. In the future, it will break through to the highest realm. Very likely, this is most likely the divine egg of the golden crow race. Lamma, the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodron, the black bear saint, and the Scorpio race came to this conclusion after discussing together. Yi Fan did not say anything. The most important thing now was to return to the Lin clan and ask Wang Ziwen about the past of the great sage of the fire crow, as well as his various actions after appearing. The Lin clan was very quiet. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone was waiting, hoping that Lin Han would recover as soon as possible. The incessant voices of the outside world made everyone feel very pressured. Wang Ziwen saw that Yi Fan had returned and let out a sigh of relief. After learning what he wanted, he called the Lin clan's old steward and asked him to explain everything about the great sage of the fire crow in detail. Some of the older generation indeed suspect that he came from the outer realm and is not a cultivator of this ancient planet, although Yi Fan had obtained some useful information. The great sage of the Fire Crow was too low-key, so it was difficult to pry into his secrets. Since ancient times, more than one expert had obtained the immortal fate on that ancient deity platform. But according to speculation, none of them had gained as much as the great sage of the Fire Crow. Now that place had become his cave residence, no one could enter. Yi Fan believed that this planet must have something to do with the ancient heaven. Perhaps it really was the place where the celestial court trained and nurtured soldiers. The celestial soldier star had revealed everything. The Golden Crow race is really powerful. They actually found this place and explored everything from the ancient times. Are they aiming to find the treasures of the ancient heaven? You're saying that the celestial palace outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity is the ancient ruins of the ancient heaven, through which many secret places of the celestial court can be found? Wang Ziwen revealed a strange expression. Yi Fan nodded and said, "That's right. I'm guessing that Zhou Yi, Zhang Xiling, and even Lin Jia, who went to the celestial palace for the second time, entered different secret places of the ancient heaven. The Golden Crow race is very ambitious. They want to inherit everything in the ancient heaven and rule the world. Is there a great emperor who can rule the entire universe?" Wang Ziwen was bewildered. At this time, someone came to report that Lin Han's condition was excellent. He had passed the dangerous trial and was likely to break through to the great sage realm in a few days. The chances of success were very high. This was undoubtedly good news that made people excited. The entire ancient planet was formed from the head of a supreme being. This is like a myth. It's too inconceivable. Sigh, too bad it was occupied by the Golden Crow. I really want to cook that bird egg into fried rice. That's right. That's definitely an immortal elixir that stole the fortune. In the end, it became a breeding ground for bird eggs. Longma, the nine-tailed crocodragon, and the black bear saint were all very regretful. With a great sage overseeing things, no one could hope to break through. They had no fate with the fortune. Yi Fan asked if there was anything special about this ancient planet. Wang Ziwen thought seriously and said, "There's a divine stele from 10,000 years ago. It's engraved with the two words celestial soldier in ancient divine characters. Through the generations of expeditions, it changed hands many times and fell into the hands of many great powers, but none of them obtained it. It's the most ancient artifact on this planet. Unfortunately, this divine stele fell into the hands of the Gu family. Just like the great powers of the dynasties in the past, the family also didn't obtain anything and became a decorative object." Wang Ziwen speculated that if there really was a connection to the ancient heaven, it could only be this stele. It was the only ancient artifact left from 10,000 years ago. Although the celestial court has been destroyed, its remains can be seen from time to time after setting foot on the star passage. Perhaps we can slowly excavate all of it, Yi Fan said to himself. He waved his hand, and the 12 saints were all excited. They prepared to attack the Gu family and borrow this divine stele to take a look. Perhaps they could make some astonishing discoveries. The Wang family and the Lin clan were also moved. They had endured for many days, and now that Lin Han had recovered, they no longer had to be on tenterhooks. For so many days, the Gu family had stirred up trouble and added fuel to the fire. They had united all the great powers to besiege them. Now that they were about to launch an attack, the atmosphere in the outside world was extremely tense. The Lin clan is finished. They will definitely be massacred. Not even a blade of grass will grow, and nothing will be left. In a few days, the various lords will launch an attack. Those demons from the outer realms and the Lin clan will all be annihilated and wiped clean from the earth. There were all kinds of clamors in the outside world. Some people were clamoring in the dark, spreading the atmosphere of a great battle that could destroy the Lin clan at any time. However, on this day, a group of vicious beasts and alien races rushed over. It was as if a beast god and an evil god had descended into the world. They swooped down on the Gu family with boundless battle spirit. No one had expected that the demons from the outer realms would directly attack the Gu family. They were the first to launch an attack, and their murderous intent swept through the 9 heavens. Buzz, Yi Fan's body shook violently, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because he felt the bronze cauldron in his body shake and emit wisps of green light, making his body sparkling. That's related to the model divine stele in front of the Gu family. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. The dilapidated cauldron in Yi Fan's body was glowing. The green multicolored light made his body seem sparkling and translucent. This was a rare sight, the ancient cauldron was actually reviving on its own. Seize the stone tablet. He was greatly shaken. He knew that it must have something to do with the two words heavenly soldier. It was definitely an ancient artifact left behind by the celestial court. Kill. Murderous shouts shook the heavens. The 12 saints swept forward like a flood of steel, slaughtering in all directions. This was a group of demons that could destroy everything in their path. Enemy attack. Stop them. Figures flew up one after another in front of the Gu family's mountain gate to stop these intruders. All kinds of magical treasures danced in the air. This was a powerful clan with extremely deep and terrifying resources. It was an enormous clan that had withstood the test of time and had an ancient inheritance. However, these people in front of the mountain gate were simply not enough. Figures soared into the air and fell in large numbers like harvested crops. A bloody mist enshrouded the area, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. They collapsed almost in an instant. The golden lion rushed over and inhaled, swallowing the heaven and earth. Tens to hundreds of people were sucked into its mouth and turned into its food amidst the golden light. Who dares barge into the Gu family's important grounds? Following a loud shout, the saints were alarmed and activated the great defensive formation. All kinds of patterns appeared on the entire mountainous region. Light rushed into the heavens and temporarily stopped the 12 saints from advancing. This clan had a glorious past. They had once overlooked the entire ancient star and ruled over endless territories. Now, they were in a decline and hadn't produced a great sage for more than 10 generations. However, the formations laid down by the predecessors couldn't be underestimated. Just the mountain gate alone was a Saint King formation. Chaotic energy filled the air and sword radiance shot out in tens of thousands, sealing off the path ahead. Yi Fan and the others stopped and didn't attack forcefully. Their main target was the stone tablet and not to actually attack inside. Elegant peaks stood erect one after another. White mist swirled about, making the area ahead look like an immortal's cave. Waterfalls poured down like ribbons, magnificent and otherworldly. Elegant mountains rose side by side. Spiritual energy was dense and medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. There were some ancient buildings on each peak. In the deepest part of the Gu clan, there was a floating city. It was majestic, and it was surrounded by ribbon-shaped clouds. Gu family occupied an extremely large amount of land. Wondrous flowers bloomed everywhere, jade grass covering the ground. All types of rare and strange beasts roamed about. This was an extremely rare and excellent Dao land. Large amounts of formation patterns appeared, interweaving into strands of natural laws. They protected the mountains and ancient buildings, making it difficult for others to take even half a step forward. There was an enormous divine monument in front of the mountain gate. It was modeled with historical remains and had existed for a long time. It was an extremely special ancient artifact. In the past, many great powers fought for it, but time had obliterated the expectations people had for it. No one was able to obtain anything from it, and now it could only be considered an antique. The ancient monument was 100 zhang tall and was extremely heavy and imposing. Unfortunately, in the end, it could only be used to decorate the courtyard and had no other use. Yi Fan came precisely for it. He personally took action, his entire body surging with holy might, directly rushing towards this ancient monument, entering the Saint King's formation, reaching out a large hand to directly pull out the monument. You dare! Many people in the mountain gate shouted loudly. Even though this monument didn't have much use, it was related to the Gu family's face. If it was pulled out by someone, wouldn't that mean that they were useless? An ancient saint took action, personally attacking. Several dozen to over 100 flying swords shot out, every single one like a shooting star, brilliant and dazzling. Sword energy shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, weaving about and dancing about. Together with the various attacks of the formation, this place became dazzling, as if the sun, moon, and stars were shaking down from the sky. Yi Fan released a great roar, not holding back at all. The dark blood divine ring behind him merged with the golden curse, turning into a halo of light that blossomed. His entire being was like an immortal king that had stepped out of the divine gate, looking down on the world, looking down on this generation. This great roar directly caused the Gu family's mountain gate to directly collapse. Even the surrounding formations became dim, releasing cautious sounds as they were continuously obliterated. Meanwhile, the several hundred flying swords in front of him were even more so blocked by the divine light released by Yi Fan. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp, all of them frozen in place. And in the next moment, they broke apart inch by inch, exploding with a loud bang, turning into an expanse of powder. Metal fragments rustled to the ground, and the saint artifacts turned into dust. This was the power of Yi Fan. This ancient saint turned pale with fright. What kind of battle prowess was this? He was shaken to the point where his chi and blood surged, blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, and his body shook violently. Retreat. Right now, he only had this thought. He didn't rush out originally, only attacking from a distance, and now he even flew away. Yi Fan's attack power was too strong. He circulated the supreme secret technique of Buddhism, shaking the heavenly sound of the swastika. A ripple rushed out from his mouth, turning into an unstoppable Tao wave. Pooh, bloody light suddenly appeared, and this powerful ancient saint's physical body collapsed. Even so far away, he couldn't escape this calamity. Only an incomparably dim primordial spirit was left, screaming as it fled. Within the mountain gate, the faces of many disciples were snow white. This was an old saint ancestor, yet he was almost roared to death by someone. What kind of concept was this? It was like a fantasy story, simply like a legend. In the back, the golden lion, black bear saint, heavenly scorpion, and the others felt their mouths go dry. Waves of coldness rose up from their backs, feeling that there was a certain distance between them and Yi Fan, that they couldn't surpass him. Yi Fan didn't chase after him. He raised his hand and forcefully pulled. The monument rumbled, and many beautiful mountain peaks began to shake. The 100-zhang-tall giant monument broke free from the ground. Gu family's alarm bell sounded. All types of magical treasures flew out, attacking outwards. There was no lack of saint artifacts, and there was even a great sage-level formation that activated, shooting out divine radiance. Yi Fan didn't panic in the slightest. He carried the giant monument and walked out of the mountain gate. After giving it a look, he left into the distance. Forget about taking down Gu family, wipe them all out. There isn't a single good thing in this shady family. A group of vicious beasts cried out, wanting to loot this enormous family. Forget it, with the great sage's formation here, you all can't enter. It will only increase the casualties. Yi Fan shook his head. He already achieved his objective. The green copper cauldron was shining. He wanted to immediately study it thoroughly. The group of people were unruffled, withdrawing just like that. Gu family first felt a wave of nervousness, and then they clenched their teeth in hatred. These people were too unbridled. Gu family's old Saint King came out of seclusion, only a step away from becoming the great sage. He had been Lin Han's enemy for many years, and his achievements were profound. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. When he reached a place with no one around, Yi Fan held the monument in his hands and carefully examined it. At this time, the green cauldron in his body had already stopped trembling, calming down, and it no longer shone. However, the monument was still trembling, continuously shrinking from 100 zhang in height. In the end, it was less than the size of a palm, landing in his palm like a stone order. The words Heavenly Soldier were engraved on the front, dancing like dragons and snakes, as if gods and devils were roaring. These were archaic divine characters, a type of extremely ancient language. Now, Yi Fan was already proficient in it. It was because after walking into the depths of the starry skies, he discovered that this type of language was a common ancient language used by all races. The more powerful and ancient a race was, the more proficient they were in it. What kind of monument is this? How did it turn into such a small piece? Longma and the others crowded over, looking at it seriously without stopping. No one could see anything, only knowing that it was incomparably sturdy. Longma, the golden lion, and the others walked up one after another, but they couldn't damage this monument in the slightest. No wonder it can remain unbroken through the ages, not even the passage of time can wear it down. Just from the quality alone, it is even sturdier than various divine artifacts. This was an ancient object, and its level couldn't be determined. It could only be described as a secret artifact. Perhaps it possessed special power, but unfortunately, no one had used it since the ancient times. Yi Fan brought out the green copper cauldron. The stone monument that was less than the size of a palm continuously trembled. It was clearly not ordinary, not an inanimate object. What exactly is this thing? It shouldn't have great origins, right? How is it compared to the divine spirit ancestral artifact that appeared in the human race's 10th trial? The nine-tailed crocodron muttered. Dang, Yi Fan placed the stone monument into the green copper cauldron. It suddenly erupted with brilliance and rumbled continuously, emitting a heaven-shaking murderous aura. The ancient monument erupted with a world-shaking aura, as if a magnificent army was galloping. It was so loud that it made people's eardrums hurt, their bones felt weak, and they couldn't help but tremble. The surging murderous aura was like a tsunami, drowning this uninhabited area. Yi Fan seemed to see a sea of people around him, and every one of them was like an undying god or devil. Roar, the roar sounded so real. Longma, Scorpion, Golden Lion, Black Bear, and the others all felt their hearts palpitate, and their bodies trembled. It was as if they had arrived at the most terrifying mythological era, appearing in a battlefield of life and death. This was a group of demon-like warriors, and their battle intent was high. It was as if they wanted to shatter the sky with their roars and strike down the 9 heavens. This was 100,000 celestial soldiers. They were like undying heroic spirits that transmitted an undying will through the stone monument, crushing all enemies. At this moment, it startled the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. All living beings were trembling in fear, including the saints. What is this thing? The 12 saints were so shocked that they all fell back. A wave of cold air surged into their bodies, as if they were facing the numerous gods and devils from ancient times. The ancient cauldron didn't change at all. Only the stone monument was shaking, and densely packed small characters appeared on its surface. They were like swimming tadpoles, profound and complex. Yi Fan carefully looked at it and read the ancient characters on it. Soon, his brows relaxed. This really was a supreme treasure. This was a divine order from the ancient heaven, and it could mobilize a troop, 100,000 celestial soldiers. Moreover, this was a terrifying magical artifact. When 100,000 celestial soldiers activated it together, it was enough to suppress a region. In the end, the stone token stopped shaking, calmed down, and became simple and unadorned. Yi Fan took it out from the green copper cauldron and said to himself, as expected, it is the same as the green cauldron, both belong to the ancient heaven. No wonder the two produced a strange reaction when they met. Great waves rose and fell in his heart. This was an extremely powerful secret artifact that could guard a star field. It was an ancient battle monument that lived up to its name. He flipped it over and found that there were 2 characters on the other side, 100,000, together, it was 100,000 celestial soldiers. With it, one could control a troop from the ancient heaven, and they could sweep through a region and suppress a region. It was definitely powerful. Yi Fan closed his eyes and digested what he just obtained. Its only flaw was that this wasn't a magical artifact a single person could use, but rather a rarely seen great artifact that required 100,000 celestial soldiers to activate. Magical power, cultivation, and cultivation realm weren't the first requirements to control it. What was truly needed was a great battle intent, an indomitable courage, an unyielding will, and the unity of 10,000 people. This was the divine order from the ancient heaven, and it possessed an extraordinary meaning. These conditions seemed to be restricting something, but they were actually a type of spur. The hearts of 100,000 celestial soldiers were united, and they could become an unmatched army. This is a great treasure. Could it be that it really needs 100,000 people to activate it? Longma, Nine-tailed crocodron, and the others were drooling. Just now, they felt the terrifying aura of 100,000 souls transformed into gods and devils, and they knew that this was an unimaginable ancestral artifact. There are a few types of battle formations in the stone monument that are extremely powerful, but they need at least 10 people to activate them, representing 100,000 celestial soldiers. If you all work together, you might be able to activate the battle monument, but I don't know how much of its power can be displayed, Yi Fan said. The 12 saints immediately cried out with excited expressions. This monument was a magical artifact left behind by the ancient heaven, and it might be something refined by venerable emperors. After so many years, they might be able to grasp it in their hands. With a wulong sound, the monument enlarged to a height of 1,000 zhang. It was as imposing as an ancient mountain and emitted a heart-palpitating aura. Strands of Tao patterns circulated on its surface, giving it an ancient and imposing aura. This monument was like the awakening of a deity. It possessed its own life and surged with battle intent. Phantoms of gods and spirits appeared one after another as if they were real. A great pressure swept through the surroundings as the monument reached the heavens and shook the earth. Unfortunately, the good situation did not last long. The 12 saints did not cooperate well enough and lost control of the battle formation. Unable to control the monument, they all dodged in all directions. Boom, the ancient monument fell down as energy surged. Ayo! Awu, Longma cried out miserably. He was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and was almost smashed into a meat pie. He was pressed down by the monument with only one of his legs exposed and twitching continuously. The others looked at each other in dismay. They teleported several tens of li away in fear that it would act up and cause trouble for them. Yi Fan frowned. The 12 saints were all powerful, but it was difficult for them to work together as one. They were all arrogant and untamable. Hoping for them to work together as one was like asking the golden lion to eat vegetables. Longma cursed continuously. It crawled out from under the monument and cursed the black bear, nine-tailed crocodile, and scorpion for not being loyal enough. They had almost broken its bones and tendons. Fortunately, the divine monument's pressure was reduced at the last moment and did not land on its body. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. They tried a second time. According to the archaic battle formation, they moved out together to control the monument. They wanted to release a world-destroying might, but they failed again. Ayo, this time, the unlucky black bear saint was suppressed. His mountain-like body was pressed to the ground by the monument. He immediately shrunk to a foot long and crawled out like a miniature bear. His large eyes blinked with tears as he accused the group of being unloyal and using him as a scapegoat. Stop pretending to be pitiful. You shameless black bear that is even bigger than a mountain. Just now, you sat on my butt and almost squashed me to death. Longma said angrily. Yi Fan was helpless. It was impossible to count on these fellows to work together in a short period of time. They needed the baptism of life and death battles before they could finally work together. The key to activating this monument wasn't one's cultivation or cultivation level, but rather one's willpower and courage, as well as whether or not one's heart could be united and not have other distracting thoughts. The 12 saints all had the attitude of a mountain king, and none of them were easy to deal with. It was too difficult for them to restrain themselves and become disciplined people. The war monument was an unparalleled great artifact. Its origins were astonishing, but it wasn't something that just anyone could activate. It was suitable for a master who had experienced hundreds of battles, and not the current group of arrogant individuals. Yi Fan led the crowd back to the Lin clan. The situation on this side was even more tense. It seemed that a large number of soldiers were pressing the border and a war was about to break out. There were ancient demons from the 100,000 mountains, powerful humans, and overlords of the sea domain. The Gu clan's activities in the past few days had indeed achieved extraordinary results. Yi Fan had pulled out the Gu clan's monument, which was equivalent to slapping them in the face. Now that they had reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The old king saint of the He clan has come, the pangolin sacred beast king of the primitive mountains has arrived, the Arctic wolf has appeared, and the shark saint of the West Sea has also appeared. The most important thing is that the Gu clan's ancestor has come out of seclusion, and now several saint kings are plotting. Wang Ziwen explained the situation with some worry. His father-in-law was very powerful, but after all, he hadn't taken that step. If there was a conflict, how could he fight against so many old enemies alone? Yi Fan was startled and said, "Isn't the old man about to become the great sage? Why did an accident happen again?" Wang Ziwen smiled bitterly and said, "He wants to ponder for a few more days and feels that it's necessary to perfect his orthodoxy." Yi Fan was deeply surprised. Those who could become the great sage were all extremely talented individuals. This old saint of the Lin clan was indeed extraordinary. He could still maintain his composure under such circumstances. Wang Ziwen said, "We can only delay it for a few days. Today, we can only intimidate them with force and temporarily make them unable to figure out the situation. Only then can we take the initiative." Yi Fan nodded and discussed with him for a long time. These days, the Lin clan had also joined forces with some experts, such as the Dragon King of the South Sea, the Saint King of Xianxia, and so on. Bang! In the outer region of the Lin clan, a spiritual mountain was shattered. Powerful waves surged and surged here. This was a kind of provocation. They were testing the strength of the Lin clan. A great battle would start at any time. At this moment, they wanted to see if the Lin clan would have any other experts besides the 12 saints to help. "Lin clan, why do you have to do this? You are too ambitious. You colluded with the demons of the outer realm and wanted to eradicate the various great inheritances on my heavenly weapon's ancient star. You are unforgivable." An aged shout sounded from afar, rumbling over and intimidating this pure land. A Saint King had arrived. "It's the Saint King of the He clan," Wang Ziwen said. Wang Ziwen said. This was a great expert. The last time He Kuan and He Qingyang dared to attack, it was because this person was holding down the fort in the clan. All kinds of shouts came, and there were also amiable persuasions. They claimed that as long as the Lin clan handed over the demons of the outer realm, this matter could be forgiven and they would not pursue the matter. In the next 2 days, this area was extremely tense. Several peak Saint Kings arrived, and all kinds of noise could be heard. "Hand over the demons of the outer realm and return peace to my heavenly weapon's ancient star. Kill all the invaders and bring them to justice. Restore the harmony and peace of the heavenly weapon's ancient star." A large number of cultivators rushed over to force the abdication. They were all disciples of several major forces. They clamored to the heavens and painted Yi Fan as a vicious demon king. It was impossible for these people to reveal their selfish intentions of getting rid of Lin Han and snatching the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. Now, they established a righteous cause and called on all the experts of the heavenly weapon's ancient star to join forces to destroy the outer realm invaders. Of course, they also generously declared that if the Lin clan realized their mistakes and helped everyone kill the demons, it would be a great merit. The only one these people were afraid of was Lin Han. They did not know how he was doing. This was an old enemy that made them fear him. They were afraid that this was a trap he had set up, waiting for them to jump into it. "Protect our heavenly weapon's ancient star, defend our territory, hand over the evil leader." A group of people shouted, persuading the Lin clan to be righteous and focus on the overall situation. "The situation is not good." Wang Ziwen frowned. Some people were operating in the dark, trying to persuade one of the 3 great sage to target the Lin clan. Both sides were stalling for time, not daring to act rashly. This group of people is really shameless. They clearly came for the 9 Revolutions immortal pill, but they still talk about righteousness. They want to use the power of the entire ancient star to eradicate us. Longma and the others were furious. During this period, Wang Ziwen and the others naturally did a lot of work, organizing a large number of forces to expose the true purpose of the Gu and He families. This area was surging with undercurrents. "It's no big deal." Yi Fan summoned Longma, the Golden Lion, the Black Bear Saint, and the others, telling them to move out and focus all their strength on uprooting the slightly weaker He family, suppressing and killing them with force to deter everyone. The next day, a huge uproar appeared. The He family was attacked. Despite the protection of the ancient spell formation, they were still beaten and almost uprooted. As soon as this news came out, the entire ancient star was shaken. Everyone knew that this was definitely the Lin clan's counterattack, and they actually took the initiative to attack again. At the same time, the Arctic Dragon's cave was broken through by Yi Fan, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Corpses were everywhere. The world was shaken again. The Ash Wolf Saint Beast King was a great omen. He usually guarded the north, and no one dared to provoke him. Now that his cave was broken through, it was really shocking. Now, the Ash Wolf Saint Beast King and the Gu family were together, raising the banner of righteousness, which made many people feel helpless. At this moment, while people were shocked, they were also very excited. It was good to kill a few more of these great omens. The Ash Wolf Saint King was furious and immediately returned to the North Pole. After learning that his most beloved son had been captured, someone warned him to be more well-behaved. He immediately shattered the mountains and rivers with a roar and went all the way south. He requested the Gu family and the others to attack the Lin clan and completely wipe out the enemy. However, the Pangolin Saint King, the West Sea Shark Saint King, and the others were all afraid. They left in a hurry, afraid that someone would target their cave and raid their own backyard. During these days, Wang Ziwen was badly battered. He personally visited the other two seniors apart from the Flame Crow Great Sage, fearing that they would be persuaded to come out of the mountain. Yi Fan blocked and killed, creating a diversion and attacking with great power. It really made some people feel terrified. Kill. The Gu family's old Saint King, the Ash Wolf Saint Beast King, the He family's old ancestor, the West Sea Shark Saint King, and the Pangolin Venerable Pangolin finally took action. The ancient spell formation flickered and was continuously broken. Then, Origin Heaven Pattern Network appeared one after another, changing heaven and earth to block the attacks of the ancestors. This was a bloody battle. Yi Fan oversaw it and used the meticulously arranged Origin Heaven Pattern Network formation to trap several great experts. The Lin clan, Wang family, as well as the Southern Sea Dragon King, Zhongyue Saint King, and the others who came to help all took action. They ambushed within the formation and fought against powerful enemies. They fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the world lost color. Pfft! Yi Fan released a long roar. Under many people's incredulous gazes, he used his divine body to split the Gu family's number 2 figure, a Saint King, into 2 halves, killing an exceptional expert. A rain of blood filled the sky, and the earth was dyed red. Longma, the Golden Lion King, and the others also took action. They fought in all directions, and this place erupted. In the end, a great pressure descended from the outer realm. Lin Han appeared, having successfully passed the Great Sage Tribulation. He was like an ancient deity, his entire body surrounded by great Tao traces. His divine might was matchless, and his aura covered the world. There was no longer any suspense. The Gu family, He family, Arctic Wolf, Shark Saint King, Pangolin Venerable One, and the others all fell, turning into a rain of blood. In front of the Great Sage, former opponents were simply not enough. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. Moreover, the Gu family, He family, and the others harbored evil intentions. They wanted to stop Lin Han from becoming the Great Sage, and they went to war for the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. After their defeat, they were condemned by all sides. War had never been merciful. What followed was naturally a cleansing. Some great powers rose, while others became the past, buried in the dust of history. The title of Great Demon from the Outer Realm disappeared, and Yi Fan and the others became honored guests of the Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. They stayed for a month, comprehending the great Tao and understanding the extraordinariness of this ancient star. They confirmed that this was a training and weapon-nurturing ground of ancient heaven. With all the saints of the Gu family and He family eradicated, the entire ancient star returned to peace. The 4 great sage oversaw it, and a peaceful era began. Take care. Yi Fan turned around and strode away, once again embarking on his journey. Wang Ziwen silently sent them off, watching them leave the Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin had changed the trajectory of their lives, and they had completely different lives. Where was the way back, and could they meet again? They didn't know. The starry sky is vast. Even a great emperor can only bloom with a momentary brilliance in the long river of time, illuminating the universe in an instant. Who can be immortal? Wang Ziwen sighed. His path was different from Yi Fan's, and his personal choice was different. Father, do you also want to climb the heavenly road, step on the song, and go to the depths of the universe to compete, to witness a prosperous era, and to welcome the arrival of a golden era? Wang Chen asked. That's not my path. With you guys, I don't want to be buried in the outer realm. In my opinion, this is the most prosperous place, and it's my great world. Wang Ziwen said. Father, let's go to your hometown in the future. Wang Shi said in a lively manner. All right. Wang Ziwen nodded, but in his heart, he felt lost. Wang Ziwen felt disappointed and frustrated. Different states of mind had different scenes. Yifan ascended the path to heaven. He seemed free and at ease, but he had a different mood. He was looking at a flourishing age and welcoming a mountain of white bones. The mountains and rivers were like a painting, dyed in blood. In the end, it was unknown whose flourishing age and whose flourishing age would it be. Or would it be a bleak scene? Yifan returned to the main path and entered the former holy city of the human race, starting a new journey. He followed this ancient path and watched the stars move, the sun and moon rise and fall. The path of stars was boundless, and the strong remained strong. Along the way, he was used to seeing life and death. He had seen much desolation, blood raining down, and many heroes falling, becoming the scenery in other people's stories. In the following year, Yifan practically became a lone traveler. It was rare for him to see other trial takers because he spent most of his time on the branch paths of the outer realms. Just like how the 30th stage of the human race led to the heavenly soldier ancient star, the following stages also had such branch paths. However, it was difficult to find a place of life. There were many uninhabited forbidden areas. Yifan was not afraid of the dangers and kept crossing the stages, tempering himself. Some of these ancient lands had been abandoned for 100,000 years, while others were even older. Now, only a few experts were open to them to choose their path. The many ancient paths were extremely arduous, filled with trials and tribulations. There were many dangers, and in many people's eyes, they were all paths of death. Young man, the golden path is the first choice. That is the path of the strongest. The heroes in the depths will all seek out such ancient trial grounds. Along the way, an old man once said this. Yifan unexpectedly learned that in the depths of the universe, there were golden trial grounds prepared for the contenders of the Emperor's Road. Many of them were on the branch paths. Yifan advanced resolutely, breaking through stage after stage, tempering himself. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, close to 2 years had passed. Yifan had encountered hundreds of battles of various sizes. He brought Lanma, the Golden Lion King, and the others forward, arriving at the 50th stage of the human race. He stopped here because this was a strange land. The 100th stage, the number of great Daos, was an extremely important holy land. Hell, Lanma, the Black Bear Saint, and the others all let out a long howl. In the past 2 years, they had appeared in various forbidden areas and walked in the desolate and uninhabited areas all year round. They couldn't even see a bird's feather. They had had enough of this monotony. We're finally going to enter an ancient land of life. I can't wait to get there. This was a majestic giant city, more majestic than any he had seen before. It floated in the universe, and when he got closer, he felt very majestic. Yifan and the others smoothly entered the city. Early in the morning sun shone brilliantly. Dewdrops rolled down from the fine trees and ancient vines by the roadside, and they were illuminated by the rays of the sun to look like numerous sparkling and translucent pearls, translucent, radiant, and filled with vitality. The ancient city was extremely peaceful. Bathed in the first rays of dawn, the entire city flowing with a layer of golden radiance, appearing dignified and divine. It was especially so for the ancient buildings that were illuminated by the golden radiance that shone on the roofs and enormous halls, making them seem even more solemn and majestic. It made one want to prostrate themselves devoutly and feel peace in their hearts. The 50th city of the human race had a majestic and extraordinary aura. As soon as Yifan entered, he felt that this place was densely packed with Dao marks, almost fusing with the great Dao. Awu! Lanma howled, breaking the tranquility of the morning. The 50th city of the human race had very wide streets paved with bluestone. The golden lion, nine-tailed Crocodragon, and the black bear saint rushed in like a flash flood, spreading throughout the entire ancient road. Some people were either standing on bluestone or sitting cross-legged on Dao platforms, breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth. White pillars of qi spewed out from their mouths and noses, emitting thunderous sounds. Many people opened their eyes and looked over at them at the same time. Emperor Burial Star, the human race's divine physique is here. No one knew who said this, but it immediately caused a commotion. Many people glanced sideways and stared at them incessantly. The ancient starry sky path had been cut off for more than 20 years, and Yifan couldn't travel on it. Only today did he arrive at the human race's 50th pass, which naturally caused quite a commotion. Some of his battle achievements in the human race's 10th pass were spread out one after another. His identity was especially sensitive, so some people naturally paid attention to him. However, the ancient road had been cut off for more than 20 years, and the battle achievements that were transmitted over were all very vague. It was difficult to distinguish between true and false, and there were many rumors that could not be confirmed or verified. Of course, one thing people could confirm was that Yi Fan was very powerful. He had killed the great commander of the human race's holy city, killed a law enforcer's nephew, and seized the law enforcer's holy robe and divine order. This was something that the ancient road had never been cut off, so it was clearly known by others. This is the divine physique of the Emperor Burial Star. He has finally arrived. The following ancient road is destined to not be lonely. I just don't know if the people ahead will think of a way to come back and fight him. Many people were looking forward to it, and their faces revealed strange expressions. The human race's 50th city was very grand, and it could accommodate many people. In this early morning, many people were breathing in and out while facing the morning glow. There were trial takers and natives. This was a special ancient city. It was the human race's 50th holy city, and even the children knew how to cultivate energy and cultivate the Tao. There were many experts in the city. 100 ancient cities, the number of great changes. This enormous city is quite extraordinary, stopping so many trial takers here. What are they looking for, or are they trying to comprehend the supreme truths? The Golden Lion said. Everyone is paying attention to me. There's nothing I can do about it. No matter where I go, I will always become the center of attention. Longma boasted shamelessly, feeling extremely good about himself. Early in the morning, golden multicolored light illuminated everything. A group of holy beasts and foreign races bathed in the radiance, appearing quite heroic. There were indeed many people's eyes that landed on their bodies. This horse really isn't bad. On the side of the road, one of the cultivators that were cultivating spoke. When Longma heard this, he raised his enormous head, putting on a look as if he was the only one, looking down on everything in this world, valiantly and energetically walking forward. Little fellow, you're really amazing. You actually subdued so many holy beasts. Sell this stupid horse to me. On the side of the road, a large man spoke. His face was full of curly beard, and he was extremely tall and sturdy like a black iron tower. Longma immediately woke up from his self-satisfied state. He turned his large head, pricked up his ears, and glared fiercely with his large eyes. Mother Cur, a donkey meat shop? When Longma saw the golden signboard behind the large man, his lungs immediately exploded in anger. He stood up on his hind legs, about to rush over. This shop sells top-grade donkey meat, occasionally selling some horse meat. The large man rubbed his hands, looking like a butcher. He sized up Longma from head to toe, picking and choosing, praising and criticizing fat and lean meat. Go, let's tear down this shop together. Longma roared angrily, calling out to the nine-tailed Crocodorgon and the others to attack together. Yi Fan was speechless. This large man was really unscrupulous, provoking Longma like this. However, he was really a tough one, and one could tell with a single glance that he was an expert. Longma had a lot of prestige among the 12 saints. With a hula sound, the other 11 people rushed over together, their holy might pervading the air, and were about to attack. Sigh, what a pitiful child, to have encountered such an unscrupulous guide. Someone muttered not far away. This caused Yi Fan to be startled, revealing a strange expression. This was actually the city's guide, how could it be like this? What? You're the guide, and you provoked us first. This seat is acting in self-defense, so I'll suppress you first. Longma was quite domineering, calling out to the group to attack. With a flash of brilliance, the guide opened his palm leaf fan, covering the heaven and earth, enveloping Longma. He raised his hand and was about to press down. Sir Guide, why are you doing this? Yi Fan shifted his position, standing in front of Longma, a large golden hand moved forward to receive the guide, and divine light flourished. The guide retracted his hand, shook his head, and said, "It's not worth it to fight with your bare hands." He did not feel embarrassed at all, and calmly retreated. Senior is this city's guide, why did you open a restaurant here? Yi Fan asked. Sigh, the guide is also a person, and also needs to live. The large man said with a face full of vicissitudes, but no matter how one looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a strange uncle. I'll poke, your grandpa, you really opened a donkey meat restaurant? Longma's eyes widened in anger, and his anger surged. He was ready to pounce at any time, and said, you've profaned this seat's dignity. I saw that you guys came from afar, so I just wanted to greet you. The large man with a curly beard like steel needles laughed. This was the guide of the human race's 50th city, and his strength was great. He mingled in the mortal world without a trace of dignity, and was completely different from the guide envoys he had seen before. Longma sized him up, and he knew that this person was not to be trifled with. Since the other party had said so, he did not want to cause trouble, and said, old fellow, just this once. To make amends, I'll treat you guys to horse meat. The guide invited them with great hospitality, and he called out to Yi Fan, Scorpio, and the others. I'll poke. Longma was furious, and he raised his hoof to trample on the guide. He had never seen such an unwelcome guide, and it made his lungs explode with anger. In the distance, whispers could be heard. The guide was tricked by an old donkey back then, and he's still brooding over it even after 4,000 years. Who knows how much donkey meat he's eaten? Isn't that so? Even some donkey-like monsters are not welcomed. Longma almost spat out blood after hearing this. It was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it was not an ordinary body. From a certain perspective, it was a type of Holy Spirit, and it was actually considered a close relative of a donkey. Of course, no battle occurred in the end. Although the guide was tricked by an old donkey, he would not act recklessly against the trial takers because of this. He was an eccentric person who enjoyed the mortal world. Sigh, you must be careful if you meet an old donkey on the road ahead. In the donkey meat restaurant, the guide had a bitter expression, and said that they would most likely meet one in the depths of the starry sky. The group of vicious beasts pretentiously advised him, led by Longma. They were delighted to see the guide like this. Building his happiness on the pain of others, these fellows were all ill-intentioned. Yi Fan, the black bear saint, the golden lion, and the others ate to their heart's content, and swept away the food like a whirlwind. At their level, they naturally did not need to eat like this, and this was only a type of enjoyment for the delicacies. Child, you've eaten and drunk your fill. If you want to cry, then cry, said the guide. Yi Fan was startled, and he did not know what kind of trick he was going to play. What are you talking about? What did you feed us? Longma's expression changed, and he shouted sternly. Horse meat. The guide replied very straightforwardly. Old bastard. Longma shouted loudly, and rushed into the distance. Let's take a look around and familiarize ourselves with this ancient city. The golden lion, black bear saint, and the others all slipped away, feeling that it was very dangerous to stay with the guide. After they left, the guide said with a solemn expression, the human race's 50th trial is of great significance to you, and there are some places that you need to take a look at. Yi Fan did not understand why he was so solemn, and he did not know what he meant. Let's go, I'll bring you to take a look. The guide sighed. They directly arrived at the center of the ancient city, and there was a huge mansion there. It occupied an extremely vast area, and there was a vast garden area that surrounded several mountain peaks. Normally, no one could enter, and it was always covered in dust, protected by a terrifying great formation. Creak, creak, clang. The guide activated the ancient formation, and pushed open the ancient gate. He brought Yi Fan inside, and as soon as he entered, he smelled some blood. This was an enormous manor that combined gardens, palaces, Dao rites, and other things. It could be considered grand and majestic, but after entering, it was overgrown with weeds, a scene of desolation. The smell of blood wafted from within the manor. There were formations on the outside, but there were no killing formations on the paths inside, allowing passage. Ancient trees covered the sun, the courtyard long overgrown with all kinds of vines and weeds. Yi Fan's heart pounded, feeling a familiar aura. Fluttering sounds rang out, several wild chickens scuttling, flapping their wings as they fled from the grass nest. Not far away, a wild rabbit even jumped up, running madly. In disrepair, this so-called city lord manor had not been inhabited for who knew how many years. If not for the foundation and beams being built according to ancient diagrams, it would have long since decayed. Up ahead, the smell of blood wafted over, growing thicker and thicker. At the same time, the blood in Yifan's body was burning, gradually boiling. This place is... He knew what this place was, feeling sorrow for the predecessors. In the depths of the manor was an ancient forest. Many vines and giant trees submerged the buildings, even crushing them. Meanwhile, there was a vast area where not a single blade of grass grew. This was a blinding red, forming puddles, not just one, speckled like stars. Every puddle wasn't large, only a few meters in size, but together, they were several hundred zhang. Blood, it was a pool of blood that was scattered across this vast land. Apart from this, there was no vegetation, it was completely bare. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, smelling it as soon as he entered the manor. The sacred blood in Yifan's body surged, responding to these puddles of blood. They were of the same bloodline, the same source. This was a resonance and call that transcended time and space. Yifan couldn't tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy, watching silently. Sacred body's blood, just like his, it possessed a type of undying and powerful characteristics. Only, what was unexpected was that after the ancient era, it still hadn't dried up. Inside the pit, there was a bright red expanse, a small portion of the puddles flashing with faint golden multicolored light, that was the divine power that still hadn't dissipated. It had to be said that the sacred body's bloodline was tyrannical. Even after more than 100,000 years, the blood still hadn't solidified, there was still an undying power that hadn't scattered. This isn't a normal holy body. Back then, it was matchless and unmatched, but it is a pity that it was intercepted and killed here. The envoy said. On this ancient starry sky path, there were some battles that would forever be remembered, some physiques that would attract attention, and some ancient stars that were incomparably resplendent. According to the guide, this saint body of the human race was extremely powerful, so the trials on the ancient road were useless to him. He just wanted to go to the ultimate test to take a look. However, in that era, there was also a type of physique that was peerless and tyrannical. When it heard that he was rushing over, it specially returned from the depths of the starry sky ancient path and carried out a world-shaking battle. In the end, it killed the human race's divine physique. That battle caused heaven and earth to collapse and the star paths to break. Countless stars in the cosmos were shattered, and millions of dharma bodies were shattered. This blood fell from the outer realms. One could imagine just how terrifying that world-shocking battle was. It was a battle rarely seen since ancient times, one that was recorded in the history of deities. Back then, the entire ancient path went crazy because of this. It was unknown just how many people hurried over, all for the sake of witnessing this battle. Many cultivators were affected by the shockwaves of the battle, dying in the cosmos. The end of that battle had far-reaching effects. Even after many years had passed, it still hadn't calmed down. It was known as one of the most terrifying divine battles on the ancient path. Even after so many years, the manor was still sealed, not allowing outsiders to approach in order to preserve the blood here. This was enough to explain everything. Being evaluated as a divine battle and recorded in the ancient texts was a type of highest evaluation. One had to know that from ancient times until now, many great sage and even the quasi-emperor's most glorious battle didn't have the qualifications to be evaluated. A cool breeze brushed past, and the fallen leaves fluttered about. The garden was extremely peaceful, giving people a solemn and mournful feeling. Yifan couldn't move. He had once heard from the odd warrior manor's old master that there were 4 or 5 human races' divine physiques that stepped onto the ancient path in different eras. Some of them had their blood scattered in outer space, their bones buried in foreign lands. And these people, when they were in Big Dipper, all of them had great accomplishments, suppressing the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. They had world-shocking achievements, but who would have thought that they would fall like this? Quelling chaos, suppressing heaven and earth, the extreme Tao was glorious. But in the end, they died in battle in outer space, their bones buried in foreign lands. Yifan found this a bit hard to accept. These bloodstains, these desolate scenes, it was hard for him to accept. The human race's divine physiques that were once extremely powerful were killed just like that. It made one feel grief. If they were extremely vicious and evil, then that was one thing. They clearly had great achievements and stepped onto the starry sky ancient path, yet they ended up like this. The pool of blood was still there, pouring out the sorrow of a lifetime. There was no right or wrong on the ancient path. The Emperor path contended for supremacy, and the strong won. It was merciless and cruel. That opponent was truly extremely powerful, standing at the peak of humanity. He also had a type of unrivaled physique, and since ancient times, he has been the mortal enemy of the divine physiques. Several generations of them met one after another, and the great battle shook the heavens and earth, causing the universe to tremble, said the guide. Yi Fan was speechless. Stepping onto this path was equivalent to abandoning him. Anyone should have been mentally prepared for this type of fate. The strong advanced, and the losers perished. He silently paid his respects and walked around the pool of blood. He felt a type of regret and desolation from the desolate era. Who would be willing to accept this type of ending? There were very few golden threads in the blood. The guide clearly said that some were extracted by later generations and used to refine medicine. Otherwise, the divinity would also return to heaven and earth. The blood of the divine physiques was extremely strange. At first, it would slowly change from scarlet to golden, and when it finally reached the consummate realm, the golden color would slowly fade away, returning to scarlet. "Senior, rest in peace," Yi Fan calmly said. He gazed into the depths of the cosmos, as if he wanted to see through the ancient path. It was because on the path ahead, there was an old enemy. In this era, that type of physique appeared again. He would also encounter it, and it was just like the divine physique from more than 100,000 years ago. He was going to face the greatest enemy of his life. This was like a reincarnation, a clash of fate. After so many years, when the divine physique rose up, another type of physique arrived just as scheduled, arriving in the depths of the starry sky ancient path. The two physiques have fought several times. What are the results like? Yi Fan asked. After so many years in the starry sky, he naturally paid attention to the legends of the old enemy. He had heard a few things from the guide envoys. However, he definitely didn't know as much as the guide from the 50th city. There are accurate records. There were 4 times in total, and they were all recorded in the history of the divine wars. The human race's divine physique won one of the most powerful battles. 3 losses and 1 victory. This kind of battle record made Yi Fan tremble. Was the old enemy actually this terrifying? It was powerful to a boundless realm. It was truly hard to believe. The guide continued, there is another saying that the divine physique had another victory, but no one saw it with their own eyes. They only saw traces of it in a destroyed star domain, and it couldn't be recorded in the history of the divine wars. His corpse, is it gone? Yi Fan asked. He felt a bit sad. The powerful and glorious human race's divine physique actually had such a miserable old age. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Many stars fell, let alone a flesh body. The guide sighed. Many spectators were sucked in, and in the end, they turned into cosmic dust, leaving behind a bloody mist. The divine physique was defeated and suffered heavy injuries. His supposedly indestructible physique was smashed into pieces. After the battle, the divine blood became the target of all parties. Not even a drop was left. For cultivators, this was a great medicine. After the battle, some people returned part of the body, but the divine essence had been extracted. The broken body was buried on an ancient star. Later on, that star underwent some strange changes. It was puzzling. That half of the broken body unexpectedly took control of the Tao. Now, there is only an empty grave there. This ancient star belonged to the human race's 50th pass. There would be a life star every 10 passes. It was like a dam that blocked a river, and many cultivators would stop there. The human race's 50th holy city was a bit special. It had 2 life stars, just like a Gemini. The ancient star with the divine physique buried was very close to the human race's 50th holy city. It was the dimmer of the Gemini stars. Half of the body turned into the Tao, and it actually caused the heaven and earth there to change. The entire ancient star's spiritual energy sharply decreased, and the Tao is too high. It's even more unsuitable for cultivation. Yi Fan naturally had to go take a look after hearing about the Divine Physique's burial place. He went alone, not bringing Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others. The dimmer of the Gemini stars could be seen in the distance. It revolved around a sun star, and it wasn't too far away. It was just ahead. The human race's 50th holy city was very prosperous and suitable for cultivation. Many cultivators stayed here to comprehend the heavenly Tao and cultivate bitterly every day. Yi Fan didn't waste any time. He left this place and stepped into the realm gate. Soon, he descended on a planet that wasn't too big. The sky was dusky with leaden clouds floating by. They covered the sun and made people feel a bit depressed. The vegetation on the ground was sparse, and it was difficult to see the lush primitive mountain forests. Large areas were bare and lacked green vegetation. Strands of Tao patterns appeared beneath Yi Fan's feet. The travel formula operated, and the stars moved and the mountains and rivers flowed in reverse. He followed the terrain map provided by the envoy and headed towards an ancient land. The mountains here were majestic and barren. There were many rivers that had long been cut off for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. There was an ancient tomb in the depths of this region. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have completely scattered because of it. This place was bleak and desolate, and not even weeds could grow here. The dark red-grayed earth seemed to have been dyed in blood. After endless years, there was only a desolate silence left here. It was seriously lacking in life force. Was this the Divine Physique's tomb? Yi Fan walked forward step by step. It was difficult to understand what he was feeling inside. The unmatched Divine Physique was actually defeated. Moreover, his body was split into pieces, and his bones were buried in a foreign land. Ever since Yi Fan began his cultivation, he had never been defeated in a battle against someone at the same level. Even though he had encountered many dangers along the way and narrowly escaped death, none of them were given to him by someone at the same level. The ancestor's Divine Physique was unmatched in the Big Dipper, yet it was shed blood here. This left him absent-minded and a bit difficult to accept. When I fight him in the future, what will happen? The ancient tomb was extremely large, around a zhang tall. A Divine Physique was sleeping here. The dark red earth buried him. Someone is offering sacrifices to his grave. Yi Fan was moved. Even after so many years had passed, the ancient tomb still hadn't disappeared. There was definitely someone protecting it. Moreover, there were withered flowers on the ground that should have been placed recently. Why did someone come to offer sacrifices again? If they want to pay their respects, they should go to the other ancient star of the Gemini star to pay their respects to the victor. Why are there always people who come to pay their respects to the loser? In the distance, someone said softly. Two pairs of ice-cold eyes looked over, full of hostility. The mountainous terrain was vast, and not a single plant could be seen. There was only an ancient grave like this. A lifetime of glory, a lifetime of sorrow, had ended here alone. Yi Fan stood there silently, his heart filled with endless emotions. The struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path and the cruelty of the star path. The Saint Physique had also become the tragedy of someone else's story, turning into a bleak scene. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, only dark red soil and stones. This place was quiet and cold. Normally, very few people would come here. Yi Fan sensed the two people behind him, but he didn't turn around. He stood there for a long time, and the two pairs of hostile eyes didn't move away. They were still looking in his direction. After a long time, Yi Fan sighed. Blood was spilled in the outer realms, bones were buried in a foreign land. He felt sad for that senior Saint Physique. Sprinkling a pure white flower petal, Yi Fan bowed and slowly turned around, walking back the way he came. This place made him sigh with emotion. The starry sky ancient path was difficult, and life and death were unpredictable. It made him vigilant. There were two people standing in the distance. Although they had already concealed their hostility, at the realm Yi Fan was at, he could sense even the slightest fluctuation. How could he hide it from them? However, he didn't care. He had killed many enemies along the way, and there were too many competitors. He had seen this kind of gaze many times, so it didn't matter. These two people were obviously not weak. They had already entered the Saint realm, and they could instinctively sense how powerful Yi Fan was. they narrowed their eyes and observed without saying a word. Suddenly, Yifan turned around, keenly aware of something. There was a majestic mountain in the distance, and there was a row of engravings on the precipice. It was made of iron hooks and silver lines, looking very bold. Clang clang, the sound of swords shook the sky, and in the instant he looked over, a sonorous sound came from the precipice. It was as if divine swords were trembling, and every word was shining. The iron hooks and silver lines were vigorous and powerful. Every engraving emitted a precious splendor. Thousands of sword beams slashed through the sky, and the peerless sword chi filled the sky. A few words were trembling as if they were alive. They actually emitted such a terrifying fluctuation, even sharper than the resurrection of a peerless expert. This was an inextinguishable martial will. There was actually someone who carved it here. Yifan was shocked when he saw this. Even though it was just a strand of imprint, it was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by a formidable figure. Ever since he stepped onto the starry sky ancient path, Yifan had never felt like this when facing enemies. Now, he was shocked. This person was too extraordinary, transmitting a type of unmatched conviction through the stone walls. Is this a challenge? Yifan muttered to himself as he stared at the words on the stone wall. Rumble, suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. Those characters trembled more and more intensely. Streak after streak of auspicious colors descended from the heavens. Divine lotuses emerged from the ground one after another. Endless strands of multicolored light shone. At this moment, dragons and phoenixes cried out in harmony, white tigers roared into the sky, black tortoises crossed the sea, and all sorts of shocking phenomena appeared. It was just a strand of martial will, yet it was actually so powerful. It was truly a rare sight since ancient times. A few ancient characters stirred up the Tao of others, causing the great Tao to resonate. It was because from past until now, there were many powerful cultivators who came here to offer sacrifices, leaving behind Tao traces that couldn't be erased. Now, they were reviving. Shocking changes took place. A wave of unmatched battle intent erupted from the ancient characters, attacking all types of irregular phenomena. It was as if a supreme deity was awakening. It was absolutely powerful, instantly shattering everything. Just now, there was still a great Tao resonance, dragon and phoenix crying out, divine multicolored light released in tens of thousands of streaks, auspicious colors in millions of strands. However, at this moment, all of the irregular phenomena were shattered by that unmatched will, completely erased. This was a type of belief where only I am supreme. If I can't do it, then who else can? When my flower blooms, all flowers will be killed. There was actually this type of will that looked down on the world, tyrannical to the extreme. This was the first time Yifan's expression changed like this. This was definitely an incomparably dangerous figure, even more formidable than he had imagined. It could be said that this was an exceptional opponent. It was just a strand of martial will, yet it could already do this. There were only 4 words on the precipice: I am supreme. The 4 words erupted with brilliance, sweeping through the heavens above and earth below. It was as if a supreme demonic god was awakening, possessing a type of mountain-devouring might. This was a type of belief. Only when Yifan's divine blood surged would it be activated, issuing a letter of challenge here. The 4 words represented a type of will. In the distance, the 2 individuals were shaken and moved. They gave each other a look, and then turned around to leave. They knew that the person they were waiting for had arrived, and now, it was time to deliver the letter. You 2 aren't going to say anything, are you going to leave just like that? Yifan stood in front of the precipice, not turning around as he calmly asked. In the horizon, the 2 individuals were about to disappear, but their minds were greatly shaken, feeling an incomparably powerful pressure. We have already waited here for several decades under orders, because that person in the depths of the starry skies believes that the divine body of the Emperor Burial Star of this era will come. He had us wait for the result to inform him. One of them stood still. Even though great waves were rising and falling within him, feeling a bit uneasy, he still spoke out loud. Yifan's expression was indifferent. After 100,000 years, he appeared, and his old enemy also arrived on the starry sky's ancient path. This battle was definitely unavoidable, and it would definitely be earth-shattering. In reality, during these years, he had heard too much. Even when the ancient path was severed, there were still human race old guides who spoke about it. Many people were looking forward to this incomparable battle. I also want to fight against him. Let's meet in the depths of the starry skies. Yi Fan calmly said. No, he will come back. He told us to wait here. Once we receive news that the human race's divine body has arrived, he told us to immediately deliver the news. When the time comes, he will return. The other person spoke, feeling extremely nervous, fearing that Yi Fan would become angry and kill them. More than 100,000 years ago, the human race's divine body was intercepted here, unable to step into the depths of the starry skies. Now, that person was also like this, about to return, starting a similar battle. Yi Fan's expression was cold, without any emotions. A powerful battle intent rose from his body, shaking up this entire ancient land. Chong, Chong, on the 10,000 zhang tall majestic stone wall, four majestic characters emitted dazzling light, sonorous and deafening. These words seemed to contain the will of a deity. Hong. Yi Fan's entire body blossomed with golden light like a heaven and earth divine furnace, eternally inextinguishable. Divine flames overflowed into the heavens, drowning out this place as an unmatched will rushed towards the 9 heavens. His eyes flourished with immortal light, emitting a type of fierce aura. The 4 characters on the stone wall were shattered, and then a violent tremor sounded, shaking the heaven and earth. At the end of the horizon, even though the 2 saints were far enough away, they still trembled. Their bodies swayed, and they continuously retreated. This was something that happened in an instant. Soon, the world calmed down again, and everything became clear again. Yi Fan stood there without moving, but the words on the stone wall changed. The other 4 words replaced them, I am invincible. These 4 words were majestic, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. This was Yi Fan's reply. It was still these 4 words, replacing the declaration of war. This was his will. At the end of the great earth, the 2 continuously retreated. Both of them were greatly alarmed. There was definitely going to be a great battle in the future, and they were both a bit impatient to witness it. The 2 of them cupped their fists towards Yi Fan, and then they turned around to leave. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Tyrant Ether Blood, we are finally going to meet. Yi Fan said to himself. On the horizon, the 2 of them were about to disappear, but when they heard these 4 words, their bodies still trembled. This was a title that possessed a terrifying demonic nature, a type of matchless and unmatched physique. Those who had the tyrant ether blood flowing through their bodies were uncrowned emperors on their mother star, known to be unrivaled throughout the universe. The figures of those 2 stopped, and then they quickly disappeared. Along the way, Yi Fan heard people mention these 4 words more than once. The tyrant physique was unrivaled, and the reverence for this type of physique had reached the extreme. Tyrant ether blood, just these few words contained a type of terrifying power. After hearing it, the golden blood within Yi Fan's body stirred restlessly, involuntarily surging violently. Were they finally going to meet? For many people, this was a type of physique that caused them to feel despair. It was too powerful, and its name summed up everything. Yi Fan stood here for a moment and looked at that lonely grave. He sighed in his heart. A lifetime of glory, a lifetime of sorrow. It truly made one feel great regret. The once unrivaled hero was buried alone in the outer realms just like that. How could one not feel moved? He moved over 100 li with a single step, leaving this lonely ancient land and heading towards the inhabited area of this ancient star. This was because the guide envoy had told him that if he walked around this place, he might discover some unusual things. The mountains and rivers receded, and the great peaks disappeared into the distance. The Big Dipper turned, and Yi Fan walked out of this desolate land and arrived at a place with the aura of life. He couldn't help but frown. This place was greatly suppressed by the great Tao, and the spiritual energy here was dried up. It was simply not suitable for cultivation. There were very few experts here, and cities were scattered all over the great earth. The great Tao is ruthless, even more so than the earth. Yi Fan discovered this astonishing fact. Large areas were unsuitable for cultivation. There was no spiritual energy, and it had been abandoned by the great Tao. Although everyone knew how to cultivate, the majority of them were mortals. Yi Fan walked through the entire ancient star and found that there was only a single area where he could barely cultivate. However, apart from a few deliberately concealed auras, the others that were out in the open were only in the dragon transformation secret realm. On the ancient starry sky path, this kind of cultivation was truly too weak. One couldn't help but sigh in admiration at how unfair the heavens were. Some places of life had flourished since ancient times and had never declined. There were countless saints who flourished to the extreme. On the other hand, there were some ancient stars that were in such a decline. It was extremely cruel, and when the two were compared, it made one feel that the heavens were truly biased. There was a city in front of him. It wasn't all that majestic, but the area it occupied wasn't small. It was located in the area suitable for cultivation. Yifan stood outside the city and silently sensed his surroundings. His golden blood was actually a bit restless and couldn't calm down. He immediately walked into the city. The streets were ancient, and the various buildings were all very old. The city couldn't be considered flourishing, and it was just an ordinary ancient city. There was nothing special about it. Yifan walked into a street that couldn't be considered wide and headed towards a dilapidated building district. The alleys were all somewhat dirty and messy, and it was obvious that this wasn't the residence of nobles. Wild dogs were searching for food in the trash, and a few children were running here and there, playing around. In the distance, a child was running away. He looked to be about 6 or 7 years old, and he wore tattered clothes. His entire body was dirty, and his face was covered in black and purple streaks. There were scars, bruises, sweat, and mud on his face. Hit him. Stop him. Don't let him run. A group of slightly older children chased after him, every one of them overbearing. There were still people blocking his way. However, this child's strength was extremely great, unexpectedly pushing aside a few 11 or 12-year-old children. He nimbly rushed over and ran into the dirty alleyway. Little rotten child, you won't be able to run. Wasn't your ancestor unmatched under the heavens? Now, you all are in such dire straits, unable to even cultivate. Let's see if you still dare to talk back. If you don't give in today, I'll beat you to death, you bastard. A group of children blocked the alleyway and pressed towards the little rotten child. The little rotten child's entire body was dirty and looked extremely pitiful. Only his pair of large eyes were bright, and he wasn't willing to give in. Even after being blocked, he still stubbornly resisted. There is golden blood hidden within, the descendant of a divine body, returning to his ancestry. Yifan relied on his senses to find this place. Right now, he was shocked, and his eyes shot out 2 terrifying streaks of divine lightning. Little rotten child, let's see if you still dare to be so stubborn. A group of older children rushed over. This dirty child's clothes were tattered. His little face was green and purple, and there were quite a few bruises on his body. However, he was very fierce and stubborn. He didn't say a word and fought back with all his strength, beating 2 11 or 12-year-old children until they cried out in pain. Everyone, let's go together and beat this wild child to death. What unrivaled ancestor. Didn't he still get beaten to death? A few children shouted and went forward with small wooden sticks. The little rotten child swung his fist with all his strength. With a ping sound, he smashed an older child's face. Blood flowed out from his nose, and he immediately began to cry. Some of the children wanted to retreat. Although it was a group of people bullying one person, they were still afraid and didn't dare to attack again. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a little rotten child. An older child walked out. His palm shone as he slapped towards the little rotten child. He actually knew some cultivation methods. Pung, the little rotten child was immediately sent flying and fell into a corner. A group of children swarmed over, punching and kicking him. I'll beat you to death. Let's see if you're still so stubborn. What broken holy physique. It's already declined, yet you still keep saying it, thinking it's arrogance. 1 or 2 of these children's identities were quite extraordinary. They had successfully built a foundation on this difficult ancient star and established a strong foundation. Otherwise, this group of children really wouldn't be able to do anything to the little rotten child who was born with divine strength. Aya, he's going to die. Stop kicking him. Suddenly, someone cried out. The group of children immediately jumped away. Although they were shouting fiercely, they were still afraid of killing someone. They all felt a bit uneasy. Don't worry, he won't die. His skin is rough and his flesh is thick. He's a natural sandbag. However, let's stop here for today. If he breaks, who will accompany Xianxia to practice? The Tsang family will blame and punish us. The group of children scattered in confusion. Only the little rotten child was left. He was curled up in a corner with blood dripping from his forehead. There were bruises on his face, but his eyes were very bright. He was like a fierce little tiger and didn't give up. Yi Fan calmly watched everything. At this time, he walked into the small alley and looked at him. Does it hurt? Although the little rotten child was only 6 or 7 years old, he was very vigilant. He didn't say a word and stood up to retreat. As the descendant of the holy physique, why was he beaten up? Yi Fan asked. The little rotten child still did not speak. His dirty little face was tense, and his childish expression carried a kind of distress. It was obvious that his heart was not very calm. Is the holy body very powerful? Yi Fan asked again. You aren't allowed to look down on the ancestor with the divine body. He is extremely powerful and unmatched. The little rotten child finally erupted with power. He was like a little tiger, and his eyes were a bit sharp. Then why were you beaten? The world has changed. I can't cultivate. The little rotten child clenched his little fists tightly. He didn't cry when he was beaten just now, but now he secretly wiped away his tears and said, if I can cultivate, no one can humiliate my ancestors, not even those who have the tyrant of the firmament blood flowing in their bodies. Yi Fan squatted down and stroked his head. He sighed softly. As expected, the little guy had encountered the same problem as he had in the past. His hand moved past those bruises. Strands of multicolored light flashed past, and then the hidden injuries on the little rotten child's body completely healed. The bloodstain on his forehead disappeared, and not even a scar was left behind. The little rotten child's top body relaxed a bit. He looked at him in confusion, not knowing why he was so kind-hearted as to treat his injuries. He was completely different from the people he had met in the past. Do you want to cultivate? Yi Fan asked. I want to, but I can't cultivate. I just can't cross that barrier. The little rotten child was a bit discouraged and full of unwillingness. He lowered his head and pulled at the corners of his tattered clothes. If you want to, I can teach you. What great Tao suppression, what heaven and earth natural laws. They're all nothing. Yi Fan said. Really? The little rotten child's large eyes immediately lit up, but they quickly dimmed again. He lowered his head and said, we've tried many methods, but it still doesn't work. Do you still have any relatives in your family? Yi Fan asked. I have a grandfather. His legs aren't that good, his body not that great. The little rotten child replied truthfully. From his clothes, one could tell that his family's circumstances weren't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like a little beggar, chased and bullied by a group of children. Yi Fan stroked his 4 limbs. His bones were outstanding, extremely suitable for cultivation. Then, he placed his palm on his sea of reincarnation. It didn't exceed his expectations. It was just like when he was in the past. This place was like a piece of divine metal that was difficult to melt. A streak of golden radiance shot out from Yi Fan's fingertip. With a xiao sound, it entered this child's body. The little rotten child immediately cried out in alarm, his body trembling. His body began to shine. Every single blood vessel became sparkling and translucent, strand after strand of golden specks of light moving about. It really isn't bad. There is so much golden blood hidden within, not far from an exceptional talent divine body. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. This was a descendant of a true divine body. Even though endless time had passed, the divine blood within his body didn't decrease, still shockingly rich. It was just that it was hidden. This was a type of ancestral reversion, not a true divine body. However, if one continuously cultivated it, they could reach the peak, transforming into an exceptional talent divine body. This really was an astonishing matter. The bloodline of a divine body had long been severed in Big Dipper. They never expected to encounter a little rotten child here with such astonishing potential. The so-called not being able to cultivate, being suppressed by the great Tao, for Yi Fan, this wasn't something that couldn't be broken through. "Uncle, can you really let me break through this trial?" The little rotten child was nervous. When he saw Yi Fan directly touch his bones, not saying anything, he felt extremely uneasy inside. He raised his head, a hopeful expression written all over his little face. His black and white eyes were full of desire, and he nervously grabbed the corner of his little clothes. Opening the door to cultivation isn't much. The most difficult thing is to break through the curse. Back then, a divine king senior used his divine blood to wash the diagram of the way for me, and he almost lost his life. Yi Fan was absent-minded, thinking of the exceptional divine king Xianxia. This kind of kindness was difficult to repay. Close to 100 years had passed in a hurry, and everything seemed to be still in front of him. The divine king's white robes were dyed in blood, defying the heavens to help him continue on his path. He was able to have everything he had today because the white-robed divine king fought for him with his life. Otherwise, he might have always been obstructed and suppressed by the Tao, and it would have been difficult for him to have the results he had today. This road is very bumpy. My predecessors shed their divine blood for me, using their lives to exchange for the road ahead for me. Now, it's time for me to do something for my descendants, Yi Fan said to himself. "Uncle, can I really cultivate?" The little rotten child raised his head, and there were actually tears in his bright eyes. They were about to fall. "You can. However, to truly break through the final shackles, you still need to rely on yourself and some opportunities," Yi Fan said, patting his head and giving an affirmative answer. Back then, the white-robed divine king must have reached the Saint Plane. He used his divine blood to wash the diagram of the way and break the curse of the divine body, but he almost lost his life. In the end, he succeeded, but Yi Fan still suffered injuries of the great path. At that time, it could be said that there were many twists and turns. Yi Fan left the northern region alone and entered the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. In the end, he only managed to fight for a path of survival by the skin of his teeth. Now, his strength was also at the Saint Plane, so he could naturally wash the diagram of the way with blood and fight for a path for the little rotten child. However, he did not know if he could avoid the hidden injuries of the great path. This was a very quiet corner of the city. The courtyard did not look small, but it was extremely shabby. This was probably an ancient building left behind from the past. Xianxia had never been as happy as he was today. His little face was filled with excitement. With a bang, he pushed open the broken wooden door and shouted, "Grandfather, I can cultivate." There were several ancient trees in the courtyard, and there were many fallen leaves on them. An old yellow dog barked and welcomed the little rotten child Xianxia. Then, it bared its teeth at Yi Fan. An old man with a slight limp walked over from the side of the well. His clothes were full of patches and were similarly tattered. He had a head full of white hair and looked very old. He put down the wooden bucket and walked over from the well. Yang Yunting was old and frail. His face was covered in wrinkles and his eyes were turbid. He hobbled over and looked at Yi Fan. "You are? Grandfather, he has a saint body that can cultivate. If I hand over Shier's cultivation method, I will be able to cultivate soon. I am no longer afraid of them. No one can humiliate our ancestor. I must defeat the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in my body," the little rotten child shouted in an incomparably serious manner. His little face was flushed with excitement, and his little hands were clenched into fists. Yi Fan's body was glowing, and the golden blood in his body rumbled like thunder. However, he controlled the pressure very well and did not rush out. He only let the old man feel the unique aura of a saint body. He was very direct and did not hide anything. He stated his purpose of coming. Otherwise, no matter how excited a child was, it would still arouse suspicions. The old man was stunned. In the next moment, he actually let out a muffled roar. It was as if he had been suppressed for many years. Like an old lion, he roared in grief, "The heavens have pity on us. No, this has nothing to do with the heavens. We must go against the heavens and break through all obstacles. Our saint body lineage can finally cultivate." He seemed to be filled with endless depression. At this moment, tears streamed down his wrinkled face. Back then, our ancestor died under the hands of someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body. We cannot accept this. He roared angrily. It was as if he was feeling endless pressure and sullen. In the past, after that saint body died in battle, his descendants stepped into the starry sky and learned of everything here. They were inconsolable with grief, and as a result, they stopped forever. They set foot on this ancient star, and only this lineage was left. Our ancestor had long foreseen that the heaven and earth's natural laws might change, and that the saint body lineage would decline further and further. Who would have thought that you would be able to go against this? Elder Xianxia was crying and laughing at the same time. Many years of suppression made him look a bit crazy. This was a declining family, and the saint body lineage had almost been severed. However, there seemed to be a few great secrets hidden within their hearts. Yifan knew that if it wasn't for the successive envoys' care, the declining saint body lineage would have long ceased to exist. Being able to reach this step today truly wasn't easy. The saint body families' future was bleak, and there were a few ancient secrets buried within their hearts. Regardless of whether it was the little rotten child or this elder with one foot in the grave, the blood of their ancestors dyed the world beyond, their bones buried in a foreign land. They firmly believed that the saint body was unmatched. Do you really think so? Yifan asked the little rotten child. Yangxi's clothes were tattered, but at this time, she was like an angry little tiger. She shouted, I firmly believe that the saint body ancestor is the strongest. If I can cultivate, if someone with the tyrant firmament blood appears in the future, I will fight 10 of them alone. Xianxia didn't speak of that battle, but everything was written on his aged face. Too much time had passed, and Yifan didn't delve into the various aspects of that battle. It was already too late to change anything. How I wish that those who fought against the saint body all survived. I don't wish for those people's tyrant firmament blood to solidify. I hope that one day, I can personally suppress them, Yifan said calmly. But in the ears of the grandfather and grandson, it was like a clap of thunder. Xianxia said with a trembling voice, this isn't too possible. Too much time has passed. Even if you stand at the peak of humanity, it won't be enough. There will be a day when you grow old. When Yifan heard this, he didn't refute, nor did he reply. He only looked up at the sky, at the boundless starry sky. Although the courtyard was dilapidated, it was very tranquil. A few ancient trees swayed gently, casting shade on the ground. Beside the ancient well, the rotten child fetched a basin of water and washed away the dirt, revealing a delicate and tender face. Saint Physique cultivates the secret realms, how come a small part of the ancient technique is missing? Yifan asked. Hearing this, the rotten child couldn't be bothered to wipe away the water on his face. He ran over to listen to his grandfather and Yifan's conversation. The yellow dog stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail. It circled around his grandfather with a fawning look on its face. Under an old peach tree, Yifan and Xianxia sat on a blue stone, discussing the ancient technique. Elder Xianxia was shocked. This secret technique was passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that a part of it was lost along the way? Too much time had passed and it was hard to find out. The most precious ancient technique in their hearts was actually missing. The grandfather and grandson were very nervous and anxious. This was because their ancestor had said that this was the Tao of the Saint Physique and it couldn't be lost. Only by cultivating this technique would one be able to reach the grand completion. That's fine, I'll help you guys complete it. Yifan released a strand of his divine sense, engraving this world-shaking ancient technique into their hearts. Yifan stayed here and spent the next few days teaching Xianxia. This child was very talented. Coupled with his diligent cultivation, his performance was extremely stunning. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was dry, but to Yifan, it wasn't a problem. He set up a small heaven origin rune channel and gathered essence energy from all directions. In reality, he could directly take out pieces of divine origin and turn this place into a heavenly paradise. However, he didn't want to let this rotten child come into contact with this cultivation environment. Calm your mind and focus, open the sea of bitterness. Under the ancient tree, Yifan's expression was solemn. He urged Xianxia to focus his mind and open the sea of bitterness, to break the shackles. Yifan helped him activate his bloodline, awakening the dormant golden saint blood. Then, he stood to the side. 4 hours later, the unshakable sea of bitterness suddenly shone brightly, as if it had melted, and specks of golden light appeared. Ah! I've guided in spiritual energy. I can cultivate now. The little rotten child was shocked. He opened his eyes, incredibly excited, directly jumping up and down. Seeing that Yi Fan was glaring at her, Xianxia hurriedly sat back down and apologized. Master, I was wrong. I was just too emotional. The past few generations of my family have not been able to overcome this hurdle. Yi Fan nodded and did not blame him. The declining divine physique race could not even open up the sea of sufferings in recent generations, so he could understand their current mood. The old man, Yan Yunting, was fetching water from the well to water the vegetable garden. At this moment, he was genuinely happy. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have lessened a little. This ancient star was even more powerful than the Big Dipper. The suppression was even more powerful. The saint physique couldn't even pass through this sea of suffering. It really made one feel helpless. Following that, the little rotten child became even more serious, cultivating the Tao scripture. This was an ancient and profound scripture, and could be said to be the best of the reincarnation sea scriptures. Yi Fan's disciples, from Yutong to Komatsu to Flower, had dabbled in it. Yi Fan told them to study it seriously. Perhaps it could affect their entire lives. Now that he met the little rotten child, he still used this scripture to build his foundation. Yi Fan had created this scripture, but as of now, he had not cultivated it to perfection, so he did not easily teach it to his disciples. At the same time, he did not want his disciples to copy his path. The little rotten child did not know about the Tao scripture, but the old man Yan Yunting had heard of it before. He was shocked. Using this scripture as a guide, this foundation was too deep and firm. Xianxia closed her eyes. Although she was young and immature, she was like a boulder as she sat there cross-legged. She did not move at all, and her faith was firm as she wholeheartedly immersed herself in cultivating. Opening up the sea of sufferings was not something that could be accomplished in a single step. Just now, the dormant golden blood in her body had temporarily boiled, and now it had calmed down. Yi Fan nodded. This was the way to go. He had led the little rotten child on the path of cultivation. A rice-sized light had appeared in his sea of sufferings, and he needed to continuously expand it. Little rotten child, come out. In the alleyway, some children were shouting. Trash holy body, come out. What ancestor is the strongest? Someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body has come to suppress you. Some children were jeering. Xianxia opened his eyes. There was anger on his young and tender face, but after glancing at Yi Fan, he quickly calmed down. He did not hear, and focused on cultivating, eliminating all distractions. Yi Fan nodded. For a 6 or 7-year-old child to be able to calm down so quickly and let the anger and grievances in his heart dissipate, it was truly not easy. The person who specializes in killing the holy body has arrived. The tyrant ether blood will sweep through everything. Little rotten child, come out and see how powerful the bloodline of the person who defeated your ancestor is. A group of children clamored. Yan Yunting sighed and shook his head helplessly. Xianxia was very quiet and did not say a word. He sat cross-legged on the limestone, seizing every second to cultivate. He truly treasured this hard-to-come opportunity. After a long time, there were still children shouting outside. They persevered and did not want to leave. In the end, with a bang, the door was kicked open. Yan Yunting saw a child at the back of the crowd. His expression froze, and an extremely complicated and cold expression appeared on his wrinkled face. He then turned his head. A child from the Tsong clan? Yi Fan asked. Yes. Yan Yunting nodded, as if he was very unwilling to mention this clan. There was a kind of anger and knot in his heart that was difficult to dissolve. Xianxia, go. Yi Fan spoke, stopping the rotten child from cultivating and allowing him to leave. In the alleyway, a group of children were shouting at Xianxia, but they were very afraid of a child wearing treasured clothes. When they saw him wave his hand, they all stopped, not daring to say anything. It was very difficult to cultivate on this ancient planet, and only in this region could one barely do so. This city was located in this Tao land, and most of the people living in this city were disciples of ancient sects who knew how to cultivate. These children came from various large and small sects, and they were all very afraid of the child in the middle, following his lead. His name was Xianxia, and he would only appear once every 10 days to half a month. Every time he came out, he would find the rotten child and beat him until his head bled. This time was the same. Is this the child of the tyrant ether bloodline from another ancient planet? Yi Fan asked. Yang Yunting nodded, and his expression was very cold. He hated this clan more and more. These past few years, they had become more and more excessive, continuously trampling on the dignity of the Saint Physique bloodline. They are the descendants of the tyrant Physique. Most of their bloodline is already thin, but it does not affect their cultivation. In order to establish faith, they specially sent some children to this planet. How many years had it been like this? Yang Yunting sometimes thought about it and felt very sad. The Saint Physique bloodline of the human race had become the sparring partner of others, and they were bullied like this. When he was paying his respects in front of the lonely grave in the human race's holy land, Yi Fan had already learned from the whispers of the two saints that the person with the tyrant ether bloodline had been buried on another ancient planet. There were descendants of this clan that came to guard the tomb, and they had never left. Comparatively speaking, that clan was quite different from this one. Even though their bloodline had become thin with the passage of time, never producing a true tyrant physique, they were still extremely powerful. For the sake of nurturing the next generation, the Heaven clan would do anything. When they were very young, they would be sent to this ancient planet where cultivation was difficult for them to live for a few years, allowing them to understand the changes of the Tao. They would struggle, sharpen, and comprehend through hardship. This was an ancestral rule that could not be changed. When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved. He felt that this clan was unordinary. However, since the ancient times, the descendants of the tyrant ether bloodline had gone too far, making a few children target the Saint Physique bloodline. They would often bully them, and each time, they would be beaten until their heads bled. Tyrant physiques are innately stronger than saint physiques, unmatched under the heavens. You all have to surpass them since you were young, trample them under your feet, and establish an unmatched faith. This was what someone from the tyrant ether bloodline clan said. They actually taught their children like this. Elder Yang Yunting would always feel grief and indignation whenever he thought of this. Brat with Saint Physique, you're no good. How can you be a match for the tyrant physique? Today, you'll be beaten until your head bleeds again, many children shouted. Xianxia had just started to open up the sea of bitterness and had just started. Although he was born with divine strength, he was still not the opponent of the child who had already established his foundation for many years and understood Tao techniques. Song Yun was not old, but he had a kind of coldness that did not match his age. He sent the rotten child flying with a kick, and then he followed, stepping on his chest. My ancestor won. The tyrant ether bloodline will forever be stronger than the saint physique. Now, every generation of us will step on the bodies of your clan. You will never be a match for us. Although Yang Yunting was very old, he was still angered by a child. He picked up a hammer in the courtyard and was about to rush out. He had a lame leg, and it was left behind when he fought angrily for his son. And now, his grandson was treated like this, often being bullied. His chest was violently bullied, and his face was flushed red. Yi Fan pulled him back. A strand of golden light rose from the ground, entering the body of the child Song Yun, making him lose his strength in an instant. Although it was beneath his status to deal with a child like this, it was necessary at the moment. The rotten child's strength was very great, and he flipped Song Yun over in an instant. He swung his fists fiercely, and in just a few blows, Song Yun's nose was caved in. Snot and tears flowed down continuously, and blood flowed continuously. Not to mention the fact that you don't have the tyrant ether blood in your body, even if you did, it would be nothing. If I cultivated for the same amount of time, I could beat 100 of you by myself. My ancestor was stronger than the overlord physique. The other children were all scared silly, not knowing what to do. In that era, when the saint physique fell, the person with the tyrant ether blood in his body also died not long after, right? Asked Yi Fan. He originally didn't want to touch Yang Yunting's sore spot, but he still had to clarify. Yang Yunting nodded and said, after that battle, he was unable to leave the 50th pass of the human race. 10 years later, he passed away in meditation on an ancient planet with life not far away. Legend has it that in the end, wisps of emperors might leaked out, but the internal injuries acted up, and he was torn into pieces in the end. This caused that ancient planet to become a strange place, completely different from this planet. Yi Fan nodded and said, "Seems like I also need to go to that planet to take a look." Ah. On the ground, Song Yun shouted and screamed, snot and tears flowing down his face. Xianxia was like a little tiger sitting on his body, beating him continuously, venting out all the grievances in his heart. "Song Yun, you really are an idiot. You can't even beat the little trash of the Saint Physique lineage. He can't even cultivate, but you were ridden by him and beaten up. You have completely lost the face of our race." In the distance, a few older children walked over. They were all 12 or 13 years old, and their cultivation wasn't weak for their age. Even though only a thin power of their bloodline was left, they could still cultivate. The descendants of this race hadn't been buried in the dust of history. These children were all very cold. Divine light flickered when they came up, and they either flicked their fingers or lifted their feet. They wanted to suppress the little rotten child, and they had a natural sense of superiority and conceit. A few strands of golden light rushed up from the ground and drilled into their bodies. With Yi Fan here, how could he let the little rotten child continue to be bullied like before? Although this was a loss of status, it was nothing compared to helping Xianxia get rid of the humiliation in his heart. Ah, the children who rushed over screamed one after the other as they were all knocked down by the little rotten child. One by one, he punched them until their mouths and noses were bleeding. All these years, Yang Yunting felt that he had lived a very sullen life. He didn't take good care of his son, and he passed away early. Now, his grandson was being bullied. Even though it was a few children who were being beaten up, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. This grandson of mine. Is he really returning to his ancestral roots? Does he have endless divine blood? He asked Yi Fan in a trembling voice, as if he had to make a decision. Yes, as long as he is willing to work hard, he won't be weaker than the Saint Physique ancestor, Yi Fan said. The ancestor left some things behind, and entrusted them to the guide's lineage for safekeeping. Perhaps, it will be of great use to you and my grandson. After saying these words, the old man seemed to have untied a knot in his heart, and he let out a long sigh. Yi Fan was startled. The divine physique had left something behind. What was it? It didn't seem to be an ordinary item. We have long lost the ability to protect it. If we hold it in our hands, others will definitely target it. We can only ask the guide clan to take care of it for us, Yang Yunting said. What exactly is it? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Some things left behind by our ancestors can only be opened by those with golden blood in their bodies, Yang Yunting said. He spoke of some past events. Before the divine physique ancestor stepped onto the starry sky ancient path, he had a premonition that the world would change in the future. The divine physique might decline and become more and more difficult. Thus, he left behind some things. Those with golden divine blood in their bodies can break through the world's shackles and break through, Yang Yunting said. However, the divine physique ancestor had solemnly told him that doing so could create an unparalleled expert and restore the declining divine physique to its former glory. Thus, it couldn't be used carelessly. It couldn't be used unless there was a dark upheaval or the human race was in danger. Only when the human race's divine physique was needed to quell the upheaval and suppress the world-destroying calamity could these things be taken out and the sealed divine physique of the human race could be unsheathed, Yi Fan sighed softly. Yang Yunting's ancestor truly had the world in his heart. His spirit could swallow mountains and rivers. This kind of breadth of mind was worthy of respect. How many people could compare to him? The dark upheaval hasn't appeared yet. If we use it like this, wouldn't it be too early? Yi Fan asked. I once heard that the path to immortality is about to open. The ancestor once said that there will be a great tribulation. The divine physique bloodline should reappear in such a great era, Yang Yunting said. The divine physique bloodline's ancestor had thought of many things. He had a premonition that the most glorious golden era would be accompanied by the most terrifying dark upheaval. When the dazzling prosperity came to an end, perhaps something cruel would happen. The divine blood in the Yang family's body was getting thinner and thinner. It would disappear sooner or later. Now that Yang Yunting heard Yi Fan say that his grandson had a large amount of golden blood in his body, he immediately thought of this. Perhaps this was the Yang family's last divine physique bloodline. In the future, it would be difficult for such a physique to appear again. It might completely disappear in the near future. Therefore, this might be the last chance for the ancestors' dying wish to be realized. It was to be used in the upcoming immortal ascension tribulation to suppress the most terrifying turmoil of the human race. When Yi Fan heard this, he fell silent. He felt sorrow for the ancestors of this bloodline. They cherished the world and were determined to protect the human race, yet in the end, their blood was shed in outer space and they died in a foreign land. It was truly tragic. Yang Yunting's brows furrowed and relaxed as if he was making some kind of decision. After a long time, he said, "The path of immortalhood is about to open. The most terrifying turmoil in history is about to happen. My grandson is still young, he has no time to grow to that stage. The Saint Physique lineage can only rely on you. This old man wants to give you all of those things to help you reach the consummate realm and become invincible." Yi Fan shook his head and said, "This was left behind by your ancestors, and will be inherited by Xianxia. Besides, I've already broken through, so I don't need anything else." "Awu." Song family's child cried out in alarm, cursing angrily. He was extremely unwilling, his weak will starting to cry. The rotten child could be said to have been a pitiful child these past few years. He was often bullied by these people and felt wronged, especially when he wanted to stop them from humiliating his ancestors. But every time, he would be beaten until his entire body was bruised and bruised. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have long since died. He wouldn't have lived past 6 or 7 years. Now, everything was reversed. Xianxia waved his fists, venting the anger in his heart. The children of the Heaven clan were wailing like ghosts and wailing like gods, and blood flowed from their noses and mouths. The other children were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They scattered and fled, some of them even running to the Tsang family to deliver a message. "All right, let them go. When you're strong enough, you can go fight the entire Tsang family," said Yi Fan. He didn't really care about the Heaven clan's weak bloodline. His true enemies were the people with the tyrannical firmament blood in their veins, and not these descendants who would soon return to the mortal world. Xianxia stopped, panting, and kicked the children away one by one, no longer paying them any attention. "Leave this place and go to the human race's 50th pass. In the future, you all can stay there," Yi Fan said. In order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, they couldn't stay here anymore. The declining holy physique bloodline is truly bold. Let me see just what kind of person can beat these unworthy grandchildren of mine until their mouths and noses bleed. From the distance, a clear whistling sound rang out. A figure quickly approached. His strength couldn't be underestimated, far exceeding the peak strength of this ancient star. It was unknown how many years ago the Heaven clan began to let the children of the clan come out to temper themselves. They all had to comprehend for a few years on this withered star where it was difficult to cultivate. Normally, there were experts overseeing this place. This was an old man with snow-white hair, each strand sparkling. His skin was spotlessly white like jade, and his eyes were like 2 streaks of lightning. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. "Leave after you've seen it. Don't look for trouble." "Who are you?" the old man asked. More than 10 people followed behind him, including the crying children. "I will go to another ancient star to take a look, and pay a visit to your clan," Yi Fan said. This was a decision he had made a long time ago. He wanted to see the remains of the peak human Tao expert with the tyrannical firmament blood flowing through his body. "Audacious! Who do you think you are? You dare to say such words? Are you related to the holy physique bloodline?" The people behind him pressed forward like a group of divine lions, emitting a terrifying domineering aura. This was a pressure unique to this race. Even though their bloodline was thin to such an extent, it was still like a raging wave, intimidating all the cultivators in the city. The ancestor of the holy physique bloodline was defeated and killed by my clan's ancestor. What qualifications do you have to say such words? The ancient tomb divine park of the tyrannical firmament bloodline isn't a place you can step foot in. A person shouted. Yi Fan coldly swept his gaze over. The golden light in his eyes erupted. Although this person had reached the king realm, at this moment, he still felt his blood run cold, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Thump, 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 these people couldn't help but retreat, especially those leaders who were overbearing just now. Their legs trembled, almost suffocating under this pressure. Holy physique, a holy physique with great accomplishments in cultivation. One of them cried out loudly. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his face was like golden paper. Yifan didn't deliberately release his aura. It was only wisps, but it already shocked them. Both sides were old enemies, so they were the most sensitive. I don't want to make things difficult for you all. Unless the true tyrannical firmament blood appears, you all aren't worth me taking action. All of you can leave. Yifan spoke calmly, but in the ears of these people, it was like thunder. These people came to denounce him, but at this moment, all of their faces were pale. They didn't say a single word, turning around to leave. The other powers in the city were all scared, and none of them dared to say anything. Not a single person stood out, and it was momentarily extremely quiet. The realm gate opened, and Yang Yunting led the little kid back to take one last look at the dilapidated courtyard. After that, he followed Yifan and crossed the void, rushing towards the 50th pass of the human race. The flourishing 50th pass was like a heavenly city compared to the cities on the withered star. It sat in the starry sky, and when one raised their head and looked up, they could see the boundless universe. This place was extremely flourishing. The guide envoy had a curly beard on his face, and his figure was tall and sturdy. His name was Zhao Gongyi, and he looked very boorish. At this moment, he was in a donkey restaurant, drinking alone. There was a jug of aged wine and a few plates of cooked meat. Uncle Big Beard. Xianxia called out. He had seen the guide envoy once before. Yifan laughed. Calling this person uncle? Only a little kid who didn't know anything could call him uncle. The guide envoy didn't know how old he was, but he knew that 4,000 years ago, he was scammed by a divine donkey. Yang Yunting stepped forward and bowed. He knew that it was the guide envoy who protected their bloodline. Otherwise, their race would have most likely ceased to exist. The guide envoy, Zhao Gongyi, understood the purpose of their visit. He nodded and said, "You want to take back those things? Alright, I don't know how many generations they've been preserved for, but they're about to be buried in dust." They arrived at the city lord's manor, and once again entered the sealed area. Xianxia was amazed by everything he saw. In the past, he was a pitiful little kid who was bullied by others, and had never left that city. Now that he saw the sun, moon, and stars appearing together in the sky, he was completely puzzled. At this moment, his tattered clothes had been taken off, and he had changed into clean clothes. He looked very delicate and young. Yang Yunting was a little nervous. The ancestral object was about to appear, and he found it hard to calm his heart. The guide envoy, Zhao Gongyi, opened a sealed treasury, and pushed open a pair of huge stone doors. Inside, there were many treasures and lights overflowing with colors. Without any delay, he took out a stone box from the innermost layer and solemnly handed it over to Yang Yunting. "Ai!" Zhao Gongyi sighed softly. The stone box was covered in dust, but even someone as powerful as a saint couldn't open it. After so many years, it had never seen the light of day, and the ancestral object was sealed within. Only the human race's holy physique bloodline can open it, and if a peerless character with great power tries to forcefully open it, it will shatter, and nothing will be left. Yifan received it, and it felt heavier than a mountain. He felt deep respect for the holy physique bloodline's ancestor. He naturally wouldn't let Xianxia spill her golden blood. He cut his wrist, and strands of golden light flowed down, entering the stone box. Kacha, with a light sound, the stone box bounced open, and the power of time filled the air. It also carried an aura of great vicissitudes, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. "Ancestor!" Yang Yunting shouted loudly. Xianxia also felt an aura of bloodline connection, and she gently wept, wiping away her tears. When the human race's holy physique needs him, he will definitely stand up. He didn't leave these things behind to strengthen his descendants, but to quell the chaos of the darkness. The guide envoy, Zhao Gongyi, sighed. The 3 small jade bottles were no bigger than a thumb, and they were sparkling and translucent. The liquid inside could be seen clearly. These were the three most divine and sacred medicines of the human race. The first small jade bottle contained golden blood. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, it was still dazzling, as if divine gold had melted. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Yifan faced it, and thunder rumbled within his body. His own golden blood surged, resonating with the small jade bottle. Inside the second small jade bottle, golden multicolored light and bright red radiance shot out at the same time. It was beautiful and dazzling, holy and otherworldly. This was actually a mixture of golden and bright red blood. When they merged together, they turned into brilliant radiance that illuminated an eternal divine ring. Holding it in his hand, it was as if he was standing under the heavens, turning into an immortal king. He was surrounded by all types of immortal splendor, and with the addition of a divine ring, he became the supreme being of the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was extremely strange. The small jade bottle was only the size of a thumb, yet it shot out immortal light. The aura was majestic and dignified, as if a true unmatched divine body was reviving. Golden multicolored light flickered, making the blood within Yifan's body surge even more violently. Meanwhile, that bright red light left him with a type of indescribable shock. This small jade bottle was even more brilliant than the first one. It was definitely a priceless divine treasure. Apart from this, there was also a third small jade bottle. The inside of the sparkling and translucent container was a bright red color. It wasn't blinding, and it didn't release endless divine splendor either. It was calm and peaceful. The small jade bottle was sparkling, and the liquid inside could be seen clearly. This was the only blood that didn't shine. It was calm and gave off an intimate aura. Inside the bottle, the bright red blood didn't release any powerful fluctuations, nor did it release any astonishing aura. However, holding it in one's hand made one's body and mind feel tranquil. Moreover, when this bright red liquid gathered together, it actually formed a human shape. It was like a thumb-sized immortal pill, warm and translucent. The third small jade bottle was definitely even more extraordinary, but he couldn't feel any special power. No matter how he observed it, it was calm and peaceful without any immortal radiance. Returning to the natural state, these words appeared in Yifan's mind. The divine body pursued the consummate realm, and the blood would turn into this type. The golden multicolored light would fade away, and it would become this bright red. No matter how powerful the first 2 types of blood were or how astonishing their fluctuations were, when Yifan held the third small jade bottle, he immediately calmed down. The restless golden blood within his body was originally surging like a long river, but at this moment, it was calm, making him feel as if he was in a secluded mountain valley. The 3 small jade bottles were all left behind by the divine body ancestor. This was an inheritance that transcended eras, representing a type of power that could break through the world's shackles. Every small jade bottle was priceless. As long as news of it leaked out, people would definitely fight over it, triggering a huge uproar. The envoy Zhao Gongyi sighed. The 3 jade bottles contain a type of power that can allow the divine body to break through the world's shackles and reforge its glory. This was definitely the essence of the blood, the essence of the immortal divinity, the most precious part of the divine blood. Who would have thought that they would be refined? Without a doubt, the most precious and rare was the third small jade bottle. That was the ultimate blood of a divine physique. It was rumored to possess undying, world-splitting, and other unmatched divine effects. The blood inside was in the shape of a human. His facial features were distinct, and strands of hair could be seen clearly. Upon closer inspection, there was a type of supreme being dignity to him, one that exuded power even without anger. This was clearly the divine physique himself. In order to refine such a small pot of divine blood essence, it was unknown just how much origin energy was consumed. It was definitely shocking. This was left for later generations. At first, they definitely couldn't ingest the red blood. They had to start from the golden blood, and when their strength reached a certain cultivation realm, they would ingest the 2-colored divine blood. This was left for later generations. At first, they definitely couldn't ingest the red blood. They had to start from the golden blood, and when their strength reached a certain cultivation realm, they would ingest the 2-colored divine blood. There was a process. These were all refined by the divine body ancestor himself. Not only is it his core essence, there are also his great Tao fragments inside, containing his methods. It is mysterious beyond mysterious, an inheritance that transcended generations. The envoy said. The third small jade bottle contained the human-shaped blood. Its appearance was clear. Yang Yunting received it. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he continuously muttered. When the rotten child saw his grandfather like this, he also continuously wiped away tears. He knew that this was the image of his ancestor, a tall and heroic male. Even though he had fallen, his blood still carried a type of divine charm. Back then, when Big Dipper calmed down, the ancestor didn't hesitate to pay the price, exhausting his source to refine these 3 jars of divine blood essence, leaving them for later generations. Who would have thought that he would never be able to return? Yang Yunting's old tears flowed down. That divine body ancestor had finished his worries. He left behind the blood essence, made the final arrangements, and then went on his way. After many years, his descendants found the human race's 50th pass. Many years passed. Regardless of whether it was the previous generations of divine body descendants or the occasional genius that appeared over the years, none of them opened the stone box. They strictly followed the ancestors' teachings. Unless the human race was in chaos, they wouldn't waste the blood, even if the race was declining. Yi Fan sighed. What else could he say? Yang Yunting knelt there, unwilling to get up for a long time. The rotten child choked with sobs, also knelt down, accompanying his grandfather. After an unknown period of time, the treasury finally calmed down. Old man Yang Yunting gave the human-shaped blood one last look, sincerely kowtowing, and then placed it into the stone box, handing it over to Yi Fan. It's more useful for you. This was all he said. Yi Fan shook his head, saying, I've already broken the curse and walked my own path. I have no use for it. I'll leave it for Xianxia. The golden blood in his body flowed, breaking through all obstructions. It could continue to advance, transforming into the divine body ancestor. Xianxia had returned to his ancestral form. Apart from his immaturity, he clearly resembled the ancestor. They were of the same race, and they shared the same blood. The ancestor's great Tao fragment was the most useful to the rotten child. Standing on the giant's shoulder, he could reach unimaginable heights in the future. This child is still young. It'll be too late by the time he grows up. It's best if you take it, old man Yang Yunting insisted. Yi Fan shook his head firmly, saying, to me, it's not necessary. I've already found my own path. Once the conditions are met, I can advance by leaps and bounds. When Xianxia grows up, he'll most likely be identical to this blood-colored avatar. It would be a waste and a pity if I don't make him submit. Yi Fan refused. This was the key to unlocking the shackles of the divine body, and he had already walked his own path. He could advance by leaps and bounds, so there was no need to squander the fruit of his efforts. Envoy Zhao Gongyi nodded, saying, this is a divine body key. To him, it's not that meaningful anymore. It should be left for someone who needs it more. But he's still young. He might not make it in time. Yang Yunting glanced at his grandson. That might not be the case. It's said that the path to immortalhood is about to open, but until now, there's still no movement. It's just that the saints have arrived at the Big Dipper, Yi Fan said. After so many years, he had been paying attention to the movements of the path to immortalhood through the various envoys and other trial takers. In the ancient times, it was said that the path to immortalhood would appear. However, all the ancient emperors rushed over, but they all missed it. The path to immortalhood never appeared. Yi Fan spoke of the past and had his own judgment. He said, who knows if we'll miss it again in this generation? Maybe it won't appear. The ancient emperors were the strongest people in the world. Why did they all go to the Big Dipper? It was because they all predicted some things, but in the end, it was a waste of time. The envoy continued, perhaps that day will come when Xianxi's generation has truly grown up. Who knows what will happen in the future? However, with 2 generations of divine bodies, there's nothing we can't suppress. In the end, Yi Fan did not accept the stone box. He returned it to Yang Yunting and told him to keep it properly. Moreover, in the end, Yi Fan helped this old man resolve the sea of bitterness, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. I'm already so old. I've already missed out on the good times. Yang Yunting smiled bitterly. Grandfather and grandson cultivating the Tao together. It's not necessarily a bad story. We'll go wherever we go. The envoy, Zhao Gongyi, laughed as well. I want to go to the ancient star where the ancestor of the tyrant blood clan is buried. I want to take a look. Yi Fan gazed at the land of life not too far away in the starry sky. I want to go too. The little kid clenched his fists and raised his little face, begging Yi Fan. Nonsense. What kind of place is that? How can you go? Yang Yunting put on a stern face, afraid that the little kid would drag Yi Fan down. Yi Fan immediately laughed. He shook his head at Yang Yunting and said, "It's fine." He looked at the little kid and said, "Come, let's go together and see if this clan can stop us." Starlight flickered in the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, a domain gate appeared on an ancient star. Two figures, one big and one small, walked out from within. This was a great star with dense spiritual energy. Ancient trees covered a vast expanse of verdant greenery. There were all kinds of majestic mountains, and a vast expanse of white waterfall hung down, reaching hundreds of thousands of zhang in height. The aura of life was extremely dense. There were many species of trees, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts roamed about. This was a rare land of life. However, after arriving here, Yi Fan's expression changed. Although the spiritual energy was dense, the great Tao of heaven and earth was so strange. It naturally clashed with him as if it wanted to suppress him. Xianxia had resolved the sea of bitterness and could barely be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. At this moment, his heart was stuffy and his entire body was uncomfortable. He found it difficult to breathe in this world, and he was full of puzzlement. It really is as the rumors say, suppressing all other bloodlines. In the entire ancient star, only the tyrant firmament bloodline is flourishing. It truly is tyrannical. Yi Fan said to himself. The ancestor of this clan stood at the peak of human Tao. He fell on this ancient star, causing great changes to take place between heaven and earth. Yi Fan led the little kid, traversing hundreds of li with a single step. They walked on the mountains and rivers, and they saw many ancient beasts and ferocious birds. They were all desolate ancient species, but there weren't many powerful ones that were suppressed by the great Tao laws here. Mountains and rivers flowed in reverse. Yi Fan arrived at the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire ancient star. This place was simply about to turn into liquid. Before they even got close, they could already feel waves of spiritual energy. Apes cried and tigers roared. In front of this primitive land, there was a giant mountain. It was verdant and lush, covered in vegetation as it towered between heaven and earth. Its shape was extremely strange, resembling a tomb. In reality, it was the resting place of the ancestor of the tyrant firmament bloodline. This was a giant ancient tomb that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. It actually towered into the clouds. Vegetation grew all over the tomb. This was the source of spiritual energy, and it was almost about to turn into liquid. All types of grass grew crazily. Those who failed to break through to the great emperor realm all had different reactions. The most miserable one Yi Fan saw was that quasi-emperor whose body was surrounded by starry rivers. He even caused the death of his mother's star and his own head to explode. The expert at the peak of human Tao with the tyrant firmament bloodline flowing within him was known as an uncrowned emperor. He failed to break through to the great emperor realm, and when he transformed into the Tao, he caused an ancient star that was originally lacking in spiritual energy to become so verdant. It was a bit strange and terrifying. The little kid stared at the giant ancient tomb and clenched his little fists. His eyes immediately turned red, and he shouted with a sobbing tone, "I want to fight you." Yi Fan rubbed his head and didn't say anything. He brought him forward step by step, staring at the giant ancient tomb. In this place, he felt a type of tyranny, a type of suppression. This was a terrifying law that suppressed all Tao that was different from one's own. This person was able to intercept the human race's saint physique and live for 10 more years. This was enough to prove how powerful he was. This type of physique was known as an uncrowned emperor, known to be unrivaled throughout the universe. There was a certain reason for this, and it was truly extremely powerful. The great earth was verdant and full of vitality. There were some ancient vines that were over 10 li long, winding around several mountain peaks. There were even giant trees that were comparable to great mountains, towering high into the sky. This was a scene from the primordial era. Wild beasts ran amok on the great earth, roaring in the ancient forests. Vicious birds spread their wings and soared into the sky. It was as if they had arrived in a prehistoric world. Yifan led Xianxia forward. This place was filled with wondrous trees and precious grasses. There were all kinds of strange plants from the primordial era, and there were some spiritual medicines that could not be found elsewhere. The little rotten child found it difficult to breathe. His body was trembling, and he was being rejected by a type of tyrannical law. This place was extremely uncomfortable, but he stubbornly continued forward, not willing to stop even a single step. Yifan's body overflowed with specks of light, timely enveloping the little child's body. However, it didn't completely protect him, only allowing him to forcefully advance, doing his best to resist. The 10,000 zhang ancient tomb was majestic and enormous, towering into the clouds, suppressing all directions. How did this look like a solitary tomb? It was more like a supreme existence that was slumbering. On the red earth and rocks, ancient trees covered the sky. There was even a type of great Tao aura pervading the air. It was extremely tyrannical and insolent, like an emperor weapon suppressing the myriad Tao of the universe. Two figures, one big and one small, had already arrived at the base of the great tomb. The suppression was getting more and more intense. Strand after strand of heaven and earth laws revolved around the mountain like layers of clouds. It was no wonder that many cultivators from ancient times would cry out in alarm when they came here. This type of scene was too shocking. Apart from those with the tyrannical ether blood flowing through their veins, all other races would be rejected here. Ah! The little rotten child screamed and resisted with all his might. At the same time, he vented the anger in his heart. His young and tender face was filled with unyieldingness. The sea of bitterness actually shone with golden light because of this, emitting waves of thunderous sounds. Tyrannical bell. Yifan frowned as he stared at the 10,000 zhang tall tomb. His heart jumped. This was clearly an ancient tomb, yet it was more like a weapon that emitted strands of divine might. Tyrannical bell, the ancient tomb was silent. The huge tomb was like a huge bell that had been placed on the ground. It had been silent for tens of thousands of years, emitting a faintly discernible divine might. Yifan had naturally heard of it before. Back then, the supreme expert of the human Tao who had the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body used a domineering bell. In that battle, when the bell rang, many stars in the universe were shattered and turned into dust by the bell waves. In the end, that overlord bell was smashed apart by the divine body. The star domain collapsed, and the sky dome became dim. It was incomparably terrifying. Yifan wasn't in a hurry to ascend the mountain. Instead, he took little Xianxia and circled around the mountain, carefully examining the ancient tomb. It really did resemble the overlord bell from the records. Vaguely, there were actually great bell waves that shook outwards. They were very ethereal, as if they came from ancient times. They transcended time and space, emitting a kind of invincible aura. Could it be that after that weapon was smashed to pieces, it reformed, turning into a great tomb, suppressing this place? Yifan said to himself. He observed it for a long time, discovering a few enormous ravines on the great tomb. They were like the traces left behind by the cracks of the bell. The great Tao sounds inside were deafening. Yifan frowned. He was the Yuan Taoist master, someone who possessed a heaven-connecting earth-moving secret technique. He could directly observe the mountains and rivers, seeing through the great power of heaven and earth. Right now, he didn't see any weapon fragments on the great tomb. This was formed from a type of tyrannical natural law, affecting the structure of heaven and earth. It naturally turned into a domineering bell of natural laws. It was strange after all, making one unable to see through its depths. Who is it? When the two of them ascended the great mountain, an explosive shout sounded. A snow-white azure ape threw itself down from a high platform above. There was an expert protecting the ancient tomb. This was an old ape, and it was different from the other vicious birds and ferocious beasts that were suppressed. It wasn't affected at all, harmonizing with the tyrannical laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. The azure ape was extremely tall, sturdy, and powerful. Its entire body was snow-white, its form like a vajra roaring angrily. It reached the saint realm, faintly discernible wave of domineeringness rushing over. It cultivated a special method, sturdy and ferocious. Its eyes were like golden lamps, releasing threatening divine radiance. It threw itself at Yi Fan and the other person. Boundless holy might surged, extremely vast. Pung, under its claw, strands of natural laws and Tao traces appeared in the void, enough to make mountains and rivers collapse. However, under Yi Fan's casual fist, its entire right arm was twisted. Specks of blood scattered outwards, and it flew outwards. The azure ape was shocked. It had received guidance from the Tsang family, and it had guarded this tomb for generations. It cultivated a method created by the azure sky tyrant bloodline for ancient beasts. It was shockingly powerful, and not even ancient saints could match it. It was because this was the Tsang family's important land, an extremely important place that was worth spending great efforts to protect. For the sake of nurturing it, the Tsang family hadn't been stingy all these years, even more than their own clan's elites. It had long been listed as a guest elder of the Tsang family. You, who exactly are you? The azure ape was shocked and scared. Half of its body was contorting. Just now, the golden fist. Shadow flashed past, making him feel as if he was struck by lightning. The bones in his right arm that was known to be comparable to a holy artifact were broken. Yi Fan calmly replied, "For the Tsang family, I can be considered a mortal enemy. However, I don't want to fight against you all, unless someone who truly possesses the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline appears." He continued to ascend the mountain with the little rotten child, advancing above the ancient tomb. He looked all around, wishing to see this mysterious ancient land to its end. "What, you are, the Emperor Burial Star's holy body?" Finally, came. The azure ape cried out loudly, its expression incredibly overcast, carrying both shock and fear. It was a holy beast, sharp and powerful, rarely meeting its match even among saints. However, when facing this person, it found it difficult to produce battle intent, feeling a type of trembling that originated from its soul. "No, anyone can ascend, only the holy body cannot." In the end, it still clenched its teeth, loudly shouting this out. This was its duty, and it didn't want to be scared off. "Why?" Yi Fan suddenly turned around, his eyes shooting out specks of golden light. He looked incomparably dignified, looking down from high above like a deity overlooking the common people. "Because you have a holy body. Your ancestor was defeated by someone with the Azure Sky Tyrant bloodline. The Tsang family clearly said that they would never allow a defeated mortal enemy to come here, not allowing them to take a single step onto this mountain." The azure ape spoke, as if he had used up all of his body's strength. He felt that he had most likely provoked a great disaster. Yi Fan stood on an enormous rock, his gaze sharp like lightning as he coldly stared at him. It was impossible to see whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy as he said, "Who is strong and who is weak is not determined by the achievements of the ancient times. We will fight again in this world. Go and tell the Tsang family that today, I came to ascend the mountain, and will make a trip to their clan." He didn't make a move, but under this kind of gaze, the azure ape felt a chill down its back. It was a powerful holy beast, and it hadn't met a worthy opponent for many years. Yet today, it was trembling in front of this person. What kind of peerless character was this? It opened its mouth, but the cold golden gaze swept over, causing it to tremble. It couldn't help but take a step back as its scalp went numb. "Go." Yi Fan pointed out with his finger, and a divine splendor flew over, sprinkling down on its body. With a hong sound, it was sent flying, falling into the distant horizon, far away from the ancient tomb. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he brought Xianxia forward. His entire body emitted strands of radiance that had already completely enveloped the little rotten child. This was because the power of order on the tomb was too powerful, enough to crush a cultivator into meat paste. On the mountain, the spiritual energy became increasingly dense. Some of the ancient medicines grew vigorously, and their medicinal ages reached tens of thousands of years. They were extremely rare. In fact, there were more than 10 of them that were almost at the king level. Their medicinal ages were at least 60 to 70,000 years old. Waves of fragrance wafted into the nose, causing one to feel as if they were walking on clouds. This place was truly extraordinary. It had become the medicinal garden of the Azure clan, but it was built on top of an ancient tomb. It was truly astonishing and special. Walala, in some places, the dense spiritual energy actually liquefied, forming puddles of water that flowed along the mountain. There was no lack of source lumps within. This was a scene of all living things flourishing in the world. Unfortunately, apart from plants, only those with the tyrant ether blood could be found. The denser the essence energy in a place like this, the greater the suppression of the power of laws. Even the powerful Yi Fan felt waves of discomfort after ascending this mountain. There was a tyrannical power that wanted to tear his body apart, and it was especially targeted at the golden blood in his body. There are no weapon fragments, only a tyrannical bell condensed from the power of order. Yi Fan muttered to himself. What did the supreme tyrant body want to do back then? He had clearly passed away in meditation, so how could there be such a change? He opened his heavenly eyes, and through the divine chains of order, his gaze pierced through the giant tomb, entering the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. He wanted to see everything clearly. This was the main reason why he came here. Back then, the tyrant ether body had internal injuries, and 10 years after the battle, he split into pieces. He didn't know if his body could leave behind any information. Hong. Suddenly, within the great tomb, a wave of heaven-destroying aura surged. It was tyrannical and overflowing into the heavens, making even the sun, moon, and stars tremble. This was a matchless expert that countless experts from ancient times looked up to. He was worthy of being a supreme being of a generation. There was actually still this type of aura even after dying for more than 100,000 years. Worthy of being an uncrowned emperor. Even after dying for so many years, he could still be like this. Normal cultivators definitely wouldn't be able to endure this type of remnant fluctuations. Yi Fan said to himself. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. A vertical eye appeared between his brows, shooting out a streak of immortal splendor. It entered the depths of the great tomb, and as he carefully observed it, he clearly saw the scene there. There was actually a terrifying male there. His black hair scattered about, dancing about crazily. His domineering aura overflowed into the heavens. As he stood there was a type of supreme aura as if he was the sole ruler of the world. There was actually a male in the depths of the enormous ancient tomb. This really was a bit sinister, leaving one shocked. His figure was wrapped up by divine chains of order, making his sturdy body a bit indistinct. However, there was a type of world-shaking fluctuations that could suppress the world. He suddenly raised his head. 2 streaks of terrifying cold lightning shot out from his eyes towards Yi Fan's direction, piercing through the tomb. Hong Long, the golden blood within Yi Fan's body immediately surged, quickly surging and rumbling. His entire body became resplendent, radiance erupting in tens of thousands of streaks to resist the impact. He was sure that this was a type of world-shocking pressure that rushed out from the body of that male in the depths of the ancient tomb. Normal saints wouldn't be able to endure it, dang. A bell sound rang out from the depths of the ancient tomb. Everything in all directions, the 100,000 great mountain ranges, mountains, and ravines were all rumbling. Under the bell waves, the boundless great earth was shaken. The space between Yi Fan's brows erupted with brilliance. A cauldron flew out, suspending above his head. Strand after strand of order ribbons descended, protecting him and Xianxia below. In the depths of the ancient tomb, strand after strand of Tao laws interweaved above that terrifying male's head, forming a great bell. It released a long and drawn-out sound, its domineering aura overflowing into the heavens. Overlord Bell. Golden radiance shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. That great bell's shape was extremely similar to the ancient tomb, no different from the legendary Overlord Bell. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Inside the ancient tomb, the bell waves were vast, ringing through the mountains and rivers. The sun and moon both trembled, as if this world was going to collapse. Boom! The cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head shook violently. The origin of all living things descended. Strands of primordial natives, flowers, birds, fishes, bugs, and deities appeared on the cauldron's walls at the same time, simple and imposing. Now, the myriad source energy cauldron had become a peerless divine artifact. It possessed both offense and defense, and it nurtured deities within it. It frequently chanted the ancient scriptures within the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making it extremely profound and powerful beyond compare. As soon as the cauldron appeared, the bell waves were blocked, unable to break through. In the depths of the 30,000-meter-tall ancient tomb, numerous divine chains of order swept through everything in their path, and they simply seemed capable of destroying everything in the world. They emitted a peerless aura that made others almost want to prostrate themselves in worship. Yi Fan held on to little Xianxia and stood like a boulder on top of the ancient tomb, resisting the terrifying fluctuations coming from below. The cauldron above his head floated up and down, releasing tens of thousands of strands of source energy and holy might. Meanwhile, within the mouth of the cauldron was an expanse of primal chaos that slowly revolved. It was deep and immeasurable, appearing incomparably mysterious. Occasionally, the sun, moon, and stars would appear in the primal chaos chi, as if the world was being created. In the depths of the earth, that male had thick black hair. The overlord bell above his head rumbled. He soared into the air, as if he was going to leap out from the great tomb. An even more boundless power was released. Clang, the great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. All of the vicious birds and ferocious beasts in the mountains, rivers, and great wastelands were trembling. They knelt down on the ground while trembling with fear, as if they were facing a deity. Boom, the golden light in Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly, as though he wanted to see through the past, present, and future. The golden blood in his body thundered, and his entire body sparkled like jade. He released the most powerful saint energy he had so far. He didn't move in the slightest. He didn't attack, nor did he retreat. The vertical eye that appeared between his brows was incomparably brilliant. A beam of immortal splendor pierced through the great grave, staring straight into the depths of the ground. That wasn't a person, nor was it the real Overlord Bell. Everything was formed by interweaving divine chains of order. However, it was absolutely powerful, enough to make ordinary saints tremble. Is this the person who possessed the tyrant Empyrean blood? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He used his heart to sense and comprehend, wanting to see through all the divine sequence chains. This was his goal for coming here. In this place, he felt a terrifying suppression. Sure enough, it was just as the rumors said. Apart from Tyrant, everyone else was viewed as an anomaly, and it was difficult to gain anything. This man's black hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze was like cold lightning, and he was like a fiend god. He had an imposing aura of supremacy in the heavens and the earth, and he emanated an invincible aura that suppressed the ages. Unfortunately, in the end, it was just an imprint and not the true body, so it couldn't rush out of the giant tomb. It could only stand in the void space within the belly of the mountain. Even so, it was still terrifying. The person who had the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body, even though he had died more than 100,000 years ago, the mark he left behind was still so domineering, causing all the heroes in the world to sigh in admiration. From ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many people had come here to pay their respects. Not a single one of them wasn't shocked. One could imagine just how powerful his true body was in the past. Yi Fan's eyes became deeper and deeper. Within them, the sun, moon, and stars vanished, and there was also chaos spinning. Under the powerful suppression of the great path, he comprehended and saw through the source. At his level, not only did he need to fight bloody battles of life and death, he also needed to settle in silence. Walking between the mountains and all living things, appearing and disappearing in the mortal world, all sorts of things would give him great benefits. The tyrant body was his nemesis since ancient times. Yi Fan was suppressed by the laws of the great path, causing the golden blood in his body to boil. Silently enduring here was also a kind of cultivation. He stared at the divine chains of order for a long time. In the end, the terrifying man and the tyrant bell above his head had completely transformed into laws in his eyes, and he could directly see through their essence. Powerful and terrifying. He let out a soft sigh. When everything in the world quieted down, the imprint was still there, and it was still in human form. However, it could no longer be used by him to resist and temper himself. Yi Fan executed an ancient and world-shattering Genesis technique to investigate everything below. In the end, he discovered that it was empty. After the tyrant ether body passed away, his supreme physical body had completely transformed into the Tao, and not a single bone was left behind. The reason why this grave was like this was because the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body had transformed into the Tao. There were traces of the Tao left behind from the desolate era. This was the nemesis of the tyrant ether body since ancient times. There was no need to doubt its peerless strength. Otherwise, the battle back then would not have been so bitter. Yi Fan put away the cauldron and led little Xianxia to walk on the grave. He saw a few small rivers formed from liquefied spiritual qi, gurgling and surging, flowing down the mountain. There was a man-made medicinal field on the mountain. It was watered with spiritual liquid, and ancient medicine grew in large patches. The fragrance of medicine assailed the nostrils, and multicolored light shone in all directions. Each one was sparkling and translucent. Usually, the azure ape guarded this place, but unfortunately, he was not here at this time. Medicine King. Yi Fan was amazed. In the depths of the medicinal field, there was a special piece of 5-colored soil. There were actually 2 Medicine King growing side by side. One was shaped like a vermilion bird spreading its wings, and its entire body was bright red like a red agate. It was a rare ancient medicine known as the vermilion bird grass. The other one flickered with purple light. It was a type of spirit vine that was more than 3 meters long. Legend had it that it only grew an inch in 1,000 years. Its purple leaves were like clouds, drifting about, and shrouded in mist. The main vine was like a vigorous purple horned dragon. Yi Fan had walked the starry sky ancient path for a very long time. He had seen many heavenly treasures, but this was the first time he had seen a medicine king that could extend one's lifespan. This was because there were too many people who needed it on this path, and it was difficult for it to see the light of day. Yi Fan carefully dug out the vermilion bird grass and sealed it in a jade jar. At the same time, he explained the various ancient medicine knowledge to little Xianxia. The vermilion bird grass was like a burning flame. It passed through the jade annulus and emitted a scarlet multicolored light. The spirit vine, on the other hand, emitted a purple mist. It was like a lingering cloud, causing the jade jar to emit a purple luster. The path to immortality was about to open. In the future, there would be great battles of life and death. There might even be dark chaos. The Medicine King was definitely a precious medicine that could save people and prolong their lives. Its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan led Xianxia down the mountain and left the giant tomb. He could clearly feel the changes of the great Tao. He had gained quite a bit from this trip. Is the tyrant ether blood really an unrivaled bloodline? The little rotten child revealed a worried expression. Even though he had left the giant tomb, he couldn't help but turn back to look. This tomb had given him too many shocks. Yi Fan rubbed his head and said, "Unrivaled in the heart, there is nothing to fear." Xianxia firmly believed that the ancestor with the divine body was unrivaled. However, he had wavered a little in this place. That male formed from the interweaving divine chains of order gave his young heart a great pressure. At this moment, he became resolute. His eyes were clear, and his little face was full of confidence. He emitted an astonishing radiance as he brandished his little fists and said, "We are unrivaled." A seed was planted in his heart, and his conviction became firm. The 2 figures, one big and one small, walked towards the end of the great earth, passing through layer after layer of primitive land. Yi Fan's gaze was deep. Although his will was firm and he had the belief that he was unrivaled, after seeing the 10,000 Zhong giant tomb today, he became extremely vigilant. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestor of the Big Dipper Saint Physique had once pacified the chaos and was known to be unrivaled. However, he still fell at the 50th gate of the human race. This was enough to show how terrifying the tyrant ether blood was. After the Saint Physique reaches grand completion, will the blood in one's body really lose its golden color and turn back into a bright red? Xianxia raised his little face and asked. "That's right." Yi Fan replied with certainty. "Has there really been people who have reached such a realm?" The big bright eyes of the little rotten child were filled with hope. "That's right." Yi Fan nodded. The grand completion Saint Physique mentioned by the common people didn't necessarily have flawless saint blood. This was only an unrivaled title, but there was definitely a Saint Physique that was completely blood red in color. You must have heard of their glorious achievements in the Big Dipper Saint Physique, right? The little rotten child's eyes became even brighter, and there was a kind of splendid expression in them. How could Yi Fan not see the desire in the little fellow's eyes? He wanted to know everything about them. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his big eyes blinked. He seemed to be very eager. I've seen the will of a deity before. When he was alive, he definitely had flawless scarlet blood. What he suppressed wasn't ordinary chaos. He fought a bloody battle against the undying mountain and fought against an existence in the origin ancient mine. Yi Fan was very patient as he slowly narrated. Xianxia listened as if she was intoxicated. After hearing that this unrivaled saint physique had died because of his beauty and that his friends who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him had died of old age one by one, she felt grief in her heart. The little fellow's eyes were actually covered with mist as he headed to the outer realm. He wiped his tears and said, after 10,000 years, the entire world was silent. It was too pitiful. In the end, he was the only one left. He chose to leave and died of old age in the outer realm, passing away in a foreign land. There was an obsession in his heart, and for the sake of seeing his beauty and comrades, he turned into a deity's will. In front of them was a magnificent expanse of mountains and rivers. A silver waterfall descended 1,000 zhang, and immortal mists drifted about. Enormous watchtowers were situated on different mountain peaks, and it was as if they had entered an immortal realm. Song family wasn't that far from the giant tomb. They didn't dare enter the tomb, but the experts of the clan would often go to the mountain to cultivate. This was their prosperous divine land. Outside the mountain gate, a terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. The saint's great formation had already been activated, and exceptional killing intent overflowed. Dao marks covered this place densely, turning it into a dangerous land that was difficult to pass through. The azure ape fled back and naturally reported everything. The saint physique that had disappeared for 100,000 years had returned, rushing to the human race's 50th pass and appearing on top of the azure sky tyrant body's giant tomb. This naturally left them shaken. In reality, they had already received news several years ago that a saint physique had appeared on the starry sky ancient path. He came from the burial Emperor Star, and was their old enemy. However, they didn't feel any fear, because in this era, a person with the true azure sky tyrant body's blood had appeared in their ancestral land, another ancient star domain's mother star. That person had come here before and stayed here for a year. They deeply experienced his power, and they firmly believed that he was the unrivaled expert of this generation. The azure sky tyrant blood has always been unrivaled since the ancient times. In this era, he will definitely cut down the saint physique and forge a new era of glory. A group of people appeared at the mountain gate and stood side by side on an enormous peak. They looked outwards, sizing up the two figures, one large and one small. What is the meaning of this? He actually brought a small one. Could it be that there will be two great completion saint physiques in the future? These people were a bit shocked, and their voices were full of cold intent. Truly rare. After 100,000 years, another true saint physique has appeared. What exactly is the meaning of you coming to our clan's pure land? A middle-aged man asked coldly. Facing an old enemy, there was a type of intense hostility and nervousness, as well as a type of arrogance. Nothing much, just looking around. Yi Fan calmly said. He brought the little rotten child with him and began to circle around this place to observe. I advise you to leave earlier. A young man's tone was quite harsh. His eyes revealed killing intent and cold light. Don't be nervous. I have no intention of taking action. I really just want to take a look. It's fine as long as you don't force me to take action. That's all. Yi Fan was quite calm. This mountain peak was extremely magnificent, occupying a vast area. All types of ancient trees grew, taking root on the precipitous cliffs and precipitous cliffs. They were verdant and dark green, flickering with multicolored light, as if they were carved from jade. There were even spiritual springs that gurgled down along the precipice, turning into silver waterfalls that poured down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, accompanied by waves of thin smoke and colorful mist. As for ancient medicines, they were everywhere, and they were rooted at the foot of the mountain, on the precipices, and before the Tao platform. A sweet fragrance assaulted the nostrils while specks of light flickered, and they emanated strands of auspicious light and waves of fragrance. Uncle, what's that? The little kid's big eyes rolled around. He was curious about everything. That's a Qilin beast with a thin immortal bloodline. Yi Fan replied, telling him that this wasn't a true Qilin, just a type of bloodline it left behind in this world. In front of the stone wall, a Qilin rested on its own. Purple energy surged, forming a dense expanse. Orchids grew in its surroundings, filling this place with multicolored light. This was a place where ancient medicines flourished. There wasn't a single weed. What is that little fiery red bird? Ah, it's spitting fire. It even melted a mountain peak. Xianxia was astonished. Her little mouth was wide open. She had never seen these creatures before. That's a fire sparrow. It's rumored to be the descendant of the vermilion bird. Woo, it's not easy for it to grow to this extent, Yifan said. This fire sparrow was only the size of a palm, its entire body bright red, feathers gorgeous, as if cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. With a light shake of its wings, magical force overflowed into the heavens, moving about the volcano, making the great Tao rumble. Inside the Tsang clan's mountain gate, there were several tens to over 100 mountain peaks. Many rare birds and auspicious beasts roamed about, and all of them were mutant species from the primordial era. Some of them were extremely rare to see in the outside world. A middle-aged man could not take it anymore and shouted, "Saint Body, don't go too far. Where do you think this is? Do you think that there is no one in my heaven clan? Quickly leave, or else you will have to bear the consequences. I didn't break into the Tsang family. I just brought this child outside to take a look." "What's wrong with that?" Yifan said calmly. "This is my clan's pure land. Outsiders, especially your Saint Body bloodline, cannot step foot here. This is an affront of our dignity," he berated. Yifan's expression immediately sank. "Is this considered offending you? Then I want to ask, what did you do on the other ancient star? You broke into the home of the Saint Physique lineage and humiliated and trampled on him. This child has been bruised and bleeding since he was young. How could you do it?" Inside, this group of people expressions froze, and then became incomparably cold. Not of their voices, they. All these years, when has the Saint Physique bloodline ever offended anyone? You people bully us at every turn. Haven't you humiliated us enough? Did I offend you by bringing this child here today? Comparing the two, this is nothing," Yifan shouted. These people could tell that the divine body from Burial Emperor Star and the little child didn't come with good intentions. They gave each other a look, their expressions cold and full of hostility. "Uncle," Xianxia called softly. "Don't worry, they're not scary at all. Maybe they'll even welcome us in." Yifan came here to get rid of the haze in Xianxi's heart. "I'm not afraid. In the future, I will personally defeat all of them." The little fellow puffed out his chest and said in high spirits. "You're just a descendant of a loser, yet you dare to come here and make irresponsible remarks?" Within the Tsang clan's mountain gate, a young man finally couldn't hold it in any longer, coldly mocking. "In this world, the strong are respected. Our ancestors won against the divine physique, and the descendants of the Azure Sky Overlord body are destined to surpass the bloodline of the divine tribe that has been eliminated. Why can't we use you to temper ourselves?" This was a kind of high and mighty conceit, as well as a kind of intense hostility and a sense of superiority. It was also a naked humiliation. Of course, the two who spoke knew their limits as well. They didn't dare to leave the mountain gate and only mocked from within the Pure Land. They stood on the mountain peak with their arms crossed and coldly looked down. "Is that so? The strong are respected. This world is really cruel. All right then, I will also work hard to become an expert and try." After speaking, Yifan disappeared with a whoosh. Boom! The ancient formation in front of the mountain gate was attacked and released monstrous waves of divine power. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved, obliterating all intruders. A terrifying holy might filled the air. However, this couldn't stop Yifan at all. He had cultivated the Xing word formula to the acme of perfection. This secret technique could allow him to go up to the 9 heavens and down to the netherworld. There was no place in the world that he couldn't go. It was an extreme method to break formations. The ancient divine killing formation couldn't stop Yifan. He entered the mountain gate and appeared on the mountain peak, decisively attacking. "Stop him!" a group of people shouted. The enemy's attack was as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. No one could react in time. Bang! When a few experts took action, Yi Fan had already grabbed two young men and retreated, rushing out of the mountain gate. This was a type of intimidation. Taking the head of an enemy amidst an army of 10,000 was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Yi Fan directly captured the two young men who spoke rudely. Since the strong are respected, then I'll have to apologize to you two weaklings. I also need to sharpen myself, so I'll use you two to practice. Yi Fan said coldly. Pa. He swung out a palm, sending one of the young men flying. Blood splashed everywhere, and then he immediately followed up, trampling him down from midair and landing on the ground. Ow! This person cried out miserably. It didn't sound like a human anymore. His entire body was almost broken by Yi Fan's foot. All of this was the result of him being lenient. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? No. The other person shouted, scared to the point that his soul was about to leave his body. Just now, he felt intense pain all over his body, and now it was his turn. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't stop. He placed the young man in front of him and fiercely swung his right leg. Then, with great force, he kicked the young man flying like a soccer ball. Hong! In the distance, a short mountain was smashed by this person. Smoke and dust filled the air, and there were heart-wrenching and lung-splitting screams coming from that place. The weak are prey to the strong. Is this all there is to it? Today, I'm stronger than you guys. It seems like this is the best place to sharpen myself. Yi Fan pulled little Xianxia forward and kicked them once again, sending them flying into a pile of rubble. This was a brutal beating. In front of the Tsang clan, he was beating up the clan's disciples in front of their mountain gate. At this moment, the entire place was silent to the extreme. No one dared to believe this reality. Immediately afterwards, the Pure Land exploded. Many magical treasures flew over, and all of them flickered with multicolored light. They bombarded towards Yi Fan, wanting to kill him here. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He didn't waste any energy to resist. He operated the army formula and directly controlled the two captives to face these weapons and magical treasures. As a result, the brilliance completely retreated, and the attacks immediately stopped. Saint Physique, you have angered my Tsang clan. This is a humiliation to us. Don't even think about escaping today. There were people with violent tempers within the mountain gate who immediately roared. If not for the escort envoy's protection, your clan would have long been wiped out. The descendants of the losers actually dared to come to my clan's gate and make a move. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. This was something that had never happened before. For so many years, generation after generation, they had always held the advantage. When had they ever been bullied by their mortal enemy's bloodline like this? Their eyes were about to split open. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry, giving the two youngsters another vicious beating. He led the rotten child and stepped on their bodies. His expression was tranquil as he said, "Everything I did was carried out according to your way of thinking. I am strong, so I can trample all of you under my feet. Isn't this normal? You are just losers, so aren't you supposed to be treated like this?" While speaking these words, he fiercely beat them up again, almost breaking apart their bones. In the end, they were tossed into the mountain gate like trash. Hong, within the Tsang clan, a wave of exceptional domineeringness erupted. A stone mountain collapsed, and a demonic godlike figure rushed out, arriving high into the sky. Saint Physique from Emperor Burial Star, you actually dare to humiliate my clan. The Tsang Sky Tyrant blood cannot be bullied. Today, you won't be able to leave. Yi Fan's reaction was extremely calm, as if he didn't care that much. This isn't much of a humiliation, right? Tsang family's people were driven mad. After all these years, who dared to stir up trouble here? This was the first time, yet this person actually said that it wasn't much. It was just too hateful. Everyone was furious. Yi Fan was still as calm as the clouds and winds. Don't you all often do these types of things? I am far inferior to you all. If I didn't do it well, I hope you all can forgive me. Break it down. Everyone almost stomped their feet in anger. This was an undisguised beating, yet he still had such an indifferent appearance. It was extremely vexing. Many people gnashed their teeth in anger, truly wishing to tear him into 8 pieces. This saint who came out of isolation was extremely bold and powerful. He was tall and majestic like a demonic god. He didn't want to say anything and was about to rush out murderously. Suddenly, an old man appeared without a sound and grabbed his arm, not letting him leave the mountain gate. The others also quieted down. "Youngster, you are going too far," the elder said expressionlessly. "Not really, right?" Yifan was still the same, not forceful, not violent, a bit sloppy. When he spoke these words, there was even a hint of doubt, as if he was still asking for the other party's opinion. How vexing. A few people were so angry they wanted to skin him alive. They couldn't help but want to take action. Youngsters should know when to advance and when to retreat. This elder's face sunk. He stared at him and said, "Intruding into my ancestral cemetery is disrespectful, and even more so a type of humiliation. Coming to my clan's gate, I feel that none of these crimes can be established." Yifan shook his head, interrupting him and saying, "From ancient times until now, many people have gone to pay their respects to that great tomb. Everyone in the human race's 50th city knows about this, so why can't I do the same here?" The group of people were furious, many of them berating loudly. "Your clan and my firmament tyrant blood are old enemies. You are nothing more than a loser, so ascending the giant tomb is the most serious provocation. It is pardonable for others to ascend there, but your clan definitely cannot. What qualifications does the descendant of a loser have to ascend my clan's important land? This is a type of humiliation." Many youths glared at him angrily. They were young and full of vigor, so they felt a sense of superiority when facing the divine physique race. They naturally couldn't endure it. "You all say that this is a type of humiliation, so why did you act so impudently in front of the divine physique's solitary tomb on another ancient star? You even bullied his descendant and carved words on the stone wall in front of his tomb. Isn't this even more serious? Why do you always have a double standard?" Yifan coldly said. "Impudent." Some people from the Heaven clan could no longer endure it. "I'm not impudent at all." Yifan shook his head and recovered his indifferent appearance. "I didn't disrespect your ancestors, nor did I carve words randomly. I only picked 2 king medicines there. These are the medicinal herbs you should compensate for bullying little Xianxia and causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises." The people from the Heaven clan almost spat out blood. Those were 2 king medicines. They were the most precious things in this world. Even the great sage bowed down for them because they could prolong his life. Some of the existences from the Heaven clan who didn't have much time left felt like dying after learning about this. Yifan leisurely said, "Don't worry. Before I left, I laid down some formations and transplanted over 10 rare ancient medicines inside. I reckon that they will all become king medicines in 20 to 30,000 years. You all won't suffer any losses." The group of people wanted to vomit blood again. Transplanting ancient medicines in their ancestral land? Whose medicinal field was this? Moreover, who could wait 20 to 30,000 years? Everyone wanted to eat him alive. "I wonder if I'll have the chance to pick the ancient medicines I planted in 20 to 30,000 years. Yifan once again talked to himself. He felt very good about himself. Damn you. That was what everyone wanted to curse out loud. At this moment, only little Xianxia was looking at Yifan with a look of worship. The members of the Heaven clan all had gloomy expressions. Their hearts were filled with uncontrollable anger, and their hatred for Yifan was incomparable. Several experts secretly communicated with each other through their divine senses, preparing a forbidden artifact to launch a sudden attack and kill Yifan. Medicine King. An old man gnashed his teeth as he stared at Yifan. It seemed like he would pounce over at any moment. Yifan was still unconcerned as he led Xianxia around the periphery. He seemed to have seen the entire mountainous region, and there was a certain rhythm to his footsteps. The rotten child was curious about everything he saw. He blinked his large eyes and asked all sorts of questions. The 2 figures, one big and one small, did not seem to care at all. It was as if they were exploring a secluded place. He came at just the right time. If he didn't come, I would have personally left seclusion to kill him. I definitely won't allow a pure saint bloodline to coexist with my clan. A cold and emotionless voice came from the depths of the Heaven clan. The two granduncles are about to leave seclusion. The elders at the mountain gate were overjoyed, and the killing intent on their bodies became even stronger. The saint bloodline, no matter which era, is destined to be defeated. The voice from the depths of the beautiful mountain peak became even colder. It was still secretly transmitting sound, telling the clansman that he would soon leave seclusion. You shall be consigned to eternal damnation. Outside the mountain gate, the powerful saint shouted loudly. He and the white-haired old saint took action together. They worked together to activate a forbidden artifact and unleashed a peerless attack. At the same time, all sorts of formations flickered around the mountain gate. There were actually many hidden formation diagrams. At this time, they all came to life and attacked together. Dang, a long and drawn-out bell rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. It was exceptionally domineering, as if the boundless universe was falling down, terrifying to the heavens. Tyrannical bell? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. The aura he sensed was very similar to the aura he sensed in front of the giant tomb. At this moment, a giant bell suddenly descended from the sky, suppressing towards him. Saint Physique, we have endured you for too long. Die for me. The powerful saint roared loudly, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble. The white-haired ancient saint also had a cold expression as he joined forces to sacrifice the bell. Oh, I've also waited for a long time. It's about time. Yi Fan was completely unperturbed. Pulling little Xianxia with him, he transformed into a beam of light and activated the line incantation. In the blink of an eye, they had moved 50 kilometers away. That giant bell missed, only an afterimage left in its original location. It released strand after strand of Dao traces, tearing apart the sky dome. The bell sound was deafening. At this moment, footprints appeared one after another on the great earth outside the Pure Land. They were all shining, and upon closer inspection, they were all left behind by Yi Fan, the regions he had stepped through. Rumble, these were divine chains of order that shone brilliantly. They were formed from heaven origin patterns, and they completely covered the outer region. They extended towards the Pure Land along the underground ancient veins. Heaven and earth were overturned, the sun and moon losing radiance. This magnificent river and mountain were burning, turning into an exceptionally terrifying place. All types of patterns interweaved, turning it into a dangerous place. What happened? Song family cried out loudly, all of them panicking out of fear. It was because a few saint formations collapsed, the underground dragon vein shifted positions, changing directions, making most of the saint formations engraved on the ground become paralyzed. This was a Dao origin divine technique. When Yi Fan was opposing the Song family with equal harshness, he had secretly engraved countless heaven origin patterns. At this moment, all of them were activated. The dragon vein surged, changing heaven and earth, causing the mountain gate to collapse. Rumble, like a landslide and a tsunami, several enormous peaks collapsed, and the mountain gate was razed to the ground. The mountains and rivers here collapsed, and the power of the heaven origin formation was displayed to the extreme. This was an unstoppable force that could tear through everything in its path. It was like a flood bursting through a dam, carrying with it the rupturing of mountains and the overflowing divine force as it surged towards the Pure Land. Ah! The Song family's experts cried out. They were all shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Those concealed formations were actually destroyed in an instant, and the giant wave directly rushed over. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with cold lightning. He finally took action, and with a flash, he followed the heaven origin great formation's fluctuations into the Song family. He raised his fist and smashed over. Forbidden formation, cut off the mountain gate. Someone shouted loudly. Waves of light flickered and linked together to form a light screen, but it still couldn't stop the collapse. The heaven origin divine formation was changing the dragon vein underground, and it was completely disintegrating. If it was in the past, Yi Fan definitely wouldn't be able to do all of this. But now, he was on the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, and his origin techniques were even more divine, so he could break through all kinds of techniques. Several people who had set up the formation were all slashed by the origin patterns, and they directly collapsed, turning into a bloody pulp. Yi Fan moved forward, and at this moment, he didn't hide anything. With a monstrous golden blood energy, he arrived in front of the mighty saint, and smashed his fist down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This was a powerful saint, but under Yi Fan's peerless attack, he couldn't block it at all. First, his entire right arm exploded, and then his body turned into fireworks. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The ancient saint at the side roared in anger, and the giant bell in the sky smashed down. This was a rare forbidden artifact, and it surpassed many saint weapons. It had the domineering aura of a bell. Dang, a cauldron flew out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows, colliding with the giant bell. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. With a rumbling sound, mountains were turned into dust, and various array patterns flashed on the ground. The heaven's origin array also appeared at the same time. Fragment of the domineering bell. 2 beams of dazzling divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. This giant bell wasn't simple. Although it was cracked, there was a different fragment embedded in it, and it shone brightly as if it was about to come back to life. He lightly shouted, and the myriad chi cauldron rumbled. Chaotic sword chi shot out in all directions, and all of them struck the fragment, causing its light to dim, and it flew out. Return. A cold voice came from the depths of the Heaven clan. The domineering bell's light dimmed, and it turned into a meteorite, flying over. Saint Physique, you dare to disturb my Heaven clan? Those who have the tyrannical sky blood in their veins will all kill you. The white-haired ancient saint roared in anger, doing his best to resist. However, under such a peerless divine fist, how could he block it? Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. At this moment, he was cold and emotionless. He brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and its divine might was matchless. His entire body was releasing resplendent light, drowning out the entire heaven and earth. He was like a war god, bold and unstoppable. The elder was only a step away from becoming a saint king, but in the end, he still couldn't cross that threshold. He did everything he could, but he still couldn't block Yi Fan's fist power, and his body flew out. At the same time, in the depths of the Heaven clan, there were experts that came out of seclusion. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Yi Fan was like a golden deity, invincible, possessing a type of unmatched fighting prowess in this world. He only brandished his fists 3 times. The first fist smashed out. With a gotcha sound, he smashed the elder's divine artifact into pieces. It was like a dazzling rain of fireworks. Exceptional energy fluctuation surged like a tsunami, and even the world exploded. Yi Fan's second fist smashed out, and this ancient saint's arm and body broke apart inch by inch at the same time. A rain of blood flew out, and white bone fragments flew in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. And when the third fist smashed out, all the chaotic energy flows and the remnant consciousness of the ancient saint in the area were shattered, turning into smoke. The heaven and earth became clear again. With just 3 punches, Yi Fan killed an ancient saint. Fresh blood dyed the shattered mountainous region red, and this place was like a blood-stained demonic land. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan walked in with large strides, and Xianxia appeared in his manifestation. She was completely protected, and no shockwaves were able to harm her. The Tsung clan had experts, but there was definitely no great sage. Before this, Yi Fan didn't make a move. He secretly laid down the Heaven Origin rune channel, which extended out from underground, and thoroughly understood everything about the Tsung clan. Now that everything was clear, he walked forward with large strides, and no one could stop him. However, he didn't start a massacre, and only headed towards the depths of the Heaven clan. Although this planet was suitable for the Tsung clan to cultivate, it was very difficult for a great sage to appear. After all, how many people were there in this clan? Even on a flourishing ancient planet with a population of trillions, it was already not bad for a few great sage to appear. It was extremely difficult for experts of this level to appear. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The change was too fast, and no one could react in time. Yi Fan entered the depths of the Tsung clan as if there was no one there. Saint Physique, die! A loud shout rang out. A middle-aged man with disheveled black hair and an imposing aura rushed over with a large bell on his head. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to kill you. There's no need for someone with the tyrant firmament blood to return from the depths of the starry sky. I've been waiting for you all this time. This was an expert, and it was the one who had transmitted his voice in secret. He was an astonishingly powerful Saint King, and the tyrant firmament blood in his body couldn't be considered thin. He was many times stronger than the person from before. Most importantly, the large bell on his head seemed to have a few cracks on it, as if it had been pieced together. However, it still caused people's hearts to palpitate, and there was a terrifying aura coming from it. There were a few fragments of the bell that stood out from the masses. They were fragments of the tyrant firmament bell that had been smashed into the cosmos in the past. Now, they were forged together with other divine materials. Ah! This person roared loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. The large bell above his head rumbled, and there were actually strands of oppressive might that vaguely contained a bit of Emperor Qi. Yi Fan was greatly astonished. The tyrant body of the past was too powerful, and he could tell a thing or two from this broken weapon. He was worthy of being an unrivaled expert. And now, even though there were only a few fragments of the bell, they still made people's hearts palpitate. This was because the laws and Tao marks within them hadn't been erased, and their divine might overflowed into the heavens. Dang, the source energy above Yi Fan's head trembled. Ancient people, flowers, birds, fishes, bugs, primal chaos deities, and other things appeared at the same time. They were simple and ancient, as if they could breathe in and out the universe. The sun, moon, and stars appeared within the mouth of the cauldron. The two collided violently, and all of them rumbled. This was especially true for Yi Fan's cauldron. The deities within it revived, and the myriad things on the cauldron's walls seemed to have truly come to life. What? The expert from the Heaven clan was very powerful, but at this moment, he was extremely astonished. You can actually forge the myriad origin cauldron like the ancient Heaven? Astonishment was written all over his face, and it was obvious that he was greatly astonished. He stared at the myriad origin cauldron incessantly, sweeping his eyes over every pattern. He was extremely shocked. Suddenly, an exceptionally sharp sword chi rushed out, and another Saint King level expert appeared to hack at Yi Fan. The two great experts from the Heaven clan both appeared. Of course, the one who posed the greatest threat was the person who activated the large bell. Those fragments of the Overlord bell were extremely terrifying, and they contained extremely powerful energy fluctuations. They fought fiercely, and the large bell was faintly discernible. Strands of Emperor Qi lingered around it, and although it wasn't very real, it made people feel restraining fear. If by any chance it released its emperor's might, it would be very troublesome. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid. This wasn't a true emperor weapon, and he also had the green copper cauldron, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would use the mysterious ancient artifact against him. The great battle continued. Yi Fan only relied on the cauldron and his physical body to resist the Overlord bell, and unexpectedly, the two experts spat out blood. The saint physique from the Emperor Burial Star is truly powerful, but now that you've entered my race's pure land, don't even think of leaving alive. A person gloomily roared. Formation patterns appeared on the great earth, and an even more ancient and tyrannical formation appeared. It was as if it could suppress all living things. Yi Fan remained calm. The heavenly origin formation patterns flickered beneath his feet, and they became increasingly profound and complex. It was as if they were going to connect the heavens and move the earth, causing everything to tremble. The other person sneered and said, "You're wrong. How could the saint physique originate from the Emperor Burial Star? Have you forgotten the ancient history recorded by our ancestors? It's just like the great ancient emperors, descending into the Big Dipper. How lamentable, they don't even know where their mother star is. To think that their mother star was once on par with our race's mother star, and we fought for so many years." Yi Fan's heart was moved. He had clearly understood some secrets. The enmity between the two physiques seemed to be very ancient. It originated from the two mother stars, and the bloody battle had already begun since the Big Dipper era. Boom! All kinds of formations flickered on the great earth, and Tao marks rushed into the heavens. It was simply capable of obliterating all saints. Yi Fan was still very calm. The heavenly origin patterns in the surroundings numbered in the tens of thousands, and they resisted their peerless grand formation. They extended from the earth to the sky, drawing upon the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body violently swayed, and his ears rang with wing sounds. His vision darkened, and the golden blood in his body boiled. He almost fell to the ground. He was greatly shocked. Ineffably, a layer of terrifying red hair grew on his arm. It was extremely terrifying, but it was destroyed by the golden saint blood boiling just now. This ancient star. Yuan Taoist master also came here before. What's here? A solemn expression appeared on Yi Fan's face. This kind of palpitation was so intense that the golden sacred blood boiled and burned fiercely outside his body, burning away the terrifying red hair on his arms. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The universe was vast and the ancient path was long, yet there were actually footprints of the Yuan Taoist master on this path? Kill! A Saint King rushed over with a huge bell suspended above his head. The bell waves were like a tsunami, drowning Yi Fan within. Now was not the time to be in a daze. This battle would shatter the universe. Yi Fan's black eyes were sharp. He raised his golden fist and punched out. His battle intent suppressed the sky, causing golden cracks to extend in the surroundings. This was a world-shocking battle. The great bell rumbled and the bell waves were long and drawn out. It was as if it had transcended the ages and transmitted the divine might of the person with the tyrant ether blood flowing in his body. The bell body was embedded with several fragments of the Overlord Bell. They emitted divine splendor that was exceptionally domineering. Every single one of them seemed to be able to tear apart the sun, moon, and stars. Every time Yi Fan's golden fist moved, these fragments would shine and release an immortal tyrannical power. That kind of aura surged violently, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. This was enough to tear apart the flesh of a Saint King. Yi Fan's physique was strong enough. Moreover, the myriad chi cauldron was bobbing up and down above his head, emitting all kinds of strange images to resist the broken bell. Suddenly, a whistling sound rang out. The mountains and valleys on this ancient star all trembled, quite a few ancient lands directly collapsing. The sky above was a vast expanse, filled with an incomparably desolate aura. Inside the cauldron was a primal chaos. It was unfathomable and impenetrable. At this moment, a Kuan-Pung rushed out and spread its wings to the sky to resist the Overlord Bell. This was a kind of divine might. It shocked the other experts of the Tsang clan. They trembled with fear and almost collapsed to the ground. This was a diagram on the cauldron wall. It came out through the wall and displayed astonishing might. Under the activation of Yi Fan, the Kuan-Pung seemed to have been revived and gained life. This is indeed the myriad chi cauldron, the Saint King shouted. The Kuan-Pung was a legendary immortal spirit that had never been seen in the mortal world. In the mortal world, only the golden-winged Pang's bloodline wasn't pure. Even these descendants were powerful and terrifying enough. Now, in the primal chaos of the cauldron, a giant spirit transformed from a fish into a pung. Its divine wings spread out 3,000 li, soaring into the sky, shattering the sky. It was simply going to tear apart the boundless heavenly dome. It threw itself at the Overlord Bell, exceptionally ferocious, its attacks terrifying and incomparable. Clang, the great bell rumbled. This vicious bird defied the heavens and smashed about, continuously clashing head-on. If its true body existed, it would definitely surpass many species from the archaic era. The Heaven Clan Saint King was shocked. This cauldron's natural laws had just appeared, yet it was already this powerful. This ancient bird's fighting strength surpassed many saints. If Yi Fan broke through, this cauldron would also continue to evolve. One day, it would become an even higher level weapon, and this ancient bird would definitely become even more berserk. If that day really came and the myriad chi cauldron transformed into an emperor weapon, would the true body of Kuan-Pung appear? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The Tsang clan Saint King shivered. The roar of a pung filled the skies, splitting the heavens and earth. This vicious bird covered tens of thousands of li with a single spread of its wings. It was as if it was going to tear apart the 9 heavens. Its enormous golden wings hacked down on the Overlord Bell like broadswords, making it rumble with ear-splitting sounds. The Saint Kings who were activating all types of forbidden formations shivered inwardly. They activated the killing formations while providing assistance and resisting. Clang, the Kuan-Pung covered the skies. Its enormous golden claws grabbed onto the Overlord Bell, about to tear it apart. Sound waves rang out endlessly, spreading for hundreds of thousands of li. This battle shook the entire ancient star. The Heaven Clan was the greatest power here, and no one could challenge them for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet now, such a great crisis had occurred. Quite a few people looked over, all of them greatly alarmed. Kacha, a piece of the great bell was torn off by this ancient bird that no longer existed in this world. It was actually a bit damaged, leaving everyone shocked. Endless sound waves spread outwards, shattering the heavenly dome inch by inch. The mountains and rivers without the protection of formations all collapsed. Kill, the two Saint Kings of the Heaven clan roared. The killing. Formations and the Overlord Bell moved together to resist Yi Fan. They never thought that the divine physique of this generation would be so powerful. It made them shiver. Not to mention anything else, just this cauldron alone was already beyond their expectations. Beneath Yi Fan's feet, the heaven origin pattern channel continuously appeared. The divine formations that he had laid down before interweaved here, resonating with him. The mountains and rivers changed, and the sun, moon, and stars were drawn. Boundless divine splendor poured down from the heavens. He used the heaven origin pattern channel to resist the various forbidden formations of the heaven clan. At this time, the cauldron above his head shook again. An ancient ancestor on the cauldron's wall walked out from the primal chaos mist. This ancient ancestor was a peerless saint. He faced the Overlord Bell head-on, and his physical body was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the space between his brows shot out strands of primal chaos sword chi, its divine might unstoppable. The Overlord Bell rang, and every strand of primal chaos sword chi shook the heavens and the earth. The bell rumbled and shook violently, and the sword chi continued to flow, blocking the bell's sound waves and preventing them from spreading. Yi Fan had the upper hand against the two Saint Kings. He was not under any pressure. What he needed to be wary of was the Overlord Bell's fragments, as well as the Yuan Taoist Master's calamity. Thus, when he used his origin technique, he had no choice but to pay attention. He was afraid that something bad would happen at this crucial moment. Boom! A deafening sound came from underground. Ancient patterns interweaved and shot into the sky. Both Yi Fan's origin formation and the Heaven clan's forbidden formation were destroyed. This was a dazzling light, accompanied by the trembling of dragon veins and the descent of starlight from the cosmos. It was like thousands of silver waterfalls. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. This was without a doubt the Heaven origin pattern, and its mastery was above his own. Not only could it change mountains and rivers, but it could also borrow galaxies. He had long since known that the Yuan Taoist master was not the end. This was because Zhang Lin had told him this when he and the fifth-generation ancestral master were guarding the Valley of Gods. At that time, the fifth-generation ancestral master's stunning performance was proof of this. Zhang Lin had been lost for tens of thousands of years, and his body was covered in red fur. When he woke up, he could single-handedly suppress the ancient race's ancestral king. There were traces of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline buried deep underground. The patterns had come to life, and the starlight and moonlight descended. Draconic chi rose from the earth, and the heavens and earth intertwined. Soaring dragons rose, the sun and moon swayed, and the bright starlight mixed with the dense draconic chi. The mountains and rivers were strange and frightening. Ah! The Saint King controlling the forbidden formation cried out. He had been sent flying, and he had suffered heavy injuries. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Clang, the Overlord Bell was also attacked. The Saint King's expression changed as he retreated with all his might, using the giant bell to block the attack. That was because that place was the exit of the mysterious underground power, and he bore the brunt of the attack. Yi Fan also recalled the myriad chi cauldron and used it to protect himself. He quickly rushed into the distance. He realized that everything was caused by his Genesis technique. There's an ancient formation of heaven source underground. When was it built? He was very surprised. One had to know that the Tsang family had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they allow someone to lay a formation underground, in the eastern wasteland? Even the first-generation ancestral master of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline had not lived this long. Who was the one who laid this formation? Kill. At this moment, Yi Fan did not hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the sky and kill his opponent. The patterns underground were extremely terrifying. They destroyed all the forbidden formations in the depths of the Tsang family's ancient land. It could be said that it was a terrifying suppression, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The patterns interweaved and spread to every corner. The two Saint Kings roared in anger. This was the blood and sweat of many generations. It was unknown how many divine materials were used to lay this formation. It was the crystallization of their blood, sweat, and tears. But at this moment, all of it no longer existed. In particular, their ancient formation was disintegrating. It made their hearts bleed. This was a formation at the peak of the great sage level. Unfortunately, part of the patterns had been worn away by the passage of time. In order to revive it, it needed to be gradually opened. The two Saint Kings were full of confidence. They wanted to use this to trap Yifan and kill him. But now, it exploded. The patterns underground spread up and completely destroyed it. Yifan shook his head. He had already used his unparalleled Genesis technique to find out that there was a terrifying formation here. If the Great Sage formation was not destroyed, he would not step into this dangerous place. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. The Saint King controlling the formation now lost the protection of the formation runes. When he faced Yifan, he suffered the most terrifying attack. Poof, Yifan used the Battle Saint technique. The Tai Sovereign sword appeared and cut the Saint King in half. Blood rained down. The Dao sword was like a huge dragon soaring through the sky. It was extremely sharp. The dragon head was raised high as if it could cut through the heavens. Yifan stood with the sword in hand. The second attack fell and cut through the Saint King's body. Only a Yuan spirit was left, and he was captured. You. The other Saint King was shocked and angry. He did his best to save him. If he was defeated by the saint body and the ancient land was broken, he would not be able to accept it. Dang, Yifan shook the cauldron and slammed into the Overlord bell. The sound was like a flood, vast and boundless. It made people's ears ring. The Saint King used the Overlord bell fragment to resist, but he could not change anything. The Overlord bell suddenly cracked. The fragments shone brightly and flew towards the outer realm. Huh. Yifan was shocked. He used the myriad chi cauldron to block it, but it did not succeed. The fragments of the Overlord bell actually revived on their own. There was an immortal law power inside. It emitted strands of weak emperor's might that entered the sky. Poof, the Saint King was smashed into pieces by the myriad chi cauldron. His body was destroyed. His Yuan spirit left his body and wanted to escape, but it was instantly suppressed by the cauldron and could not move. The battle ended. The Grey family had become a ruined land. The walls were broken and the mountains had collapsed. It was almost razed to the ground. If it were not for the protection of those formations, this place would have been turned to ashes. Nothing would be left. After Yifan stopped his origin technique attack, the underground origin formation immediately disappeared and did not continue to spread. The other people of the Grey family had all fled. Even the two Saint Kings could not defeat them. How could they dare to fight? They were not on the same level at all. And Yifan did not want to start a massacre, so he did not chase after those people. In the ruins, Yifan stood on the rubble. He did not immediately go to the underground origin formation to explore. Instead, he observed the Yuan spirits of the two Saint Kings. He wanted to understand the secrets of the past, and he also wanted to see what was special about the Overlord body. The mother planet of the Saint Physique has become a dead planet. He was stunned. He did not think that he would find out such secrets as soon as he explored. The Saint Physique and the tyrant blood of the Ether had fought. They were natural enemies, long before the era of the Big Dipper Saint Physique. Their struggle actually involved achieving the path. Suddenly, the clanging sound of swords came from a broken mountain in front of him. Yifan suddenly raised his head and flew up. This was an important place. Unfortunately, everything had been destroyed. Only a jade jar remained. At this moment, cracks appeared on it and it suddenly exploded. Strands of purple blood sprinkled on the mountain rocks. They were incomparably resplendent, as if formed from divine light. They could penetrate the blue stone. And were boundlessly domineering. Tyrant blood of the Ether, two beams of light shot out from Yifan's eyes. He stared at the dazzling purple blood, looking through the source and capturing strands of order laws. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying figure formed from purple blood condensed. It was majestic and domineering. It's him. It's actually him. Two brilliant beams of light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. Before this figure had completely formed, he knew who it was. Purple blood turned into a figure. His appearance was valiant and intimidating. There was an exceptional domineering aura around him. He was like a towering mountain. His hair was messy and his eyes were cold. Yi Fan had never truly met this person before, but he had seen him through the fluctuations of a certain person's divine sense. It was because he had left that person with a deep and unforgettable impression. Many years ago, there was once a young man with a heroic appearance who shocked a region. He was unrivaled among his peers in that ancient land of life and was known as the number one of the younger generation. He harbored a dream and a will to devour mountains and rivers as he stepped onto the ancient starry sky path alone. He courageously advanced and killed his way to the human race's ancient sacred city. Even though he encountered many heroes from different star regions, he was still outstanding and stood among the most powerful. His talents were extremely high and rarely seen among this group of challengers. Even the guide praised him, saying that if he was given time, he would definitely rule over a region in the future and become a matchless expert of the human race. Unfortunately, this kind of heroic talent didn't even have the chance to display his splendor and withered away prematurely. He encountered someone in the human race's second city that he shouldn't have encountered. 100 vessels vying for the current, heroes competing against each other. In an archaic Tao rite, he fought his way through bloody battles and created his own world. He sat on top of an ancient cliff and calmly comprehended the great Tao. However, a terrifying thing happened next. He encountered the greatest setback of his life. A man and a horse stepped into the sky with exceptional domineeringness. With just a single spear, he was nailed to the boundless ancient land along with his mount, drenched in fresh blood. That man and horse didn't stop for even a moment. They stepped into the sky and broke through the so-called immortal archaic Tao rite. They rushed into outer space alone like a demonic god. How domineering was that? His entire body was ice cold. Even though he was lucky enough to survive, the fire in his heart was extinguished. A young man full of vigor became dispirited and extreme from then on. More than 10 years later, he gathered his courage and stepped onto the ancient path again. Unfortunately, he encountered another person and a similar tragedy played out. He was nailed to the ground by a spear and his blood dyed the ground red. This extinguished the last bit of hope in his heart. From then on, the human race's second city gained an old soldier. He often gazed at the starry sky ancient path at night with a lonely and miserable expression. His name is Guanqing. More than 20 years ago, when Yi Fan nailed Guanqing to the ground with his spear, from the splashing blood and the fluctuations of Guanqing's divine sense, he saw a majestic and intimidating man. It was this man in front of him. The first person to make Guanqing feel disheartened and dispirited is the overlord body of the ether. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He never thought that he would meet his old enemy many years ago. He had never been clear about this person's origins. The ancient path had been broken for more than 20 years, and only today did he find out. Memories of the past flashed past. Up ahead, Zishui had taken human form. He possessed terrifying fluctuations. His eyes opened, and essence energy rushed into the heavens. They were like two torches that burned fiercely. He actually had a wisp of consciousness. One could imagine how terrifying this blood was. This was the tyrant blood body. Back then, he passed by this place and left behind a pot of pure purple blood for the descendants of the tyrant blood of the firmament. Its divinity wouldn't scatter and wouldn't be extinguished. The golden blood in Yi Fan's body stirred restlessly, innately opposing each other. As soon as they met, they sensed each other, almost boiling over. Roar. On the other side, the purple blood body actually released a roar, shaking the entire ruined ancient land until it trembled. Boulders tumbled down from dozens of broken mountains, rumbling with noise. He took a step out and attacked over. This was a type of instinct. He was full of hostility towards those with golden blood flowing through their bodies. No matter how powerful you are still just a blood body. You dare to be so arrogant and domineering? I'll deal with you. Yi Fan sneered. He reached out a large hand and fiercely slapped down. Golden light flourished, covering this blood body. Pooh, purple blood splashed everywhere. Yi Fan directly erased him. If he couldn't even directly kill a blood body in the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, then there was no need for him to fight against his old enemy. The purple blood was extremely dazzling. Every drop and strand was filled with divinity. When it landed on the mountain rocks, it entered the earth layer and blossomed with precious splendor. It made this place seem sparkling and translucent with dense purple energy. Yi Fan took out a jade jar and used the army formula to collect all of the blood. He then carefully observed it and studied its bloodline power. This was a type of tyrannical blood that contained a mysterious power. It could be considered a type of great medicine for the human body. For many people, it was exceptionally precious. Unfortunately, it was difficult for Yi Fan to use it, and he couldn't refine it either. He naturally clashed with this purple blood, so he tried to merge a drop of golden blood with a drop of purple blood. The two of them burned up completely. "Uncle, what use does this jar of purple blood have?" Xianxia asked while blinking her large eyes. "To feed horses, dragons, bears," Yi Fan replied. The Grey race's ancient land was in a state of desolation. It had become a vast wasteland and lost its former majesty and magnificence. Don't be too pleased with yourself. The one with the true tyrant sky blood in his body won't let you go. He will definitely slaughter his way back from the starry skies just like he did hundreds of thousands of years ago. He will kill the human race's divine physique in the human race's 50th city. A primordial spirit roared, full of unwillingness. Noisy. Yi Fan flicked his finger, almost turning him into ashes. The primordial spirits of the two Saint Kings were both imprisoned. Yi Fan continued to explore, wanting to understand the unknown secrets of the ancient times. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and many things of the past had been forgotten. They were only descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage and could no longer be considered people of that ancient planet. Countless years ago, a supreme being appeared in the tyrant sky race. He killed a few quasi-emperors in the cosmos and was known to be unrivaled under the starry skies. He was about to prove his Tao. Oh, but he was killed by a divine physique expert. Yi Fan's body immediately trembled when he saw this secret. What era was this? Was it the archaic era or an even more ancient era? He had never heard of it before. It was extremely difficult for an tyrant sky race to prove their Tao, and it was almost impossible. Finally, a supreme being appeared who might have taken that step, but he was killed by an old enemy. That supreme divine physique expert is also dead. He failed to prove his Tao and perished in the cosmos. The primordial spirit of one of the Saint Kings held. The divine physique race has become a thing of the past. Even the mother planet no longer exists, the other Saint King shouted. Yi Fan ignored him and continued to explore his sea of consciousness. He was shocked when he saw that the enmity between the two races was so long that it could actually be traced back to the mythological era, so much so that it actually involved the battle of the ancient heaven. Unfortunately, it was too long ago, so long that the two of them couldn't figure it out. They only had vague legends that they seemed to have participated in the great battle of that era. Yi Fan sank into contemplation. This was too astonishing. No wonder those with the tyrant sky blood in their veins hated the human race's divine physique so much. This kind of hatred was extremely old and had been branded into their bones and blood. Let me see what's so special about the ancient scriptures of your race and how it sharpens one's body, said Yi Fan. The two of them immediately shouted in anger and struggled violently. However, how could they resist after falling into Yi Fan's hands? They were suppressed in an instant. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was disappointed. Many tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person with the tyrant sky blood physique who came to this place and took back the ancient scriptures that were originally incomplete. During the endless years, there was more than one tyrant body that had walked on the ancient starry sky path. The human race's 50th pass was too special. The scriptures were spread outside and easily coveted by others. And now, the descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage no longer cultivated the ancestral scriptures but a different sacred method orthodoxy. Yi Fan sighed and shook his head. Nowadays, the sacred orthodoxy didn't have much attraction for him. Only the scriptures of the great ancient emperors could move him. However, he also obtained some valuable information. The tyrant body was extremely powerful and could contend against the divine physique. The tyrant blood lineage was a supreme precious blood in the mythological era. In the distance, many divine senses probed over, but they didn't dare to take a step closer. On this ancient star, the Tsang family was the most powerful race. The other inheritances were all suppressed by the Great Tao. Now that the Tsang family was defeated, the other powers were naturally trembling in fear. Yifan probed their sea of consciousness and obtained a lot of valuable information. After that, he gave them a quick death by turning them into ashes with a single slap. He stood there and pondered for a very long time. During this process, the little boy was very quiet. He sat on the blue stone with his chin propped on his hand, not wanting to disturb him. In the distance, many experts silently retreated, not daring to approach. Fear filled their hearts. After an unknown period of time, Yifan recovered. He smiled at the little boy and asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little," Xianxia replied. "Do you want to enter my source-chi cauldron and have a feast?" Yifan asked. "Sure." The little boy was extremely excited. He was filled with anticipation. With a flash of light, he was sucked into the cauldron. Yifan observed this dilapidated land. He used Genesis arts and his gaze pierced into the depths of the earth, beginning to probe the heavenly origin divine formation. This place was very strange. How could there be such formation runes? It was simply unimaginable. They should have appeared on this ancient star earlier than the heavenly race. He was very cautious. After observing the terrain for a long time, he walked step by step into the depths of the earth to capture the great dragon veins. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Yifan was shocked. He saw many heavenly origin runes carved on the dragon veins. They were complex and profound. These marks had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Large numbers of the runes had dimmed, destroyed by the power of time. Not long after, these ancient formations were activated and instantly exploded. More than half of the remaining Tao runes were destroyed. This caused many thoughts to run through Yifan's mind. Heavenly origin runes from tens of millions of years ago, this was simply too shocking and somewhat unreal. One must know that the first heavenly origin ancestor of the eastern wasteland had only appeared about 100,000 years ago. He had shone brilliantly in the post-primordial era. This place and these ancient formations might be products of the archaic era, or even older. How could this not be shocking? The heavenly origin book was cast from a special kind of silver metal. It was unknown which era it was written in, but it was said that even the first-generation ancestor had used it to cultivate. Unfortunately, Yifan had already returned it to Zhang Wuya. Otherwise, he could have taken it out to see if it could resonate with the runes here. In that case, it originates from the starry skies and isn't an ancient technique created by the eastern wasteland. Yifan muttered to himself. He carefully examined the ground. Apart from the obliterated ancient runes, he didn't find anything special. Moreover, nothing inauspicious had happened to his body either. Could it be that the ancient formation has already been destroyed and lost a kind of demonic power? That's why it doesn't affect me much. No, there should be something special that was obliterated just now. He searched again and finally found a human-shaped pile of ashes. This place gave off an eerie feeling, and it was very strange. Yifan stayed on this planet for 3 days. He explored the depths of the earth and found even more ruins, all of which were ancient formations that had almost been obliterated to the point where they couldn't be seen anymore. Finally, he left the ground and soared into the starry skies. He looked down at the ancient planet, deep in thought. Suddenly, Yifan's body trembled as if he had thought of something. He looked at another ancient planet with life in the distance. That was the ancient land where Xianxia and the others lived. What a grand scheme. The eastern wasteland's Yuan Taoist master can control the geography of the mountains and rivers, and the experts in the starry skies are fiddling with the stars. Yifan cried out involuntarily. He hadn't been so shocked in many years. What he had discovered underground was only the tip of the iceberg. The true secret was the layout of this starry sky. 2 ancient planets with life, 2 sources of life. They were all man-made, and at specific times, this starry sky would become a mysterious and orderly diagram. The galaxy in the universe was bright. However, in this endless star area, the ancient ruins of life were too rare. Compared to the vast heaven territory, they were almost negligible. In such a vast star area, it was a big event to find traces of life. Yifan stood in the sky, observing the sea of stars, the sun, the moon, and the galaxy. Compared to the celestial bodies in the universe, human beings were really humble and small. Their short lives were just a blink of the starry sky. However, it was this kind of subtle human being that could sometimes be strong enough to change the sky and the earth. They could control this universe and become the supreme, omnipotent ruler. The life star on the other side corresponded to the tyrant burial ground here. According to the original technique, it would rotate to a strange position after a certain period of time. At that time, a magnificent spectacle would appear in this starry sky. This is the extreme of resonance, using the stars as chess pieces on the board, manipulating the boundless heaven and earth, turning it into the patterns one needs. Just how great of a skill is this? It is shocking from past until present. Yifan released a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't do it at the moment. This kind of layout was really earth-shaking. Stealing the fortune of the sun, moon, and stars, what did they want to do? The 50th challenge of the human clan was a special place, a variable in the Dian. Today, someone had arranged such a vast ruin, which made people wonder. Yifan stood in the starry sky and quietly calculated, constantly using the original technique to calculate. Then, he spread his palm and sprinkled a handful of Star River God sand, which sparkled and sparkled. He looked at them as if they were stars. He calculated all the stars in this area, including the meteorites. He placed a small astrolabe, which showed a large area of the starry sky. When the sun and the moon overlapped, when the planets revolved, and when they reached a special period of time, these stars arranged themselves into the pattern of this place. "It's really beautiful and brilliant," said Xianxia. His big eyes gazed at the Star River God sand. It was a miniature starry sky, which made the little guy fantasize. Yifan didn't let him stay in the myriad chi cauldron all the time. As long as there was no danger, he would let him stay in his gold sacred domain to increase his knowledge. Indeed, such a great display, it really is beautiful. I believe that all of the heroes from past until now would be convinced, feeling inferior. Yifan said. This Star River God sand simulated the real scene of this starry sky at a special time. It was the result of his meticulous calculation and deduction. It could be called magnificent. It was a massive yin and yang diagram. The two life stars where the sacred body and the tyrannical ether blood were buried were the two yin and yang points of this ancient diagram. When the sun explodes and is destroyed, releasing its energy, this diagram will truly open. Then, it will light up the immortal divinity that can illuminate the entire star area. The ancient diagram will revive. After thousands of calculations, Yifan used the Genesis technique to restore these. However, he did not know what would happen after the divine diagram was resurrected. He could not evolve to that stage. It's so vast. Is it all set up by humans? Perhaps they left some traces and clues. The little kid expressed his childish opinion. Being in the gold sacred region, he could speak, he could breathe, and he didn't feel uncomfortable in the cold universe. In the next half a month, Yifan roamed the starry sky, constantly exploring. He left his footprints in every dragon vein of the two ancient life stars. His figure could even be seen in the sun star. Such a vast arrangement, of course, it was best to arrange it in the natural pattern. It was the easiest to save energy, and the most man-made traces were the meteorites. Many meteorites were intermittent. When they connected at a specific time, they would form a yin and yang curve, dividing this vast ancient celestial diagram. After Yifan failed to find anything in the poles and the sun, he entered the key position of the huge divine diagram, the curve of the Tao. It was very important. Perhaps it was the only place where he could find something. Suddenly, when he approached a meteorite that was as big as a star, Yifan's body shook. He felt pain all over, as if many steel needles were about to pierce through his skin. Ouch, the little kid screamed. They were strands of red hair, but as soon as they appeared, Yifan suppressed them. The golden blood in his body flowed faster, and his divine power burned fiercely, strangling this unforeseen event. The yin and yang dividing line in the ancient Tai Chi diagram was formed by countless meteorites. They didn't form a line at the moment, and they were scattered in different areas without reaching a specific time. Yifan had just boarded a huge meteorite at the edge, and he encountered such an inauspicious situation. He was alert and carefully boarded this broken star. He was sure that the person who arranged this heaven and earth pattern was many times more exquisite than his Genesis technique. He was far from reaching the end of the Genesis technique path. In the Eastern Baron, several Yuan Taoist masters had created some techniques in their later years to perfect the source heavenly book. Obviously, they also knew that this path could go further. This meteorite was full of holes and cracks, and there were many Genesis heavenly patterns. When Yifan boarded the meteorite, he felt a wave of cold air. His eyes froze, and he saw a figure in front of him. It was an ancient path platform, and on it sat a skinny figure motionlessly. With every step he took, Yifan's body would hurt a little, and he would feel it. When he got closer, he saw the person's true appearance. His skin was yellow and shriveled, and his body was motionless. He didn't know how many years he had passed away. Clothing from the ancient times. Yifan muttered to himself. These years, he had read many ancient books and understood the characteristics of many eras. This was a person from the ancient times. If he guessed correctly, he was most likely an ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline. There was a kind of dark energy in his body, and as soon as Yifan probed, he immediately shattered and turned to dust. It had been too long, and in such a long time, the bones of ordinary saints would have turned to dust. The Great Tao would activate the remnant laws in their bodies to forcefully dissolve them. There was a time limit to immortality. There were some Genesis heavenly patterns on this huge meteorite, but they were mostly destroyed. Yifan followed this curved ancient path and continued to land on other meteorites. Just like that, he moved faster and faster. He was very far from the 50th human city, and the land became more and more desolate. He entered a strange ancient land. The broken yin-yang dividing line was scattered everywhere. According to what Yifan had deduced, he didn't miss a single spot. Along the way, his body felt it several times. "Uncle, there are more and more meteorites. Will we encounter some kind of creature? Why do I feel like there's something watching us?" Xianxia whispered as he carefully observed the meteorites around them. Yifan rubbed his head and felt deeply gratified. This kind of innate talent was truly extraordinary. This rotten child's spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he could actually sense the abnormality. It was truly rare. In reality, Yifan had long since sensed that the seemingly dead meteorite group was not a desolate land. There really was a pair of cold eyes watching them from the dark. "Where do you think you're going?" Yifan suddenly shouted and suddenly launched an attack. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward a ring-shaped mountain. This kind of speed left even Saint Kings in the dust. They could only sigh in admiration. Aoo! This was the roar of a soul. It was mournful and ear-piercing. It was extremely powerful and directly attacked the soul. Behind Yifan, a 5-colored divine light flashed as 5 treasured swords slashed forward. The humanoid creature was instantly slashed horizontally and was sliced into several pieces. This was an extremely powerful creature. Its entire body was covered in black fur and it was a foot long. It resembled a huge monkey, but it was impossible for it to be Yifan's opponent. It could only die with a grudge. "Uncle, is he a ghost?" The rotten child's face was somewhat pale. Even though his will was firm, he was still very young and had never seen such a thing before. "This seems to be a ghost ape," Yifan patiently explained. Duanda had once said that this kind of creature was born in the extreme ancient tomb and was born from the transformation of powerful corpses. This was a type of living creature. From the point of view of mortals, it could barely be considered a ghost. But if one looked deeper, the difference would be huge. The golden divine flames around Yifan's body burned brightly, illuminating the entire area. The body parts on the ground were struggling unceasingly. He took a step forward and read the consciousness of this ghost ape. "In my previous life, my immortal foundation has long since decayed. Now, I'm only left with a kind of instinct and some blurry memories." "What, ghost soldier, crossed the star field?" Suddenly, Yifan was astonished as he saw this blurry imprint. His heart trembled as he thought of many things. With a flick of his finger, his battle prowess of the 8th level of the Saint Realm was completely displayed. A golden flame burned this ghost ape cleanly, leaving nothing behind. There were strange creatures left behind here. Could it be that this huge celestial formation wasn't completely abandoned and was still being used? Yi Fan's heart trembled at the thought of this. He felt that he might be able to catch something extraordinary. "Uncle, did you catch a ghost just now?" The rotten child's eyes were full of little stars and his face was full of worship. Clearly, he hadn't truly entered the life of a cultivator. After walking on the path of cultivation, how could there be any ghosts? "This is nothing." Yi Fan shook his head. A few days later, they approached a special meteorite. The Yin energy here was extremely dense. Even the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars couldn't penetrate the thick mist. When Yi Fan set foot here, he immediately sensed the abnormality. The white bones on the ground were scattered everywhere, and they immediately shattered into snow-white bone powder. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the front of the field of bones. A group of heavily armored soldiers walked past. They were armed with iron spears, and the air was filled with Yin energy. Yin soldiers! Yi Fan was shocked, his heart shook. He suddenly thought of some familiar scenes. Eastern Baron, Ancient Purgatory. Tens of thousands of Yin soldiers appeared. The northern region Source King appeared there with red fur all over his body. He had been awake for a short while and told him that he was escorting the Yin soldiers across the border. At that time, Yi Fan, Duanda, and the Black Emperor saw with their own eyes that there were tens of thousands of Yin soldiers crossing a Yin river and entering the netherworld. They gradually disappeared. At that time, they were still discussing where these people went and what kind of existences they were. Now, Yi Fan saw similar Yin soldiers again, inwardly shaken. Yin soldiers borrowed the way. This was simply an army crossing star domains, fighting towards the distance. The red-furred Yuan Taoist master escorting the Yin soldiers across the border. Yi Fan was shaken. This was clearly related to the outer realm. What kind of power did they belong to? Without a doubt, the Yuan Taoist master played an extremely important role in this. The Yin mist pervaded the air and white bones littered the ground. In front of them was a squad of over 10 Yin soldiers. They were clad in heavy armor and wielded halberds and spears. They were filled with an austere aura. They patrolled this place with an eerie aura. There was no sign of life on their bodies and they were like cold puppets. So many ghosts. Have we arrived at the underworld? The rotten child was speechless. His face was pale at first, but now, he was gradually adapting. His little heart was slowly becoming more tenacious. Yi Fan frowned. He might have seen a superpower that had existed since the ancient times. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying inheritance. This was definitely a very serious matter. Yin soldiers borrowed the path to conquer the distant lands. There were such legends since ancient times, but very few people knew about the secrets behind them. This was clearly the mobilization of troops across star domains. How terrifying was this? Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. He didn't believe in the legends of evil ghosts. This was definitely a supreme organization. Yi Fan opened his heavenly gaze and carefully observed these Yin soldiers. They were all ancient corpses that had died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some of their armors were clearly in the style of immemorial iron clothes. "Uncle, don't tell me we've really arrived at the underworld?" The rotten child asked in a small voice. His heart was in a mess. Yi Fan was startled. "The underworld, this part of the starry sky also has a legend?" "Yes, the place where the dead go is also called the underworld." "Isn't that what the people say?" The little fellow blinked his big eyes and innocently asked. Yi Fan was stunned after hearing this. Whether it was on Earth, in the Big Dipper, or on this ancient starry sky path, they all had such legends. He had always scoffed at these rumors after he embarked on the path of cultivation. Cultivators themselves could fly in the sky, tunnel through the earth, move mountains, and fill the seas. They were already considered immortals in the eyes of mortals, so why would they believe in the ghosts of the underworld? At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that he had overlooked an extremely serious fact. Many ancient starry sky places had legends of the underworld, but he had chosen to ignore them. The underworld, under the rule of the Celestial Court, such an organization truly existed in the era of legends. It hasn't been completely annihilated, and it still controls the underworld. Yi Fan shuddered. He instantly thought of many questions. He had neglected a terrible question all these years. Who said that everything in the Celestial Court had turned to smoke? Over the countless years, ancient heaven was not just a simple survival of a small number of lost races. There should have been a considerable number of tribes that passed down their orthodoxy. The behemoth ancient heaven had not really turned into ashes. There were still traces of it. Perhaps there were still some gods ruling over some ancient star fields. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It wasn't as simple as just surviving a few descendants. Perhaps some of the regions they ruled had never declined. At the very least, the underworld still exists. With so many netherworld soldiers passing through, what kind of enormous force is this? They can mobilize troops across star fields. It can be described as a peerlessly terrifying force. Yi Fan had consulted many envoys and learned that the ancient starry sky road of the human race was a legacy of the mythological era. It had existed since the ancient heaven era and was inherited by later generations. It's the same road. If we continue like this, we might encounter everything in the ancient heaven. Yi Fan opened his celestial eye and carefully observed these netherworld soldiers. Through their armor, he saw their true appearances. Most of them were humans, but there were also a few demons and ancient races. The underworld under the rule of the Celestial Court doesn't discriminate between races. It's just that this part of the ancient road belongs to the human race. In the end, the celestial race, human race, demon race, and other branches will merge and lead to the ancient ultimate land. Yi Fan bypassed this group of netherworld soldiers and continued forward. In an open space, he saw a huge city. It was an immortal city built on white bones. Black mist curled up one after another. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, but they calmly entered and left this ancient city to patrol. What does all of this have to do with the Yuan Taoist master? How did they intersect? Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was practically a miniature underworld. There were no living creatures, only lifeless corpses. It was unknown why they could walk around like this, and even form groups of netherworld soldiers. It was truly hard to imagine that there would be such a huge ancient city on such an unremarkable meteorite. It was truly shocking, and contained countless secrets. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Could it be that you want to wreak havoc in the underworld? Xianxia's expression changed from uneasiness to calmness, and then to excitement. This change happened very quickly. Oh, I really have to go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. He needed to thoroughly understand everything, as there were too many secrets hidden within. A single step took him hundreds of miles, and he circled around the meteorite. There was mist everywhere, and skeletons could be seen everywhere. It was extremely similar to the underworld. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, and they were all gathered in this ancient city, as though they were guarding something. This was an important stronghold of the underworld. Bang! Yi Fan circulated the Bing word incantation, and a netherworld soldier was flung through the air. In an instant, it was captured by Yi Fan. The heavily armored netherworld soldier opened its mouth and howled. Qin Wendian lifted his golden palm and directly pressed down, immobilizing the netherworld soldier. He pointed a finger at the netherworld soldier, reading the memories of its immortal foundation. However, a cracking sound rang out as the netherworld soldier's skull shattered. That place had long rotted away, and there were no memories left. There was only a devil will that echoed in his sea of consciousness, protect the city. How powerful was Yi Fan now? The Yin soldier's struggle was futile. When this layer of armor was ripped off, cracks appeared all over its body, and then it turned into dust. Then, the armor did the same, disappearing with the wind. What method did he use to summon them back to the battlefield? Yi Fan couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought about it. He continued to attack and captured more than 10 netherworld soldiers. Almost all of them experienced the same phenomenon. Their entire bodies turned into dust, as though they had experienced millions of years in an instant. There was only one exception. One of the netherworld soldiers shone with a dark light before it rapidly shrank, turning into a thumb-sized black jade puppet. With a ding sound, it fell to the ground, its entire body flickering with a demonic light. Yifan picked it up and looked at it again and again. Such a thing had happened before in the Supreme Ancient Purgatory. Duanda captured a netherworld soldier, and in the end, it turned into a jet-black puppet. After many years, Duanda figured out that this was a Een talisman, a netherworld soldier created by a supreme existence to summon real ancient corpses as servants. It was difficult to obtain any great harvests outside the stronghold. Yifan moved stealthily and arrived in front of the city wall. He executed the row word incantation and entered. Although there were formation runes obstructing him, it was difficult to stop him. The city was deathly silent, there were no signs of life at all. Only a sparse number of netherworld soldiers could be seen walking on the ancient streets. There was nothing out of the ordinary. All of a sudden, the Een energy in the entire ancient city surged violently. All kinds of cold auras gathered in his direction. This was a city of the dead, and Yifan was a living being. He was sensed by the powerful and strange ancient formation runes, attracting the entire city of netherworld soldiers to attack him. Who dares to intrude into my underworld? A hoarse voice transmitted over, low and terrifying. He arrived in a flash, bringing with him a torrential mist. This was a general of the netherworld soldiers. He was clad in black armor, revealing a pair of deep and cold eyes. It was as if a ghostly fire was flickering in his eyes, emitting an astonishing holy might. Behind him, there was a large black mass of netherworld soldiers. Hundreds of netherworld soldiers wielded their weapons as they surrounded Yifan. I finally met someone with divine sense fluctuations. Yifan muttered to himself. He was not startled, but rather happy. Very soon, he was greatly shocked. The immortal platform of this netherworld soldier general was black, different from the holiness of cultivators. The Een energy there was dense, like a cave of ghosts. What kind of place is this exactly? What kind of existences are you all? Why are you guarding this place? Yifan asked. On the road to Underworld, there is a pass. Why did you barge in? His voice was hoarse, and his words weren't very clear. His divine sense was scattered. Where is Underworld? Yifan asked again. I don't know, but you want to join us. He suddenly let out a long howl, causing the entire pass to tremble. In the distance, there were densely packed netherworld soldiers everywhere, rushing over. At the same time, there was another long howl. A second netherworld soldier general appeared, transforming into a beam of black demonic light as he rushed over, surrounding Yifan. This was an unavoidable battle. The thoughts of the netherworld soldier general were very simple. He wanted to turn Yifan into one of them, turn him into a corpse, and enter Underworld. The night march of 100 ghosts, the dance of corpses. Uncle, hurry up and enter Underworld. If we succeed, we will be gods. The little rotten child cried out excitedly. What kind of nonsense was this? Yifan didn't care about it and began to fight. The moment the 6 paths of reincarnation fist appeared, golden blood chi surged. Many of the netherworld soldiers turned into black smoke, and a small number of them became black jade puppets, falling to the ground. The powerful Yifan today could completely rule over an area. Even if he was in an ancient pass in Underworld, he still had no fear and could suppress an entire region. Pu, fist sounds rang out one after another. Yifan's fist force could definitely shatter mountains, rivers, and all living things. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Patches of netherworld soldiers were turned into flying ashes. Yifan's golden palm descended, like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. The two generals couldn't move at all, both of them were suppressed. No matter how much they screamed, it was useless. Yifan searched their black immortal platforms. It was incomparably chaotic inside. They only had simple consciousnesses and were ordered to protect this place. There were no other distracting thoughts. This was an important place for netherworld soldiers to pass through. Uncle, you're really too powerful. Have we become gods after defeating Underworld? Xianxia cried out. Yifan felt a great pressure. He had a bad premonition. He had come into contact with a shocking secret from ancient times until now. The celestial court had been destroyed, but the rule of Underworld Earth hadn't collapsed yet. After such a long period of time, they had always been mobilizing troops. Where exactly were they attacking? Can I enter the underworld of the legendary era from this place? He muttered to himself. He escorted the two generals forward and searched the ancient city. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. His entire body shone and golden blood surged. Densely packed red hair grew out from the surface of his body. His entire body was in pain and he felt uneasy. In the center of the ancient city, there were many heavenly origin runes that crisscrossed and emitted dazzling light. They were all activated. Strands of blood spread along the runes, causing this place to look incomparably demonic. It was filled with a strange and powerful magic power fluctuation. In the center of the blood-colored runes, there was a tall figure covered in red hair. The figure's back was facing him, and he looked like a devil. Die for me! Yi Fan shouted. A golden blood mist appeared, isolating the ominous aura outside his body. The blood-colored hair on his body was burned clean, and his body expelled strands of yin qi. Which generation's heaven source ancestor are you? Or are you in existence from the starry sky? I don't know the starting point, and I don't know the ending point. The end of the cycle of reincarnation will come to an end. The tall figure covered in red hair suddenly turned around. Even his eyes were blood red. Swoosh, the creature with red fur all over its body raised its hand, and the patterns on the ground all came to life as if they were alive. Sword cries rang out, and tens of thousands of sword chi slashed open the thick lead clouds in the sky, piercing into the cosmos. Without a doubt, this place had become a killing ground. Yi Fan was naturally under great threat. He stood there and became the target of attacks. Yi Fan didn't escape. He was calm and composed. He also knew Genesis arts, and more importantly, he was a powerful cultivator. The combination of the two multiplied his combat power. A golden tai chi appeared and enveloped him within. Around him, strands of innate Tao patterns spread out like golden lightning bolts that swam around. Using Genesis arts to resist, Tao laws to protect, and supreme divine forms to conquer, Yi Fan turned into the dragon-shaped golden tai chi. This was the essence of his self-created reincarnation scripture. The Genesis arts clashed, and the various patterns on the ground intertwined and fiercely resisted. As for himself, he urged the golden tai chi to crush forward and charge straight at the mysterious man. Who are you? Yi Fan asked. This person might be the Yuan Taoist master, or he might be in existence in the universe. He must be an expert in Genesis arts. In the center of the ancient city, the ground was covered in Genesis arts. They were densely packed and flickered with a strange light. Streams of blood flowed along these patterns. It was a horrifying sight. The end of reincarnation. Soul Summoner, he answered coldly. His blood-red eyes were like two demonic lanterns, emitting a heart-palpitating scarlet light. Don't talk to me about underworld, and don't talk to me about reincarnation. I'm asking you who you were in your previous life. Did you come from the Emperor Burial Planet? How did you end up here? Yi Fan asked. The Yuan Taoist master's bloodline was inextricably linked to underworld. It didn't even need to think to know who could protect the Nether soldiers. It was strange and mysterious. I've forgotten my previous life. At the end of reincarnation, everything has become nothing. Everything will come to an end. I'm here to bring you back. The tall body covered with red hair looked like a ferocious ghost that only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was ferocious and terrifying, and every inch of its skin, including its face, was covered with over half a foot long red hair. It was a simple conversation, but the two violently collided thousands of times. This was a battle of Genesis techniques. This person's technique was the best in the world, and his mastery of this ancient technique was even higher than Yi Fan's. This was a Yuan Taoist master who had long walked his own path, transcending the scope of the Genesis techniques recorded in ancient books, and had gone one step further. Boom! Between his palms and fingers, 6 layers of immortal light shot out, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, using the power of all living things to suppress Yi Fan. This was the 6 immortal seals. Yi Fan was shocked, and he quickly dodged. The golden divine lightning in front of his forehead flashed, and thousands of heaven-reaching sword chi flew out from the center of his brows, hacking at the 6 layers of celestial light, wanting to destroy it. Clang, clang, a deafening sound came, and everything in the world seemed to be pressing down at the same time, forming a vast and immeasurable power, suppressing Yifan together. The meteor trembled, and at the same time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Thousands of silver waterfalls fell from the sky, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. This was the saint power of the star domain summoned by the 6 immortal seals. This was an unstoppable and violent attack, drowning Yifan, wanting to suppress and seal him in it. It could be called a peerless divine technique. The 6 immortal seals was recorded in the source book, and it was an ancient technique that existed in theory. It had not been successfully created, and Yifan could currently use it to the 5 immortal seals. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't use it all, and he needed to go to a higher level. But this person had used it all, and it was an extreme transformation. Yifan suspected that it was actually the 7 immortal seals, and had long surpassed the theoretical 6 seals' ancient technique. From its name, one could see the power of this Taoist technique. When reached the extreme, it could suppress gods and seal immortals. Although it was an exaggeration, it was enough to show how terrifying it was. Streams of stars descended one after another, majestic and boundless, turning into 6 small worlds, sealing down layer after layer. Boom, golden lightning shot in front of Yifan's brow, and the heavenly sword Qi was incomparably dazzling. This was imitating the primitive emperor's Taoist sword, and it slashed continuously, causing heaven and earth to shatter. This was originally a forbidden divine technique, which Yifan obtained after observing and repeatedly evolving during the battle with Yuan Gu. Unfortunately, it was incomplete, and it could not be perfected. Clang, clang, the heavenly sword Qi rushed into the sky, and even if one layer of the small world was cut open, there was still the next layer, layer after layer, overlapping, a total of 6 layers, and even the shadow of the 7th layer had already appeared, but it still could not be broken. Yifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Tao of Genesis techniques was limitless. Borrowing the power of the galaxy of heaven and earth, one could evolve their own Taoist technique to this stage, and it could be said to be astonishing. This was an inheritance that could look down on both ancient and modern times. Millions and millions of strands of stellar radiance spread out, forming a silvery white expanse. They poured down from every opening, forming a 6-layered small world to seal Yifan. A large pure white cocoon was formed there, wrapping him within. It emitted waves of holy energy, and the 6 layers of small worlds overlapped, turning into a prison. Yifan faced the battle calmly. The instant he was about to be sealed, all kinds of secret techniques were used at almost the same time. The golden divine treasure appeared behind him, and his hands brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His eyes also surged with immortal light. Several of the most powerful ancient techniques appeared, and even the powerful 6 seals couldn't stop them. Yifan tore open the large silver cocoon and quickly rushed towards the red-haired creature. He wanted to slit its throat with a single strike, quickly capture it, and interrogate it for all kinds of secrets. However, the red-haired creature was really very powerful. The divine techniques between its fingers were endless, and it could call the wind and summon the rain, pluck the stars and capture the moon. He tore open space and sent Yifan flying into a starry sky. The true great art of changing heaven and earth. At this moment, he connected the outer realm, connecting this meteorite to another brilliant starry sky. He wanted to send Yifan in and pull away enough distance. Many saints couldn't do this, but after the heavenly origin divine technique had been refined to a higher realm, he could do it. He could control the power of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, and use all things in the universe for his own use. Swoosh, Tao patterns appeared under Yifan's feet, and footprints appeared in the void one after another, imprinting themselves into Tao diagrams. This was the embodiment of using the Rho character technique to its peak. He wasn't swallowed by the starry sky, and he crossed the natural chasm, charging towards the terrifying red-haired creature. Yifan rapidly closed in. He opened his mouth and let out a clear roar. Strands of sound waves turned into Tao laws, suppressing forward. If they really were hit, even a Saint King might not be able to withstand it. However, the red-haired creature was extremely powerful. All kinds of patterns interweaved under his feet, and in an instant, the stars moved and the mountains and rivers lost their color. He was clearly standing there, but it was as if he had suddenly been pulled 10 million miles away. The plaza at the center of the ancient city was full of heavenly origin patterns. This was an extreme formation, and even with Yi Fan's peerless offensive power, he couldn't break in and was pulled away. The only fortunate thing was that he knew Genesis techniques, so he didn't get lost here. With each step, he rushed in and killed his way closer and closer. Of course, Yi Fan couldn't be as fast as the red-haired creature. This place had the wonders of heaven and earth, and it had been arranged by peerless Genesis technique experts for many years. Sometimes, he would stop to think of a way to break it. In fact, he even encountered fatal disasters several times. The ancient Genesis technique formation had awakened, and this place could kill peerless experts. This was a fierce battle that Yi Fan had encountered on the ancient path of the starry sky. He had attacked for a long time without success, and it was very difficult. Anyone who didn't understand Genesis techniques would have died a long time ago. Yi Fan believed that even a few Saint Kings working together couldn't break this ancient formation. This was definitely the crystallization of Genesis techniques. After experiencing several disasters, he had become even more cautious. Suddenly, the red-haired creature murmured, and its blood-red eyes flickered. It was demonic and strange. The laws and Tao patterns in this world were even more concentrated, and the vast ripples coming from the outer realm were especially so. Yi Fan raised his head, and his heart immediately jumped. This was too powerful. It was a group of meteors, vast and boundless. When they flew over together, it was as if they were immortals in heaven. What kind of vast power was this? It could definitely destroy the star fragment they were on. Regardless of whether it was the ancient city or the underworld, they would all be smashed into dust. Yi Fan believed that with his own strength, he could shatter the meteors one by one. However, this group of meteors was definitely different. They were arranged into a strange pattern. That is, the manifestation of the Genesis technique's blessing. They are separated by an endless distance, but the Tao patterns have already been carved on them. His heart sank. The brilliant meteors flew over and arranged into Tao patterns. It was like a misty rain sprinkling down, and there was actually a kind of desolate beauty to it. Yi Fan let out a shout, and the surrounding patterns spread out. They were dazzling, and they faced the sky as all kinds of Tao techniques were used. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the golden divine treasure, and the origin magnetic immortal light all came out. He also opened up his vision to attack and defend as he fought this red-haired creature. All kinds of Tao sounds rang out, lingering in the ears. Brilliant light completely engulfed this place, and the Yin fog was completely refined. The ghost soldiers and the 2 saint-level generals were all turned into dust, no longer existing. Yi Fan's entire body was shining like a blazing sun falling into the snow, melting the Ice Kingdom. The netherworld soil was almost evaporated, and all kinds of ghostly chi dissipated. The city instantly disintegrated. After so many years, this was the first time Yi Fan had been forced into such a situation. Today, it could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Meteors exploded one after another in the sky, but the heaven's Genesis patterns didn't dissipate and continued to attack. In the starry sky, a misty rain bloomed. Every gorgeous scene represented the explosion of a star fragment. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. It's another year when the divine flower blooms. Revive her. Did I pick it? No, I failed. The red-haired monster's eyes were dazed, and the blood in his eyes gradually faded. He stared at the dazzling rain of light in the sky and muttered to himself, "Who am I? I am, the 4th-generation Yuan Taoist master, Wu Yi." Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh. The one he was fighting with was indeed the Heaven's Origins patriarch. Boom! He continued to break the spell. Rumbling sounds rang out as the meteors exploded one after another. The ruins on the plaza were also continuously collapsing. He flew forward at lightning speed. Yi Fan's bloody battle with the 4th-generation patriarch had finally come to an end. Because Wu Yi was in a daze and no longer controlled the Heaven's Genesis patterns, the stalemate was broken. All kinds of mystical patterns crumbled one after another, and only the meteors in the sky were left blooming like fireworks. Yi Fan destroyed the ancient array and stopped his attack. Golden blood dripped from his body. After so many years of fighting in the starry sky, there were very few people who could injure him. This time, he was seriously injured after fighting with the Patriarch. Wu Yi could definitely kill sage monarchs, and by borrowing the power of the Heaven and Earth galaxy, he had set up the Heaven and Earth shaking heaven's genesis patterns. His strength was terrifying. Wu Yi seemed to have exhausted all his energy, and he was on the verge of collapse. The blood in his eyes receded, and he gradually regained his clarity. He stared at Yi Fan in a daze and said, "The Yuan Taoist master's lineage has a successor. What happened to the Patriarch?" Yi Fan asked. The inauspicious had long been fated, and everything was a calamity of longevity. The mythological era had not ended, and we were forced to open up the path of immortality. We used our Genesis techniques to search for the fortune of the heavens and earth, and buried our bodies. We were the ones who tested the techniques, observed the reincarnation seals, and built the path of longevity. The seal of reincarnation was an ancient method used to prove immortality in the mythological era. The supreme beings of ancient times had studied and comprehended it for a long period of time. It was said that only during that era did someone try it and tasted the bitter fruit. After that, there were no more records. However, this wasn't the first time Yi Fan had come into contact with it in this world. He, the human demon, and the Black Emperor had accidentally discovered Duanda's secret in the Sun Star. There were 4 seals of reincarnation on his body. People were no longer the people of the past. Their souls had also changed. From a certain point of view, this was a brand new life form. What was the meaning of this? Yi Fan had once asked himself if it was worth it to replace his soul in order to preserve part of his life characteristics. The answer was that he wouldn't accept it no matter what. He would never walk this path. At this moment, he was stunned when he heard the seal of reincarnation again. "You and I were separated by a long period of time. We were able to meet because of the half of the seal of reincarnation in my body. In fact, I'm already a corpse." The 4th generation Yuan Taoist master's eyes were dim as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "I've obtained the grand beginning life stone, harvested the immortal origin, cut out an unformed holy spirit, and dug out the dark underworld. I've set foot in too many areas that I can't touch. Inauspiciousness has long been fated." Wu Yi's eyes were lifeless. In this world, there were some areas that even someone as strong as the great sage couldn't touch. They could easily die. Only the great ancient emperors were fearless and could suppress everything. The curse descends. We have no choice. We will be muddle-headed in our later years until we take that step. This is a kind of fate that's hard to break. Inauspicious things will come knocking on our door. There were some areas in this world that couldn't be broken once you set foot in. You would sink deeper and deeper until there was no way back. We pass our days in a daze. We can vaguely hear the seal of reincarnation. Everything I've said is just speculation. What's the real situation? Wu Yi roared in pain and shook his head. The light in his eyes became dimmer. Yi Fan sighed. How lamentable was this? He didn't even know what he had done. After such a long period of time, there was only a blank space left. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were miserable. He had seen many inauspicious things. Disappearing from this world meant becoming a red-haired creature. Yi Fan had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start. Wu Yi didn't know much. He had vaguely heard it through his divine sense. Most of it was just speculation. Wu Yi fell into a daze as though he was thinking hard. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly said, "Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors." "Ancestor, why do you say that?" Yi Fan was shocked. "I seem to have vaguely heard this sentence before, but I don't know who said it." He had been muddle-headed for too long that he did not even know why he had to escort the Yin soldiers across the border. It was as if there was another consciousness residing in his body. Yi Fan woke up with a start. The consciousness that resided was this life's Wu Yi, a brand new soul body. He was no longer the same person as the past. It was another soul that had escorted the Yin soldiers across the border and participated in the earlier battle. Yi Fan shuddered. He had almost forgotten that Wu Yi had only formed half a seal of samsara. Thus, even though he had died in his previous life, his old memories had not been completely erased. The path of immortal ascension is the path taken by the ancient method of immortal ascension, Wu Yi suddenly said. Do you still hear it vaguely? Yi Fan asked urgently. Yes. The fourth-generation patriarch nodded. His eyes dimmed and became a leaden gray without a trace of luster. Yi Fan's heart was beating wildly. He felt that some of his previous thoughts were wrong. Who was it that said those words? What kind of existence did Wu Yi see in the underworld? He really wanted to know everything. There are two paths. Wu Yi's mind was absent-minded, as if he was talking in his sleep. One is a path that leads to an immortal domain that we don't even know exists. One is to pursue the ancient method of becoming an immortal. Yi Fan's heart trembled. What had he heard today? Did the fourth-generation patriarch's words about being suitable for burying primeval emperors have anything to do with the path of immortalization? Send me on my way. Wu Yi sighed softly. The real him was already dead. Now that he could die with a clear mind, it was the greatest release for him. Boom. Suddenly, a horrifying aura erupted. Wu Yi's eyes suddenly turned as red as blood, and he became ferocious and terrifying. The red fur on his body moved even though there was no wind, and he looked exceptionally ferocious. He attacked in an instant, and the sky was filled with mystical patterns. The heaven's origin pattern reappeared, and he attacked Yi Fan. Without a doubt, Wu Yi's soul body had changed. The present life had awakened, and he had suppressed the past consciousness fragments. He had become the soul-summoning envoy of the underworld. Yi Fan did not show mercy. He attacked decisively because he had been on guard all this time. Against an existence that could kill a sage king, a single mistake would result in a bloodbath. Wang. Yi Fan activated his phenomenon. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens, the primal chaos lotus, the beautiful land and mountains, the yin-yang diagram of life and death all appeared. They linked together and became one. It was as if a new world had been created. At this moment, he did not want to hold anything back. At the same time, he activated the Battle Saint technique. With the void mirror in his left hand and the Wuxia bell in his right, he released terrifying divine might. The mirror light and bell ripples moved together, suppressing Wu Yi. Because he was afraid of failure, he did not want to delay anything. He wanted to take down Wu Yi as soon as possible, and decide victory with a heaven-shaking attack. Even if he was disrespectful to the patriarch, Yi Fan had to suppress Wu Yi first. Since the present life had been awakened, he had to interrogate him thoroughly. This soul body would definitely know more. The heaven's origin pattern network on the ground was almost destroyed. The fourth-generation patriarch had lost a great support, and his battle strength was clearly weakened. However, the fallen star was still there, and there were still many ancient formations. Apart from that, he himself had a great art that could directly change the heavens and earth. Not many could match him. His temporary method was equally terrifying. Boom, this was a world-shocking battle. Even though this fallen star was protected by countless formations, it was still broken into pieces at this moment. Then, it turned into cosmic dust. In the distance, many fallen stars flew over, forming a meteor shower. They shone with immortal light, and in that instant, it seemed as if they could penetrate through the past, present, and future. Yi Fan fought with the patriarch. This battle was extremely bitter and intense. When everything ended, the golden bloodstains on his body increased by quite a bit. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. Hell is the home of all spirits. I've come to receive you. Soul summoning. Wu Yi's eyes were blood red. He roared and shouted at Yi Fan. This was like a type of curse. Yi Fan's body was in pain. His red hair grew again, but the surface of his body was covered in golden blood. The blood-colored hair sizzled and continuously turned into ashes. Patriarch, stop struggling. You're not my opponent. Yi Fan stepped forward. A large golden hand stretched down, and tens of thousands of magical patterns appeared there. No. Wu Yi shouted. His blood-red eyes were terrifying. He wasn't willing to submit. His body actually expanded violently, and his red hair grew several meters long. They were like tentacles dancing about. Yi Fan cried out inwardly. Golden light shone brightly between his palms. Ancient symbols emerged one after another. The 9 mysterious ancient characters of the Tao scripture appeared. They opened up a small chaotic world here and began to suppress him. However, the soul within the body of the red-haired organism was extremely decisive. From the inside out, strands of Tao marks appeared. He had self-destructed. Streams of blood splashed out. Red hair danced in the air, and bone fragments shot in all directions. Blood was dripping everywhere. This place was like a battlefield of Azura. Patriarch! Yi Fan shouted. He rushed forward and activated the swordsman formula. His entire body shone, and all kinds of essence energy covered the sky and earth. They surged forward and reconstructed the shattered body. However, the reconstructed body was not complete. Moreover, the light he emitted was actually extremely corrosive, causing the bloody body to melt like snow. Yi Fan took a step back. He felt powerless and sad. Was this the fate of the Yuan Taoist master? Each and every one of them was so miserable. They couldn't have a good ending. On the reconstructed body, the blood-red color in his eyes receded. They were dim and without luster. His previous life had awakened. Wu Yi raised his head with difficulty and said, "This is the best ending for me." He actually smiled brilliantly. The red hair on his face receded, revealing his true appearance. Time had left too many scars, but one could still vaguely see the heroic appearance of his youth. Patriarch. Yi Fan couldn't change anything. He could only send him off in sadness. I've waited for this day for too long. Wu Yi seemed to have been freed, but Yi Fan could clearly see a trace of sadness in his dark eyes. The body of the 4th-generation patriarch split open. Rays of light flew out from between his brows. That was his scattered and decaying consciousness. Yi Fan felt bitter as he silently sent him off. Some light rained down, sparkling and translucent like withered flowers. Scenes appeared one after another. It was the course of Wu Yi's life. It was clearly a young man with a complexion like jade. He was completely different from the monster covered in red hair. It was impossible to associate them together. At that time, he was high-spirited and vigorous. He pointed out the rivers and mountains, and his name shook the world. How breathtaking and peerless he was. He was respected as a genius of a generation. Such a peerless hero has fallen just like that. Yi Fan could only sigh. He also saw some regret in Wu Yi's scenes of light rain. In the latter half of his life, he traveled all over the world and dug up many mountains and dragon veins just to pluck a god-life flower and save a woman whose consciousness had been extinguished. But in the end, he failed. The light rain scattered and Wu Yi's life came to an end. Yi Fan silently stood up. He cut off a meteorite and carved it into a stone coffin. He buried all the blood, bones, and some cosmic dust inside. He used the heaven and earth-changing great art. He borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars to shine on this stone coffin and banish it into the universe. Muddle-headed and lost your freedom. Just be buried in the universe. Don't know the beginning, don't know the end. Keep moving forward, forever free. Yi Fan used the technique and sent the stone coffin far away. He watched as it disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. The 4th-generation patriarch had fallen just like that. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan left that place. He rushed into the sky like a resplendent star streaking across the void. The Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors. What does it have to do with the path to immortality? A myriad of thoughts ran through Yi Fan's mind. He thought of Mount Purple, which was known to seize the extreme fortune of heaven and earth. The undying heavenly emperor had been buried there, and later on, great Emperor Wuxia had taken over. Then, he thought of the primal chaos dragon nest. It was known to be the nest of a true dragon, which had once been guarded by an ancient emperor. In the end, it became the burial ground of great Emperor Ruthless. How many secrets had been buried in the boundless starry sky since ancient times? The passage of time was endless. Hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky couldn't be considered much. The legendary eras changed. Celestial being turned to ashes, the divine court was annihilated, the emperors decayed, and the great ancient emperors turned into a pile of yellow earth. These great eras passed one after another. How many heroes were buried in the passage of time? No one could stop it. Even if one was peerless in their generation, there would still be a day when their lives would come to an end. Supreme beings howled sorrowfully. Divine mountains collapsed, the four seas dried up, the sun and moon fell, and the river of stars shattered. However, they couldn't grasp anything. They could only fall in solitude. Since ancient times, heavenly geniuses fought for supremacy, stunning the ages, but it was all a futile struggle. In the long river of time, even the greatest heroes only had a short period of glory, only a moment of brilliance. They couldn't break through the shackles and coexist with the world. Celestial being, ancient emperors, great emperors, all of them had auras that devoured mountains and rivers, suppressing the cosmos. They plucked the stars and grabbed the moon, ruling over all regions. They were powerful and unrivaled, but what exactly did they leave behind? Every single one of them flourished for a time, making the entire cosmos tremble. However, even if they could split apart heaven and earth, destroy the universe, they still couldn't protect their own lives. These people's names all shook the ages, but they could only stay for a short moment in the boundless starry sky. The glory of the supreme beings, the dignity of the ancient emperors, the elegance of the emperors, they were all buried. It was only a moment for the cosmos to look back. The stars twinkled, and the cosmos was silent. Yifan stood in the starry sky, silently thinking about everything that had happened. He gazed into the depths of the icy star domain. Is this the next life's body buried here? Seizing the extreme mysteries of the world's natural luck, he said softly to himself. Wu Yi's words gave him too much inspiration, causing great waves to rise and fall within him. Emperor stars were buried, the path of immortality contained great mysteries from the archaic era until now. Ancestor, rest in peace. Yifan was a bit sad. That stone coffin had already entered the depths of the cosmos for several hours, but he still felt a bit bitter. The fourth-generation ancestor was shockingly brilliant, but the curtains fell just like that. He hid in the absolute beginning forbidden region, but it was useless. In the end, it was still miserable. The ancient method of pursuing the path to immortality, has anyone used it to take that step? Yifan asked himself. The undying heavenly emperor, the celestial silkworm race's 10 transformations ancient emperor, the merciless emperor. Yifan couldn't help but think of these people's names. Had they succeeded? Dizun, emperor of fighting. Wushi the Great, Emperor Qing, each and every one of them was a name that shocked the world. How far had they come? There was also the even more ancient celestial being, just how stunning was he? For the sake of pursuing long life, what kind of heaven-defying ancient methods were established? One by one, the brilliant names finally passed away. Yifan gazed at the other side of the starry sky. Would these ancient supreme beings be willing to accept this? Since the ancient times, he had been invincible and lonely. In the end, he had been defeated by the passage of time. Was there really no one who had struggled to find a path, a method? He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was still in a daze. Only when the little child's cry rang out from the cauldron did he come back to his senses. He let Xianxia out again, letting him stand in the golden sacred region. Xianxia followed him and gazed at the starry sky. Yifan searched this place for a long time. The city of the underworld no longer existed. This space had become a cutoff point, unable to allow nether soldiers to pass through. In the following days, Yifan searched the meteorite where the Taiji curve was located, but he didn't find anything special. Some formations still existed, but they had all decayed. He stood in the starry sky, gazing at the starry sky. Using a piece of the starry sky as a diagram, manipulating the stars and turning them into a huge Taiji divine diagram. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. It must have been a world-shaking work. Unfortunately, as time passed, the person who had laid the formation back then had long been turned to ashes. These traces were almost completely obliterated. Is this a huge teleportation formation? This is too vast. Where can we use it to go? It's beyond the 5-colored altar. Don't tell me it's connected to eternity? Yifan jumped out and gazed at the starry sky, seriously thinking about all kinds of possibilities. He thought of many things. Such a great work, such a vast formation diagram, but now it was all useless. Only the ancient city of the underworld on the meteorite was still in use. The others had all turned to ashes. The underworld used a part of it. Then, who should use the entire ancient diagram? Yi Fan thought about the underworld, and the first thing he thought of was the ancient heaven. Perhaps only such a colossus could have the courage to make such an arrangement. He took out an ancient scroll from within his body. It seemed to be forged from starlight, sparkling and translucent. It was like a thin veil, light and agile. On it was a sky full of stars, densely packed together. This was a mysterious ancient diagram related to the ancient heaven. It had once fallen into the hands of a few ancient sovereigns and great emperors. During the archaic years, the emperor of fighting had once held it and often gazed at the starry sky late at night. The glorious years passed. In this era, Yi Fan took it from the depths of the primal chaos dragon lair, the place where Vicious was buried. At this moment, he carefully observed it and compared it with this place. This rare treasure was still calm and didn't have the slightest reaction. He couldn't see anything from here. He flipped it over and looked at the back of the ancient diagram. Apart from the Earth's 99 dragon mountains where the immortal cauldrons were buried, there were 2 other diagrams, but he didn't know where they pointed. I can't find any similarities. Yi Fan frowned. The records on the immortal treasure diagram were different from the layout of this starry sky. He couldn't find any clues or abnormalities. He didn't give up. He prepared to fly to the Saint Physique ancient tomb first and then to the tyrant body burial ground. He wanted to explore these 2 extreme points of life. He really wanted to understand all of their secrets. What did the predecessors want to do here? He had all kinds of guesses in his heart. There's some special reaction. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was just trying it out and didn't expect that a pattern would really flicker on the ancient diagram. After that, a small star lit up. Was this the star where the Saint Physique ancient tomb was? Yi Fan moved quickly and almost every inch of the land was left with his footsteps. Unfortunately, there were no changes in the end. There was still only a small star flickering. After that, he didn't stop and turned to the tyrant body burial ground. He held the ancient diagram in his hand and carefully observed the mountains, rivers, and all living things. He quickly moved about this place. Another small star flickered and connected with the previous one. They handed over strands of patterns and turned into a misty apparition that was like the chi of yin and yang. The immortal treasure diagram had a reaction. It wasn't an inanimate object and actually produced such a change. The stars on the front dimmed, and among the 3 specific ancient diagrams on the back, one of them formed a small taiji rune that flickered indeterminately. Of course, it was just a small rune that was imprinted on this diagram. It was like the embodiment of an ancient formation. This is... Yi Fan was deeply moved and gripped this ancient scroll tightly. After searching for a while, he sighed softly and gradually guessed the use of this place. This could be a vast teleportation ancient formation. He really didn't know how far it was from the road ahead. It actually used stars to lay out a diagram and transform into a huge celestial body starry door. The more Yi Fan studied it, the more he felt that this was very similar to the Taiji Bagua star door that had appeared when the 5-color sacrificial altar opened the ancient path. However, this place directly used stars to construct a great formation, so it had to be even vaster. This can't be the teleportation formation that leads to celestial domain, right? He shook his head before he even finished speaking. It was a little ridiculous. However, such a vast formation was really too astonishing. Yi Fan had also thought about trying to restore all the formation markings, but it was almost impossible for him to do it alone. Every star in this area had formations on them, and even the sun star was no exception. Sigh, maybe only by completely activating this star divine diagram can I know all the secrets. Yi Fan sighed softly and put away the ancient diagram. Even if this star river's layout was related to the immortal treasure ancient scroll in his hands, he still needed to activate this divine formation in order to reveal some clues. He silently noted it down. He couldn't do it now, but in the future, if he worked together with the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others, there might be a day when this vast ancient formation could be revived. Yi Fan returned to the 50th city of the human race and went to see the guide. He had many questions to ask, and found that he was currently drinking with Yang Yunting in his own donkey meat restaurant. Donkey meat hot pot, aged fine wine, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. It made even the little rotten child want to drink a few bottles of old wine. Brat, you really are a star of calamity. Wherever you go, people will die, and once they die, it will be a large number. You really don't attract people's attention. The guide Zhao Gongyi's face was full of curly beard, like steel needles, and said with a drunken tone. Yi Fan was embarrassed. He naturally knew that he was talking about the Grey Clan. He could only be speechless and drink on his own. Whoever sees you will be unlucky. Wherever you go, death follows. I say. Are you from the underworld? Zhao Gongyi glanced at him. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he said, I was just about to ask Senior, do you know about the underworld? What? I said you're fat, and you're panting. Are you doing this on purpose? The guide said in a bad mood. Yi Fan shook his head and asked about everything related to the underworld. With a solemn expression, he told him everything he saw on the meteorite. What, the underworld? Yin soldiers passed through our star field? Zhao Gongyi put down his wine cup and stood up. Yes, uncle is very powerful. After entering the underworld, those ghosts can't do anything to us. Xianxia said innocently. Zhao Gongyi's expression was incomparably solemn, and he said, although the ancient heaven has been destroyed, and although there are signs that the underworld still exists, I didn't expect so many Yin soldiers to pass through. Are they trying to destroy a vast star field? Those Yin soldiers aren't very strong. Yi Fan said. These Yin soldiers were summoned from various ancient lands of life, and they can only be considered ancient corpses. Naturally, they aren't very strong. However, once they enter the underworld, it will be completely different. Many of the Yin soldiers will awaken their strength from their previous life. At that time, they will be extremely terrifying. Zhao Gongyi's tall and sturdy body revealed a trace of worry. Who was the underworld going to deal with? Was this a war that had continued since the era of legends? Even he only had a smattering of knowledge about it. This was an extremely serious matter, and he quickly left. He had to report this matter to the upper echelons through the starry sky ancient path. Not long after, he returned with a dignified expression and said, my eldest disciple personally went to deliver the letter. I expect that in the near future, there will be a great change in the starry sky. This ancient path was the legacy of the celestial court during the era of legends. The underworld that had been hidden for many eras had suddenly reappeared. These past few years, they had been moving their troops along this ancient path in preparation for war. This was not a good omen, and no one knew which region they would attack. Few experts who have set foot on the starry sky path might have the opportunity to enter some special ancient regions in the future to participate in the War of Gods and gain experience. After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Was this really a great era? Was the era of legends continuing? His gaze was resolute and fearless. He firmly believed that he was invincible in this world. Who cared about the underworld or the gods? They would all be suppressed. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There is some news coming from your old friend who also came from the Emperor Burial Star. What? Yi Fan jumped to his feet. Who is it? Where are they now? Yi Fan's emotions rose and fell intensely. After so many years, there was still no news of his old friends. It made him feel gloomy. Wu, it's a pair of brother and sister. The guide envoy Zhao Gongyi spoke in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. While speaking, he poured a cup of amber-colored wine and drank it. A mellow fragrance lingered about. Yi Fan became absent-minded. After so many years, were the old friends finally going to reunite after being separated by two sides of the starry sky? He rode alone and fought bloody battles for 10 years, finally arriving at the human race's first trial. After that, the ancient path was severed, and he only arrived here after another 20 years. During this period of time, his name spread. The divine body that came from the burial Emperor Star stirred up quite a commotion in the nearby cities. Many people believed that if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a generation-dominating expert in the future. After so many years, Yi Fan didn't meet any of his old friends. He could only privately inquire about them, not daring to openly spread their names. Otherwise, they might end up in danger. It was because many pairs of eyes were paying attention to everything about him. There were many enemies. This pair of brother and sister are extremely formidable. After so many years, they always kept a low profile and were almost overlooked. Now, they rose up at the crucial moment, seizing the opportunity to escape. The guide envoy said. Are they surnamed Ji? Yi Fan asked. He couldn't be sure. There were two pairs of brother and sister who stepped on the ancient path in Big Dipper. Their statuses were all extraordinary, each having their own natural luck. They are from the demon race, but they have mysterious ancient artifacts on them, hiding their identities. They were never exposed along the way. Zhao Gongyi said. It's them, the southern demon siblings. Yi Fan wasn't surprised at this result. The Ji family siblings were chasing after the Void Emperor's coffin. Even though they were on this path, no one knew which part of the ancient path they were on. Rumor has it that they want to meet with you. The guide said. In recent years, Yi Fan's power flourished day by day. He killed the human race's great commander and fought intensely against the Holy Spirit bloodline. When the ancient path was severed, he swept through the foreign race's younger generation. During these days, he naturally drew the attention of some people. How are they? Are they okay? Yi Fan asked. The ancient roads were densely packed, and each of them led to a common destination. The demon race, the human race, and the celestial race all had their own ancient roads. Usually, they would compete with their own kind, and it was rare for them to cross regions to train. It was because once he did this, he might draw the attention of others and become the common enemy of many cultivators. It would be difficult for him to survive. Countless years ago, a young demon emperor walked on the ancient road of the human race. He fought his way to the top. Very few dared to do so. They're living well. They're about to cross regions and jump out of the human race's ancient path, said the guide envoy. There was a world-shocking ancient demon who came to this boundless starry domain to discuss some matters with the human race Dao protectors. He coincidentally discovered the southern demon and was shocked that he was the reincarnation of a demon god. He wanted to bring him away. Zhao Gongyi didn't know much about it. He had only heard about it by chance, and because it was related to Yi Fan, he told him about it. Yi Fan inquired in detail and learned a few things. He didn't expect the southern demon to let that ancient demon bring them back to meet him. After so many years, he was finally going to meet some old friends. What about my divine light platform? When are you going to reward me? Yi Fan asked. The guide envoy on the ancient path owed him a divine object and hadn't given it to him yet. Divine light platforms are truly too rare. There isn't even a single one left, Zhao Gongyi replied. I don't believe it. How could such a vast ancient path lack a divine platform? Yi Fan was extremely dissatisfied. Just how much time had been owed to him? In the spirit of peaceful, friendly, and orderly competition, we feel that it's better for you to move steadily and steadily. Take things one step at a time. The guide envoy suggested. He said that he was a star of calamity. Wherever he went, he would bring the aura of death with him. Moreover, once he died, it would be a nest, an expanse. It was best if he didn't cross some roads and randomly get involved. What the hell is this? Yi Fan couldn't change anything even if he was dissatisfied. Next, Zhao Gongyi spoke of another matter with a solemn expression. His old enemy was about to return and fight him. The appearance of the tyrant physique was definitely a major event. Many of the older generation were paying attention and discussing this matter. A huge wave had already formed on the road ahead. Many people feel that it's best if you don't clash now. It's still too early, especially with such a large-scale mobilization of troops from the underworld. The old fellows don't want one of the two great physiques to be killed, the guide said. If he comes, I'll fight him. If he doesn't, we'll meet again in the future, Yi Fan said calmly. He was so calm, but Yang Yunting couldn't sit still. He clenched his fists. This was the destined battle between the tyrant physique and the saint physique. All these years, he had suffered too much humiliation in his heart. How good would it be if I was born a generation earlier, the little fellow Yang, she said angrily as she clenched her fists. It's still too early for this battle. It will definitely be stopped. Especially in this era, chaos has appeared frequently. We don't know where the underworld and the gods will fight. Some of the Tao protectors on the ancient road are apprehensive and will avoid the tragedy of the early death of a seed-level hero. 2 days later, the altar of the human race's 50th pass flickered. The news brought by the people on the ancient road broke the silence. Do you guys know that the tyrant physique is coming back? Back then, the person who rode across the sky alone and was invincible, sweeping through all the heroes of the various regions, is about to reappear. What? The person with the tyrant firmament blood flowing in his body turned around and came back? No one dared to provoke him on the road ahead. Why is he killing his way back? This was a shocking news that stirred up a huge uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. They were fearful of the tyrant firmament body. Many things had happened in the past that were still fresh in their memories. The tyrant physique was about to face the saint physique. This was a battle destined by fate, without a doubt. After a short period of shock, everyone thought of something. Yi Fan had come and the burial emperor star sacred physique had appeared. These two great physiques had been mortal enemies since ancient times. Today, they were going to continue the battle of their ancestors, a world-shaking battle. The human race's 50th city was in an uproar. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was definitely the most anticipated battle since they stepped onto the ancient road. On the road ahead, there were a few young supreme beings who seemed to be purposely avoiding something. Their subordinates had clashed many times, but they still hadn't fought personally to carry out a peak life and death battle. No one would have thought that a young supreme being would turn around and kill his way back. He was going to take action from the back and be the first to break the stalemate. Was this a sign that he was going to start a massacre? This is the prelude. The world-shocking battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique is about to begin. From now on, the entire ancient road will boil. The young supreme beings will fight one after another, and the ancient roads will collapse. Someone made such a shocking prediction. Great Guide Envoy, didn't you say that there would be people stopping all of this? But why is the person with the tyrant firmament blood coming back? Yang Yunting was anxious. He was well aware that Yi Fan had stepped onto the ancient road later than the tyrant physique. He feared that his cultivation realm might be inferior. Zhao Gongyi also frowned. Was there no one blocking the road ahead? He sighed and said, on this ancient road, anything can happen. There are people who oppose it, but there are naturally people who hope for this battle to happen. He didn't say it clearly, but everyone could feel that there were some people who had selfish motives and were biased towards the physique they approved of. That was why the battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique was about to happen. Don't worry, I believe that there will be people who will step out and not let this life and death battle happen so quickly, said Zhao Gongyi. I hope that a battle between deities will happen in the future and not right now, said Yang Yunting. In reality, although many people were looking forward to the battle between the sacred physique and tyrant physique, they couldn't help but feel some regret in their hearts. In the past, a battle between the two physiques had happened. Now that they met too early, it would inevitably lower the influence of this battle. Once the trial takers set foot on the star passage, they can't turn back to kill those who came after them. The battle in the depths of the starry sky is the right path and the best choice. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the rules. This is nothing. The rules are dead, and the people are alive. The tyrant blood of the ether is strong enough. Even if the law enforcers appeared, they most likely wouldn't be able to stop them. Discussions regarding the sacred physique and tyrant physique were everywhere in the city. There were often messengers coming and going on this long star passage. Usually, it was the guide envoys who delivered important news. This time, other than reporting to the guide envoys, the messenger also brought a letter of challenge from the tyrant physique ahead. It was obvious that the tyrant body of the ether had established an illustrious reputation on the road ahead. Everything he did was valued by people. The guide envoys on the road ahead had allowed this messenger to bring along an attendant of the tyrant body. It could be said that they had given him enough face and regarded him with great importance. In this chaotic battle, the young supreme being who had the tyrant blood of the ether flowing in his body had established an invincible reputation on the road ahead and was revered as the tyrant king. The tyrant body of the ether didn't always come from a certain clan. Just like the sacred physique, after a period of time, one of them might be born from different castes. The letter that chaotic battle had someone send over only had the word battle dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight and emitted a monstrous domineering aura and battle intent. It was like an overlord standing in front of him. Battle, these words were written in immemorial divine texts and contained the essence, chi, and spirit of a young supreme being. They seeped through the paper and gave off a clanging sound like the cry of a sword. On this day, streaks of primal chaos sword chi rushed into the sky and broke the tranquility. It made the hearts of all the heroes tremble. What kind of person was this? The one-word letter of challenge was already so shocking and made people feel a chill. Tyrant King hopes that you can wait for him in the 50th city of the human race. Go all out and let this battle shine brilliantly. The attendant of the tyrant body of the ether was a young man named Lu Yun. He was rather handsome with black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were clear and bright, and his cultivation was powerful. Many people in the city were secretly apprehensive because they knew that they weren't a match for him. Will he be able to come? Asked Yi Fan. Dao brother Yi, please be at ease. The tyrant king will do what he says and will definitely come back to fight. He won't let everyone down, said Lu Yun in a steady and calm manner. The people present all whispered when they heard this. He was clearly going to charge back, and the enforcers and envoys couldn't stop him. He was going to turn back and fight. Why must he fight in the 50th city of the human race? Asked Yi Fan calmly. During the Desolate Era, a divine battle had once taken place here. The Tyrant King wants to continue writing his glory and make this place the war city of the tyrant blood of the ether bloodline. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Chaotic Battle was truly confident and domineering. He wanted to turn this place into the land of glory for the tyrant body bloodline and illuminate everyone with the divine glory of victory so that the sacred physique bloodline wouldn't lose face. How arrogant. Isn't he afraid that this place will become the burial ground of the tyrant blood of the firmament? Lanma puffed out white smoke from his nostrils as he strode forward. His bowl-sized hooves shattered the bluestone ground. Uncle Ma, take it easy. Don't damage the ancient city, a soldier beside him said. These days, they were already familiar with Lanma, the Golden Lion, and the others. A group of sacred beasts wandered around the city leisurely, causing the soldiers in the city to feel pressured. Fortunately, there were no conflicts. The tyrant has always been like this, saying what he wants to say. He has decided to set the battlefield at the 50th city of the human race, and I believe he will not change his mind, said Lu Yun. His green robes fluttered in the wind, and there was an indifferent and otherworldly aura about him. Everyone couldn't help but release a light sigh. The Overlord's divine might was matchless, fighting his way into the depths of the ancient path. Even the messenger he sent out was unordinary, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. What he says is true. Nothing in the world changes according to his will. But one thing is certain, I will accept this battle, Yi Fan said. His expression was calm as he accepted the challenge. A fated battle was unavoidable, the human race's 50th city erupted with commotion at this moment. The person with the firmament tyrant blood constitution was going to turn around and fight against the divine body from the burial emperor star. This caused everyone to discuss passionately, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't looking forward to it. In the past few decades, there were quite a few heroes whose bones were buried in foreign lands, dying on the training paths, but there had never been a battle that drew as much attention as this. This was a huge sensation. I'm really looking forward to seeing the two bloodlines awaken one after the other after countless years of silence. They've come to the starry sky ancient road, and the battle of the peak will be revealed. I've never felt my blood boiling like today. I can't wait to see the final result of this battle. Within the city, the minds of many cultivators surged, finding it difficult to calm down. They wished for nothing more than for the supreme experts of the tyrant blood of the firmament to immediately return and start this great battle. The tyrant hadn't arrived yet. He had only sent a letter of challenge, and the holy physique had accepted the challenge. His voice was already like a landslide and a tsunami, which showed how influential this battle was. Lu Yun's eyes were clear. Dao brother Yi, do you mean you don't want to fight in the space where the 50th human city is located? But the tyrant has already chosen this place. I told you, the world doesn't revolve around him, Yi Fan said. Everyone quietened down, not wanting to miss a single word from them. This battle affected everyone's hearts, and they were afraid of missing out on anything. The scene instantly became silent. Lu Yun said, Taoist brother Yi, don't you think it's very meaningful to fight here? More than 100,000 years ago, the 50th city of the human race had an earth-shattering battle that shocked the entire starry sky. Now, the battle of glory is continuing here. Isn't it a beautiful story? What do you mean? Are you provoking me? I will suppress you first. Longma turned hostile on the spot. The Golden Lion, Black Bear Saint, Scorpio, and the others stepped forward, following its lead. Everyone, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. In the past, the tyrant Empyrean blood was supreme, reigning supreme in the world. Meanwhile, the divine physique was defeated here, his blood dyeing the starry skies. Choosing this place to fight in. This era has an extraordinary meaning. If the divine physique wins, won't he reverse everything and wash away the humiliation? Lu Yun replied calmly. Everyone revealed strange expressions. What he said could be considered the truth, but it had opened up the scars of the divine physique lineage. Blood spilled in the outer realm and bones buried in a foreign land. This was a kind of sorrow. Everyone was paying close attention. They didn't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. Letting the divine physique fight in this sorrowful place was really a desperate battle. It's not like the divine physique lineage hasn't killed the overlord physique before. Why not go to that ancient land and let the overlord physique know his humiliation and become courageous? Wouldn't that be a beautiful story? Longma sneered. Those ancient regions are very difficult to find, Lu Yun replied. Yi Fan waved his hand and didn't let them continue arguing. To him, there was no sorrow or humiliation. He didn't care about it at all. He was invincible in the present world, regardless of bloodline or the past. I just want to ask, will he definitely come? Yes, the Overlord's words count. Everything just now was his idea. I'm just a messenger, Lu Yun replied with certainty. How long will it take? Yi Fan asked again. It won't be too long. He'll be here soon, Lu Yun replied. During these years, the depths of the starry skies were in an uproar. A tomb that was suspected to be the tomb of an ancient great emperor would crack from time to time. The various heroes had attacked it for many years, and the Overlord had also taken action before. They had to settle things in the near future before they could leave that place. I don't have time to wait for him. If you want to fight, then hurry up and go. But the Overlord said that the decisive battle of the human race's 50th trial has extraordinary meaning for both of you, Lu Yun said with difficulty. Yi Fan calmly replied, Go, and tell him that wherever I stand, even if it's less than 3 meters, it can still be a world-shaking battlefield. No matter where it is, he can fight. Everyone was shaken. Even though the divine physique that came from the Emperor Burial Star didn't usually speak impassioned words, this kind of calm confidence made people's hearts tremble. It displayed a kind of neutral and peaceful atmosphere. Yi Fan's conviction was strong. He was calm and collected. After he finished speaking, he didn't say a word and just stared ahead. Lu Yun's heart trembled. Before coming here, he still had some thoughts in his mind. If the divine physique was far from maturing, he could very well make the first move and kill him, leaving behind a good story. Now, it seemed like the other party's calm attitude made him feel uncertain. He put away his thoughts and waited for the master with the tyrant ether blood to resolve everything himself. Do you have anything else to say? Longma asked. It felt that the tyrant ether blood was too arrogant. It wanted nothing more than to trample the Overlord to death with its hoof. Yes. Lu Yun nodded and presented the letter of challenge with both hands. Isn't it just the word fight? Even we saw it. Is there a need to act like this? You treat it as a treasure, but we don't, the nine-tailed crocodile said. The Overlord said that if the divine physique can't even accept the letter of challenge, then he will be very disappointed. Lu Yun said seriously. This kind of paper suddenly shone brightly. The bloody fight word on it was even more glaring than before. It erupted with a soaring battle intent. Every stroke was trembling like a heavenly sword chi. The bloody fight word trembled, causing the entire sky to crack. It was as if it was about to fall. Everyone's expression changed, and they all retreated at the first moment. Dong, the sound of a bell shook the boundless sky. It was as if a tyrannical bell had awakened. The tyrant ether blood supreme physique from hundreds of thousands of years ago had reappeared, and a kind of terrifying ripple spread. Of course, it didn't attack everyone. The bell ripple seemed to have a spirit, and they all pounced at Yifan's people. The others could only feel that kind of trembling aura, but they weren't seriously injured. This is too terrifying. It's just a piece of paper and a bloody word, yet it actually emits such a tyrannical aura. It contains the Overlord's spiritual will. That's right. This kind of fluctuation is comparable to a Saint King. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that this was just a piece of paper, yet a bloody word written on it already possessed such might. How terrifying would a true Overlord be? Someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body is truly terrifying. He is worthy of being the supreme expert of the younger generation on this ancient path. This kind of method is truly heaven-defying. Who can contend against him? There were many natives of the 50th human city, and there were many ancient clans. Right now, even some powerful old clan leaders were sighing in admiration. Their expressions all changed, and their hearts were shaken. It's just a piece of paper, yet the Overlord physique is formidable. It's truly heaven-defying. The city was in an uproar. Everyone now felt some sympathy for Yifan. With such a powerful old enemy rushing back, even if he was a Saint King with a Burial Emperor star bloodline, he would most likely be in danger. He has long reached the Saint King realm. The envoy Zhao Gongyi was also paying attention here. He spoke of the chaotic battle realm, or else how could he have left behind such a terrifying spiritual will? Then what should we do? Xianxia raised her head and asked with a tender voice. I believe the Dao protectors will appear and stop this battle. They also don't wish for a young sovereign to die now, the envoy said. Runes rose from the ground in front of Yifan, transforming into a hand of light that received the letter of challenge. Even though the word battle had split the sky, it was unable to destroy the hand of light in the end. This was the embodiment of Genesis technique. It was unknown how many divine roots had been buried in the 50th human city, and there was a world-shaking formation set up to protect this ancient city. Now that Yifan's Genesis technique had reached the heavens, and his feet were connected to the earth, he was naturally able to draw upon the divine energy and make it his own. Lu Yun was shocked and quickly retreated. He originally thought that the Overlord's essence, qi, and spirit would definitely cause the Saint physique to be flustered. He didn't expect that the Overlord physique wouldn't even make a move. I've already read this letter, said Yifan. The paper fell to the ground, and he stepped on it. Ripples of light circulated around him as he calmly left. Everyone was shocked. The chaotic battle was tyrannical, and the person in front of them was also very imposing. Stepping on the letter of challenge with one foot was enough to explain everything. A battle between a Saint physique and an Overlord physique was absolutely unavoidable. Lu Yun was puzzled. No matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be so calm. He could actually step on the letter of challenge without triggering a shocking attack on the paper. He couldn't believe that someone could actually step on the Overlord's spiritual power. He walked forward with suspicion and picked up the bloody letter of challenge. There were faint Dao runes on it. Lu Yun cursed inwardly and hurriedly threw it away. He quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late. The Overlord's spiritual power rushed out like a tsunami. Everyone was shocked and retreated. It felt like an Overlord who could swallow mountains and rivers was roaring and shaking a large bell. Its divine power was matchless and could even injure a Saint King. Pfft! Lu Yun screamed. Even though his reaction was fast, his body was almost torn into pieces. He was sent flying, and his blood dyed the void red. Yifan didn't look back. Not everyone knew the 6 seals of immortals. He could easily seal the letter of challenge and step on it. Naturally, he could also release the seal in an instant. Once the letter of challenge was activated, it was equivalent to an attack from a Saint King. Lu Yun had activated it and presented it to Yifan, but now it was picked up by him. He was suddenly attacked, and his body and spirit were almost destroyed. The news that the Saint physique was going to fight the Overlord physique not only caused a stir in the human race's 50th test, but also spread to the nearby ancient roads and cities. Is this real or fake? This is like a battle between the younger generation. We can't miss it. We must go and see it to the end. What a pity, there's no divine light platform. Ask the envoy to bring us to watch the battle. The ancient roads were in an uproar as the news spread further and further. What? Yi Fan is here. That damned overlord body of the firmament dares to bully my brother. When I get out, the first thing I'll do is kill you. Someone, come, whoever pulls me out of this damned tomb, I'll give him a scroll of the demon emperor mortal scripture. The news spread quickly, and even some of the cultivators were discussing it. Hey, did you guys hear something? The group stopped. They were very cautious in this forbidden zone and didn't dare to be careless. This was a continent floating in the universe, and it was suspected to be the entrance to the tomb of the ancient emperors. Countless experts had rushed over and attacked it for dozens of years to no avail. In this star field, there were more than a dozen similar continents. Some of them were bigger than planets and had existed since ancient times. No one knew how many years they had been drifting in the cold universe. No one could confirm which one was the real tomb. In recent years, several of them had cracked and emitted wisps of Emperor's aura, causing people's souls to tremble. In the end, some people speculated that these continents were originally one and were the tomb of an ancient emperor. However, it had disintegrated for some reason. Every one of them could be the real tomb and couldn't be ignored. However, they were also forbidden zones for life. Countless people had died over the years, but none of them had been able to dig out the main tomb. It was said that one of the great sages of the human race had lost their lives. One of the holy spirits that had sneakily attacked from the outer realms had also died. As for the ancient evil gods that had launched a large-scale attack, 2 of them had perished. It could be said to be a bloody burial ground. Usually, there would be many cultivators here. They were all kinds of teams searching for the immortal treasures of the ancient emperors. Today, the strongest person in this team was at the Saint King realm, and the weakest was at the Saint King realm. There were 5 people in total, and it could be said that they were very powerful. To be able to form a team from the first stage of the human race and kill their way to this place, none of them were ordinary. At the very least, in terms of luck, those who could survive to this place could be said to be blessed by the heavens. The fact that they didn't die after fighting for dozens of years was enough to say something. At this moment, they heard faint shouts coming from the depths of the cracked ground. Naturally, they were surprised. Someone had entered the tomb? This was too shocking. This was definitely a shocking matter. Someone had entered the tomb of the ancient emperors? Even if this continent floating in the depths of the universe wasn't the main tomb, no one had broken through it. This was too shocking. Did you guys hear that? Someone really beat us to it. What should we do? These people were all wily old foxes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to live until now. They all rolled their eyes. We were talking about the duel between the sacred body and the overlord body on the Emperor Burial Star, and we were overheard by the people below. I seem to have heard him say that the sacred body was his brother. Their hearts jumped intensely, because the main point wasn't these words, but rather that the person said that he would gift an immortal scripture to whoever helped him break free. After all, anyone who could enter the depths of the great necropolis would definitely have something to gain. This is a piece of heavenly sound stone, no wonder it could hear us, able to transmit sound from the distant underground depths. There really is someone down there. They were troubled. The seal was incredibly terrifying, and they couldn't break it at all. Those above, I'll guide you all. You have to follow the correct path to break through. When the time comes, I'll pass down unmatched immortal scriptures to you all. The people below shouted again. The 5 of them gave each other a look, all of their faces revealing strange expressions. They charged into the depths of the starry sky, fighting until today, so they had long corrected their mentality. They knew that they definitely couldn't compete on the Emperor's path anymore. With those young supreme beings here, forget about them, even the most stunning heroes didn't have a trace of hope. Now, they only wanted to seize more natural luck on this path, become the experts of a region, and not focus on the entire cosmos. Right now, a great opportunity was right below. Forget about whether they could kill the people below or rescue them, just taking down the entrance to the great necropolis was already a natural luck. In the depths of the ancient tomb, every single item was a priceless treasure. They believed that as long as they charged through the entrance, they definitely wouldn't return empty-handed. Even though this one has an immortal scripture, I don't have a suitable inheritor. Why don't you all become my disciples? I'll pass down the ancient immortal methods to you all to promote my Tao. The people above were a bit speechless. This person's skin really was thick. Was he asking for help? He was clearly trapped here, yet he still wanted to take them in as disciples. We didn't come here to seek a master. One of them said unhappily. Since that's the case, let's treat each other as equals. This one has been reading the great necropolis scriptures here all year round, and I really want to find someone to discuss it with. I naturally won't mistreat my junior brothers. Apart from this, there is an ancient immortal peach tree here. For cultivators, there are endless benefits. Are you all willing to follow at my side? You will definitely be able to display your brilliance. The people above looked at each other in dismay. Something wasn't right no matter how they thought about it. This person really was a bit thick-skinned. He didn't want to be a master, yet he wanted to take them in as underlings. Wasn't he a bit asking for a beating? One of them said. How could the immortal peach tree be in the great underground tomb? A deep male voice transmitted from the depths of the ancient tomb. It naturally isn't the entire ancient tree. This is a coffin, an immortal coffin that only a deity from the legendary era could possess. It was carved from the immortal peach tree. What? The main cave of the ancient great emperor's tomb is here? The expressions of the 5 people changed. However, they quickly calmed down, not really believing it. There is a crack on the west side of the heavenly sound stone. Walk down for a dozen or so li, and you will see a crystal wall. You can see a corner of the great tomb from there. The person below pointed. They naturally understood that the person below wanted to break free. Everything he was doing was to lure them in. Only by moving them would they be able to help. No matter what, it wasn't a lie that this person was in the depths of the ancient tomb. They naturally wanted to find out the truth and see if there was a heaven-defying great opportunity here. Soon after, the group of people descended for a dozen or so li. They really did see a flaw in this great tomb. It was a crystal wall, and they could vaguely see some of the scenery inside. Why did a crystal wall appear now? They were puzzled. Have you all forgotten about that ancient sacred spirit? That was the great sage realm, and he bled in front of the great emperor's tomb. The crystal wall was formed from his stone body. The person in the tomb was extremely patient and continuously explained. What are you eating? At this time, a female saint king cried out in alarm. She saw a tall and sturdy male through the crystal wall. His hair was disheveled, and he was currently chewing on a coffin board. Evil spirit, he's not human. He's eating corpses. One of the experts felt his scalp go numb as he cried out in alarm. They originally didn't believe that someone could enter the tomb of an ancient great emperor. Now that they saw a heroic male that was much more imposing than ordinary people eating a coffin through the crystal wall, they immediately thought of a few terrifying legends. This is the undying will of an ancient great emperor. He's retaliating. Could it be that he wants to eat the emperor's corpse? It's too terrifying. This is a divine corpse that has returned to the sun. It survived the calamity and escaped the punishment of the heavens. It is related to the ancient great emperor and became a terrifying deity. None of the 5 of them were weak, but right now, they all felt a chill run down their spine. They continuously retreated, not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. Truly ignorant. This is an immortal peach coffin carved from an undying divine tree. It is equivalent to the main body of an undying divine medicine. It is a priceless immortal medicine. When the 5 of them turned pale with fright, a voice of disdain sounded from within. He's looking down on us. The will of a god wouldn't have such rich emotional fluctuations. Could it be that he's really alone? The 5 experts quickly conversed. They were all a bit depressed. But, eating coffin boards isn't something an ordinary person can do. The saintess felt a lingering fear in her heart. She felt that the person inside was somewhat terrifying. He was definitely a demon king. This is nothing. It's just an ownerless ancient coffin. I even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor back then. Moreover, although the taste isn't that great, this is a genuine immortal medicine. Actually, I wanted to leave a few coffin boards for you guys. Since that's the case, I'll just eat them all. The 5 people outside were speechless. What kind of person was inside? He even felt superior from eating coffins. How strong and thick of a nerve did he have to be able to do this? But after some thought, they felt that it made sense. That was the main trunk of the undying peach tree, a true immortal medicine. This immediately made them feel conflicted. Junior brothers, hurry up and help me. After I escape, I still have to kill the Overlord Heaven's body. I can't waste even a minute. The person below didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. The 5 experts were a bit speechless. What kind of person was this? He really didn't regard himself as an outsider. They were still considering whether or not to kill him and take everything inside. This person doesn't seem simple. He was able to eat the undying peach tree, and according to him, he even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor. He's definitely not a simple person. Should we make friends with him? One of them said. What are you talking about? He wants to be our master. Even if he doesn't succeed, he still wants to take us in as his underlings. Have you seen such a person before? He's definitely not a good person. Let's just think of a way to get rid of him. Don't rush to a conclusion. Let's take a look first. The 5 people outside were a bit depressed and conflicted as they discussed. To be honest, they really didn't know what to feel about the person inside. Junior brothers and sisters, hurry up. Time is precious. Let's act quickly. The person in the depths of the ancient tomb urged. Motherf asterisk Kerr, he really thinks he's our senior brother. Even begging others so boldly and confidently. One of them said unhappily. Junior brothers, please listen well. I'll pass on a scripture to you guys. It will be greatly beneficial for you guys. The person inside really passed on a segment of an incomparably profound ancient technique. Tao scripture, this seems to be the legendary Tao scripture. He really passed on a large segment to us. The people outside were all shocked. Several days later, they became even more conflicted. They dug up the tomb while listening to that fellow call them little brothers while listening to a segment of Tao scripture ancient technique. If this continues, I'll really think that he's that senior brother of mine who passed away in meditation. The people in the depths of the ancient tomb began to call them junior brothers and sisters more and more smoothly. They originally resisted it to the point of numbness. They already didn't have the mood to refute and oppose it. They seemed to be getting used to it. Junior brothers and sisters, if this continues, we won't be able to break through the entrance without several thousand years. Why don't you guys go and call over the scum with the tyrant firmament blood? I'll give him a lesson, have him break through here. The others all looked down on him. This fella seemed to have no lower limit. Didn't he say he was going to kill the young supreme being with the tyrant firmament blood flowing through his body? Now, he actually wanted others to help him break out. Junior brothers and sisters, it really is hard for you guys to open this entrance. Back then, I used that rare opportunity to enter when the Holy Spirit transformed into the Tao. Now, I can only spread the news and find some manual laborers to break through. Otherwise, we won't be able to open it. If we don't do this, it will be hard for you all to obtain the immortal medicines, ancient scriptures, and divine artifacts. However, you all don't need to worry. Since you are all my junior brothers and sisters, once I break free, I'll give you all a great natural opportunity. The 5 great experts were at a loss again. They really couldn't open it with just themselves, doing useless things. However, they were a bit unwilling to let the news out just like that. Even though there are no emperor corpses here, there is a great emperor's formation. Once it's activated, even if you bring an extreme imperial weapon, you all will have to die. Call the overlord over, it'll be easy to take care of him. I have a way to break free. The few of them cursed silently. Who was thinking about whether or not he could break free? What they were worried about was the immortal treasury inside. If I break free, doesn't that mean that the immortal treasury has appeared? It's all on me. I am your senior brother, it's your natural opportunity. The few of them cursed inwardly. They had never seen such a thick-skinned person before. However, after thinking about it carefully, they really had to make this person come out. Why don't we let him become one of us? I feel like this person definitely has some redeeming qualities. That's true. Otherwise, how could he have lived until now? I want to give him a beating. This was their secret discussion. Several days later, a shocking piece of news spread out. The overlord left the continent he conquered, slaughtering his way towards another continent that might have an emperor's tomb. So what if you have the tyrant Empyrean blood in your body? I can suppress you with a single hand. In the depths of the ancient tomb, a certain person spoke extremely arrogantly. The overlord's expression was cold. He didn't do it for anything else, he just wanted to open the great tomb and obtain the immortal treasury inside. He didn't react to this type of provocation. This fella is truly daring, provoking the overlord. Isn't he scared of being killed by a young supreme being the instant the ancient tomb is opened? Do you think someone who wanted to become our master and directly became our senior brother can be a refined and courteous person with integrity? He's definitely not a good person. The 5 great experts discussed. They were full of disdain and sorrow. The entire star domain was shaken. The overlord originally wanted to fight against the divine body, but now, he actually temporarily put everything aside and attacked an ancient tomb first. Many people were drawn over. I feel like he really is acquainted with the divine body. He seems to want to share some of the burden and keep the overlord here. One of the 5 great experts made this judgment. A great commotion was set off in the depths of the cosmos. During these past few years, no one could enter the depths of the ancient tomb. Now, they unexpectedly found out that someone succeeded. How could this be shocking? Many experts hurried over, all of them paying close attention. Quite a few people entered, wishing to open the emperor's tomb and obtain the divine treasury. During this process, they naturally saw a shameless expert challenging the tyrant Empyrean blood. Even though he was in the depths of the ancient tomb, he still wanted to fight against the overlord. Everyone was in an uproar, stirring up great waves. Even more people hurried over. If you want to fight against Fan, you have to pass through me first. Fight until the overlord spits out blood and kneel down before me. The people in the ancient tomb were arrogant to the extreme, leaving everyone speechless. The battle between the divine body and the overlord body was thus brought to a new high point. A storm was brewing. Before the confrontation between 2 great unmatched physiques, this type of expert's provocation naturally drew even more people's attention. The competition on the ancient path was intense. It was unknown how many heroes had fallen, their bones buried in foreign lands. However, who would look back for them? A pile of white bones wouldn't draw any attention. This was a path soaked in blood, destined to be cruel. It was accompanied by the loneliness of experts, and in the end, only a single person's glory could be achieved. After all, these years, everyone was already used to the deaths of heroes one after another. Only the battle between the divine body and the overlord body was different, drawing the attention of all cities. This was a battle between experts, worthy of the attention of all experts on the starry sky ancient path. What? The exceptional overlord was injured. This is the first time in decades that he suffered such a serious injury. It's simply a bit inconceivable. This really is shocking. The young supreme being with the tyrant firmament blood flowing through him actually almost died. It's unbelievable. Up ahead, there was a great commotion. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The ancient tomb released strands of emperor might. The overlord flew out horizontally, his entire body covered in purple blood. Divine splendor shone resplendently, his wounds were densely packed. He was on the verge of breaking apart. No one would have expected that the young supreme being of the tyrant firmament bloodline would be injured on this ancient continent floating in the cosmos. Even someone as powerful as his undying body was almost torn apart. In the ancient tomb, a mysterious expert challenged. The tyrant firmament body appeared, wanting to break through the entrance of the ancient emperor's tomb to seize the heaven-defying natural luck. In the end, the formation patterns inside revived, almost killing him. Everyone saw this scene, their hearts jumping. After all these years, this was the first time the overlord was injured. He had always been unrivaled on the ancient path. The power of the great emperor was astonishing. A wave of heaven overflowing primal chaos rumbled as it descended. It was as if the 9 heavens Milky Way descended, submerging the entrance of the ancient tomb. The exceptional overlord was sent flying just like that. Just a slight graze from the edge of an emperor pattern was already like this. One could well imagine how terrifying it was. The exceptional overlord was too arrogant. When he saw that someone could enter the tomb, he believed himself to be unrivaled in the younger generation, the most powerful supreme being. As such, he directly charged in, but in the end, he suffered a mishap. Everyone was greatly shaken. It wasn't that the tyrant firmament body wasn't strong enough, but rather that the dignity of the ancient emperors couldn't be blasphemed. Being seriously injured after attacking the tomb like this wasn't anything strange. Purple tyrant blood boiled and rushed into the heavens. The tyrant king's injuries were healed on the spot. He possessed a heaven-defying divine technique. The blood on his body flowed in reverse and his wounds healed on the spot. His essence energy rapidly rose. It was shocking that he could recover so quickly after suffering such a heavy injury. That guy in the tomb is not easy to deal with. He must have triggered the Emperor rune at the exit. Otherwise, how could we be fine after attacking for so long? Definitely. There's no way he's a kind and honest person. Just look at how he wants to take us in as his disciples. His skin is boundlessly thick. The 5 great experts discussed in secret. They had witnessed everything with their own eyes and understood more than others. Naturally, they knew more details. No one knew how long this ancient continent had been floating in the universe. It was suspected to be the mausoleum of the great ancient emperors, so it wasn't shameful for the tyrant to be injured. After all, not only had a great sage of the human race, 2 ancient evil gods of the non-human kind, and a Holy Spirit perished on similar continents. This further displayed how extraordinary the tyrant ether blood was. It was revered as one of the supreme beings of the younger generation. It was truly heaven-defying. The boundless primal chaos mist receded. The great ancient emperor's aura was restrained. The tyrant king sat on top of an ancient peak. His entire body was submerged in purple energy. It seemed like his injured body had recovered, but he didn't get up. Some people guessed that his foundation might have been injured. Suddenly, a terrifying figure flew over. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow its trajectory. Even time seemed to be flowing in reverse and the void was distorting. This person's figure became indistinct. He rushed over to the tyrant king and smashed out with a fist. He was powerful to the extreme. Even the heavens were shattered by him. The river of time seemed to be flowing in reverse. The tyrant king opened his eyes. 2 streaks of purple divine lightning shot out, tearing apart the void. He smashed out with his fist to resist the incoming person. The entire heavens were shattered. Dazzling light erupted there. It was as if a sun had exploded. It spread into the cosmos and swept through this region. It was extremely dazzling and terrifying. Everyone was stupefied. This person was too powerful. He actually dared to kill the tyrant king who was currently recovering. He was definitely one of the supreme beings of the younger generation. Otherwise, why would he dare to take action? It was because even though the tyrant king ether body was injured, it wasn't something an ordinary person could contend against. Only those few people had a chance. That place was incomparably tyrannical. It was as if 2 archaic deities were fighting. Resplendent light completely submerged the heavens. Nothing could be seen except the boundless Tao ripples. A saint king cried out miserably. It was only because he didn't have time to retreat that he was swept by the blazing light ripples. He was directly cut into 2 and fell high up in the sky. His blood dyed the skies red. In the distance, everyone was scared. What kind of battle prowess was this? The mysterious person's battle prowess was unmatched. The tyrant king was also matchless and valiant. This was merely the aftermath of their battle, yet it already possessed such terrifying power. It was simply enough to sweep through an entire region. In that place, there was a type of aura of an unmatched overlord that required all creatures to bow their heads in worship. It made everyone's hearts tremble. Disguise. You aren't injured. A divine voice transmitted over. It instantly disappeared into the distance, merging into the dark cosmos and tearing through the skies. Long, the tyrant king smashed out a fist from behind. His purple battle body tore apart the void. Boundless fluctuations rushed into the ice-cold cosmos, making even the stellar domain tremble. Terror overflowed into the heavens as he chased after the other party. Everyone was shocked. That person just now was definitely one of the young supreme beings. Otherwise, how could he have such shocking level of power? He suppressed everyone. Who is he? He's too powerful. He wants to use this opportunity to kill the tyrant king. Is it the great demonic god ancient wasteland who swept through the universe, or Dtion who ruled the road ahead? This made everyone tremble. The two left, but the aftermath of the great battle was still vast and mighty. They believed that they were far from being able to compare. Many people's bodies were actually convulsing under this kind of matchless divine might. The few young supreme beings had never carried out a great life and death battle before. If they couldn't kill in one strike, they wouldn't take action under normal circumstances. Just now, there was finally someone who couldn't hold back any longer. And what made everyone's hearts pound intensely was that the tyrant king wasn't injured at all. All of this was a disguise. He guessed that someone would take action against him, so he wanted to see exactly who it was that bore hostility towards him. Hung long, between heaven and earth, purple energy overflowed into the heavens. The tyrant king towered there, his black hair scattering behind him. Purple lightning erupted from his eyes, making him look like an ancient deity. He possessed a type of aura that could devour mountains and rivers, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. He took a step down from the starry sky, and like a deity descending into the mortal world, he once again descended onto this continent. The exceptional overlord had always been unrivaled among the challengers. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, it had always been like this. No one had been able to injure him. Purple energy surged from his body, and strand after strand fell down like a great waterfall. It engulfed the boundless great earth, vast and mighty in the heavens. It was as if there wasn't anyone in this world that could shake him. He looked down on everything under the heavens, and looked down on everything. He didn't suffer any injuries. What happened just now was a deliberate disguise. After this shocking truth was revealed, it could be said to be a type of greatest intimidation for the heroes of this continent. Did the tyrant king want to get rid of an opponent just now? What a pity, he didn't get what he wanted. Who could contend against him on the ancient starry sky path? Everyone's restraining fear towards him deepened. This person with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body was too valiant and impossible to contend against. This time, he turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the Emperor tomb again. He carefully observed it, and he still prepared to attack and open it up to seize the heaven-defying natural luck. The tyrant king is too powerful. This type of performance has simply cut off the hopes of others. Only the young supreme beings can contend against him head-on and contend for supremacy. When will these people have a true battle? Soon. I feel like after the battle between the tyrant king and the divine body ends, he will go all out and decide victory or defeat against the young supreme beings to compete for the emperor's path. The area in front of the emperor tomb slowly calmed down. Many cultivators on the ancient path moved out of the way, not daring to disturb the tyrant king. Just now, his unmatched domineeringness had suppressed everyone. Hey, I say, the purple-blooded monster outside, are you tired of living? Why are you always swaying back and forth in front of me? If you have the guts, then come in and fight me. Otherwise, hurry up and kneel down and leave. When the tyrant king's aura devoured mountains and rivers, ruling over this continent alone, the arrogant voice from before once again sounded from the depths of the ancient tomb. He didn't place the tyrant ether blood in his eyes at all. Everyone was speechless. This person was truly a god. Only the 5 great experts from before silently cursed, secretly looking down on this fellow. He was clearly the one trapped inside and couldn't come out. He was waiting for someone else to open it, yet he had this kind of attitude. Does this fellow have a natural sense of superiority? Is it rare for him to keep hypnotizing himself that he is unrivaled, that he is a supreme being? That's not right. This person most likely truly has a close friendship with the divine body. He wants to anger the tyrant king and make him stay here to buy time for the divine body. After the 5 great experts came to this conclusion, they also developed a bit of respect for this thick-skinned person. However, when they thought about how this fellow was so unscrupulous towards them and even gnawed on coffin boards, their slightly lofty image immediately collapsed. They just felt that this wasn't a good person. Do you submit to the tyrant ether body? A disdainful voice sounded from the depths of the ancient tomb. When everyone heard this type of challenge, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This person's sense of superiority was too strong. They hadn't even truly fought yet he already placed himself above the 9 heavens, overlooking everything in this world. He didn't place the tyrant king in his eyes at all. In the following days, there were people who continuously hurried over. They didn't come to fight against the tyrant king, but rather to pay their respects to the great deity. They all wanted to see and hear just how domineering the person in the tomb was. One has to understand that in the past few decades, there had never been a single person who dared to criticize the tyrant king like this, not placing him in their eyes. In that instant, the great deity shook the ancient path. Many people prostrated themselves in admiration. Regardless of how strong this person's true strength was, right now, he could definitely be considered a deity. He was the only one who said that he could crush the tyrant king to death with a single finger, make him kneel down and swear allegiance. Regardless, he was still alive and kicking, living well in the ancient tomb. Tyrant king, do you dare fight against me? That day, another shout sounded from the starry sky. News came from a human race holy city. Another person challenged the tyrant king. Everyone was in an uproar. What was going on? Why were there people challenging the tyrant blood of the firmament's position one after another, wishing to shake this young supreme being's position? This left everyone shocked. Soon after, everyone confirmed that this was a powerful fiend race expert who actually stepped onto the human race's ancient path. He also came from Burial Emperor Star, previously known as the Southern Fiend. The fiend race dares to walk the human race's ancient path? This requires a type of boldness. A single mistake and they would become the common enemy of the entire world, surrounded and killed. This person is formidable. I heard that he is going to leave the human race's ancient path, brought to a different path by an ancient fiend who attached great importance to him. Perhaps this really is a heaven-defying existence. Many people were discussing passionately. The confrontation between the divine body and tyrant body actually triggered so many waves, rising and falling. People continuously stood out, all because of the fate battle that was about to take place. Are you all people from Burial Emperor Star? I'll just kill all of you at the same time. The young supreme being with the tyrant king blood of the firmament finally spoke, displaying an exceptional domineering aura, cold and ruthless. In the human race's 50th city, Yifan learned of everything. Recently, there was a messenger who brought the latest news over, triggering a heated discussion. Great waves rose and fell within Yifan's heart. He heard news of an old friend, and his heart was incomparably moved. He immediately stood out, letting Lu Yun pass the message on his behalf. Tell Hun Zhan that if he isn't afraid to fight, then immediately appear. If he wants to live for a few more years, then immediately disappear from the ancient path. From now on, don't put on any airs of being a supreme being, or else I will definitely kill him. When these words were spoken, it immediately triggered a huge commotion, spreading along the ancient path. The reason why Yifan said these words wasn't because he was extreme or impulsive, but rather because he was worried about Pang Bo within the ancient tomb. He was sure that it was him, fearing that the ancient tomb would truly be opened by the Overlord, and then something unexpected would happen to him. The envoy immediately appeared, looking for him with an anxious expression. A Tao protector has appeared to suppress the Overlord, forcing him to retreat. Why are you calling for battle at this time? If he comes, then come. Who's afraid of him? Yifan said. He stepped onto the ancient path of the stars earlier than you, and his cultivation level is 1 level higher than yours. You absolutely cannot fight against him now, the envoy solemnly warned. If he comes to fight against me at the same level, then I will fight him fairly. If he uses his cultivation level to suppress me, then, what can you do? The envoy asked. Then I will use any means necessary to kill him. Yifan said resolutely. The envoy, at ##@#yen, Sir Envoy, what are you saying? Are you born from the same mother as that guy in the Great Tomb? How can you be so arrogant? What do you think the tyrant's ether blood is? You think you can kill him just because you say so? The envoy could no longer remain calm. On the other hand, Yifan was relatively calm. Although killing him is quite difficult, it's still worth a try. It's not impossible. The envoy solemnly said, "How are you going to kill him? He has been a saint king for many years. Even someone as strong as Tian, as terrifying as the great demonic god, and as invincible as the human king have not been able to harm a single hair of his. Which one of them isn't a supreme of the younger generation? Their fame has already spread to the other race's ancient paths, but they still can't kill him. They are all wary of each other, and no one dares to act rashly." Yi Fan calmly said, "In a truly fair battle, I'm not afraid of anyone. But if he uses his cultivation level to suppress me, I will create an opportunity to kill him even if there isn't one. If he dares to come back, this star region where the 50th city is located will be his burial ground." The starry sky was boundless, specks of brilliance flickering about, no one able to reach the end. The beautiful starry sky didn't contain many secrets either. Since ancient times, batches after batches of young people on the star path had dreams in their hearts, stepping into the distance towards their own goals. They had fought with their hot-bloodedness, fought with their lives, and interpreted their ideals, blooming one beautiful flower of life after another. Along the way, hundreds of barges were vying, heroes competing. The unmatched overlord was about to face the divine body from Emperor Burial Star. Noise rushed into the heavens, stirring up heaven-overflowing waves, affecting the hearts of many cultivators. This battle was unavoidable. Everyone was waiting. The human race's 50th city was located in the cosmos, not on a planet. Starlight shone brilliantly above, pouring down from the heavens like a silver waterfall. It was extremely beautiful. However, who would have thought that there was too much blood and bones buried here, enduring the great changes of endless time? Regardless of whether it was now or the era of ancient heaven, this was still an important place. Yi Fan released a light sigh. He gazed into the boundless cosmos, the resplendent starry river, saying to himself, how many heroes fought on the heavenly path, full of dreams, full of hot-bloodedness? In the end, their blood dyed the other side, becoming ice-cold bones. During these years, he traveled on the ancient path, seeing too many lives and deaths, quite a few stunning heroes' corpses. Now, he actually felt a bit of weariness. This isn't good, you need to be full of fighting spirit, Yan Yunting said. This elder was extremely worried about the confrontation between the overlord and the divine body, speaking out to remind him. I am just a bit moved. If I really face him, I will be full of fighting spirit, fight to the end. Yi Fan said. The starry sky had buried too many heroes. Many years later, when the one who reached the peak turned around, he would discover that behind him was a path of blood, countless corpses. Was this the glory? He silently savored this type of cruelty alone. This actually isn't a path of blood, but rather the result of intense competition. Everyone rose up, heroes fighting for supremacy, developing to this state. The envoy said. This was a path that had existed since the era of ancient heaven, the most ancient remains. It was originally a path that could allow later generations to rise up, but in the end, it became more and more cruel. The envoy continued, actually, for the sake of longevity, for the sake of being undying, for the sake of being able to take that step, even if blood overflows the heavens, even if too many people die, it is still worth it. Everyone was striving to transcend time in the mortal world, but up until now, they had all failed. Even the ancient great emperors found it hard to live forever, defeated by the merciless passage of time. Since ancient times, generations after generations of geniuses and geniuses had dreamed of becoming an immortal, but they had never been able to achieve it. Perhaps the envoy's words were a bit heartless, but it was also a kind of truth. If someone took that step, what harm was there in sacrificing one or several generations? It would point out a true path to immortality for future generations. If he truly succeeded, the significance would be profound and immeasurable. His achievements would shake the ages, surpassing even the ancient emperors. Yi Fan walked towards the ancient city gate alone. He was about to enter the starry sky from here. It was still too early to talk about immortality. It wasn't something he could touch at his current cultivation level. There were still other things he had to do. Dao friend, where are you going? Suddenly, an elder spoke. He was someone he had never seen before. Into space, replied Yi Fan. Wu, this old one heard that you were going to fight against the overlord for supremacy. Why did you choose this time to leave? The elder asked. Wherever I stand is a battlefield. He can slaughter his way over at any time. I don't have time to wait for him. Yi Fan sensed something and purposely spoke like this. That isn't too good, right? Since we arranged to fight, we naturally have to choose a place where everyone is watching. How can we miss the appointment? The elder said. Yi Fan coldly said, when did I say that I had to fight here? Aren't you worrying too much? After saying this, he walked out of the city gate, arriving in the starry sky with a single step. It was because the 50th city was constructed under the starry sky, looking majestic, auspicious, and divine. Envoy Li Jun, why are you here? The envoy is waiting for you. One of the city gate guards walked up and said to the elder. All right, I'll go right now. The elder nodded. Strand after strand of silver splendor appeared. There was a formation set up in this starry sky that could gather a river of stars and envelop the ancient city. Standing in this region, one's entire body would be surrounded by starlight, appearing hazy and holy. Yi Fan stood outside the ancient city for a while, submerged in the pure white splendor. He felt a type of peace and tranquility. In the eyes of mortals, they were already immortals, but cultivators didn't think so. If there were immortals, were they also pursuing something? Yi Fan turned around and saw that the city gate had already closed. He softly said to himself, on the ancient path, the great envoy and Tao protectors aren't of one mind either. The envoy of the 50th city, Zhao Gongyi, and a few powerful Tao protectors didn't wish for the two supreme physiques to clash right now. However, there were people on the road ahead who hoped for a world-shaking battle. Some clues could be seen from this envoy. It was to the extent where some of the protectors of the starry sky ancient path might display a type of hostility. Yi Fan naturally didn't enter the starry sky to leave. Right now, the most pressing matter was to prepare for war. He was going to compete with the Overlord and fight a bloody battle in the starry sky for the supreme position. In the cosmos, starlight flickered. Yi Fan looked at the huge divine diagram left behind by the ancient heaven. The two ancient life stars were the poles, and the group of meteorites was the dividing line between yin and yang. There were too many secrets buried here. This is my battlefield. Yi Fan took a step forward. The sun and moon reversed, and starlight shot out. He had cultivated the Rho formula to the acme of perfection. He was going to survey this place and carry out a formal deployment. In a battle of the same level, he didn't fear anyone. However, if someone violated the agreement of the ancient path and killed their way back, suppressing him with a higher cultivation level, then he would be in danger. Resurrect the ancient heaven source formation and restore its former glory. Yi Fan moved about the group of meteorites, earnestly repairing one ancient formation after another. Many of the originally destroyed formations were restored by him, flickering with splendor. The resurrection ancient formation required one to be completely devoted. From a certain perspective, one had to engrave one's spirit, qi, and spirit into it. This was why it was called a spiritual formation. He didn't want to restore all the divine formations in this starry sky domain. That was obviously impossible. The amount of work involved was too great. He only needed to set up a battlefield. Among them, there was one formation that he paid the most attention to. When the fourth-generation heaven source ancestor Wu Yi stood on the square of the underworld city of death, the Tao patterns on the formation were profound and complicated. Traces of blood flowed along the formation diagram, increasing its divine might. It was grand and majestic. It could be said that in that battle, Wu Yi was almost innately invincible. The formation diagram played a huge role in his bloody battle against Yi Fan, constantly increasing his battle prowess. Daoist Yi, please wait a moment. A divine sense fluctuation came from the starry sky as a group of people rushed over. The old man he had seen at the city gate was among them. He was the one who had spoken. Yi Fan stopped and looked at them. There were a total of 6 people. Apart from the old man, Lu Yun was also among them. There was also a woman who was beautiful like a flower and the moon, extremely beautiful. The person in the lead wasn't very outstanding. He had a medium build and ordinary looks, but his cultivation couldn't be underestimated. He was a very powerful Saint King. What's the matter? Yi Fan asked. We heard that Brother Yi was about to leave the starry sky, so we specially came to persuade you. Since you've arranged a battle with the overlord, it's not good to leave without a word, the beautiful woman said indifferently. Yi Fan knew that these people were on the overlord's side. They thought that he was going to leave, so they chased after him to prevent him from leaving. Who are you? Fairy Suli is the youngest daughter of the envoy from the 81st city of the human race, Lu Yun introduced. Yi Fan nodded and said, my business has nothing to do with the 81st city of the human race, does it? The 81st city was obviously extremely important. As the envoy of the city, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Now that his daughter had come, it meant that he was on the side of the protectors. How is it unrelated to me? The battle between the Saint Physique and the Overlord has already spread throughout the ancient road. I'm also one of the spectators, so I have the right to supervise. Suli raised her eyebrows and raised her white and round chin, looking like a proud peacock. Ridiculous, Yi Fan commented. Who are you calling ridiculous? You didn't even fight and ran away. You don't dare to fight the Overlord, yet you're talking nonsense to me. Suli's face was full of disdain. Yi Fan looked at her coldly and said, you came here to provoke me because you think you can kill me in the Overlord's stead? The Overlord is heroic and majestic. Killing you would be as easy as blowing off dust. There's no need for us to do anything. We just didn't want you to run away and wanted to stop you from leaving. When Suli spoke about the Overlord, her expression was radiant. Her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. She didn't even try to hide her admiration for him. Love-struck fool. Yi Fan casually spat out these two words. Suli's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. She gritted her teeth and was like a female leopard, wanting to pounce on him. Brother Yi, a real man should live a vigorous life. How can we be afraid of battle, the old messenger said. He was the one who sent the message and chased after them. Does it have anything to do with you? Yi Fan glanced at him. I don't think Brother Yi wants to leave. Are you inspecting the battlefield? The ordinary-looking man in the lead asked. TCH, he just wants to escape from the ancient path. Once the Overlord comes, who would dare to contend against him? He's afraid now. Suli didn't want to give up. She was truly angered badly by Yi Fan's words just now. Yi Fan ignored Suli and looked at the man in the lead. And who are you? Qijing, the man replied. This is the eldest grandson of the Tao Protector of the Ancient Road, Senior Qi Tian, Lu Yun said, not hiding anything, and pointed out the man's extraordinary identity. What a powerful background, Yi Fan said. Indeed, none of these people were simple. The young daughter of the envoy from the 81st city and the eldest grandson of the Tao Protector of the Ancient Road were all here. It could be seen that the Tao Protectors of the Ancient Road were very biased. The fact that their descendants were here was enough to explain some problems. Yi Fan sighed. Zhao Gongyi of the 50th city had taken good care of him. Naturally, there would be people standing on the Overlord's side. This was unavoidable. I'm already clear about your intentions. If I really want to leave this starry sky, what can you do? Yi Fan asked calmly. Is Tao Brother Yi really afraid? The old messenger asked. I knew he would run. On the ancient road, who would dare to fight against an overlord? Even Di Tian, the great devil god, and the human king would have to retreat. Suli raised her snow-white chin, revealing a cold smile. Qijing said calmly, we all know that Brother Yi is joking and won't leave. However, I still have to remind Brother Yi that if you really want to leave, we will stop you and won't allow you to leave this starry sky. Because the Overlord said that we must fight here. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, are you guys joking? Those who don't know might think that the Overlord has become the great emperor of the human race. You guys can kneel and worship him, but don't force his will on me. You guys regard him as a decree, but in my eyes, he's just a piece of scrap paper. To me, he's just an opponent, nothing more. Everyone's expression darkened. Oh, are you guys going to stop me together and fight to the death, or are you going to obediently go and mine for me? If you don't listen, I'll behead you and spank you. Yi Fan looked at them. Although he spoke in a relaxed manner, there was a formless majesty to his words. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Could it be that you want to keep all of us here? The old messenger asked with an unfriendly expression. You're already so old and you're Beard has already turned white, yet you're still messing around with the younger generation. Do you really think you're an old urchin? Yi Fan ridiculed. He didn't have a good impression of this person at all, and it was all because of this messenger. The status of messengers on the ancient road wasn't ordinary. They traveled between major cities. Although they couldn't compare to the guide envoys and great commanders, they were still respected. Now that they were being ridiculed by Yi Fan, they couldn't keep their faces. Brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. A peerless overlord is about to arrive. You should think about how to deal with this peerless enemy. I hope you can survive unscathed, he said in an indifferent tone. Yi Fan coldly said, you're always worrying about nothing. Since there's something wrong with your moral conduct, it's necessary to suppress you and send you to mine for 100 years. The messenger's face was full of black lines as he said in a sinister voice, do you still want to attack us? Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and pressed forward like a five-fingered mountain, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Moreover, a dazzling divine light rushed up. The messenger was indignant. He was looking down on him too much. No matter what, he was someone second only to the guide envoys and great commanders. However, the divine physique seemed to be treating him like a cat or dog, suppressing him with a flip of his hand. His body overflowed with strands of extreme fiendish energy. This was the dark origin power that specialized in disintegrating divine power. It was powerful and ordinary people wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, under Yi Fan's golden palm, the extreme fiendish energy melted like ice and snow. With a sizzling sound, it was cleanly purified by the golden clouds. The messenger quickly retreated and wanted to stand with the others. However, the large hand in the sky fell down like a golden dome of heaven, blocking his path of retreat. The guide envoy's expression changed. There was no way out. One hand was like a world that covered this place. He couldn't rush out at all. Open! He let out a light shout, and his entire body burned with the lunar mystic baleful chi. Rays of black light burned like a black sun, and he tore open the void, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, it was still ineffective. 9 ancient characters appeared on Yi Fan's large golden hand. They shone brilliantly, as if 9 great divine stars were rotating. They shone with undying radiance. These were the 9 mysterious characters from the Taoist scripture, and they could suppress all living things. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan wouldn't use them, but now that he wanted to end the battle quickly, he used them. No! The messenger shouted. Everything happened too quickly. No one could save him even if they wanted to. They only saw Yi Fan raise his hand and directly suppress him, as if he was dealing with a 3-year-old child. How could this be? That's the tyrant's ancient technique. Suli cried out in shock. Her face was filled with disbelief. The messenger was defeated too quickly. The large golden hand turned into a boundless universe, and the 9 ancient characters were like gods. They shone there, incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan slowly closed the golden palm. The messenger cried out and quickly shrank. He was like a caterpillar lying limply on the palm, trembling as if he was facing a god. Yi Fan's ancient technique was profound, and he instantly suppressed the enemy. With a light shake of his right hand, the messenger immediately felt the world turn upside down. Primal chaos surged, and he was almost torn into pieces as he tumbled about. This golden palm was about to melt him. The messenger was so scared that his soul left his body, and he screamed with all his might. This was too terrifying. This was truly the power to summon clouds with a turn of the hand and rain with a turn of the hand. How do you know the tyrant's secret technique? You also learned the Taoist scripture? Suli asked in a sharp voice, seemingly very shocked. The expressions of the others also changed. The Taoist scripture was extremely mysterious and profound. It was an extremely ancient scripture, and there were legends about it in many star domains. However, very few people had ever seen it. Yi Fan obtained an important piece of information. The tyrant cultivated the Taoist scripture, and it seemed like he had cultivated it to an extremely profound level. This time, it was truly a tit for tat. It's your turn. He turned his hand and pressed forward. It was still the same 9 ancient characters from the Taoist scripture. Each and every one of them emitted a divine splendor, and the faint chanting of a celestial being could be faintly heard. The rumbling thunder seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and myriad worlds. These people naturally wouldn't resign themselves to death. One after another, they used their secret techniques, and even detonated a few terrifying saint-grade forbidden tools to shatter the star domain. However, they discovered that they couldn't do anything to Yifan. That cauldron floated up and down, and source chi circulated around it, making it impossible for anything to invade. Yifan stood in the starry sky, his black hair hanging loosely behind him. He formed seals with both hands, and every strike seemed to be pushing the sun, moon, and stars forward. It was as if he was an immortal king descending to the mortal world with unstoppable divine might. His entire body emitted golden light, and the stars in the sky moved with his hands as if they were being pushed forward by him. The entire star domain trembled as he reigned supreme in this world. These people's expressions all changed. Suli was the first to scream. Yifan formed the sun and moon seal, and a golden sun shattered her saint tool. She was even sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her slender body was in tatters. "Brother Yi, we didn't mean any harm. How could you do this?" Lu Yan screamed as he was swept by the moon seal. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist, and only the upper half of his body was sent flying, spraying out a large amount of blood. Among these people, there was no doubt that Xianxia was the strongest. He was a saint king, and during the battle, his eyes were like two balls of fire. His entire body emitted a monstrous battle intent. The great sage's magic tool. Yifan was shocked. No wonder the other party was so fearless. This kind of thing was truly a great threat to him. To be more precise, this was a forbidden tool. It could only be used a limited number of times, but it could unleash the might of the great sage. For a short period of time, it was equivalent to an attack from the great sage. "I've already said that you can't go anywhere. Just stay in this starry sky obediently and complete this fated battle. If you're lucky enough to survive, you can leave," Xianxia said coldly. The brilliance in his eyes became even brighter, burning fiercely. It was very different from the ordinary look he had before. His battle intent was high, and he was like a god of war, surging with battle intent. This person was truly powerful. Even among saint kings of the same level, he was at a terrifying level. Moreover, he controlled a forbidden tool personally refined by the great sage, which could easily kill a saint. "You're too arrogant. If your grandfather came, I'd turn around and leave. You alone aren't enough," Yifan replied. "Then don't blame me for being merciless and suppressing you," Xianxia said. He held a 9-story ancient pagoda in his hand, and strands of purple chi flowed down. With a humming sound, the ancient pagoda flew out and rapidly enlarged. It was as tall as the sky and the earth, suppressing towards Yifan. However, at this moment, Yifan used the Rho formula. Tao patterns formed thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of strands densely covered the cosmos. He wrapped this forbidden tool and rushed into the distance. He took out the green cauldron. Although the great sage-level ancient pagoda suppressed him, it was difficult to suppress and kill him. With a shake of his hand, he struck the green copper cauldron. Kacha, the 9-story ancient pagoda was originally a forbidden tool and couldn't be used more than a few times. Now that it collided with the green copper cauldron, its lifespan was even shorter. One could see cracks appearing one after another, and it exploded with a rumble. Purple mist and multicolored light rushed in all directions. The great sage-level forbidden tool was destroyed, and a sphere of green light flew out. That was the immortal green copper cauldron. Normally, it was mottled with rust and was incredibly tattered, but at this moment, it erupted with immortal light, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Yifan waited for it to retract its multicolored light before putting it into his body. He didn't want to expose this item too early, or else there would definitely be a reign of terror on the starry sky ancient path. Countless experts would come knocking on his door. Xianxia's mind was greatly shaken. Not long after, Yifan returned, completely unharmed. He tossed the fragments of the 9-story pagoda over, and they were as dazzling as starry river divine sand as they scattered all over the ground. "What kind of monster are you? You even shattered the great sage-level forbidden tool?" He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. At this point, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Xianxia was extremely powerful, but he was still suppressed by Yifan. He was also like a caterpillar that couldn't struggle free from Yifan's palm. Suli fled with extreme speed, rushing towards the human race's 50th city. She dragged her tattered body, leaving behind a rain of blood. The majestic ancient city was within sight, and she was about to be saved. However, at this time a demonic godlike figure arrived first, cutting off her path. Just a single hand reached out, and it was as if he was grabbing a little chick, bringing her back to the depths of the starry sky. "Ah, let me go." She violently struggled, feeling both humiliated and angry at the same time. The group of 6 was suppressed by Yifan one after another, and all of them appeared in the golden palm. Their faces were full of shame, and they bitterly hated themselves. Why did they have to come here? Dao brother Yi, let's just leave it at this. We have no past grievances or grudges. Even though we were in the wrong and were too frivolous, we really didn't want to fight to the death with you, Luyan said. Let us go. Suli screamed. Being caught in the palm of a man's hand and turned around to look at her was truly unbearable. Noisy. Yifan flicked his finger, and with a puff, her body shattered, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Only her head was left floating in the void. Ah, you dare to hurt me? The tyrant will not let you go. Suli cried out in pain. If the tyrant comes, I'll just kill him. If you dare to be noisy again, I'll destroy both your body and soul, Yifan said calmly, scaring Suli so much that she didn't dare to open her mouth again. These people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Yifan to be so cold-blooded, shattering the body of a saint with just a flick of his finger. She's the youngest daughter of the 81st city's envoy, and you're treating her like this. The messenger was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he cried out involuntarily. You're also very noisy. Yifan flicked his finger again, and with a puff, the messenger's body also shattered, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Only his head was left, and he didn't dare to speak again. This was a demon king, the hearts of the 6 churned. This person was ruthless, and his physical body was too strong. He could destroy the body of a saint with just a flick of his finger. How shocking was this? What do you want? Xianxia was still relatively calm, and he asked. From now on, all of you are minors. Work hard and strive for a reduction in your sentence, Yifan said seriously. The 6 were so depressed that they wanted to kill themselves. They were almost driven mad, but they didn't dare to speak carelessly. This was a demon king, and even the charming Suli could shatter her body with a flick of his finger. What else couldn't he do? Yifan had 6 more saint-level minors under him. They opened up the stars, searched for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and excavated all kinds of divine ores. They were very dedicated. Days passed, and news came from the depths of the ancient road. The tyrant had arrived, and his roar shattered the sun and the moon. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, and he was incomparably powerful. With supreme divine might, he quickly killed his way to the 50th city of the human race. In the end, he couldn't open the door to the mausoleum of the great ancient emperor. In the end, he rushed over along the ancient road, and there were protectors obstructing him along the way, but he avoided them all. The divine light platform had long been taken away, but he had another secret treasure that allowed him to travel through the universe. The tyrant rushed to the other side of the starry sky like a primordial beast. An exceptional battle was unavoidable. The tyrant has arrived. The young supreme being of the tyrant bloodline of the firmament tyrant has finally killed his way here. This starry sky was boiling, and everyone's attention was on them. Countless people were waiting in anticipation. Many people couldn't stay calm, and they thought of ways to cross the starry sky to specially rush over, wanting to watch the battle. Heaven Divergent City was situated amidst the wilderness, and it was grand and tall. The city walls were covered in marks left behind by axes and arrows, and there were even numerous claw marks left behind by primeval ferocious beasts. It was like a living history that told of the various events of the past. In the wilderness, apes cried and tigers roared. Desolate beasts roamed about. Mountain ridges coiled like old dragons, and ancient trees covered a vast forest. Chitian City and the wilderness were not on a planet. This was a continent floating in the starry sky. It was full of vitality and majestic mountains. Starlight sprinkled down, making it look mysterious and ancient as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. With a long roar, the clouds moved in all directions. Many mountain peaks collapsed. A figure tore open the void and rushed towards Xianxia city. His tall and sturdy body seemed to be cast from molten iron. He was strong and powerful, and there was actually a metallic texture to it. Everywhere he passed, the void distorted, mountains collapsed, ancient trees shattered, and rubble scattered into the clouds. He was like a god of destruction that killed everything. Nothing could stop him. The Overlord is here. Someone in Xianxia city cried out in surprise. This kind of fluctuation was too terrifying. It covered the sky and earth like a vast ocean, causing the ancient city to shake violently. It really is the Overlord. He's too fast. Some people in the city felt cold. They were oppressed by a powerful aura and couldn't help but spasm. Suddenly, on an ancient mountain in Xianxia city, demonic energy rushed into the sky. Endless divine light pierced through the heavens as an ancient demonic imperial palace appeared. It was like the ancient heaven, majestic and grand. A magical image appeared out of thin air and towered above a mortal world. His black hair was like a waterfall, and in his eyes, the sun and moon rose and fell. There were also stars and rivers of stars. It was as if a demonic god had descended. Are you the southern demon? Those who dare to stop me will die. Outside the ancient city, a dignified voice was full of pressure. This was an indescribable power. It was tyrannical beyond compare, and no one could go against it. The Overlord had arrived from the depths of the starry sky. He was on his way to the 50th city of the human race to fight the divine physique. He had to pass by here and wanted to kill the southern demon on his way. In the city, in an ancient building on a mountain, a beautiful woman revealed a nervous expression. She looked at her brother and said, "Are we really going to fight him?" It was the southern demon siblings who had provoked the tyrant. Xianxia was like a deity from the mythological era. His hair draped over his shoulders, and his skin was bronze in color. His body was as sturdy as a dragon, and a terrifying light shot out from his eyes as he stared outside the city. "You can't go out." Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded. Within an ancient palace, a snow-white-haired, withered, wrinkled elder opened his eyes. It was as if two streaks of lightning had streaked past. His pupils were as astonishing as golden lamps. Even though he was old, his spirit was hale and hearty, full of vitality. As the sound of his voice faded, the entire ancient mountain emitted a powerful fluctuation. Demonic chi permeated the air, sealing the mountain. The demon god Dharma idol that seemed to be able to reach the 9 heavens and the 9 hells was forced to retract. This was an ancient demon with immeasurable strength. He was extremely powerful and unfathomable. He was precisely the one who came to the human race's ancient road to discuss matters. He accidentally discovered the southern demon siblings and wanted to bring them away. The southern demon was silent. He stared at the end of the horizon. There was a peerless overlord there, exuding a heaven-overflowing might that engulfed Skybend City. Your current cultivation realm isn't enough. You cannot fight a decisive battle against him. The ancient demon that was seated in the palace closed his eyes and spoke like this, not allowing him to leave the city. "I only wish to launch a single attack." The southern demon said. This ancient demon still shook his head. Even though they weren't in the same palace, it was as if he could see through everything, even the hearts of others. Those who have the tyrant heavenly blood flowing through their bodies aren't that easy to deal with. Back then, at the same cultivation realm, even the demon race's quasi-emperor had fallen. "I wish to launch an ancient heaven-transforming technique," the demon god said. When the ancient demon heard this, he became silent, as if he was thinking to himself. He didn't say anything for a long time. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation that transmitted over from the ancient city. 2 figures rushed into the sky, flying out of the city and entering the barren mountain ridges. They were actually going to face the Overlord head-on. These were fiend race experts from the other side. They descended together with the ancient demon on the human race's ancient path. Their strength was at a horrifying level. During these past few days, they felt hostility towards the southern demon. It was because the ancient demon attached too much importance to them. These two were exceptional geniuses from the fiend race's ancient path, their cultivation realms higher than the southern demons. They accompanied their race's giants to visit the human race, yet now, they weren't treated with as much importance as the southern demon. They wanted to prove themselves, fight against the human race overlord and kill him. They were both at the Saint King realm, so they had absolute confidence. They hadn't tasted defeat even now, sweeping through everything before them on the starry sky ancient path. Come back. The ancient demon released a low shout. He didn't expect these two to act on their own. Unfortunately, the two didn't return. They firmly believed that they were stronger, that they were heavenly geniuses worthy of being chosen by the fiend race's giants. They wanted to prove themselves on the human race's ancient path. In reality, these two great fiend race youths were definitely geniuses, rarely seen in many star domains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have always won and never lost. One of them opened his mouth and roared. A heavenly river hung in the boundless whiteness, the scene horrifying. He refined a large amount of starry river divine sand, turning it into a supreme treasure. This kind of divine material even made the great sage envious. Not to mention other things, just this kind of world-shocking divine material was enough to prove the problem. Moreover, the brilliance of the killing light was indeed at a horrifying level. The heavenly river stretched across the sky, connecting to outer space, borrowing the power of the stars to form an eternal radiance. Even a grain of rice can release light? The overlord sneered. He was like a demonic mountain, majestic and unmoving. Only when the starry river rushed over did he release a roar. This was like a doomsday disaster, engulfing the great earth. Mountains collapsed and the stars seemed to be trembling. The starry river and the sky collapsed, scattered by the overlord's roar. The multicolored light was dense, scattering into the void in strands. At the same time, this fiend race genius screamed miserably. His body was tattered and covered in blood, almost directly shattering. Wang, the other fiend race genius, also took action. Almost at the same time, a jade gourd turned into a mountain. The mouth of the gourd was like a black hole, about to swallow the overlord inside. The jade gourd's entire body was sparkling and translucent, sparkling with brilliance. It was a rare precious artifact, its brilliance endless. Hun Zhan released a cold snort, not treating the Holy King magical artifact as anything at all. He rushed towards the black hole-like mouth of the gourd. He extended his arm, brandishing an overlord fist, releasing Undying. Immortal splendor. The mouth of the gourd was like a giant whirlpool, swallowing the overlord. However, his fist was too hard. When it smashed into the gourd's wall, a crisp kacha sound was actually released. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Jade, an undying Holy King level gourd forged from blue sky divine jade. It was broken into pieces, unable to stop his flesh, directly exploding. His exceptional divine bravery could be seen from this. Pooh! The gourd's owner's body split apart, flowing out strands of blood. His body swayed, almost hacked apart, flying outwards. Even you fiend race remnants want to stop me? You can't even withstand a single blow. If you dare to appear before me, I'll wipe you all out, said the overlord coldly. Things happened too suddenly. Two rare geniuses were heavily injured in a single exchange. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. It was truly shocking. Hong Long, the overlord, made his move, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth when compared to those two. The two's bodies rapidly retreated under the shadow of the overlord's fist, but they were still brushed by it. With two pu sounds, half of their bodies rotted away. It was difficult for them to resist the overlord, and they were directly half-crippled. Blood dyed the vast sky red. Enough. Within Qitian City, the fiend race giant snorted coldly. He stretched out a large hand to grab forward, wanting to stop the overlord, not letting him harm the two. Dao friend, this is the human race's ancient road. In the depths of the starry sky, a cold voice suddenly sounded, as if it was somewhat dissatisfied. A giant cauldron appeared, piercing through the cosmos to meet that large hand, blocking the way forward. With a rumble, it was as if the heavens and earth had collided. Yin and Yang clashed chaotically, and the primal chaos dispersed in all directions. This time, the confrontation was monstrously terrifying. It was a confrontation at the level of the great sage. What? There's a protector behind the overlord? No wonder he could avoid the other protectors and come all the way here. Many people in the city were astonished. This was a very clear signal. There was someone among the human protectors standing on the overlord's side. If they didn't stop him from killing the divine physique, the consequences would be dire. The overlord was extremely powerful and fearless. Even when facing the fiend race giant, he didn't cower. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The two great experts of the fiend race immediately shrunk and were swallowed into his mouth. Blood splashed out. This was a very cruel scene. He directly devoured the two great geniuses of the fiend race, leaving nothing behind. Xianxia City was in absolute silence. I have no intention of helping the tyrant bloodline of the firmament tyrant, but I won't allow the fiend race giant to attack my race's ancient road. The human protector transmitted his voice through the starry sky. However, who could believe it? He was definitely protecting the overlord. If one thought about it carefully, he was supporting the overlord in killing the divine physique. Too terrifying. How powerful is his strength? He actually devoured two saint kings. Rumor has it that they were two geniuses of the fiend race. Everyone was shaken. The handsome talents that came with the fiend race giant were naturally extraordinary, but they were devoured by the overlord in one gulp. The trace of blood that trickled down from the corner of his mouth made everyone tremble in fear. Wang, the ancient demon, rushed out and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The great cauldron trembled and also left. The two protectors faced each other. Moreover, at this moment, the southern demon rushed into the sky. His black hair scattered behind him, and his body was as sturdy as a dragon. He flickered with a bronze precious splendor, and there were strands of demonic aura around him. Big brother! Xianxia cried out in alarm from behind. You guys only came from the Emperor Burial Star, yet you still dare to act like a hero? I'll kill all of you. The overlord said coldly. Chong, Emperor Blood Soil, Divine Phoenix Stone, Demon God Wood, and dozens to 100 other strange and rare materials appeared. They densely packed together and formed an ancient formation that engulfed this heaven and earth. This is... what a terrifying demonic force. The people in the city were all alarmed and incomparably terrified. Many people directly knelt down. This was a type of ancient formation that was carved in imitation of the legendary Demon Emperor's formation. The true Demon Emperor's formation diagram had long been lost in this world, and this kind of incomplete Tao pattern that was restored was just as terrifying. The peerless overlord rushed left and right like a true dragon. He shattered the heavens and cracked the continents below as if he was going to destroy the world. This remnant formation that imitated the Demon Emperor's formation diagram displayed an extremely great might. It was able to destroy everything in its path and refine a peak Saint King into a pool of pus and blood. Its divine might was truly world-shaking. Hong, Emperor Blood Earth, Divine Phoenix Stone, Demonic Divine Wood, and several tens to 100 other rare formation materials were all shining, trapping the overlord. They were going to obliterate him, and then the sky dome collapsed. The killing formation wrapped around the overlord and brought him into the dimensional space. Within the city, everyone was absolutely silent. The magnificent overlord, who was peerless among his peers and could be considered a peerless genius, was actually suppressed by someone and forced into a formation. It was unknown where he was. It was truly shocking. Big brother! Xianxia revealed a joyous expression. She never thought that the southern demon could suppress the overlord of the tyrant heaven's bloodline. Everyone was astonished and shaken. Only the southern demon frowned and sighed. So many precious formation materials, yet they can only suppress him for 3 days at most. In reality, after only 2 days, a loud sound rang out. A large part of the cosmos space collapsed, and a demon-like existence rushed out. The overlord directly attacked. The demon god sighed and said, "My cultivation level isn't as high as his. Even if I use the ancient heaven transformation technique, I most likely won't be able to resist. People from the Emperor Burial Star are mediocre. I'll kill you all thoroughly," the overlord said coldly. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because the 3 powerful fluctuations of the demon race's Tao Protector and the human race's Tao Protector had appeared. This was a great deterrence to him. The Overlord glanced back and instantly disappeared into the distance. His body emitted a faint light and directly disappeared. He actually pierced through the cosmos. He had an artifact on him that was comparable to the Divine Light platform, but no one knew what it was. Truly amazing. That artifact of his seems to have the aura of a deity's will. In the end, the ancient demon came to this conclusion. Deity's will was rumored to be an evil will formed after the death of a deity. In reality, it was most likely evolved from the evil will of an ancient great emperor after his death. The Overlord's secret artifact contained the aura of a deity's will. This was truly terrifying. 2 human Tao protectors appeared here in addition to a demonic magnate. This was truly a grand scene. The aura they emitted was suffocating. It's getting more and more complicated. He obtained an ancient artifact left behind by a deity's will. After reaching this conclusion, even the Tao protector was astonished. The frightening power of the artifact was one aspect, but this involved an indescribable creature like the deity's will. It was certainly related to the deceased great emperors. It was difficult to say whether this was good or bad. Stop him at the 50th human city. No, let's take a look first. You want him to kill the divine physique, right? I know you favor the tyrant Empyrean bloodline. The 2 human Tao protectors opposed each other. Their attitudes toward the young supreme of the tyrant Empyrean bloodline were completely different. Boom. In the 50th human city, the sky collapsed as a fiend godlike shadow rushed out. It then opened a jar artifact and a purple Qilin rushed out with a terrifying aura. This entire stellar domain began to rumble with power. Upon closer inspection, this purple creature was quite different from ordinary Qilin beasts. Its entire body was covered in sparkling and translucent scales without a single flaw. It was so powerful that it made people tremble. Its bloodline was pure and its cultivation was profound. It could be called the king of beasts and would be the future supreme beast. The Overlord sat on the purple Qilin and held a blood-colored spear in his hand. He was like a demonic god from the underworld, and his entire body emitted a monstrous might. Divine physique, I'm here to die. His voice rumbled and shook the 50th human city violently as if it was about to collapse. Even the surrounding star fields were shaking and trembling. The Overlord had arrived. The day had finally arrived. The battle between the divine physique and the Overlord had been a hot topic of discussion for the past few days. Everyone was paying close attention and looking forward to this battle. One came from the Emperor Burial Star. There were too many secrets there. It was the burial place of the great ancient emperors and also the place where the path to immortality had opened. There were too many secrets buried there. The other had its own mother star. This bloodline had established an illustrious and unrivaled reputation in the legendary era. It had existed for tens of thousands of years and was still flourishing today, looking down on the universe. The Overlord held his spear horizontally. He was like a demonic god that had descended from the heavens. His body was covered in black metal divine clothes that covered his head and feet. His entire body was shrouded in a mysterious and oppressive aura. In his hand, he held an ancient spear that was as red as blood. It emitted a monstrous killing intent as if it had drunk the blood of millions of creatures. Its cold aura made even saints tremble. Many powerful cultivators rushed out of the human race's 50th city and entered the dark cosmos. They felt such power and coldness. Their bodies were cold and almost trembled. Just how strong is the Overlord? I'm afraid no one knows. His battle prowess was difficult to estimate. In all these years, no one had ever been able to force him to use his full strength. He was like an undefeatable god. His prestige weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. One man and one horse stood there. When they roared, the entire starry sky trembled. The human race's 50th city shone. The protective formations of the city were activated and automatically defended. The experts who entered the cosmos could still stand firm at first, but later on, they couldn't help but retreat. That was because the peerless killing intent became more and more powerful. It swept past, making many people's hair fall off. The coldness was bone-piercing and the killing intent was boundless. Many people trembled and couldn't help but retreat. They simply couldn't believe all of this. They were so far away, yet they couldn't bear the Overlord's killing intent. Everyone asked themselves in their hearts, if they were the ones fighting, how would they be able to fight? They might be shattered by the Overlord's aura before they could even make a move. They wouldn't even be able to get close. Boom! In the human race's 50th city, a wave of golden blood energy rushed up like a pillar that supported the heavens. It pierced through the starry sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. It surged and shook the starry sky. A slender and robust figure appeared. His black hair was scattered behind him, and his eyes were deep. His roar shook the starry skies. A llama horse, its entire body emitting fiery light, stepped across the sky. The horse's hooves were like the beating of a divine drum, full of rhythm. Berserk energy fluctuated, ear-splitting. The figure sat on the llama and soared into the sky, arriving in the starry sky. Starlight sprinkled down, thousands upon thousands of strands like a silver waterfall, making him look like a supreme being who had crossed realms to battle. One man and one horse were too fast. They appeared in the universe, far away from the 50th city of the human race. It was Yifan and Longma. The golden blood in his entire body surged, and an exceptional battle intent pervaded the air. At this moment, there was a mountain-devouring might as he faced the Overlord head-on. It was as if an ancient deity had been revived. "You're here. Come and receive your death." On the other side, the tyrant said coldly. His entire body was covered in a cold black metal armor, and he was so powerful that it made people feel oppressed. There were only a few ice-cold words, but they were enough to make people horrified. It was as if the voice of the underworld came from hell, pronouncing a person's fate. He was confident and domineering. "Who do you think you are? You're just an overlord body." "What do you think you are?" Yifan coldly replied. He was calm and unhurried as he sat on the longma, unmoving. Just an overlord body, who could say such words? One had to know that the chaotic battle of the tyrant blood of the firmament was a supreme being of the younger generation. Under the starry sky, many cultivators were shaken. They could feel the confidence and restrained sharpness of Yifan. He was calm and oppressive, like a hibernating dragon about to battle in the wild. They had survived hundreds of battles and became saints. Which one of them wasn't a battle hero? They were all existences at the peak of their respective star fields. But now, on the ancient path, it was hard for them to be so confident. They even had to be careful when observing the battle. "You're no good. One hand is enough to suppress you." The Overlord sat on the purple Qilin and looked over from the endless starry sky. His eyes were like two beams of demonic light that pierced through the darkness, oppressing one's soul. And at this moment, a powerful aura rushed over like a vast ocean bursting through a dike, like a river of stars exploding. The starry sky split apart as it pounced towards everyone in this direction. "Very powerful," the Longma muttered. Even with its flamboyant nature and shameful temper, it was still feeling apprehensive at this moment. Its large eyes were wide open. Strands of golden essence energy seeped out from Yifan's pores and fell down, cutting off that aura and returning this place to peace. Meanwhile, many cultivators in the distance couldn't block it. Each and every one of them had pale faces as they staggered back in fear. They looked as if they had seen a malicious spirit. Exceptional killing intent surged and cracks appeared in the starry sky. This was a type of intimidation. The aura released by the Overlord was enough to make the enemy tremble in fear. If they truly fought, just how powerful would it be? Nothing more than this. If we were fighting at the same cultivation realm, taking your head would be as easy as pulling out weeds. Yifan said. Within his calmness was a type of coldness as he opposed the Overlord with equal harshness. Everyone's minds jumped. This was impossible. The Overlord's power was rarely seen even in the present and past. Unmatched in the same cultivation realm, who could contend against him was a very good explanation. Only in this golden age could there barely be someone who could match him. Otherwise, once this type of figure appeared, all of his peers could only live in his shadow, unable to contend against him. Haha. The Overlord laughed loudly, unbridled and full of coldness. There was a type of spirit as if he was unrivaled under the heavens. He was high up above, not placing everything in his eyes. When he sat down, that purple Qilin raised its head and hissed. Its mental force moved the cosmos, shaking his head until it felt like it was going to split apart, simply about to explode. This was a rare descendant of a Qilin with a noble bloodline. It made one suspect that it was a true immortal Qilin's child that was left behind in this world. Its body was purple and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. Its entire body released the aura of a supreme being among beasts. It raised its head and walked forward, tearing apart the cosmos with its steps. It was incomparably berserk. Everyone's expressions changed. A few people sighed inwardly. This was just a mount, yet it far surpassed them. There was simply no way they could match it. This is clearly the egg of an immortal Qilin in this world. After it was born, it grew to its current state. A few people sighed in admiration. They were inwardly shaken, and they were incomparably envious. The purple Qilin roared. Its entire body flourished with purple light. The supreme being among beasts' aura made everyone's legs tremble. They couldn't help but back up. Fear emerged within their hearts, and their bodies became ice cold. The llama released a long neigh, its voice splitting the sky. It didn't sound like a horse at all, but rather like the roar of a true dragon, shocking the 9 heavens. What? Everyone was given a fright. They never thought that this horse would release the aura of a supreme being among beasts at this moment. Even though its cultivation realm wasn't at the horrifying level, its potential was completely exposed. This is, a llama, the legendary emperor's mount. Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe what they were seeing. They never thought that this horse would be just as heaven-defying. Normally, the llama would purposely conceal itself, no different from a horse spirit. Only now did it reveal itself. It was truly different from the masses. Its entire body flickered with scarlet multicolored light, as if it was cast from phoenix blood. It released an extraordinary and immortal aura. Fiery light surged beneath its feet, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Kill! The overlord released a great roar. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, and the starry sky trembled along with him. One man and one mount rushed forward, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if an enormous demonic star was smashing over. Yifan released a Dao shout. Golden multicolored light erupted from his entire body, and dense immortal mist rose. Blood energy swept out in all directions, covering heaven and earth. At this moment, he operated the army symbol formula to attack the overlord, using the man and mount as a weapon. He attacked with full force, not leaving any room for maneuver. Chong, chong. Sparks flew in all directions from the black divine metal clothes on the overlord's body. It was as if 100,000 heavenly swords hacked down on him. He was suffering from incomparable attacks, King Chong sounds ringing through the air. In his surroundings, the heavenly dome collapsed, and the dark cosmos was cut apart. That place became a ruined land, and primal chaos mist was even blasted out. However, when faced with Yifan's exceptional attacks, the overlord was unharmed. He and the purple Qilin stopped, not moving in the slightest in the void. Only Xingxing metal sounds rang out. Weng Hong, this part of the starry sky exploded, starting to collapse. Everyone's expressions changed, sighing in admiration at Yifan's formless killing methods. They were shocked at the overlord's unmatched divine bravery. He was actually as unmovable as a boulder. Yifan's pupils contracted. This was the first time the army symbol formula failed, unable to shake the young supreme being of the heavenly tyrant bloodline. This truly was a great enemy that was terrifying to the extreme. He has reached the Saint King level. Now, there really is nothing we can do. Longma said softly. He was horrified. When faced with such an opponent, anyone would feel apprehensive. He was a supreme being of the same level, and his cultivation realm was far higher than his opponent's. This was a battle without any suspense. Forget about the current era, it would be difficult to find an opponent even in the ancient times. 9 secrets, you actually have it as well, but it belongs exclusively to me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The overlord's steps were stopped, but he wasn't startled or angry. On the contrary, he revealed a proud expression. Yifan's eyes were cold, and his mind was in turmoil. The heavenly tyrant bloodline was the mortal enemy of the divine physique, and this made sense after all. He indeed had the qualifications to be a supreme being of the same level. In the distance, everyone's minds were shaken. Yi Fan had the 9 secrets, and from the overlord's tone, he also grasped it. Otherwise, why would he use the word also? Yi Fan's black hair danced about. His eyes were sharp, and his battle intent was high. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. The black spear in his hand pointed forward. I'll still kill you even if we're at the same cultivation realm. I'll give you a chance. Come over and fight, and I'll let you die a bit more honorably. The overlord's eyes were intimidating as he looked down on the crowd. This type of domineeringness, arrogance, and wildness was something only he dared to say. It was as if he didn't place the heroes of the world in his eyes. I'll take your head and send you on your way. Yi Fan said. Hong, the overlord's divine might overflowed into the heavens. There was a type of arrogance as if he was the supreme being, looking down on the heroes of the world. With the blood-colored spear in one hand, he pointed it at Yi Fan and rushed over. The purple Qilin roared, and the heavens were trampled apart. It was clearly one man and one mount, yet it was as if 100,000 celestial soldiers had descended to the mortal realm. Killing intent covered the sky and earth. Kill! Yi Fan released a great roar, urging the Longma forward. His body flourished with golden light, as if it was burning fiercely. The black spear in his hands released a sharp radiance, shattering the starry skies. This was a world-shocking battle. The two individuals' blood spears and long spears clashed. The spear point and spear point collided. In this type of decisive battle, being able to stab each other like this was simply a bit inconceivable. At most, they would pass through each other, and blood would dye the skies red. Hung Long! The great heaven and earth trembled. Divine light flourished between the two individuals. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, engulfing all directions. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, and battle intent pierced through the starry skies of the cosmos. This was a great disaster. Everyone shivered from head to toe, every single one of them horrified. This cultivation realm, this type of fighting strength, how many tens of thousands of years would it be before they could meet again? This type of young supreme being could only be met in this type of golden age. Even though the radiance was resplendent, it was also a type of tragedy. Only one of them could continue living. Clang, clang, metal trembled. The black spear and blood-colored spear clashed thousands to tens of thousands of times in that instant. It was actually the spear point against the spear point, fast to the point where everyone couldn't react in time. They couldn't keep up with this type of speed that exceeded normal reasoning. This was a battle at the very peak, the limit of what one could reach in this cultivation realm. Radiance instantly illuminated the cosmos, making all of the stars dim. Hung Long, the two individuals intersected. The horses galloped through the sky, each rushing in a different direction. However, a figure shook intensely, and a long string of blood blossomed. A long string of golden blood flew up and splashed far away. The radiance of divinity was exceptionally dazzling in the dark universe. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was the blood unique to the divine physique. Was this the end of the battle? So soon, there was a cruel result. It happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. Was the same tragedy going to happen again in this star domain? Yi Fan's body trembled and almost fell from Longma's back into the universe. A terrible wound appeared on his left rib, torn open by the blood spear. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. The divine physique is about to die. Many people opened their heavenly eyes and watched everything unblinkingly. They knew that life and death could be revealed in the next moment. The two horses staggered and charged in different directions. The wound on Yi Fan's left rib was terrible and could not be healed in a short time. There was a purple ripple spreading and melting the blood essence in his body. This was not the end, but rather just the beginning. Another stream of golden blood gushed out from the wound as the swirling energy left by the overlord wreaked havoc. Are you all right? The dragon horse's body was splashed with a large amount of golden blood. Its body felt a little cold and it shuddered. Then, it turned back to look. The purple Qilin carried the overlord and leaped. The man and the mount's aura were peerlessly terrifying. Strands of purple energy fell down and submerged the overlord. He was like a reincarnated god. Is this a battle between equals? Longma was furious because it felt an incomparably powerful fluctuation that far surpassed that of a saint. Yi Fan did not say anything. He used the swordsman's secret technique to quickly expel the purple ripple and purify it. Strands of dense purple energy dispersed and the wound finally healed. Kill! The overlord roared and rushed over on the purple Qilin. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Fan. Purple mist surged and the black metal armor enveloped him. It was mysterious and oppressive. Boom! The overlord held the spear with a monstrous divine might. It was like a huge star colliding with a destructive fluctuation. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and primal chaos appeared. Suddenly, his body trembled and almost fell off the purple Qilin's back. His chest exploded with a purple flower of blood. It was extremely beautiful and had a divine fluctuation. What? Tyrant is also injured. Everyone was shocked. The purple Qilin roared. It stopped in the void, all of its scales shining. On its back, the firmament tyrant bloodline's young supreme being had a wound on his chest, revealing deep bones, purple blood gushing out. This was caused by the tip of the spear, and it was infused with Yi Fan's essence, energy, and spirit. Therefore, the damage caused was extremely great, but the overlord forcefully suppressed it. At this moment, he turned around to attack. He wanted to kill Yi Fan in one go, but he didn't expect that his wound would burst open and purple blood would splatter everywhere. Longma's heart skipped a beat. Is he really fighting us at the same level? Everyone was startled. The young supreme being of the firmament tyrant bloodline had roamed the starry sky ancient road unhindered for tens of years, but he had never been injured in a one-on-one battle. This was the first time. It could be said that Yi Fan had set a precedent. The overlord's strength has reached this level, so he naturally has his own dignity and self-respect. Fighting at the same level and suppressing his old enemy, only then can he display his unrivaled emperor bearing. Everyone knew that the two were at loggerheads. In a battle of the same level, it was truly difficult to say who was stronger and who was weaker. One was a young supreme being from the star passage, the other a divine physique from the emperor burial star. Both could be called supreme in this world. Blood dripped from the overlord's chest. Strand after strand of golden multicolored light wreaked havoc in his body. With a loud rumble, his body emitted boundless purple light that shook the starry sky. Yi Fan's expression changed for the first time, even more so than when they exchanged blows just now. That was the swordsman character, the flawless swordsman character. It could immediately heal the overlord's injured body and return him to the peak realm. Divine. Undying technique. Many people cried out in alarm. During the legendary era, there was the celestial being who created the undying divine technique. Later on, he took it a step further and evolved it into the swordsman character. It was the rarest type of wondrous technique known as undying and imperishable. Purple blood vaporized as the overlord's chest healed at a visible speed. Waves of chanting came from within his body as if a deity was praying for him and increasing his vitality. Yi Fan was deeply moved. How could the overlord have the swordsman character? This was an ancient divine scripture from the Ziwei ancient star region. Back then, he and Yin Tianda each seized half a page of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold Book. Boom! The overlord recovered to his original state and coldly looked over. What kind of eyes were those through the heavy armor? The purple pupils were resplendent and lightning shot out in all directions, making people tremble. During the legendary era, my ancestor slaughtered a deity and a supreme being among the holy spirits to obtain this secret technique. Where did you learn half of it? The young supreme being from the tyrant blood of the ether heavens asked coldly. Yi Fan raised the dark golden spear and pointed it at the overlord. Without any reply, he urged the Longma forward and attacked. Boom! The tip of the spear seemed to be able to topple the heaven and earth. It revealed its sharpness and endless killing intent. The starry sky was shaken and the people in the distance were shocked. This kind of combat strength was not something a saint could display. Is he really just a saint? This was the question in everyone's mind. In the eyes of the heroes, this was clearly a sign that he had been in the Saint King realm for many years. The overlord sneered and rushed forward with the blood-colored spear in one hand. The 5 fingers of his left hand opened up and 9 ancient characters flickered, turning into a peerless cage and suppressing Yi Fan. It was the Supreme Emperor's symbol of the Tao scripture. In the sky, all kinds of lights danced about, faintly discernible. It was as if a great emperor was chanting scriptures and sitting in the depths of the universe, suppressing the mortal world. Yi Fan was still fearless. The spear in his hand collided with the spear. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and 9 golden ancient characters flickered, emitting blazing light. These were the 9 ancient characters of the celestial scripture of the sun. They were personally taught by the divine will of the Sun Saint Emperor and were invaluable. The 9 ancient characters shone like 9 galaxies, making everything lose its color. The universe instantly darkened. Ding! The tip of the spear and the tip of the spear collided. Both of them let go at the same time and then opened up their right hands to suppress the other. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air and the chanting became even more ethereal and mysterious. The 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture appeared in Yi Fan's right hand, while the 9 ancient characters of the celestial Yin scripture appeared in the right hand of the overlord. They were extremely cold. Both of them grasped the 18 characters and had the same idea. They immediately used them to suppress the other's true body, but they never expected the other to do the same. The supreme secret characters of the celestial Yin, celestial Yang, and celestial scripture were controlled by them. At this moment, they collided and the most terrifying thing happened. The sky was destroyed. Especially when the celestial Yin and celestial Yin met, it was even more terrifying. It was as if the world was being split apart. The birth of primal chaos and the reincarnation of life were all within a single thought. Pooh, the bodies of Yi Fan and the overlord ruptured at the same time. Golden blood spilled out and purple blood splashed. Then, both of them retreated, almost dying together. This was a bitter confrontation. Even those as strong as the saint physique and as sturdy as the overlord body had half their bodies destroyed. They were injured by the collision of the celestial Yin and celestial Yang scripture as well as the 9 characters of the Tao scripture. In the distance, everyone's hearts jumped. What kind of scripture did the two of them grasp? It was obvious that they were emperor's characters. Everyone had more than one type of ancient scripture. Yi Fan's eyes became increasingly deep, but he was still calm. His left hand evolved the 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture to defend himself while his right hand brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, he had always been the main attacker because no one's offensive power was greater than his. Now that it was a battle of life and death, he had no choice but to be careful. The 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture suppressed eternity and traversed the heavens, protecting his body behind him. Meanwhile, his right hand turned into a golden fist that tore through everything and pressed forward with an indomitable will. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, the sun and moon lost their light and the star domain lost its color. There was simply nothing that could block it. Boom, the tyrant's expression changed. This was the first time he was so serious. Waves of dense purple energy rose from his body. In his left hand was the 9 ancient characters of the supreme Yin celestial scripture, resisting the 9 characters of the Tao scripture. His right hand formed a divine seal and evolved into an overlord bell. The rumbling sound was deafening, shattering the starry sky. This kind of scene was extremely terrifying. It was as if a demonic god was destroying the world. Battle Saint technique. Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. The tyrant body actually grasped this kind of secret technique. This was the key technique he relied on the most. Most of his divine techniques were derived from this technique. In the Age of Legends, this kind of technique was once obtained by the supreme being of the tyrant blood of the heavens. This was a bitter battle. It was like a needle against an awn, a dragon in the clouds meeting a dragon in the mist. Both sides displayed their skills and fiercely resisted. Boom, the 18 ancient characters erupted first. They were shaken until they were dripping with blood and covered in injuries. Then, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist collided with the overlord bell, and the battle became even more intense. The great bell was long and drawn out as if it came from the primordial times. The golden fist passed through the body of the bell and blasted straight at the tyrant, continuously colliding with his purple blood energy. Pfft! Blood splattered between the two. It was a situation where both sides were injured. Both of them fell from their mounts, their bodies covered in wounds that continuously flowed with blood. At this point, the 2 mounts were freed. they rushed together and also began to fight. The tyrant's body was surrounded by blood energy. He activated the hermit secret character and immediately healed his injured body. Yi Fan, on the other hand, directly attacked the tyrant. In terms of healing speed, he was definitely inferior to the tyrant. Therefore, he could only kill without stopping, not giving the tyrant any time to recover. This is not good. The tyrant has grasped the flawless divine spirit immortality technique. His recovery speed is half as fast as the tyrant's. He will most likely exhaust the saint physique to death. Zhao Gongyi, the envoy of the 50th city, revealed a solemn expression. Xianxia clenched her small fists. Her big eyes blinked as she bit her lips and said, "Uncle will definitely win. He will be unrivaled under the heavens." Yang Yunting revealed a worried expression. The tyrant's divine bravery had shocked the starry sky ancient path. He was much older than Yi Fan and had cultivated for tens of years. Now, he was a saint king. If he no longer suppressed his realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. The envoy, Zhao Gongyi, also frowned. The tyrant has always done things his own way. He does things unscrupulously. No rules or regulations can restrain him. Now, he only wants to prove that he can kill an old enemy at the same level. If the battle drags on and he can't win, we can't rule out the possibility that he will immediately attack. Kill. At this moment, the tyrant let out a low roar. His entire body emitted a vast amount of blood energy. The purple energy shook the universe. He was like a demonic god that had rushed out of the earth and broken free from his shackles. He was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan also let out a clear roar. He no longer defended and was in a completely offensive state. The two of them collided and fought to the death. Boom! The two of them fought to the death. The power of their attacks shocked the heroes in the starry sky. All of them were dumbfounded. Even the Saint Kings were terrified. They felt a chill run down their spines as they continuously retreated. They were only at the Saint realm, but these two were enough to kill the Saint Kings. How could they not be horrified? The tyrant roared like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with ferocity. He brandished the tyrant fist that was created from the combination of the god race, the saint spirit, and the celestial being techniques to attack Yi Fan in a frenzy. Yi Fan completely let go. His attacks were bold and unrestrained. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, he pressed forward with an indomitable will. Every punch was filled with tyrant blood. He waved it continuously as if he was rotating 6 ancient universes and opening up reincarnation. The battle between the two of them was too tragic. Golden fists and purple tyrant fists. Every strike shattered the heaven and earth. Their hands penetrated each other's bodies several times. The tyrant's armor was broken and his body was almost smashed. Blood flowed freely, but he became even more ferocious. His tyrant fists were matchless and his wondrous techniques were unparalleled. They were all lost techniques, but he actually tore off a 1-kilogram piece of flesh from Yi Fan's body. Pooh! He opened his mouth and bit down, directly swallowing it. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It made people's hair stand on end and their bodies feel cold. This was a demonic god full of wildness. Gotcha! In this confrontation, Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist once again penetrated the tyrant's body and broke his ribs. He was also cold and merciless as he tore off 2 of the tyrant's ribs along with a piece of flesh. Hong! He operated the celestial scripture of Sunday flames danced between his palms and fingers. With a sizzling sound, the 2 ribs and flesh were roasted until they shone with oil. The purple blood evaporated and the fragrance of meat wafted through the air. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the ribs towards Longma on the other side of the battlefield for it to devour. The tyrant swallowed the flesh. Golden blood dripped from between his snow-white teeth. He looked extremely ferocious. His ribs were broken and he lost 2. However, he didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he laughed coldly. "I think you are going to die," he said coldly. Yi Fan gave tit for tat and said, "Are you forcing me to pull weeds? It seems like I can only sharpen my body here." Number 1 under the starry skies. Today, the battle between the 2 peerless physiques was a preview of this possibility. In the future, the Emperor's path would be filled with mountains of corpses. This was destined to be an extremely crucial battle. Blood flew 3,000 feet into the air like a divine rainbow streaking across the universe. It was beautiful and poignant. Golden blood and purple blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan and the Overlord fought crazily. They fought until their bodies were riddled with injuries. The Overlord might increase his battle prowess and suppress Yi Fan with the Saint King realm. However, he had also prepared for the worst. If that was the case, he would use all means to eliminate his destined enemy. Boom! The Overlord fist was matchless. Every time it was waved, it carried the aura of the vast universe. Behind the Overlord was a huge phantom that stood in the starry skies, looking down on all living things. The sun, moon, and stars all revolved around this huge phantom. It was like a god that split the heavens and earth apart. The stars flowed in reverse and blood splattered everywhere. The Overlord fist was waved to the extreme, and everything could be destroyed. If Yi Fan hadn't grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, this battle would have been incomparably difficult. The battle intent was too terrifying. The two moved as fast as lightning. It was like 2 stars colliding in succession, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Blazing radiance exploded, causing the sky to tremble and the starry skies to dim. Every punch saw blood, and bones were shattered. It was a tragic sight. The flesh and blood of the Overlord physique and the Saint physique flew everywhere. This level of battle was shocking and intimidated everyone. In the dark universe, everyone felt cold. The battle between the young supreme being of the tyrant blood of the firmament and the Saint physique was too tragic. This was a bloody battle, a battle of life and death for the number 1 under the heavens. The Saint physique and the Overlord were evenly matched. They were both dripping with blood, and half of their bodies were in tatters. Even their bones were exposed. It made people feel a chill down their spines. Everyone was silent. They compared themselves and felt a great disparity. Looking through the ancient path of the universe, how many people in this realm could fight against these two? Everyone was horrified. All the hair on their bodies stood up, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their skin due to fear. Longma was the only one who could make a sound at this moment. It was neither nervous nor fearful. It held the 2 pieces of roasted ribs in its mouth that were glistening and emitting the fragrance of meat. The blood bone of the Overlord physique is hard to find in this world. It's really rare. It evaluated in a carefree manner. With a cautious sound, it bit off a piece of meat. Purple divine multicolored light flickered on its surface. This was the essence of tyrant blood contained within. Many of the heroes didn't know its origins. They were all stunned. This horse was just too valiant. Was this a horse or a wolf? How could it eat meat? This was the question in many people's hearts. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, a race's natural instinct should be preserved. I've never been a vegetarian. That's not my style. Unless it's an immortal medicine of immortality, eating large chunks of meat and drinking large bowls of wine are the true colors of a hero. Longma boasted shamelessly. The group of people was a little confused. Yi Fan and the Overlord were fighting fiercely, blood splattering everywhere, but this side was so different, making people a little uncomfortable. Boom! The purple Qilin emitted a divine splendor. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and every scale seemed to be cast from divine gold. They were clear and shiny, possessing the coldness and weight of metal. It trampled through the cosmos like a purple flood, sweeping through the starry sky as it powerfully crushed over. With a single roar, all sides trembled. The purple Qilin was as wild as its master. Its battle intent overflowed into the heavens as it pounced forward. Every time it leapt, it would cover a long distance. It trod across the sky, radiating brilliance. It wanted to kill Longma. In the main battlefield, the Overlord's expression was cold. He shifted his position and was extremely tyrannical. His thick hair danced wildly, and his pupils were like 2 sharp knives. He was close to going crazy. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The Overlord's body was in intense pain. His left shoulder couldn't avoid Yi Fan's golden fist and was penetrated on the spot. Purple blood spilled out, and several pieces of white bone fell off. However, he also used this opportunity to cut open Yifan's chest and tore out a corner of his heart. Golden blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. The bloody scene became more and more ghastly, making everyone shiver from head to toe. These two had suffered extremely serious injuries. If it was someone else, they would have long been dead. The great battle had reached such a state. What the two were fighting for was no longer an ordinary victory or defeat. Not only was it personal life and death, it was also the desire and glory of their ancestors. The two bloodlines were fighting. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Since the ancient times, the great battles had lasted for so many generations. Perhaps it was time to put an end to it. The overlord wouldn't be bound by rules and regulations, but within a controllable range, he wanted to personally kill his old enemy at the same level. Only then could he prove that the tyrant blood of the ether was the most powerful and number one under the starry skies. In addition, everyone knew that the great emperors were unrivaled among their peers. Apart from ancient chaos, every single emperor had fought their way to the peak and killed many peerless enemies. The overlord naturally had a knot in his heart. He wanted to test himself. Even in this golden age, he could still win against those of the same generation and kill all enemies. Otherwise, how could he achieve the Tao? Doing so was the most powerful proof that he was comparable to the great emperors when they were young. Ah! The overlord released a long roar. The metallic luster of the heavy armor on his body had long become dim and tattered. His purple pupils flickered with dim light as he became more and more powerful. After so many years, Yifan had fought countless battles. This was the first time he had fought in such a bitter manner. Even his divine body that was known to be indestructible was beaten until it was tattered. Golden blood flowed out as he fought to the point of insanity. Gradine revolves for 10 million years, blood purges the world. The overlord roared loudly. His left hand formed an imprint and suddenly used a secret technique from the Gradine immortal scripture. This was a type of extremely gentle divine imprint that possessed terrifying power. It scattered from the tip of his finger as if it could melt the entire cosmos. Black mist pervaded the air. It seemed light, but there wasn't much that could stop it. Yifan used his left hand to block it and was almost melted. Blood dripped out and white bones were revealed. Then, his abdomen erupted with radiance. Scripture sounds rang out, guiding the Gradine force into the Taiji immortal diagram within the sea of reincarnation. It quickly transformed and disintegrated. Meanwhile, in this attack, Yifan saw a wave of the overlord's essence energy. Apart from his unmatched will, there was also a portion of his life experiences. One could see how terrifying the overlord was. He merged an unmatched secret technique and will together, reaching a whole new level. Right, he obtained the Gradine immortal scripture on the ancient path. Fairy Xianxia also obtained some things from the scripture depository, but it wasn't as complete as what he obtained. Yifan's mind was shaken, learning about this situation. Hong, heaven overflowing power surged. The Gradine imprint in the overlord's left hand was extremely gentle, while his right hand was the tyrant fist, extremely hard, extremely terrifying. Yin and Yang coexisted. This time, it was even more terrifying. The extreme Yang tyrant fist was the main force, releasing the roars of gods and devils. Figures appeared one after another, quickly engulfing the boundless starry skies. Yifan let out a long roar. The Taiji immortal diagram appeared in his body, merging with him. He became the shape of a dragon, fighting with his own sea of reincarnation. Scripture. Of course, there was also the 6 paths of reincarnation fist mixed in. Every strike would cause blood and flesh to shatter. Golden blood and purple blood streaked across, making this part of the starry sky exceptionally beautiful. Through the tyrant fist, Yifan saw an extremely terrifying essence energy. This unmatched fist technique had accompanied the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky from the beginning to the end. Killing the god race, exterminating the Holy Spirit, and inheriting the human race's celestial beings orthodoxy fused together. The supreme of the tyrant bloodline created this unmatched fist intent. So much so that Yifan could see a part of the subtleties of the ancient mother planet where the race was located from this essence energy will. That was a great terror. Absolute suppression. No orthodoxy could reproduce there. Only the descendants of the tyrant bloodline, only this race could cultivate there. Compared to the tyrant bloodline's burial ground in the 50th city of the human race, it was 100, 1,000, 10,000 times more powerful. That was the suppression formed after the tyrant supremes passed away in meditation. It was their celestial ground, and it was the demonic domain of others. Until today, there was only the inheritance of the tyrant bloodline there, and almost no other orthodoxy could be seen. Through the essence energy will, what shocked Yifan the most was that he saw a blurry scene. The tyrant bloodline was born under a ginseng fruit tree. Ginseng fruit tree. Doesn't it belong to the Xianxia clan? Why did it land on that ancient planet? He was greatly moved. Sure enough, there were too many mutants in this world. The young supreme of the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky was actually born under an immortal medicine tree. It was truly a great fortune. After that, Yifan saw another scene. A purple Qilin brought a 4 or 5-year-old tyrant bloodline into an ancient cave with the word tyrant carved on it, and then disappeared. Boom. The tyrant sensed that Yifan was probing because he had also touched a part of Yifan's experience through the essence energy contained in his fist intent. Both of them didn't want others to pry into their secrets, so they immediately cut off their auras, but they still fought to the end. The tyrant wants to kill the holy physique from the Emperor Burial Star to prove that he is the strongest among his peers. This is the conceit of a young supreme being, and also a kind of invincible belief. However, after attacking for so long without success, he has most likely lost his patience and will no longer suppress his realm. The guide envoy Zhao Gongyi had a solemn expression. Yang Yunting's heart sank, and his face was full of worry. The tyrant was not a good person, and he definitely wouldn't restrict himself. He knew that the other party could increase his realm at any time. Strands of purple light overflowed from the tyrant's body like purple rivers. The entire star domain was in turmoil, and his eyes became even more terrifying. Everyone realized that the young supreme being of the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky might want to increase his realm. He would no longer abide by the rules, and he would kill his old enemy. However, people found that Yifan was incomparably calm without any uneasiness. He was still fighting calmly. Suddenly, heaven and earth collapsed. The stellar rivers trembled, and the entire cosmos' starry skies began to sway. A berserk aura surged. The tyrant became the only existence between heaven and earth, surrounded by stellar rivers. An even larger void figure appeared behind him, as if it was a heavenly deity that descended into the lower realm, overlooking his old enemy. He broke through the seal. He is finally going to kill the holy physique. Right, the young supreme being of the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky has displayed enough strength, not weaker than the holy physique. This is enough to prove how powerful he is. It wasn't that he wasn't a match. The battle accomplishments just now proved everything. It was already enough. Since they were old enemies, he could naturally use any means fair or foul. Now, killing the holy physique that was on par with him, not allowing him to grow up, was the best choice. Roar, the tyrant released a roar, and the starry skies collapsed. The void figure behind him was majestic and enormous, as if a demonic god revived. It unexpectedly opened a pair of cold eyes. In addition, the void figure of a ginseng fruit tree appeared above his head, as if it was truly going to appear. The tyrant didn't hesitate in the slightest, throwing himself murderously at Yifan. He used the power of this great cosmos to destroy all enemies and obstructions. This type of tyrannical fluctuations left everyone horrified. However, the body on the other side suddenly scattered, turning into a wave of clear energy. It spread into the distance, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. The tyrant's attack missed. The heavenly dome collapsed, and he became absent-minded. He coldly gazed into the starry skies. What happened? Why did the holy physique that came from the Emperor Burial Star suddenly disappear? This was what everyone was puzzled about. Then, they all became stupefied. In the depths of the cosmos, an indistinct figure sat there, surrounded by strand after strand of Tao marks. It was as if an ancient emperor had revived. He calmly opened his mouth, but there was only a single word: fight. Was that one of your Tao bodies just now? The tyrant's pupils flickered with a strand of deep light. Correct. In the depths of the cosmos, Yifan's true body sat there, calmly speaking. It was as if he was the carrier of the Tao, his figure indistinct and indistinct. This was just too arrogant, everyone was stupefied. He actually used a Tao body to fight the tyrant. This was a direct blow to the tyrant's wild and domineering nature. The Holy Physique's true body was actually watching the battle this entire time, not taking action yet. Sure enough, the tyrant released a low roar, forcefully suppressing a certain type of emotional fluctuation. The sun and moon in his eyes were destroyed, the starry rivers shattered, becoming more and more terrifying. In the main battlefield, the golden blood had disappeared and turned into wisps of clear air. Only the purple divine blood spilled out, flashing a cold and brilliant light in the dark universe. It was exceptionally demonic. Under the starry sky, there was absolute silence. The Overlord's body was majestic and tall, like a demonic mountain standing there. His thick hair was loose, making it hard for people to breathe. At this time, he didn't say a word. With his back to the heroes, his body was trembling slightly as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. Not to mention the young supreme being of the tyrannical heavenly blood lineage, even the spectators felt very hurt. They silently cursed. The Saint Physique was really too sharp, but it was just right. The Overlord was wild and absolutely arrogant. He had come alone from the starry sky to kill his old enemy, but this was the result. Yi Fan had given him a head-on blow. He had only sent out a Taoist body. His real body was like a passerby, sitting calmly in the depths of the starry sky and watching the battle calmly. This was definitely a kind of contempt. It was the Saint Physique's ultimate attack. The Overlord had crossed the star field to fight with the Saint Physique. His momentum was so great that everyone knew about it. Countless people from other ancient star fields had come here specifically for this battle. In the end, the Overlord was actually fighting with the Taoist body of his old enemy. It was too hurtful that even the young supreme being of the tyrannical heavenly blood lineage, who had always been arrogant and believed that he was invincible, almost lost control of his emotions. Ever since he was born, no one had dared to humiliate him like this. Yi Fan didn't say much, but his actions and means made the spectators want to vomit blood, let alone the Overlord who had fought until now. How could he endure this? The Saint Physique's heart is too black. He's really arrogant. He's looking down on people. The Overlord is probably going to explode with anger. You can't say that. The Overlord came with supreme divine power to kill the Saint Physique. He's so wild, but he's just met with a counterattack. Under the starry sky, people didn't dare to talk loudly. They only secretly transmitted their voices because the atmosphere was too tense and terrifying. Many people were wondering if Yi Fan was guarding against the Overlord using the Saint King realm to suppress him, or if he had already planned this and deliberately humiliated the Overlord. Many people firmly believed that this was definitely a premeditated humiliation. More seriously, he wanted to shake the Overlord's Taoist heart by fighting with his Taoist body, which was a great embarrassment to him. Obviously, the effect was achieved. The Overlord still hadn't turned around. He was as quiet as an abyss, which made people's hearts palpitate of fear. After a bloody and intense battle, the Overlord finally realized that he was fighting against a Taoist body of his opponent. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Only a few people knew that Yi Fan's Tao body was extremely powerful, almost not weaker than his true body. It was just that he couldn't remain in this world for a long time. The Overlord of light of the the over off of. The light into the light of the star of the into. Of the star of. Of the Overlord was forced to release his seal by a Taoist body, but the Overlord of the Overlord's Taoist body was quietly sitting in the depths of the starry sky and watching. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to kill all over the starry sky. The Overlord was forced to release his seal by a Taoist body, but the Overlord's true body was quietly sitting in the depths of the starry sky and watching. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to kill all over the starry sky. Although he was furious, he didn't lose his calmness. His eyes became colder and crueler as he stared at the blurry figure and walked forward step by step. In the extremely quiet universe, Longma laughed wildly. Only it dared to be so arrogant. Overlord, your meat is really good. It's crispy and tastes like chicken. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was this? How could it taste like chicken? This was not a good way to put it. In this kind of situation, Longma's undisguised challenge was equivalent to sprinkling salt on the Overlord's wound. It was not kind at all. This sentence was too destructive. However, it didn't finish its sentence just now and followed up with another sentence. But the bone is really tough. It's so hard that it almost broke my teeth. Everyone was petrified and looked at the other side of the battlefield. Longma was running away from the purple Qilan's pursuit with great speed. The purple Qilan roared and stomped on the sky with its 4 hooves, shattering the starry sky with its roar. The evil horse in front was seriously lacking in moral character. Humiliating the overlord like this was equivalent to stepping on its face. It couldn't bear it any longer. Longma made a fuss. In terms of realm, it was inferior to the purple Qilan. This was a pure-blooded sacred beast king. It could be called the king among the beasts of the star path. No one knew how many divine mounts it had killed. Unfortunately, Longma didn't fight it seriously at all. It ran with the bone in its mouth and clamored non-stop. The overlord's blood tastes really good. Do you want to try the donkey behind me? Gotcha. Longma's teeth trembled violently and almost broke, but it still couldn't bite through the 2 eerie white bones. Damned overlord physique, why are you so hard? Your bones are stronger than sacred weapons. How are you going to let people eat them? In the cosmos, the atmosphere of the great battle was extremely tense, yet it was speaking nonsense. It made people feel as if time and space had changed. It was absurd and chaotic. Roar, the purple Qilan roared. It was furious to the extreme. This was its master's flesh and blood, yet this evil horse dared to ridicule it like this. It was truly arrogant. It shattered the starry sky and emitted the aura of a supreme beast. It was even more tyrannical and possessed a bloody wildness. Within its eyes was the terrifying scene of a mountain of corpses. Do you dare to fight? After so many years, it had always been the one torturing and killing its enemies. It was unknown how many years it had been since it took the initiative to challenge a divine mount. Are you joking? I'm not interested in fighting a battle with a donkey. Longma ran frantically in front and refused loudly while gnawing on the bone. Everyone was stupefied. This was the legendary pure-blooded purple Qilan. It was completely different from a donkey, yet it was being called like this. This horse's mouth was too hateful. The purple Qilan was naturally furious. This was a humiliation to it. As the supreme beast of the ancient path, it had never been looked down on and mocked like this before. However, even under these circumstances, the purple Qilan was still restraining itself. It had the aura of a supreme beast king and said in a dignified voice, "You have the blood of a true dragon flowing in your body. You are one of the most noble bloodlines, yet you don't want to fight and run. Don't you feel ashamed?" I don't. Longma didn't seem to care in the slightest. Moreover, it spoke as if it was as light as a feather, making people feel as if they couldn't hit it. It took to its hooves and ran madly without stopping for even a moment. I am challenging you, the purple Qilan said with an imposing manner. Its steps tore apart the starry sky like a beast descending from the immortal realm. I refuse, Longma said righteously. I am seriously challenging you. The purple Qilan was driven mad. I am also very seriously rejecting you. Please don't doubt my attitude, Longma said seriously. The purple Qilan was a bit stunned. What kind of horse was this? It refused righteously and didn't even dare to accept the challenge. It didn't feel ashamed at all and instead had a proud appearance. Where did this sense of superiority come from? The heroes watching the battle were also dumbfounded. Do you still have the dignity of a powerful expert? The Qilan Saint King was furious. What kind of plaything is that? Longma asked. You have cultivated longer than me and reached the sacred beast king realm. You came to fight with me like this, but in the end, you say that I am a coward. Are you crazy? Longma said in disdain. It directly stood on its hind legs and ran madly. The purple Qilan was furious. It raised its speed to its limit and turned into a beam of purple light. It forced Longma to use the traveling formula and land on its hind legs. Everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Longma was one of a kind. It said shamelessly, "Did you see that? I can outrun you with 2 legs. If you are so good, run with all 5 legs." The group couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, there were people who sided with the tyrant and his mount. One of them couldn't help but say, "What kind of person raises a horse? It's not a good bird." "I can tell you're a good bird." Lama landed on its hind legs and had an extremely wide field of vision. It turned back and replied to that person. The cultivator was so angry that his lips trembled. But before he could say anything, something happened on the other side that shocked the human race. It attracted everyone's attention. Rumble, the tyrant, was a peerless genius of his generation. He was undefeated on the human race's ancient road and had never tasted defeat. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world, surrounded by stars as he attacked Yifan's true body. However, as soon as he entered the starry sky, he encountered great trouble. The entire starry sky seemed to have been ignited. Countless planets emitted blazing light, and strands of Tao patterns interweaved in the universe. The formation left behind by the ancient heaven has been revived. Who did this? Someone cried out in the dark, and the voice of the divine sense was extremely old. The celestial bodies connected and turned into a huge divine diagram. It was like a heavenly net that covered the tyrant within. It was boundlessly terrifying. The tyrant went crazy. A beam of purple chi that pierced through the universe rushed out from the top of his head. His hair danced in the wind. He was like a demonic god descending to the mortal world, destroying everything as he rushed toward Yifan. The young supreme of the tyrant blood of the firmament had become a saint king. This kind of strength made people tremble. He could definitely sweep through all the regions, and even ordinary great sage would have to fear him. Meteors exploded one after another. Even though they were engraved with ancient Tao patterns, they couldn't stop his advance. The tyrant's divine bravery collapsed the galaxy with a roar. Star fragments revolved around him. His divine might was peerless. In terms of battle prowess alone, it was difficult to find a match in the same generation. Boom! He pierced through the starry sky, and a resplendent fist shadow flew toward Yifan. It was like a purple sun star had exploded. Dazzling light streaked across the sky, and the aura of primal chaos filled the air. However, in the face of this attack that could shatter the heavens, Yifan sat cross-legged in the starry sky. He didn't stand up and only raised his right hand, suppressing forward the 6 seals of the immortal prohibition. He borrowed the power of the heavenly origin divine formation to display this extreme divine technique. Many galaxies surged and radiated boundless brilliance. They gathered around him and suppressed the tyrant body together. The highest realm of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage didn't target the source of the stone, but the source of all things. At that time, not to mention the world's essence energy, ancient minds, and divine materials, even the stars and all living things in the sky could become its source. Obviously, Yifan came to this star region and peered into this domain. He found the direction from the Patriarch's realm and transcended the heavenly origin book. Now, he was truly displaying it. The forbidden immortal 6 seals forcefully sealed the tyrant king's fist. Moreover, a large hand formed from the radiance of all things covered the sky and earth as it suppressed towards the tyrant king. Boom! This was a world-shocking collision. The meteorites, planets, and sun-stars under the starry sky all released divine splendor. They gathered towards Yifan's large hand and suppressed towards the tyrant king. After a series of great collisions, the tyrant king roared and shattered the sun, moon, and stars. "Saint Physique, come out and fight!" He roared towards the starry sky. "As you wish," Yifan replied. He stood up from the void and calmly faced the tyrant king. His hands slowly moved about as he displayed his own unparalleled technique. Boom! It was as if a deity was moving the sun, moon, and stars. His radiance was boundless, and his hands formed the yin-yang life and death reincarnation imprint. The stars in the sky moved together with him, and all kinds of formation patterns flickered. In the starry sky, a giant yin fish and a giant yang fish tangled together, slowly moving about. They emitted an ancient and vast aura of dignity, as if they could destroy all living things. This was Yifan's technique. When it was combined with the original technique, the great formation in the starry sky turned into the yin-yang fish. They turned into a pair of hands that slowly pressed down towards the tyrant king. This kind of scene, this kind of power, this kind of domineeringness shocked everyone until they were stupefied. one has to understand that the yin-yang fish was formed from many stars. Now, as Yi Fan formed the imprint, it evolved into a pair of large hands that suppressed all living things. Boom, Yi Fan formed the yin-yang life and death seal. The Milky Way was boundless and boundless. A pair of huge yin and yang fishes entangled and covered the tyrant below. The universe seemed to be repeating itself. The tyrant's expression changed. He had never been so passive in a one-on-one battle. At this moment, the sky was collapsing and the starry sky was collapsing. He had no place to stand. The purple aura surged and rushed for tens of thousands of miles. He was like a sage in the ancient times. He emitted strands of unfathomable aura that went against the sky and bombarded the yin and yang fishes. At this moment, the universe roared. The world seemed to have been born. Everything was broken. Chaotic mist filled the air. Divine light and turbulence were everywhere. Yi Fan combined the original technique and used his own secret technique to launch an earth-shattering attack. The tyrant's body shook violently and was sent flying. It was as if he was fighting against the will of the entire universe. Crack, the tyrant was sent flying for an unknown distance. He crashed into a supermeteor. His metal armor was broken, but he was unharmed. He was still as powerful as a demon. His hair fluttered about chaotically, and the purple light in his eyes was like an ocean, deep and vast. When he stared at someone, it could swallow their mind, and it was extremely oppressive. The tyrant was unharmed. Although he was a bit embarrassed by Yi Fan's attack, he was not injured. On the contrary, many meteors exploded one after another. The tyrant was brave. The remnant formation left by the ancient heaven couldn't do anything to him. Saint Physique, even if you are extraordinary and have set up an ancient formation, what can you do to me? In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. You can't do it. The tyrant roared and pointed at Yi Fan. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He was preparing to kill in peace. His purple eyes were dark and gloomy. He was looking for a chance to kill his old enemy. He wanted to do it cleanly and cleanly. He wanted to wipe away the shame of not being able to defeat the Taoist body. Under the starry sky, Yi Fan's black hair was loose. His eyes were deep and profound. He stood there like a divine king. Rays of starlight gathered toward him. In the end, the boundless white starlight poured down like a waterfall and poured onto his body, forming a vast ocean of radiance that made the starry sky tremble. Yi Fan was very calm. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He was like a god overlooking the mortal world, and everything was under his control. Come and fight, I'll cut off your head. The tyrant stood on the Milky Way, his entire body surging with battle intent. His eyes were even sharper than the heavenly sword, giving off an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Strand after strand of fluctuations seeped out, spreading into the distance. The crowd trembled, feeling a tremendous pressure from his body. It was extremely intimidating, and many people almost knelt down. This was the awakening of the supreme tyrant blood. His entire body was enshrouded in purple energy, and an enormous figure appeared behind him. It was as if an ancient deity had crossed over from the ancient times. Hum. The heavenly dome cracked apart, stars trembling chaotically, about to fall down. The black demonic image behind the overlord went crazy, destroying heaven and earth as it slaughtered its way towards Yi Fan. In the heavens above and earth below, only I am supreme. The overlord roared loudly. His head of hair danced about, and he merged with that enormous demonic figure. He brandished his tyrannical fists, sweeping through everything in his path. At this moment, the entire starry sky revived, as if it possessed a divine consciousness. Tao patterns interweaved, producing millions and millions of strands of light, as if they had evolved into an enormous life form. The originally dark cosmos was now a vast expanse of whiteness. The power of many stars condensed, forming a pair of large hands for Yi Fan. He also took action at this time, suppressing towards the overlord. Yi Fan was clearly standing there, but there was a pair of starlight arms. It was as if they crossed 3,000 worlds and reached into the depths of the Milky Way, suppressing all tangible things. His Genesis technique was exceptional, drawing upon the origin of all things, allowing the rivers of stars to join his body and converge into his body. He possessed a type of extreme power, Hong. The large hand formed from starlight slammed down, and that enormous ancient deity figure immediately staggered. The overlord released a long roar, becoming even more valiant. His entire body was covered in Dao scars, emitting blazing light. One revolution of the lunar, 10,000 years of time. The overlord roared loudly. His entire body was covered in ancient symbols that flickered and fused together with that enormous figure. It was as if an immortal supreme being had revived and pounced over. He destroyed many falling stars as if he was moving against the river of time. He rushed to a place extremely close to Yi Fan, and even that pair of light hands formed from starlight couldn't stop him. 7 seals for immortals. Yi Fan roared loudly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Many stars trembled, all of them emitting origin divine splendor that pervaded this place. An extremely enormous fluctuation engulfed the cosmos. This was actually the fluctuation of the most powerful saint-king level. He was merely a saint, yet he actually displayed such an exceptional divine ability. It was simply inconceivable. This fluctuation was too tyrannical, and the entire Milky Way was vast and mighty. Tens of thousands of divine patterns densely covered this place, its divine might matchless. Pung, the overlord was slapped by a large hand, and then his entire body was sent flying. Purple blood splashed out. It was also only in this place that Yi Fan could sublimate his origin technique. This was because there was the heavenly origin divine formation here, which helped him to use this supreme secret technique to the extreme. It was comparable to the past patriarchs in their later years. This was definitely a Saint-King level secret technique. As the Yuan Taoist master, Yi Fan stood tall in this ancient land, and his origin technique could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It had reached the extreme realm. This technique was said to be able to seal immortals. Although it was an exaggeration, it also showed how terrifying it was. Now that the 7 layers of seals had manifested, there was a majestic aura that could suppress the past, present, and future. The Milky Way trembled, and light after light descended, pressing down on the overlord. It made it difficult for him to even stand, and he was sent flying again. Purple blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The overlord is injured. Everyone was shocked. He had removed the seal, so why was he at a disadvantage now? This was something that no one could understand. There is a formation of the ancient heaven here. Although it is badly damaged, it is not something that a saint king can destroy. The saint physique stands in it, and it is innately invincible. An old voice came from the darkness, like the ringing of a golden bell, shaking people's hearts and souls. In the battlefield, the overlord was facing a terrifying suppression. The starlight that filled the sky pressed down layer after layer, as vast as the ocean, boundless as the eye could see, and the silver-white light was incomparably magnificent. Yi Fan waved his golden fist and punched down. This was the combination of the 7 seals of the immortal and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It suppressed the overlord, causing him to retreat continuously, and purple blood splattered. At this time, the overlord was in danger. With his high cultivation level, he did not fear Yi Fan's other methods, but in this place, the origin technique made him particularly passive. Rumble, 5 layers of starlight pressed down, wrapping him inside. He struggled like a silkworm, but he could not break out of the cocoon. Ah, the overlord roared and struggled with all his strength. The phantom that fused with him burned, emitting wisps of black light, and finally broke the big cocoon, killing a way out. The 6 seals of the immortal pressed down, and the 6th layer of starlight was more terrifying than all the previous ones added together, causing the overlord to stagger and fall again, almost being sealed. In other places, the origin technique would not be so powerful, but it was different here. It could resonate with the formation left behind in the ancient heaven, and it worked together. The overlord was covered in blood, and his body was shattered. The phantom behind him could not even appear, which was the embodiment of the overlord fist reaching the extreme, and now he was injured. As soon as the 6 seals of the immortal fell, the vast starlight sprinkled down, like a surging river, like the sea hitting the sky, extremely violent, but also dazzling. This was a magnificent scene. In this starry sky, Yi Fan stood alone in the galaxy, and below him, the silver-white divine light was boundless, drowning the overlord and killing him one after another. For this battle, Yi Fan had made ample preparations, capturing a few saints as minors, and laying down a peerless origin technique here, so that he could use the origin technique. Of course, in this process, there were also meteors exploding, and ancient formations were destroyed, because the Overlord was too powerful. However, all the formation patterns related to the ultimate origin technique were unaffected, and Yifan protected them. The Overlord's condition was very tragic. After the 6 seals of the Immortal fell, the skin and flesh on his body were torn, and the white bones were exposed. Purple blood splattered, and he suffered extremely serious injuries. No one in this world can suppress me, even if you laid down an ancient formation, I can still break it. His eyes were blazing with purple light, and there was no sclera, no pupil. They became a whole body, and looked very terrifying. He chanted the immortal scripture, and the perfect swordsman's secret activated. His whole body emitted a precious splendor, and he almost instantly recovered, as if he had an immortal body. Moreover, he grasped the supreme celestial scripture, the Tao scripture, the tyrant blood of the firmament, and other ancient scriptures. All kinds of orthodoxies were merged into one, and he released an immortal splendor. His appearance was dignified, and he blocked the 6th seal. Without any hesitation, Yifan's hands moved, and with the help of this place, the 7th seal fell. The vast sky trembled, and the river of stars surged. The highest realm of the origin technique was not aimed at the source of the stone, but at the common people and all living things, so it was called the source of all things. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. When the 7th seal came out, it shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. It was accompanied by waves of demonic wails, and the universe shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. This was the law of the ancient formation, and through Yifan's guidance, it gathered into the 7 seals of the immortal, forming an unparalleled power that could kill gods and Buddhas. In this starry sky, many ancient formations revived, the radiance even more resplendent than before. A Taiji immortal diagram faintly appeared, mysterious and terrifying. The power needed for the 7 seals of the immortal was too great, almost sucking out all of the power of this place. It was demanded from the ancient formations, forcing them to revive. It flowed with shocking power. The method Yifan displayed was many times more powerful than the 7 seals of the immortal that the 4th-generation ancestor Wu vaguely touched upon. It was because the environment here was the most compatible, previously changed by Yifan, meticulously arranged. Gotcha! Several of the Overlord's bones were broken, tumbling 6 times. His entire body cracked apart, revealing white bone stubble. Purple blood flowed outwards, creating a ghastly sight. Layer after layer of stellar radiance descended, forming a silvery white cage. It seemed like it was going to completely suppress him, seal him within. You have angered me. The supreme being of the tyrant blood of the firmament said coldly. Today, he suffered setbacks again and again. It wasn't that he wasn't a match, but rather that he was sullen to the extreme. So what? Yifan was calm and carefree as he stood in the starry sky. He was like a deity that transcended beyond the 9 heavens, his entire body erupting with precious splendor. Watch as I break the formation and take your head. The Overlord said gloomily. At this moment, he sat there, allowing the 7 seals of the immortal to descend. The stellar radiance formed a prison, trapping him. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. A black figure appeared in front of him, demonic energy overflowing into the heavens, intimidating the 6 Tao. The experts in the starry sky all felt a wave of fear, feeling waves of chilliness. It was as if the most terrifying and evil demonic deity had walked out from the legendary era, appearing in this world. The will of a deity. Yifan was moved. 2 resplendent streaks of divine radiance shot out from his eyes, as if 2 streaks of lightning streaked across the sky. Whose divine will was that? Which great emperor did it belong to? Under the starry skies, everyone trembled, everyone's fine hair stood on end. This type of creature was too rare, and not many of them had been seen since the ancient times. Moreover, they were all horrifying existences that were difficult to deal with. This black figure was extremely indistinct. He wore a black cloak that covered his entire body. It was as if he walked over from a legendary era, carrying a type of great changes, as well as a type of heaven-defying evil feeling. The will of a deity was rumored to be the evil will produced after the death of a deity from the 9 heavens. It stood in opposition to the supreme deities and saints when they were alive, possessing the most terrifying demonic nature. no one would have thought that Overlord carried the will of a deity on him. He was actually together with him, coexisting peacefully. Just how heaven-defying was this? Since the ancient times, no one had ever heard of a normal person being able to coexist peacefully with this type of evil will. It defied common sense, leaving everyone horrified and feeling that this was inconceivable. Meanwhile, this deity's will was extremely powerful. It could be said to be extremely evil, releasing a loathsome aura. Streaks of dark light swirled around its body like a halo of death. When it appeared, even the starry skies trembled. A wave of powerful energy engulfed this sky dome, as if the sharpest and brightest long blade scraped across everyone's bodies. Many people's fine hairs fell, their bodies feeling great pain. Powerful fluctuations spread. Everyone felt a wave of pressure. This is the will of a deity produced during the ancient era. It isn't from the recent ancient era, nor is it far from the archaic era. Otherwise, it wouldn't have this type of power. An elder said. Based on strength, this is indeed the case. However, if the situation is special, then it is difficult to determine. Another elder spoke, revealing a serious expression. Great ancient emperors or ancient emperors had great contributions to the common people. After death, they would always be remembered by others. The power of faith of all could help them form evil thoughts. This was the fundamental reason for the birth of a deity's will. From a certain perspective, the great emperors that were talked about the most by all would definitely be the most powerful once a deity's will was born. If they died too long ago, forgotten by all life, or their own race had long been wiped out, then the number of people talking about them would decrease. Even if a deity's will was born under special circumstances, it wasn't impossible to deal with. Not every ancient emperor would produce a deity's will, unless their will before death was too deep and there were all types of complicated karma. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, such creatures would not appear at all. This deity's will couldn't be said to be the strongest, but it was still far stronger than the tyrant. That was why some older generation figures deduced that he was the supreme evil will of the primordial era. Yi Fan stared at that black shadow. This wasn't the first time he had encountered a deity's will, and he had even fought against various heroes before. He knew how terrifying this creature was. This god's will couldn't be defeated by force. After all, it was formed from the scattered evil wills of ancient emperors. If he was forced into a desperate situation, he might even overturn the starry sky. If I can awaken his past life and awaken his goodwill, it will collapse on its own. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In this world, the god's will was most afraid of the thunder tribulations and other extreme yang powers. Unfortunately, he was not in the tribulation stage, so there was no way to get rid of him. Holy physique, do you think you can trap me with just a spell formation? Break! The tyrant roared. The 7 seals for immortals had already landed. Endless starlight formed a cage, sealing him inside. His body was covered in purple blood, and his white bones could be seen clearly. The god's will stood beside him. Although there was endless starlight, the place where he stood was dim and blurry. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Fan. What kind of eyes were those? They were merciless, cold, and filled with the chill of death. It was as if a demon from the Dark Age had descended and reappeared in this boundless universe. It made people feel a sense of despair. He let out a low roar, and suddenly the boundless universe shook violently. A violent aura flowed, and everyone in the starry sky felt a chill from head to toe. This god's will is a bit special. We can't use common sense to judge his era. His strength is strange, and it's hard to judge. The old voice from before spoke again. This can't be a man-made disaster, right? Another old man was very worried. The god's will moved. He let out a low roar, and Xianxia filled the sky. It actually directly scattered the bright light of the sun, moon, and stars, returning them to darkness. A loud sound rang out. No one knew what kind of secret method he used, but that place was completely extinguished. The 7 seals for immortals were dispelled by him, and the cage made of starlight shattered. The demon and the tyrant broke free one after another, like wild beasts released from their cage. In an instant, killing intent engulfed heaven and earth. The universe seemed to have suddenly darkened, and all kinds of starlight were covered by that evil will. He was like a demon that crossed over and ruled over everything here. Divine physique, you used a formation to trap me. Now that it's been broken, I want to see where you can hide. Today, I don't care about anything else, only life and death. The tyrant's eyes were cold, and killing intent was revealed. Only one person could survive this battle. They were old enemies, and one had to fall. Only then could there be a conclusion. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky, surrounded by a river of stars. The area he was in was divine and sacred, full of a masculine aura. Because he had to deal with the god's will, he was extremely fearful. Kill! The tyrant roared, rushing forward together with the demon master. They turned into two streaks of light, tearing apart the universe, and even the chaotic energy was shaken out. Taiji gives birth to yin and yang. Yi Fan shouted. With a shake of his hand, he threw out the flags he had carved one after another, stabbing them into the starry sky to increase the power of the formation. At the same time, he continuously used origin techniques, activating the huge ancient formation under the starry sky. He used the ultimate origin technique laws, and everything came to life, from the sun, moon, and stars, to the dust in the universe. The remnant formation left behind by the ancient heaven flickered, and the area Yi Fan had specially set up became even more dazzling. A Taiji celestial diagram that wasn't too big, but wasn't too small either. Within it, the sun and moon rotated, and there were meteorites that formed the shape of a dragon. They formed an immortal diagram, and at this moment, it released a peerless divine power. The world changed, the sun and moon shifted, and the stars moved. Yi Fan used a superb origin technique to separate the sky, separating the demon and the tyrant. The formation changed, the stars moved, the sea dried up, and the stars turned into dust. At this moment, it was as if they had experienced a terrifying change that was as long as the ancient times. The yin and yang curve formed by the meteorites divided the sky into two, turning into the Tai-yin fish region and the sunfish region. They entangled with each other, and the two revolved around each other. The tyrant was isolated in the yin fish area, while the god's consciousness was isolated in the yang fish area. They were isolated and besieged separately. In the yang fish region, thousands of streaks of starlight turned into rivers that spread out, filled with yang energy. Yi Fan faced the god's consciousness directly. Boom, the existence like the demon master took a step forward, and instantly, the starlight dimmed, and the yang energy decreased sharply. Even if the formation could kill Saint Kings, it couldn't immediately suppress this demon. Whose god's consciousness is this? It's so powerful. Could it be that it was born in the ancient times? The ancient times that the saints in the starry sky spoke of were completely different from the ancient times that mortals and young cultivators spoke of. There was only one Azure Emperor in the ancient times. Could it be formed from his evil thoughts? Everyone was scared and discussed in secret. This god's consciousness was not simple, and it was many times more powerful than they had imagined. It was difficult to deal with. With a roar, the demon took a step forward calmly like the shadow of an ancient emperor. The pressure was suffocating, and many people's legs trembled. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. Resist, you must not kneel. This is only the emperor's evil thoughts, the most evil of beings. You cannot be intimidated by its aura. The ancient emperors needed to be worshipped, but this kind of demon, which was the complete opposite, was not worth kowtowing to. Wen Long, a small cauldron rushed out from between Yi Fan's brows and quickly enlarged. Thunder rumbled inside, and mist surged. It released the power of the heavenly tribulation, shocking the god's consciousness on the spot. He quickly stopped. Yi Fan's cauldron was different from the others. The heavenly tribulations it had experienced were too terrifying. Every time it went through a tribulation, some patterns would be left on it, and that was the gathering of lightning. Now, the flowers, birds, fish, insects, the sun, moon, stars, deities, and others were all engraved on the heavenly tribulation. They contained a type of extreme yang aura. So many heavenly tribulations were different from the others, and even the young emperor had come out to conquer them. One could well imagine how powerful that lightning tribulation was. The aura left behind still made deities' consciousnesses feel restraining fear. However, the demon only stopped for a short moment and immediately moved forward again. The extreme yang aura of the lightning tribulation couldn't stop him. He was fearless. Could it really be the Green Emperor's divine will? It's too powerful. Only the evil thoughts produced by the supreme beings of the recent ancient times would dare to resist the lightning tribulation. No, the Green Emperor has only passed away 10,000 years ago. It's impossible for a divine will to appear. In the starry sky, a pair of elders revealed serious expressions. They were paying close attention and discussing in low voices. They also ordered their disciples to start making preparations. If there were any accidents, they would seal this place with all their strength to prevent a man-made disaster. Could it be the Buddha Great Emperor's divine will? He preached in some ancient star domains, and who knows how many people in the world talk about him. If he produced a divine will, even if he isn't the strongest in history, he's not far off. The waters of the Buddha Great Emperor are too deep. I hope there will never be any information about him. This divine will is very terrifying, but it shouldn't be him. The two of them quickly stopped talking and became silent. Meanwhile, the others were incomparably nervous and paid close attention to the battlefield. The tyrant was trapped in the Yin region. The demon stood fearlessly in the Yang region. He accepted the baptism of the stars and let the thunder in the cauldron roar unceasingly. The situation was critical. This terrifying shadow was extremely powerful and had actually exceeded everyone's expectations. It was unfathomable and made all the saints tremble in fear. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is a form in the god. The form is born from the sun, and the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is a spirit in the form. The sound of chanting resounded in the starry sky. Yifan sat cross-legged in the yang qi and chanted the scriptures, which spread throughout the star domain. The demonic shadow suddenly trembled and was bewildered as if it had been greatly moved. The salvation scripture. This was the complete and flawless salvation ancient scripture. It was the complete copy that Yifan had obtained on earth. This was a supreme scripture that was specially created to deal with the divine will and Yin spirits. It had a divine effect. Most people thought that it was useless and that it wasn't an immortal scripture. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a scripture of the saints. However, Yifan had experienced many things and today, he didn't think so. This was probably an extremely important scripture that was passed down by the supreme Taoist venerable on the other side of the starry sky, the numinous treasure celestial being. The numinous treasure celestial being was one of the three pure ones of Taoism. No one knew when he started or which period he passed away. It was so long ago that no one could explore it. Yifan speculated that the numinous treasure celestial being might be one of the 9 celestial being before the mythological era. He was definitely a figure of the great emperor level, so the scripture he left behind was naturally an imperial scripture. Later generations thought that this scripture was useless, perhaps because it didn't shine in this era. Yifan once thought about it carefully. In the mythological era, there were generations of supreme Taoist venerables who carried out all kinds of unimaginable attempts in pursuit of the method of immortality. For example, burying the corpses to transform and produce spiritual spirits. For example, burying the bodies of future lives and carving the seal of samsara. All of these might be suppressed by the salvation scripture. This was an immature conclusion that Yifan came to after studying this scripture for many years. If this was the case, the significance and importance of this scripture would definitely shock the world. The numinous treasure celestial being was a figure before the mythological era. He must have deduced something and left behind an immortal scripture for later generations since he had created this scripture in such a long time. The Taoist orthodoxy left behind by the 3 pure ones should be one of the most powerful legacies in history. It was impossible for it to be useless. With a clear heart, a single illumination can break through all. Unyielding battle qi, myriad senses in one breath. Observe all things with one heart. Yifan sat cross-legged in the void, becoming more and more ethereal, as if he was transmitting his voice from beyond heaven and earth. Above his head, the myriad source energy cauldron floated up and down. All types of symbols flickered on its surface, and the source energy produced during the creation of the world poured down, making him even more indistinct. Every single word of the ancient scripture was like the collision of metal and stone, resounding and deafening as it resounded through the universe and illuminated the universe. It was filled with an extremely young aura as it enlightened the thoughts of the deities before it. At this moment, the demonic sovereign hesitated. He paced back and forth, feeling extreme restraining fear towards this type of scripture. It was as if this scripture innately suppressed the evil will of his own deity, able to scatter it. Ho! He roared in pain, suffering great torment. He unexpectedly had the urge to turn around and leave. He stretched out his 4 limbs, raising his head towards the depths of the heavens, roaring angrily at the starry splendor in the distance, making everyone tremble. There were actually strands of supreme being aura pervading the air. Rumble, heaven collapsed and earth caved in. That place became primal chaos fragments, everything ruined. The divine will did everything it could to resist, not allowing the scripture sounds to approach. No one had expected his reaction to be so violent. This is the flawless expiation scripture. In the depths of the starry sky, a white-haired old man exclaimed. It's a flawless ancient scripture. Ordinary people might not know about it, but we know that it has a great origin. Another old man said with a solemn expression. From start to finish, the two of them were very aloof. It was as if they had jumped out of this battlefield and were paying attention to this battle. They were different from other cultivators because they were in harmony with the great Tao of the universe. In the eyes of some of the ancient sages, the expiation scripture was not the scripture of the great human emperor. They only knew that it had extraordinary uses and could expiate all living beings. But right now, there was actually such unparalleled power that shocked everyone. Over the countless years, very few people were able to collect the entire scripture. This also led some people to believe that the complete scripture might be an imperial scripture, which added a lot of mystery to it. In the past, in the clear sky, the blue sky sang, the great floating dawn earth. The sun and moon of the heavens, the constellations, the stars, the clouds, the mountains, the seas, the clouds, the sky. Yifan was solemn and respectful as he chanted the immortal scripture. He wanted to dissolve this devil that was born from Yin. Tao light flowed around his body, and he was like a golden body Tao ancestor sitting in the 9 heavens. The starry river flowed in reverse, and the chaotic energy was hazy. Strand after strand of immortal light shot out like immortal swords, hacking towards the will of a deity. Zhongjing sounds rang through the air, as if it came from the absolute beginning, tearing apart the everlasting, resplendent and dazzling. Ah, grey fog billowed into the sky. This demon master let out a long howl that caused the vast universe to tremble. Yin energy swept out like a monstrous ocean, causing everyone to feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. Just how powerful was this demon king? Once again, beyond everyone's expectations, the divine radiance formed by the Book of Expiation was obliterated when it slashed at it. He once again took a step forward, bringing with him the Yin Qi and demonic might that filled the sky as he moved forward. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and ruthlessness, and he also reached out a terrifying palm, grabbing forward. Qi. Around Yifan, rays of golden light soared into the sky, as if the flames of divinity had been ignited on the conferred god altar. There were ancient runes interweaving there. This was the forbidden array of the Heaven's Origin technique. He had obtained it from the 4th generation Heaven's Origin ancestral master, Wu Yi. It covered the surroundings, and he sat cross-legged on the altar, surrounded by dense Tao marks. Blood dripped from the tip of Yifan's finger, and the golden blood flowed along the divine runes. Like little golden snakes swimming about. In an instant, it turned into a golden array that merged with the runes. A deafening hum rang out, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The star field trembled, and the immortal light of the absolute beginning danced, the most divine, the most unyielding, the most young. This forbidden formation released a type of immortal mist that surrounded Yifan, isolating all of the graying mist. Moreover, the Book of Expiation was even more magnificent, as if it had come from the ancient myths. It was like the booming of a great bell, deafening and awakening. Ah, the god of consciousness roared, and clouds of Yin fog exploded from his body. His body was trembling. Facing the pure yang array and the flawless Book of Expiation, he was injured. After all, this wasn't an ordinary Taoist chanting scriptures, but a super-existence on Saint Eighth Heaven suppressing gods and ghosts. His power was unimaginable. Beams of light flew out one after another, and auspicious colors kept bursting out from Yifan's mouth. In the end, sweet dew fell from the sky, and divine lotuses grew in the void. They were golden and fragrant. This place became a sacred pure land. Every ancient character that Yi Fan chanted materialized as if they were cast from metal. They turned into the size of a mountain and flew toward the demon sovereign, suppressing him. This was a series of expiation. The mountain-like ancient characters crushed the void and purified all the Yin energy in the mortal world. The gray fog melted like ice and snow, and with a sizzling sound, it disappeared completely. The god of consciousness struggled in pain, and a strand of black blood seeped out from his black cloak. It annihilated the void and emitted an extremely evil aura. He was injured in the course of expiation. This was a natural suppression. The expiation scripture was created for these Yin spirits and ghosts. It had great destructive power, and even if a mortal chanted it, it would still have a certain effect. Boom! Behind him, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward Yi Fan. It swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the star field rumbled. Stars exploded one after another, and countless Tao patterns were obliterated. Even the unactivated arrays in the ancient heavens seemed to have been baptized by the opening of the heavens. Pfft! Yi Fan coughed up blood, and he suffered extremely serious injuries. A wave of extreme Yin energy passed through the golden array, and he couldn't defend against it. He felt as if he had fallen into the netherworld, and a chill ran down his spine. In the blink of an eye, his white bones were exposed, and he was dripping with blood. Large areas of his golden flesh were completely corroded, and it was too horrible to look at. Yi Fan's whole body was in intense pain, as if thousands of ghosts were devouring him. The gray fog was obliterated and regenerated, wrapping around him. He used the swordsman formula while chanting the expiation scripture, not daring to stop. This was a powerful god's consciousness, and it could easily kill a saint king. If it wasn't for the golden forbidden array and the expiation scripture, Yi Fan would have long been in danger. In the sky, the heroes felt it even more deeply. The gray fog surged over, and meteors exploded one after another. There were even giant planets that split into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. A few people with profound cultivation and courage couldn't dodge in time. Their bodies were shattered on the spot, and their consciousness was destroyed. It was a horrible sight to look at. What kind of power was this? 2 Saint Kings couldn't even make a sound, and they directly turned into cosmic dust under the fluctuation of the Yin fog. The heroes understood that this god's consciousness was even more terrifying than they had imagined. They would undoubtedly die if they went up, and it was difficult to deal with it. At this point, everyone became more and more aware of how difficult it was for Yi Fan. He bore the brunt of the attack, but he actually survived. Even though it was very miserable, and he almost became a white skeleton, this kind of performance was enough to shock the world. Chi. Suddenly, a green light rushed up, dispersing the Yin fog around Yi Fan. It ignited a divine flame of extreme yang, and peace returned to that place. A lonely lamp appeared, floating in the void. It seemed demonic and mysterious, and the flame pulsed. It wasn't very vigorous, but it definitely had the divine effect of suppressing the Yin gods and evil fiends. At the wick of the lamp, a small old man sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes slightly, and his smile was very strange. He opened his mouth and spat out a divine flame, which rushed toward the overbearing demon master in front of him. Wah! The god's consciousness let out an extremely unwilling scream, and black blood flowed down from his feet. He had suffered a heavy blow. He continuously retreated, and traces of wavering appeared in his emotionless and cold eyes. He stared at the ancient lamp incessantly, as if he was trying hard to think. Not to mention the god's consciousness, even the others were shocked. What kind of divine lamp was this? It could actually force back the god's consciousness. It was cast from bronze, and its shape was very strange. It had a human body and a ghost face, which made people a bit scared. In particular, the smile of the small old man formed from the wick was too strange. The surface of the bronze lamp was covered in green rust, and there was an ancient meaning within the mottled spots. It actually suppressed the god's consciousness, making him not dare to approach. This was the coffin-suppressing lamp that Yi Fan obtained under the great thunderclap temple on the chaotic ancient star. It couldn't be viewed as an ordinary magical artifact, because it was a secret artifact. It didn't have any offensive power against ordinary people, and only possessed matchless divine might against Yin spirits. Yi Fan firmly believed that this lamp could suppress many creatures born from Yin, because this was a terrifying magical artifact that the Sakyamuni Buddha used to suppress the divine thoughts of a great divine physique. To this day, no one could clearly explain its origins. This shouldn't be the ancient artifact left behind from the mythological era, right? How did it fall into his hands? In the depths of the starry sky, the two white-haired elders were shocked. That's right, it's very similar to what was recorded in the ancient books. It has a human body and a ghost face, and it was forged by the numinous treasure celestial being himself. No one could hear their conversation. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the battlefield. They didn't expect that Yi Fan could block the undefeatable god's consciousness at the crucial moment. 10 cycles of salvation, 100 demons hidden rhythm, separation and reunion nature, chaotic whole scarlet text, supreme truth. Yi Fan's appearance was solemn, and he transformed into an indestructible Tao sovereign. The scriptures he chanted became even more majestic, and even the heavens resonated with it. Moreover, the golden flesh on his body was reborn, and his injuries were all gone. His body recovered, and he became even more unfathomable. The human body ghost face lamp's flames surged, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. It pierced through all of the mist and Yin energy, locking onto the god's consciousness to burn it completely. The god's consciousness possessed heaven and earth penetrating magical power, but at this moment, it couldn't circulate it. It trembled under this ancient lamp, and all of its Yin energy was sealed. Suddenly, the black cloak covering his head flew up. He fiercely raised his head towards the sky and released a sky-shattering roar. His head of ghostly hair danced about chaotically, and it was incomparably terrifying. Everyone was stupefied. When the stars exploded one after another, his true appearance was revealed. It was actually a pale white face, and it was extremely similar to an ancient body. Who is he? Why does he look so familiar? I seem to have seen this figure before in an ancient wall carving. Is that his true appearance? The great ancient emperor's evil will. He is in existence from the stone carvings, the product of the ancient supreme being's pursuit of immortality. It is too terrifying. The two elders in the depths of the starry sky were shaken. The more they understood, the greater the fear within their hearts. When they saw that pale white face, their hearts began to beat violently. Divine body, I have come. A majestic figure appeared. The overlord towered under the heavens, purple energy overflowing into the heavens. It had to be said that his battle prowess was world-shocking. He actually slaughtered his way over from the Yin fish region, entering the Yang fish region of the Taiji immortal diagram. Yi Fan stood up with a solemn expression. An ancient lamp hung at the side of his shoulder. He stood on the golden magical platform like an ancient emperor on the divine conferment stage. His eyes flickered continuously, as if he could contain all living things. Hong, with a point of his right hand, the ancient lamp left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being in this world rushed towards the god's consciousness, burning down the star domain. Awoo! The god's consciousness roared and quickly retreated, not daring to come into contact with the ancient artifact left behind by the 3 pure ones. Pung, he smashed towards the overlord's body. Purple blood splashed out, and the overlord's majestic body almost split into pieces. His upper body and lower body separated, revealing dense white bones. The god's will was extremely fast. As soon as it collided, a large expanse of purple blood sprayed out. The overlord's body was split into 2, showing how powerful it was. The physique of the tyrant blood of the ether was extremely sturdy, but it still couldn't withstand a single blow from the demon sovereign. All the heroes were dumbfounded by this result. The overlord's divine bravery was boundless, but after facing the god's will, his supposedly indestructible body was split into 2. The purple blood flickered with divine brilliance. The god's will moved, reversing the galaxy and changing the heaven and earth as he arrived in an endless distance. Feeling fearful, he looked back and saw that the ghost lamp had returned to Yi Fan, burning with extreme yang flames. Ah! The overlord roared and activated the swordsman formula to reform his body. His expression was extremely ugly as he was almost killed by the god's will he summoned. He was naturally unwilling. From the beginning to the end, it wasn't because he was weak, but because he was repeatedly wounded. He was extremely depressed and wanted nothing more than to shatter the universe. Divine physique, do you dare to fight me? I'll tie one hand to kill you. The overlord roared. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were cold. He needed a bloody battle to bathe in the golden blood of the divine physique and wash away all the humiliation. This part of the starry sky was located in the yang fish region, so pure yang energy naturally assaulted one's face. It was extremely strong and dazzling. Yi Fan stood above the galaxy, bathed in divine brilliance, and calmly said, "Isn't it enough? This battle has already explained everything." The young supreme of the tyrant blood of the ether was dripping with blood. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were wide open. Purple light pierced through the void. He was naturally extremely unwilling, but unfortunately, he couldn't get close to Yi Fan because there were countless formations between them. Awaken the Lunar Emperor. He took out an ancient altar with great Tao patterns on it. It was suffused with the power of the moon and had the aura of a peerless supreme being. Everyone was shocked. Their bodies were all cold and their hair was trembling. It was as if steel needles were pricking their bodies. The piercing pain was unbearable. It was the attack of extreme energy that could freeze and crack one's soul bone. It's really him, the divine will of the ancient Taiyin emperor. The two old men in the depths of the starry sky turned pale with fright. They looked at each other in shock. Didn't his divine will come into being a long time ago? It should have been obliterated by the passage of time. How could it still exist until now and still be so powerful? The two of them found it hard to believe. The will of such a powerful god should have been born in the recent ancient times. Who would have thought that it was actually an ancient human emperor from countless years ago? One of them stared at the altar, and his expression changed. He said, "Perhaps it's related to the Blood Soul Stone. It's shaped like an ancient pagoda, a Buddhist pagoda, and it has gathered a strand of the divine will of the moon." The other person's expression also changed. He thought of a certain possibility and said with a trembling voice, "It's the result of those supreme beings trying it out." Whether it was the mythological era or the present, there were people who pursued immortality and hoped to become immortals. During the Middle Ages, the great Amiba Buddha Emperor, the great Yuhua Emperor, and the others had made terrifying attempts. They were experts in this field. For this reason, they had carried out many experiments. In order to be immortal, in order to live forever in the world, these supreme beings had paid an unimaginable price. Not to mention trying it on others, which was even more unimaginable. According to legend, the great Amiba Buddha Emperor had created a blood pagoda to study the ancient gods and demons. This blood sacrificial altar is a pagoda built by the great Amiba Buddha Emperor. He used a secret technique to continue the divine will of the ancient Taiyin emperor, observing the evil thoughts of the human emperor and understanding the profound meaning of immortality. An old man revealed a secret of the past. The other person nodded and said with a solemn expression, "That's right, the great Amiba Buddha Emperor was unfathomable. He had walked on this path to a frightening point. It's difficult to know what kind of experiments he had made. But this blood pagoda is definitely real and not fake." At this moment, they could be sure that the bloodless, corpse-like figure was the phantom of the ancient Taiyin emperor, his divine will. This was because they had seen the majestic figure of the human emperor that dominated the universe on the stone wall left behind by the ancient Taiyin emperor. Of course, that stone carving was much more majestic than the divine will. It truly looked down on heaven and earth, swallowed the mountains and rivers, and its gaze could shatter time and space. It was a supreme being throughout the ages, and it was not something an evil will could compare to. It was a kind of transcendent self-confidence with an invincible posture. Although it was only a shadow carving, it vividly displayed its true form. Unfortunately, no matter how great the human emperor was, there would come a day when he would die. The divine will that was born should have been obliterated in the passage of time. It had been too long. The blood pagoda flew out, emitting a whining sound. It was constructed from the rare blood soul stone and overflowed with strands of spiritual power, covering the sky and earth. It was as if there was an ancient emperor sleeping within, emitting strands of immortal light that could crush the universe. The divine will turned into a beam of light and rushed over. Gray mist filled the sky, exuding an astonishing power. A wisp of supreme aura filled the air, frightening everyone. His eyes became even colder as he stared at Yi Fan. He drove the blood pagoda forward, no longer so afraid of the ghost-faced lamp. The black cloak flew up, revealing a snow-white face. It was like an ancient corpse that had been buried underground for many years had been unearthed, looking coldly at everything in the world. Yi Fan felt a great pressure. The spell formation under his feet rumbled and was about to collapse. Not only that, but even he himself was about to be broken into pieces. He could not tolerate this happening. He spread out his 10 fingers, each dripping with blood, and fell onto the golden spell formation under his feet to protect himself. This was a forbidden spell formation created by the 4th-generation ancestor of Heaven's source Wu Yi. By burning his divine blood, the power of the ancient formation increased several times. The golden magical pattern spread, becoming more and more resplendent. At the same time, Yi Fan's blood also flowed towards the ghost-faced lamp, strengthening the flames. What was burning there was the essence of the ancient saint and even the fat. His golden blood was similarly effective. However, as soon as the blood pagoda appeared, the divine will of the lunar emperor really seemed to be fearless. Even though it was burned by the copper lamp and exploded into clouds of mist, it still pressed forward unswervingly. The situation was extremely critical. Yi Fan's body cracked, and a large expanse of grey mist invaded, causing his flesh to fall off and revealing his white bones. If this continued, he would become a blood-stained white skeleton, and even his primordial spirit would melt. He would die without a doubt. The difference in strength is too great. Even if he grasps an ancient tool that is suspected to be the spiritual treasure celestial being left behind in this world, it will still be difficult for him to suppress such a powerful divine will. What did the great emperor do to make the later generations afraid? He actually allowed the divine will of the lunar emperor to exist until now. The 2 elders in the depths of the starry sky whispered. They couldn't sit still and watch. They prepared for the worst and were about to take action. Yi Fan let out a shout. He naturally wouldn't wait helplessly for death. The cauldron above his head bobbed up and down, emitting a loud sound. The traces left behind by the lightning tribulation since his birth were all lit up, and the heavenly tribulation seemed to have truly reappeared. Moreover, there were divine rivers flowing out of the mouth of the cauldron and cascading down like great waterfalls. It was extremely majestic and blocked Yi Fan below. What was this? Everyone's expression changed. They heard the cries of the common people. It seemed as if there were hundreds of millions of people praying devoutly, and their voices resounded throughout the starry sky of the universe. This was a vast power of faith. Yi Fan founded the celestial court on earth, and his disciple Xianxia carried the cauldron in his place to travel the world. He gathered the faith power of believers and fused it into the purest power of faith. At this time, it was like a divine waterfall pouring down. All kinds of diagrams on the walls of the cauldron overflowed endlessly, existing together with all life. Yi Fan hadn't used it all these years because he felt that this wasn't his own power. It wouldn't be beneficial to his future development and would become a shackle. He didn't expect it to be put to use today. When he chanted the scriptures, he mobilized this pure faith power. All life seemed to be chanting along with him, and his divine might suddenly increased by who knew how many times. At the same time, the sky was densely packed with figures. It was as if countless gods and demons were shouting at the same time, forcing the divine will to retreat. 10 chants, the heavens sing, 10,000 emperors set up rites, the rivers and seas are silent, the mountains hide clouds. Yi Fan chanted the scriptures. Everyone was astonished. The flawless scripture of expiation really seized the wonders of the world. The heavens sang and 10,000 emperors set up rites. This seemed to match the scene before their eyes. Behind Yi Fan, there were shadows of gods and demons everywhere. The Dharma of all life also appeared, chanting along with him, shaking the starry sky. The grey fog was dispersed, and the golden flesh on his skeleton regenerated. The formation under his feet was also sturdy. The floating demon lantern shone brilliantly, and its power increased. Moreover, the people under the starry sky were shocked to find that they had fallen into a rhythm. Many people couldn't help chanting and singing. As time passed, more and more people joined in, chanting together. There seemed to be an indescribable power in the whole world. This was an unimaginable divine power, and there was no lack of saints among them. With such a huge crowd chanting, what couldn't it purify? The chi of all things cauldron rumbled, and the divine waterfall poured down. Yi Fan sat cross-legged below, chanting the celestial being scripture. The gods and demons were endless, and all life resonated. The heroes felt it. The scripture of expiation resounded throughout the star region, and it could purify all Yin spirits. The Lunar Emperor's divine will had already stopped and left the blood sacrificial altar. His whole body was overflowing with black light, and the grey fog was evaporated completely. He continued to blur until he was about to disappear. Then, a majestic supreme aura pierced through the past, present, and future, bursting out in an instant. The moment the blurry figure was about to be destroyed, a majestic and imposing body appeared, looking down on the world and replacing it, flowing with the power of the ancient ages. Under the starry sky, all the saints trembled and knelt down, including the protector on the ancient road, the great sage, also kowtowed. This was not voluntary at all. It was a kind of submission and worship that came from the soul. The human sovereign had reappeared. After the ancient ages, the Lunar Emperor's evil thoughts were dispelled by Yi Fan with the help of the ancient formation, the celestial being Tao artifact, and the will of the saints and all life in the starry sky. No one would have thought that the will of the true spirit would recover in an instant and appear in the world. He couldn't exist forever, but this kind of invincible state, even for a breath, was enough to shock the past, present, and future. This was only a shadow of him, not his real body. Only a part of the true spirit's will was already like this, and it was really shocking to the extreme. Met with an accident on the path to immortality, the heart has regrets, and the will doesn't disperse. Although it was a soft sigh, it immediately spread throughout the starry sky, causing everyone to tremble. Their souls resonated, and they kowtowed in worship. The human emperor had revived and reappeared in this world. His figure was tall, and his voice was dignified, shaking the world. The heavens were shaking, and the souls of all living beings were resonating. The stars in the sky seemed like they were about to fall. This was a kind of power that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. The human emperor was majestic, standing naturally. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were filled with the loneliness of the ages. The saints all knelt down. This was an irresistible aura, like ants facing the bright moon, facing a god. There was a natural reverence. As everyone kowtowed, their hearts surged. Their emotions were like monstrous waves, unable to calm down. They simply couldn't believe all of this. They could actually face the human emperor. This was a figure from ancient times, and the entire universe had his legend. He was unparalleled, and created the glory of the human race. His scriptures described the most fundamental secrets of the world, and even now, it was still the most famous scripture of the human race. The great emperors of later generations had used it as a reference. Especially his battle prowess, it truly shocked the gods and made the immortals weep. He was invincible and lonely, unmatched throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and lonely on the path to immortality. We pay our respects to the human emperor. It wasn't anyone who spoke first, but everyone in the starry sky shouted together, rising and falling, resounding through the universe, and the sacred sound was endless. How many emperors and emperors have passed away in the dust? The human emperor looked towards the other side of the starry sky, his supreme dignity carrying a trace of loneliness. Everyone was moved, infected by this kind of emotion, momentarily unable to speak. This wasn't the true lunar emperor, but only a wisp of true spirit will. It was an instant awakening, manifesting in the mortal world, but it suppressed the myriad Taos of the heavens. It was difficult for people to imagine what kind of majesty and aura the real human emperor would have if he appeared. In this place, the world was silent, the great Tao fluctuated, and all the rules of the world were trampled under his feet. Only the lunar emperor was the only one in the world. Traces of Tao interweaved and wailed. All the Taos respected by the world trembled before him. The human emperor carried a trace of loneliness. His eyes turned, and he instantly understood everything in front of him. He sighed softly. Endless years had passed, and this was no longer his era. The ghost-faced lamp beside Yi Fan dimmed. In front of the human emperor, even dragons had to coil and phoenixes had to lie dormant. All divine artifacts were suppressed. The lunar emperor was a godlike man, heroic and imposing. His black hair draped over his shoulders, showing the majesty of his youth, and his eyes could see through everything. He stared at an artifact in Yi Fan's body and was lost in thought. Others didn't know, but Yi Fan knew that human emperor was looking at the broken green copper cauldron. At this moment, the green copper piece was releasing a weak light, but it did not seep out of its body. It withstood a tremendous pressure, resisting the might of the human emperor on its own. It was also because of this that Yi Fan did not kneel. The human emperor stood in the starry sky, exuding an aura that made even the great saints of the heavens tremble. There was no one who wasn't frightened and moved, and even the Tao protectors kowtowed. Even though Yi Fan didn't kneel, he still showed great respect. This was a sign of respect towards the human emperor, a sign of admiration towards his unmatched achievements, a sign of respect towards him. Are we at the crossroads again? Will anyone become immortal in this world? The tall and straight figure muttered to himself. The starry sky of the universe rumbled and trembled because of him. The Tao protectors were shocked, and the saints were trembling. The human emperor talked about immortal ascension. In this world, at this time, it was a crossroads. His eyes were deep as he looked at the Big Dipper star region. Then, he took a step and left. Human emperor. The saints shouted, but he didn't react. He took a step, and the stars moved as if tens of thousands of years had passed. His speed was too fast. He shuttled through the universe, disappearing from the starry sky in an instant. He rushed in the direction of the Big Dipper star region. He was no longer the will of a god. He had the majesty of an ancient emperor, and the divine abilities he could use surpassed common sense. Even the great sage couldn't look up to him. The human emperor turned into an immortal light and tore through the sky like a flying immortal. The Tao protectors were all shaken, and they silently kowtowed to see him off. It was too fast. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse, and the river of time seemed to be in disorder. Soaring into the sky was not enough to describe this magnificent scene. The blood Buddha became dim. It had lost its host. The tyrant was terrified. His face was pale without a trace of blood as he watched the human emperor leave. From start to finish, the imposing figure didn't even look at him, nor did he pay attention to the blood sacrificial altar. This made the young supreme being of the tyrant heavenly bloodline feel empty. The aura of the ancient emperors disappeared. The starry sky became peaceful again, and the Tao laws flowed normally. They were no longer suppressed. After an unknown amount of time, everyone woke up, and then a commotion broke out. This place was in an uproar. Today, they witnessed the appearance of the ancient emperor of Tyene. This was incomparably shocking for them. The human emperor has gone to the emperor burial star. Something big must have happened there. If we can sense it, we might be able to witness a miracle. No one could remain calm. They were all restless, wishing to immediately rush to the other side of the starry sky. The emperor burial star. After so many years, it was unknown just how many experts from the star domains had hurried over. They fought continuously, waiting for the path of immortality to open. As soon as they approached this great star, they could feel a terrifying aura. It was different from the other stars, making even the ancient saints feel reverence and deities feel fear. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously here. It was because this was the burial ground of the ancient emperors. There were too many secrets buried here, and the path of immortality also began here. Something unexpected happened today. A boundless divine will transmitted from the depths of the starry sky. It was calm and peaceful, without any fear. It engulfed the entire ancient star. Who is it? Not even the exceptional great sage dared to search every corner of this star. He actually dares to do this. Everyone was shocked. Was there still someone like this in the present world? Unbridled and unrestrained, was he not afraid of angering the ancient and mysterious existences of the 7 great life-restricted regions? The divine will swept through the emperor burial star. Then, a heroic male descended from the heavens, appearing in the Big Dipper star domain's ancient land of life. Who is this? He is actually so powerful. The ancestral kings of all races and the saints of the outer realms were all trembling. They stared at the horizon, paying attention to this powerful divine will. There wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. This powerful fluctuation made many saints shiver in fear, and their hearts trembled. The human emperor descended upon the Big Dipper star domain, appearing on this ancient star that had been separated for countless years. He hurried over from the starry sky ancient path as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. His aura pervaded the air. The ancient emperor's divine might was matchless. He wasn't deliberately intimidating and was completely released naturally, shocking everyone. Who was this? Did he return from the immortal domain? How could there be such a person in the present world? Who is he? How could he have lived until now? Regardless of whether it was the absolute beginning forbidden region, undying mountain, immortal mausoleum, divine ruins, and other great life-restricted regions, existences were all roused, releasing dignified voices filled with doubt. He is extremely similar to a legendary human race ancient emperor. He is extremely ancient. The human emperor Great Een. It's him, it really is him. Don't tell me that he has long passed away in meditation in the long river of time? This isn't fair. Within the life-restricted region, several ancient existences were greatly shaken. They simply couldn't believe everything. No one knew what they were feeling. They had clearly existed for a long time, yet they were still shocked by the human emperor's appearance. Several supreme beings acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Strands of immortal splendor overflowed from their eyes as they observed the human emperor's every move. That's right, just like that great completion Saint Physique, after his divine will was purified, a strand of true will from his past life was awakened. Someone in the restricted region whispered, and the tense atmosphere lessened quite a bit. The human emperor looked disdainfully at the world. His eyes seemed to have the passage of time. He looked up at the heaven and earth, and with a single step, the mountains turned upside down and the vast sea disappeared into the distance. There was nothing he couldn't reach. The people of his era had all died, and everything had already turned to ashes. Today, he once again arrived on this star, and his heart was filled with countless emotions. Even the human emperor felt a wave of sadness in the face of this eternal loneliness. Contrary to the saint's expectations, he didn't go to the 7 great restricted regions. Instead, he turned into a strand of immortal light and descended on the western desert, appearing in front of a magnificent giant mountain. Buddhist light surged here, and the power of faith was like an ocean, illuminating all directions. This was the boundless Mount Meru. The sun and moon trembled, and the river of stars lost color. The human emperor ascended to the peak of Mount Meru, facing several ancient Bodhi trees and the imposing Great Thunderclap Temple. Dang! The sound of a bell was long and drawn out, spreading throughout the western desert and resounding through the heavens. It was as if it came from the ancient times, tearing through time and space. Mount Meru trembled, and the Great Thunderclap Temple shook. The entire western desert was filled with Buddhist light, as if the ancient Buddhas of the heavens were taking form. Strange scenes shocked the heavens. Could it be that the Buddha has reincarnated? Why is there such a majestic scene? Buddhist light is everywhere, and Buddhist chants can be heard everywhere? Even the mortals were startled, and they sensed something. The human emperor ascended Mount Meru, approaching the core of Buddhism. This was something rarely seen since ancient times, and it caused the entire western desert to be thrown into chaos. An incredible pressure spread out, flowing down from Mount Meru. All of the statues of Buddha in the ancient temples of the western desert began to glow, and strands of silk flowed down from them. This was the pure power of faith. All of the statues of bodhisattvas and Buddhas seemed to be revived, as if they were alive. So that's how it is. The human emperor nodded. He understood the Buddhism established by the Amitabha Buddha, and he said softly, the Amitabha Buddha can also be considered stunning. When these words were spoken, heaven and earth trembled, and all directions trembled. All of the great bells in the ancient temples rang, and the light of faith rushed into the heavens. Buddhist power pervaded the air, shaking the world. Regardless of whether it was on Mount Meru or within the other ancient temples, many ancient monks and Buddhas trembled. Since ancient times, who dared to speak like this? This was like an elder evaluating a good child. It truly made them tremble with fear. The Buddhist sound was deafening. Buddhist light was ignited within the temples one after another. The old monks and Buddhas all knelt down, and they couldn't help but kowtow towards Mount Meru. At this time, in the most mysterious ancient land of Mount Meru, chaotic mist seeped out. An ancient artifact flew up, and it released an undying radiance as it rushed towards the unmatched human emperor. This was precisely the supreme divine artifact of the Buddhist sect exorcism pestle, This was a weapon personally refined by the Amiba Buddha Emperor, and it was the most sacred object of the Buddhist Tao. It could subdue demons and subdue devils, and it could suppress 3,000 great worlds. The precious pestle awakened on its own. Is it going to deal with this mysterious supreme being? Many ancient monks trembled. This was something that had never happened before. Back then, when the Buddha's devil Xianxia Muni rebelled against the great thunderclap temple, the demon fall pestle had awakened on its own once. However, it wasn't as overflowing with power as it was today, as if it was going to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The deity within the demon fall pestle was completely revived, and not a trace of it was held back. This was something that had never happened in the past 300,000 years. This left everyone shocked. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, as if the Amiba Buddha Emperor was reborn. All of the divine monks and Buddhas were stupefied. However, what shocked everyone was that the demon fall pestle trembled, and it stopped in front of the human emperor. It actually bowed like a human, as if it was asking for forgiveness. The western desert was filled with the light of Buddha. Even the ancient temples deep in the mountains were filled with the power of Buddha. Divine sounds rang out incessantly, like the booming of a great bell. It was as if the reincarnation of a Buddha was about to appear in the world. On Mount Meru, the demon-subduing pestle emitted chaotic energy. Immeasurable immortal splendor rushed into the heavens. The deity within was lightly crying out, apologizing to the human emperor. This scene caused the great thunderclap temple to tremble. Waves of Buddhist cries rang out, and many of the ancient stone statues shook. The pure power of faith surged like a vast ocean. All of the old monks were stunned and many of the sons of Buddha were petrified. They looked at this scene in disbelief and then kowtowed. This was the Amiba Buddha's weapon, to actually do such a thing. The big Lain temple shook and let out waves of chanting. 3,000 bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas appeared in their dharmakayas. They shone with immortal divine splendor as they hung in midair and chanted. This is the manifestation of the dharmakaya of the ancient Buddhas. It's the reappearance of the divine sense imprints left behind by them. Such a sign can only appear if it's extremely auspicious and auspicious. A divine monk was terrified. He trembled before the human emperor and the demon fall pestle. Everything that happened today was unimaginable and beyond his understanding. The demon-subduing pestle trembled continuously as it bowed towards the human emperor. It was truly too human-like, as if it was asking for forgiveness. It's just a strand of evil will, it's nothing much. There's no need to apologize, said the human emperor. He didn't pursue what great Emperor Amiba had done to his divine will. However, the Buddhist pestle continued to shake. It was very serious and solemn, insisting on apologizing on behalf of the Buddhist monarch. Let me ask you, gathering so much faith energy, is it a problem for the common people? The human emperor calmly asked, but his voice was filled with a godly might. Amidst the calmness, there was an irresistible majesty. The human emperor seemed to be sitting high up in the 9 heavens, overlooking the mortal world. He controlled the laws and would not allow anyone to harm the common people. Regardless of whether it was the past or present, he was always a dignified supreme being. He protected the heavens, ruled over the world, not allowing laws to be broken, bringing disaster to the world. Even in the face of a mother asterisk king human king, it was the same. This sort of aura that could devour the mountains and rivers and look down on the 9 heavens was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The Buddhists were all stunned. Where did this person come from? Could it be that he dared to question the past Amiba Buddha? It was truly shocking. Unexpectedly, the demon fall pestle seriously responded, not the slightest bit half-heartedly. The deity within revived, this time unexpectedly releasing a divine sound. Amiba, the Buddha is merciful and benevolent. He has never killed a living creature in his life. He sweeps the floor without harming the lives of the ants. He cherishes the flying moths and covers the lamp with a veil. This divine will was also full of might. This was a type of energy fluctuation that could be called supreme in the world. It replied the human emperor meticulously, placing great importance on this issue. The entire Mount Meru was shaking, releasing endless divine splendor. Pure power of faith rose and fell like a boundless stellar river, vast and boundless. Everyone was shocked, and there wasn't a single monk who wasn't trembling. From the ancient times until now, This ancient weapon had never spoken before, yet now, it was so respectful towards this mysterious and imposing male. Who was this person? Everyone was shocked. They all chanted the name of Buddha, and their souls trembled. The human emperor nodded. He was still incomparably solemn, just like how he was in the past, overlooking the deities. There was a type of supreme grandeur that made others revere him. In reality, this type of pure power of faith can also bring benefits to every Buddhist disciple, nourishing them instead. Their essence energy will surge, and their divine blood will be abundant. The deity within the demon fall pestle explained, explaining the various wonderful aspects of the power of faith. It is easy to not kill for a while, but not killing for an entire life is truly difficult. I fear that in the end, the heavens will collapse and the earth will cave in, completely overturning everything. The human emperor's black hair scattered behind him. His eyes were incomparably deep, as if he could see through the past, present, and future. When he spoke, his might towered into the 9 heavens, carrying a type of great sorrow and might that suppressed the endless ages. It was clear that the human emperor was warning him. Even when facing the divine soul of a future emperor's weapon, it still released a righteous energy that couldn't be disobeyed. If there were any actions that harmed the human race, it would be directly suppressed and killed. The human emperor's era created an extremely glorious golden age. He was the sole ruler of the 9 heavens 10 earths, attacking deities above, suppressing the 9 hells below, slaughtering holy spirits, and suppressing all disturbances. As long as there was danger to the common people, it would be difficult for them to block a single attack from the human emperor. And now, even though it was only a true spirit will, his unrivaled aura was still fully displayed. Even when facing another great emperor, it was still the same. The human emperor can be at ease. The Amitabha Buddha has always been extremely benevolent. Even though he has an unrivaled Buddha body, he has never done anything that goes against the will of the living. The demon fall pestle explained, expounding on the Buddhist doctrine of equality for all living beings. The entire Mount Meru trembled. Many ancient monks and all of the Buddha children were stunned. This was actually the human emperor, appearing on their Buddha mountain. It was simply like a legend. The human emperor's era was too long ago, and there was no way to verify it. Now, he was actually looking down on Mount Meru, causing the Buddhist emperor weapon to awaken and personally respond. All of this was too shocking, making everyone feel as if they were in a dream. It seemed so unreal. We pay our respects to the human emperor. In front of Great Thunderclap Temple, many Buddhists knelt down. Even though they entered the Buddhist sect, they still knew about the human emperor's great achievements. Even though they couldn't say the specifics, the human race had been chanting his name for generations, and this was enough to explain everything. Great Thunderclap Temple rumbled, and the entire Mount Meru swayed. Ancient chanting sounded. It was dignified and vast, passing through time and space to transmit over. This was the divine sound left behind by the Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas in the past. Only supreme beings would appear in this world. At the same time, sweet springs gushed out from the earth, auspicious colors descended from the heavens, and divine lotuses grew in the void, accompanied by orchids. A fragrance wafted through the air, and multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of streaks. This place was divine and auspicious, becoming a pure land of extreme bliss. I hope this is the case, the human emperor said. He shifted his gaze away from the demon fall pestle and stood on Mount Meru, gazing into the western desert. He saw Buddha light illuminate millions and millions of li, bathing all life within. The great earth of the western desert trembled, because the human emperor swept his gaze over every inch and corner. He could see through the source, making it so that nothing could hide from his eyes. Everything is for the sake of longevity. How many heroes have stumped, yet they have all turned to dust. The human emperor sighed softly. Indeed, there is no solution to this path. The deity within the demon fall pestle sensed something, feeling a bit sad. Regardless of whether it was the age of legends or the present day, many supreme beings have walked their own paths. Some have buried their bodies, some have sought the path of immortal medicine, some have gathered the power of faith. All types of methods have been established, and all of them can be said to be breathtaking. There is one thing that must be remembered, and that is how much you obtain, how much you have to pay. Even the weak and small mortals can be settled with supreme beings. The human emperor spoke, each and every word resounding. His dignified voice resounded through the boundless great earth. This was a type of reminder, as well as a warning. The demon Fall Pestle was silent. It wasn't because it was scared, but rather because it felt ashamed towards the human emperor. In the past, it had experimented with the undying methods of the great and supreme being's deity will. Now, it felt ashamed, but also respectful. That day, it wasn't just Mount Meru that was shaken. The entire western desert was shaken, because the divine statues within every single ancient temple were shining. What was being transmitted wasn't Buddhist sound, but rather the human emperor's voice. Many old monks sank into deep thought, feeling greatly moved. The Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor was definitely one of the most stunning great emperors since ancient times. His strength was immeasurable, comparable to any ancient emperor or celestial being. The inheritance he left behind was naturally powerful. After developing to the present, many ancient Buddhas appeared, becoming more and more prosperous. The human emperor observed the western desert's various regions. He nodded. Forget about everything else, just the fact that this inheritance had developed to such a degree was already worth pondering. The great and supreme being got up, leaving Mount Meru and heading towards the eastern wasteland. Where is the human emperor going? The demon Fall Pestle asked respectfully. I don't have much time left. I wish to leave behind an inheritance, return to the ashes, return to the earth. The human emperor calmly spoke. A golden path appeared beneath his feet, directly extending towards the eastern wasteland. It was so fast that everyone was shocked and confused. Human emperor, have a safe journey. This farewell represented a farewell of life and death. The human emperor appeared in the eastern wasteland, arriving at the ancient desolate forbidden land alone. He nodded seriously, revealing a serious expression. Then, he left, not saying a single word. The human emperor didn't walk towards any other life-restricted regions. Even though there were some ancient existences that were extremely nervous, he didn't even give them a look. I still feel regret that I wasn't able to see the immortal path open. He went on his way alone, treating Origin Ancient Mine and Undying Mountain as nothing. He didn't pay them any attention, didn't listen, as if they weren't on the same path. Without a sound, he disappeared. That day, strand after strand of Tao laws appeared in Jiang family. Little Ting Ting with the grating body sat in the void, chanting sutras by her ears. She saw a heroic male. You, who are you? Perhaps the path of immortality is only a type of hope. What is more meaningful than seeing blood flow through the bodies of later generations, full of vitality? Perhaps I have already seen the immortal path, contained within hope. The heroic male was a supreme being from past to present, but now, he slowly faded away, gradually disappearing. Jiang family, little Ting Ting's heart trembled. She cried out, Senior, don't go, don't leave. The imposing figure became indistinct. Only that smile remained, carrying a type of freedom. The supreme being was about to pass away, only a kind and brilliant smile left on his face, losing the dignity that suppressed the endless heavens. Little Ting Ting would never have thought that he was the human emperor. A cool breeze blew past. A rain of light scattered. The imposing figure completely disappeared, scattering in the void. From then on, there will be no human emperor in this world. A deep sigh sounded from Shumi Mountain. That generation's human supreme being, his accomplishments endless, his achievements oppressing endless generations, his talent astonishing, ruling over past and present, still reached the end of his path, making one wring their wrists and sigh deeply. Looking back across endless generations, a flash in the pan, illuminating the world. No matter how great an existence was, they still couldn't avoid falling. The fact that he could appear in this world could already be considered a type of miracle. At this moment, the great life-restricted regions were all extremely quiet. The human emperor didn't even give them a single look from start to finish. People of different paths couldn't make plans together. What a pity, an emperor of a generation, exceptional talent, heaven-defying methods, yet he fell just like that. On this path, who can speak right, who can speak wrong, there are only different choices. A flourishing great world, watching our generation's heavenly talents fall one after another, this isn't a choice. A golden age has come to an end, how many people will be left? I am listening to my own funeral song. On this path, I persevere, like a moth flying into a flame, witnessing my Tao, my long life. It was clear that the human emperor's passing made the existences in the restricted regions feel something, feeling even more lonely and desolate. Dang! A bell sound rang out, heaven and earth becoming chaotic. The great life-restricted regions all became quiet. Eastern wasteland, central continent, western desert, southern mountains, northern plains, the entire burial emperor star was shaken. Northern region, within Purple Mountain, Wuxer's bell sound mysteriously rumbled, deafening. Even mortals could hear it, resounding through heaven and earth. This turn of events caused everyone's faces to turn pale with fright. End of chapter 1358. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.